Jump on and drop in. It's time to kick off the Fortnite World Cup competition. From April 13th to June 16th, we'll be running Fortnite World Cup Online Opens, where you can qualify to compete for your chance at a piece of the $30 million prize pool. But how will these work, you ask? Each week we'll alternate back and forth between solos and duos competition, with players qualifying from each server region in Oceania, Asia, Europe, Brazil, NA East, and NA West. To find specifics for your server region, go to Fortnite.com/World Cup. To play in the online opens, you'll need to compete in the new Arena mode, an always-on form of competition where players can rank up tiers and leagues. It all starts in the Open League, and when players earn 125 points, they'll advance into Contenders League. After that, you'll need to build your way up to 300 points to unlock Champion League, where the Saturday online open players will be chosen. Then, we'll take the top 3,000 solo players or 1,500 duos from that Saturday's semifinals and advance them to the Sunday finals. Each Sunday, 20 players will rise to the top and qualify to join us in New York for the Fortnite World Cup Finals. Buckle up, because we're officially on the road to the Fortnite World Cup Finals. In just a few months, we will see the greatest Fortnite players in the world go head-to-head to determine who will take the title of World Cup champion and become part of the global phenomenon that is Fortnite. Hundreds of players will compete on stage in New York City for their chance at Ultimate Battle Royale glory and their piece of $30 million. But let's look back at how we got here. The competition was hot at our first major live event at PAX West, where we held the Summer Skirmish finale. This open format pitted over 900 players against each other, and Morgassi was able to rise out of the masses and take home nearly $250,000.
A life-changing amount of money.
Fall Skirmish came next, where 500 players competed not only in Battle Royale competitions, but build-offs, challenges, bake-offs, and cosplay competitions to win prizes and valued club points. This all came to an insane conclusion at TwitchCon, where Tfue and Cloaksy were able to fend off the competition and win it all.
It's Tfue and Cloaksy!
Finishing off the year, we dove into the Winter Royale when the first ever open online qualifier was hosted, featuring the top 200 players from North America and Europe. In the end, the stream Skype dominated the European qualifier, semifinal, and final to come out on top. And on NA, Nolan beasted his way through the rounds, outperformed the Infinity Blade, and took home the crown. 2019 kicked off with the Secret Skirmish, where Ghost Saf and Rise Ronaldo took the top spot in duos, and the solos competition ended with an unbelievable performance from Ghost Bizzle, who took it all with the most clutch Fortnite finish in competitive history.
Skating around, shot comes in, a limb for Bizzle, turns onto the player above. That's it! He deagled the floor! Bizzle with the victory!
But this unbelievable action isn't limited to offline events. We've watched competitors get themselves ready for the Fortnite World Cup through their participation in the online tournaments. Fully open qualifiers for all players 13 and up has definitely shaken up the standard. Starting with the Scallywag Cup, familiar players like Saf and Zayt are continuously flaunting their skills, and we also saw new faces like WBG's Rux and Pika. But the veterans and big names aren't backing down, with players new and old challenging each other non-stop for the top spot. Beehive was a prime example of this in the European Blackheart Cup, continuing his absurdly consistent streak of dominating open competitions, while the Argentinian Dzeko was able to show off his elimination skills in a dominant Brazil region victory. After that, we saw two duo competitions, the Lux Cup and the World Cup warm-up, with a fantastic mix of challengers and established veterans able to claw their way up the leaderboard. The newly formed duo of Perfect Tilt and Mastoris have shown that they are not to be messed with, while the newly eligible European youngsters like Mongro, Benji Fishy, Osmo, and Milan showing that they are as good as everyone believed. But let's not forget about Oceania and Asia, where we've seen the Chiefs duo of Sync and Skyla continually upsetting the standard and dominating the ladder. and Mendocino, Top Fax Fox, and the Crazy Raccoon Boys have all had incredible performances over in the East. We've seen so many different players come to the fore, but nothing on the scale like this. Who will be the next Margassi? Will a Tfue or Cloak-like pair continue their domination? Will our winners be someone who qualifies early, or will they have to sweat it out every weekend to make it onto the World Cup final stage? We could not be more excited to see the story unfold and to watch these players ascend to greatness. And who knows, one of them could be you.
Fortnite fam, we are back with week 3 of solos competition. And you know what time it is? It is finals day. This is a huge opportunity for a lot of these players. Their second chance to qualify and potentially punch their ticket to the World Cup finals. Now, you know me, I'm Zeke, but we do have quite the crew that will be joining us. We got Kitty Plays, we got Bala, we got Sundown, we got Dr. Lupo. Guys, bring it in. Bring it in.
Hey.
Yes. Bring it in. World Cup on 3 when Sundown gets here. 1, 2, 3. World Cup! Yeah, baby. Now it's enough of my shenanigans. You know me, and I like to meme. Let's get into the meat and potatoes of what today's broadcast is all about, starting out with that schedule. Oceania and Asia have already concluded games. We're going to be hopping into the tail end of Europe, some of Brazil, and then later on in the day, we'll be going to NA East, wrapping up with NA West. Now let's talk about the format. Top 25, top 15, top 5 in Victory Royale are all those placement thresholds. 3, 2, 2, 3 points, so 10 total placement points on the table, with each elim being worth 1 point. Now the prize money is insane. $1 million every single week, and that's what these players are competing for. Not only that, but the potential qualifying spots to send them straight through the finals. We'll take a look at those. Now in week 3, Europe has 8 spots. NA East has 6. NA West, Asia and Brazil have 2, with Oceania having the 1 specific spot. Now don't forget, in week 1 we already watched people qualify, and this is just a list to remind you. You can see what region they're from, and my oh my, this list is already looking stacked. But don't forget, we will have more people joining us after today. Now let's take a look together with Bala here. Like I said before, Oceania has already wrapped their game, so we'll look together and see who came out on top.
Yeah, 1 spot was up for grabs here, and it was Cat taking walls in first place. You could see everybody else in the standings right here, and also Slay, who already qualified in week 1. But Cat taking walls, he's going to New York. Zeke, he's going to New York.
That is huge. Massive congrats to you, Cat taking walls. I'm going to call you CTW for the sake of just getting through your name faster. So CTW, massive props. Seriously, we'll be seeing you in finals. I'd love to check out some of his gameplay because my oh my, what a slayer.
Yeah, he played amazingly well, and we'll see a bunch of opportunities here, or highlights. And he definitely did take walls. I mean, he put in his name, he definitely did. But one thing he tweeted actually early on throughout the competition today, the finals, he said, oh, I don't think I'm gonna make it. But I think that was after like 4 games or something like that. He came back, Zeke, he came back.
Yeah, I believe he felt that maybe, you know, like you said, those first few games just weren't going his way. And I think to the effect of, you know, I'm going to try again next week.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, here he is. He's qualified.
Doesn't have to try again at all. And he did play in that first week. He got 4th place. So improving week upon week, taking first this time, and the ticket to New York as well with it. Just solid play throughout the entire competition. I mean, being 4th the first week and then 1st this week. We'll see what he does next time we play the solos.
That's right.
But it's been impressive, man. I'm impressed. I heard about him last week. Now I know his name. Now I know who Cat is.
Not only you, but the entire world, and that in itself is huge. Now, I believe, like you said, we can take a look at something social post he made over on Twitter. Again, he had made an original post saying, you know what, I'm not feeling super great about this, but after the performance, he went out and he's made his way, and you see, I'm going to New York. There he is, 80 points all the way at the top. So again, congratulations.
Yeah, and we talked about the kind of the start that he had when he tweeted that he was struggling a little bit, and you could see that a little bit in the average placements, the average points. 30 average placement, 4 average elims, not that high, but all that matters is the big number right here, that it's higher than the rest of these guys. So congratulations, Cat. That was awesome. And I can't wait to see you in New York, man.
Yep, that's right. Now we're going to do something new and cool, and we're going to add his name to the wall of people that will be joining us in the finals. So let's go ahead, head over and do that together. Boom! Congratulations, Cat taking walls. We will be seeing you at the finals. Can't wait to see you there. But now, guys, don't forget, Asia has also concluded their game. So let's go ahead and take a look at their standings, see how things went for them, and who will be joining us.
Yeah, it's Bani and Takumuram. Congratulations, guys. What a story for both of these. I mean, Takumuram had a very similar story to Cat. We'll take a look at some of his social reactions. But Bani coming in first, and his duo partner, Faxfox, actually came in first in the first week of solos. They didn't manage quite yet to get through in duos. They came in 3rd last week. But man, that's awesome for those two. First both weeks of solos, and they're both going to New York. They're both going to be there. Whether they compete together is going to be the other question. But congratulations, guys. We'll take a look at some of Banny's highlights as well. He's a monster, man. He is a monster.
So you bring up a really good point. I think one of the questions I want to ask him, especially when we get to World Cup finals, we have time to talk to both of them. I want to ask him, like, is this going to change your dynamic? Because, you know, a lot of times, like you said, you're going in as a duo, right? But now you know your dual partner is someone else in the lobby. Does that change their landing spots? Does that change how they're going to approach fights? Because let's say they both know, hey, I like to land, you know, I don't know, tilted towers. I know my dual partner is going to be there. Maybe I don't want to fight him. Maybe I want to just change it up because I know he knows what I'm going to be looking to do. So I can't wait to talk to these guys in finals, get their thoughts on the whole thing.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's not going to be the first of the duo partners who are going to qualify for both solos and duos, possibly. I can't wait to see that. We already saw Benji do it in EU and Stompy as well. Their partners need to make it through in solos still, but regardless, that's going to be interesting dynamic.
Yeah, for sure. I cannot wait. And I really do hope that they qualify together as a duo. But take a look. So this is the story coming out of social media from Takamura's perspective.
Yeah, second place this morning, I guess it was the daytime for Asia. But Takamura, he says, the wall for first place and second place is too high. Remember, there's 2 spots. He's at 54 points. I don't know how many games he had left, but there was 10 points ahead, 11 points at least. And then he's like, wait, I got 85. And then he says, hi, New York City. Well, hi, Takamura. You are one of our qualified players, Zeke. That's awesome. And then Banny as well, the same thing. Hi, New York City. These guys can't wait. They're excited. They're ready for New York.
That's right, man. We can't wait to see them in the finals. So we'll add their names as well to the wall of players joining us today. So first up, boom, Top Banny and then Takamura as well. Congratulations to both of you guys coming out of Asia. We'll see you in the World Cup finals. Now, guys, I know what you're waiting for, and that's games. I'm ready to get into them too. So we're gonna go ahead and hop into the tail end of Europe, but I'm gonna need some casters to do it. So let's go ahead and call in Sundown and Dr. Lupo. Gentlemen.
Sundown. What's up, bro?
I like to see it. Now, before we get into things, Sundown, yesterday you made some predictions as to who you thought was going to qualify. I just want to give everyone a refresher as to what you said, so let's take a look.
So I'm going to give a quick round of predictions. Jalen from Oceania, Hood J from Asia, Mongrel from Europe. I'll take Kaizui on East, Blackouts coming out of Brazil. And then, honestly, I think Edgy's going to take it out of West. You can hang your hat on those. Honestly, I'm going above 50% tomorrow.
Above 50% tomorrow. So of his 6, we have 2 that have already come through, and he's about an outstanding 0 and 2 on predictions. So the question is, do you want to change your predictions? Do you maybe want to add to those predictions?
So I was pretty confident. I would say Oceania, the end was hype. There were 3 different lead changes of the last game. Jalen was right in there, ended up 6. Hood J ended up in 9th, so not too far off. But I do want to give you some more names to watch, and so we'll call these predictions, but I'm going to do one who I would say is, I don't want to say favored, but I would say predict to qualify, and then one who's kind of more of a dark horse. So out of EU, Secrets Milan, another one of those young lords who's going through. His duo is Osmo, has been popping off and is doing okay so far. It's gotten off to a pretty good start. The dark horse being G2's Tohaj, the player coming out of Slovenia, somebody who he's branded, quote unquote, another one of those content creators, but just huge in the competitive scene, loves grinding out, has been a competitor for a long time. So keep an eye on those guys. Coming out of NA East, Snood. Huge day yesterday for the Ghost Boy. And then the dark horse, RBK Steams. A lot of people calling him out on Twitter as somebody to watch. We've seen him with those flint knock plays in a couple of the videos going through, but popped off pretty decently yesterday. Was up there in about the top 15, so could challenge up. NA West, Pika from WBG.
Of course.
And then Osprey's Alithi. Alithi has been able to really have kind of that higher end potential when he does go off, and it seems like he's putting the pieces together. Then in Brazil, Red Techno Viking and Clipnode. 2 players haven't been outside the top 10. Techno Viking, somebody we've heard of. I know, big fan of his name personally, but Clipnode, somebody you might not be as familiar with. He puts in the time, puts in the hours, is going to be able to contest for one of those spots.
Well, there you have it. Updated predictions coming out of Sundown. Now, we also want to hear your predictions. Use that hashtag Fortnite World Cup and send us who you think could be qualifying, and maybe we'll put them up on the LED wall. But guys, let's get ready to get into the tail end of Europe. Gentlemen, take it away.
Sundown, we are looking at potentially one of the hottest sets of solo lobbies we've ever seen, especially after all the performances we saw yesterday. Granted, you have to keep in mind, and something we mentioned, is that between the Saturday games, which is there's far more players, and the 3,000 that have qualified for Sunday's games, the range of skill definitely narrows way towards the top.
Oh yeah, it goes like whoop real quickly, particularly in Europe where the qualifying points required to play today were 42. So let's take a look at these matches. And again, if you are one of those 3,000 players who did get in, we are pulling directly from the leaderboard. You can also check those out. Part of the reason why I was up so late last night was checking on those Oceania leaderboards, man. Jumping into the matches live right there on my home computer. You can do it too. So if we're not covering your favorite player, go on in and check those matches out, particularly as it gets close to the wire.
That function is actually pretty cool because, like you said, it gives viewers at home the ability to watch. Maybe you want to see some of Tifu's games. Maybe you want to watch, Ninja take fall damage like he did yesterday. Maybe maybe you're looking for Tim the Tap Man or Nick Merckx or whoever your favorite content creators and pro players are. You can pull those games literally from your machine. It's super easy. Now, Not Bad Sniper goes for that snipe shot, almost thematic with the name. 62 heavy rounds on one of the best utility weapons in the game right now, especially when you're looking at a circle like this. 42 players, 41 as I say it, and this circle closes. We're looking at circle 6 now. Another snipe shot. Everglide goes down. Not Bad Sniper picking up the 5th elimination. 19 points and a full set of builds.
Yeah, great work from him there, proving he is indeed not a bad sniper, but that first round of placement points, as Zeke ran us through, is 25, so still 12 players have to go down. And again, Not Bad Sniper, not too bad. We talked about how strong the heavy sniper can be, not only from a pressure situation when players are looking to peek, but also just forcing into 1x1s. It's a weapon, realistically, you can utilize at all stages of the game.
Such a crazy combo weapon too if you're in duos or if in solos. If Bad Sniper happens to roll across an RPG, it would be ridiculous of them to not pick it up because you can literally combo off your own shots kind of thing.
Yeah, you can, using the long projectile time of that rocket to then use the heavy sniper. But now, great shotgun flick looking to find that edge of circle rotation. Notice how he's not running straight across. He's running along the side and trying to find the players who are being forced to move. You have Violin underneath him, Kenke 168 and Coco right on top of each other. Lulu and Be Ready on the high ground. Noik takes Be Ready out with that glide in directly behind, but Bad Sniper is going to take the high ground away.
70 limbs, a lot of players floating in. Go for a shot there. No poison trap to secure the high ground, and another player started taking fire at Bad Sniper. You see in the feed, another player. Hopefully we can see over the course of the day. Actually, all the players from Solo. Oh my gosh! Clearly not a Bad Sniper. The 8th elim right there. A very fast shot. That heavy snipe is paying off in a huge way right now. Taking the ultimate high ground. Quadra's boxed up underneath. Bad Sniper looking down on the entire lobby. Still a handful of ballers rotating around underneath as this circle pushes players up over the hill. Tons flying in. Yeah. No traps, like I said, to secure the high ground. Catches himself on the fall in there.
Yeah, and we are into the top 25 now, so you saw his score there jump from 22 to 25. That's because a player did get eliminated. Cream's picking up Slimy there as well, so everyone left is looking for the rest of those placement points and whatever elims they can. You can see the score on the side, but the versatility of the heavy sniper, you talked about it, Lupo. It's so good in so many circumstances. Bad Sniper showing it off right there.
Absolutely rude, pushing in on that player sitting on their own campfire. Takes the Siphon HP, goes for another one sitting at the outside here trying to knock a wall out. Burka goes down, Bad Sniper picks up their 10th elimination. Keep in mind too, these games are huge. Are you kidding me? Bad Sniper cannot be stopped right now. 28 shield and 70 HP. The Slurp though gonna come in big there. Pop a mini to stay ahead of that and hopefully get out of the zone just in time. A tick there. The door edit, so triangle.
Can he get out? He is. It's Keenstar who's keeping him off against there. So now, looking at the spread here, you have actually Vapors landing directly on top of Dealers. This is the high ground match. Does have him boxed in. Trap fires off. Vapors dropping down into another fight. And he picks up Atticus Previous going down there. So 78 HP. But we're into the top 10 now, Lupo.
Players literally falling on top of each other at this point. This is such an early game too, and which is huge because that means that a lot of these players with high scores right now, that relieves some pressure later on, but you have to remember the EU, probably one of the most difficult regions to qualify in, even with the number of spots that it gets for solos. 8 players advance, but there's a lot of competition here. Bad Sniper sitting on 11 eliminations, picking up this full shield, and it looks like cut himself short just barely. Does not get the heal, so only 140. A rocket from above. That's going to get dicey here in 1 second. Bad Sniper deciding to descend at least a little bit. You can't sit too far up right now. If the branch that they're on gets destroyed, they fall way, way down.
Yeah, and he's run himself down now to 11 builds, going to opt to take the extra shield over the top. But Tohaj just picked up Keenstar, one of the Dark Horse players, the Slovenian. We've talked about it before. Just right in there. Bad Sniper, honestly, his elims are so clutch. He's had 3 elims to push him over placement thresholds. That was a 3-point swing, and his hip fire with the AR is so good. But Nork picking up Tohaj there. So right now, Vapor's in the top right, Bad Sniper in the bottom right, just abusing Nork, making this a 1v1 and trying to drop down Vapors as he tries to hold the high ground. He does have bandages, so he will win this in a heal off. Bad Sniper trying to find an angle. Vapor's not opting to pop anything. Okay.
Not sure exactly why the hesitation. Vapors potentially had the chance in the little laugh emote there. Why would you elect to avoid? The only thing I could think is not having the knowledge of the HP remaining on their opponent. Vapors instead went for the one on the attack.
Right, I mean, that would be kind of my guess, but if you have bandages, even if he's at 100, if you have positional advantage, box yourself up and start bandaging. You will get 2 seconds ahead, even if they are at 100 HP. So awkward there, but Bad Sniper closing that one out, 23 points, and now up to 35. That's going to put him decently up the leaderboard, but jumping on board here, these circles, man, 47 players left as Circle 5 is just now closing. What?
I'm glad you mentioned that. Yesterday, there were a number of matches where we got to this point, and there were 30 players or even less sometimes, which to me is a clear distinction that at that point, a lot of players are not necessarily playing as strategically as they possibly could, realizing that they have to make it all the way to today, top 3,000, and for the higher skill players, that's going to be very easy. But you do get a lot more aggression in the Sunday matches. This way different, way different. Draka taking advantage of an opportunity to gatekeep and picks up that elimination, the first for Draka at this point, puts him with the 20 elims. 39 remaining though, so there's a lot to go before we get into placement points. I expect this kind of play, waiting to see if anybody else is going to rotate an opportunity to take shots on the move. It's going to happen quite a bit. Nikolai, you see there on the right side of your screen, picking up a care package. Could be very, very big in there. NCO, 1 elim, 24 shotty shells, and that legendary pump-action shotgun, suppressed SMG.
Not a ton of really anything here. No movement, not great builds, not great ammo. Yeah, this is rough, and he's right, but he is right in the middle of the zone. So what he's doing now is he's looking to catch those players rotating. Like I said, you've used the term gatekeeping. For those unfamiliar, it's when you're pinning somebody with their back against the storm and just trying to catch them, but it allows you to find these power positions on the rotation, which is what Nico is looking to do now. Sweeping along the side, boom, picks up Flake right away. Now his health is in a great spot.
Staying ahead of the storm, though, looks like it's going to be a little bit of a struggle. Going to have to climb up the hill and potentially use other players' builds, especially at this point, only 17 builds remaining. Red CL trying to stay ahead, still taking quite a bit of damage. This might be the end. 40, 30 HP. Got to climb all the way in. There's no way he's making it out. That's tough. Tough situation. Potentially chose to go left instead of right on that hill climb, which may have cost him the game.
Zigged when he should have zagged, Lupo. Zigged when he should have zagged.
Exactly.
It was a bold decision, but Draka now in the box with the AR spam. Does follow it up. Gets a pump shot in there too, and Cartoon's bow. You can bow out of this lobby, but still 27 players left. But all of a sudden, Draka finds himself on the high ground with an RPG motor just near him, utilizing that glider redeploy to try and get a long rotate.
I want to point out, Draka did have some stink grenades as well, which in combo with an RPG, you have the ability, especially in these competitive late games, to zone a player out of their box and push them into your rocket. If the timing is right, and I guarantee you, Draka will be able to pull it off if he goes for it at some point. It could be a pretty nasty play. Wakey, though, picking up third elim right there, rotating in the outside of the storm, trying to catch another player rotating inside. Gonna get it, too. 4 eliminations, 17 points total. Wakey, a player that we saw yesterday, put on an excellent showing.
Yeah, put on a fantastic showing, made his way up the leaderboard. Somebody I'm not super familiar with, which doesn't happen a ton with the European players, but now we're into that top 15. So everyone has gotten 5 placement points. You have Kluja up on the high ground, Piz FN and Zulto HH. Oh my, there's a whole bunch of people up in the sky. Must have been a rift pulling them out, but the high ground will end up resetting here. Draka is going to look to take it and then ramp out, taking 2 storm ticks, but immediately swapping over to that rocket launcher, trying to find whatever he can.
Checking back behind, is branching in, beginning the waterfall process here. Doesn't get dropped down. Kluja pays the price. Draka picking up that elimination from above. 3 elims down. There's still a handful of players descending from the top there. 8 players total. Getting to top 5 means more placement points. And Draka trying to beam Piz out of midair on the way down.
Yeah.
The floating in and out of the storm, an attempt to try and kind of disguise themselves outside in the blue, but it's not going to pay off too much here. Piz does make it down alive, though.
There is a community launch pad on the low ground, so Quicks is trying to get back up, but Key has blocked that off with his build, so now things could get awkward quickly. You have Draka in the top right, Wakey in the bottom right on the middle tarp just below him. Everyone else you can see in the wide on the left. Wakey picking up a great Elan there onto Capsock, also putting himself into the top 5, sitting on 6 so far. Good counter edit coming out, but doesn't hit the shot. Wakey only has 1 more build, not until he picks up that Elan there, gets himself back up into 10, needs to find whatever he can, but the Boombos are being rained down from above as it's Draka. No, with that rocket launcher instead, but Wakey now has him pinned in the storm, needs to make a play with the lower health, can't find the shots, doesn't quite get it with the AR spray. The difference was 1 HP.
1 HP.
From Draka. He missed everything, then all of a sudden hit everything, and it's the difference of inches at times, Lupo, or sometimes pixels.
For anybody that's not aware, we say 1 HP, even though Draka had 51, the Siphon gave him the 50 HP, which means the last second, it was any damage. A butterfly could have flapped its wings, and he probably would have gone down there at the last second.
Yep, and jumping right back on board, we do have Wakey in the match again, and we talked about it a little bit on the top of show. If you're unfamiliar with how we are pulling and choosing these games, well, you can go to the leaderboard, or in client, make sure you set your region to EU in the settings, then go to the compete tab, you can pull up this week's event, and then check out the leaderboard yourself. We're just picking the live games. If you're in the top 10, odds are good you'll get one of your games featured, but Wakey has been popping off, so stick it on board as he's made it to another endgame. And Civi, you honestly, go shampoo. You don't need to have dandruff anymore. You got some time to reset. Go get that taken care of, man.
Real talk though about the replays, and for anybody watching on Twitch, I've made it so my microphone can't be heard by Epic. I don't want them to think that it's weighted one way or another. It actually is really, really cool that they give us the ability to look at the replays. Like that blows my mind that they're providing all those files for everybody, so you can look at it from anybody's POV every single match. It's crazy. So, all right, I turn it back. Epic can hear me again.
Were you saying something?
Sorry, a little comm issue there. Gotcha. Looks like it's been resolved. The field right now, very, very tight here as we are closing this circle. 41 players remaining. Sir picking up an Elam in the top, but Wakey still beaming players from the top of this brick one by one. Audio cues are going to tell him there is a player right there. I would not be surprised if he holds the edit. He has an opportunity potentially to push in on Oblivion, and he doesn't realize. There's no way he knows.
He hears a medic. He hears a medic. He's going to get this. No problem. Oh no!
Oblivion actually dropped all the way back down. You see.
He's trying to find him. He sees which boxes and this is so good right now by Wakey tracking this players. We talk about tracking in terms of the aim, tracking in terms of finding somebody. Knowing Oblivion was low because he wanted to pop his meds. Wakey, we talk about consistently finding elims. To have 6 elimination with 39 players still up, and you're in a fantastic spot. All his mats, tons of shields. Like, he's just going at players.
Anybody that's curious too, I've noticed this a number of times, and hopefully if you're intending to improve your Fortnite gameplay, especially with the resets, a lot of these players are utilizing the double bind with the mouse wheel, making it very easy to reset. By the way, Mr. Savage smack dab
Benji's in the lobby as well. Paytek's in the lobby. Oceania in the lobby. Wakey in the lobby. Like, this is a who's who of the lords of European Fortnite right now. And you see Wakey actually opting to use that flintlock just as a form of utility. You have Teak in here, the D-Mine player also. I mean, this is stacked, and we're barely
closing in on that top 25 now, getting the Flint-Knock reload and trying to find whatever he can. And don't forget, today is finals day. Qualifier spots up for grabs. 3 players have already qualified through to join the other 19. Who else? 8 players from Europe will be joining them in every single point. Every tiebreaker matters here today, Lupo.
Ameson's another player we saw put on an excellent show yesterday. On your screen there, bottom middle, rolling off the screen for just a second. A ton of ballers still in this one. And Wakey doing an excellent job of being very efficient while tunneling through the air. Benji Fishy goes down. Wakey lasering Benji out of midair. Another set of shots. Gets Big Brain as well.
Not Big Brain right there. We talked about it, man. Putting the Big Brain in the name generally is questionable at best, particularly when you go and play Loot Goblin right in front of Wakey. 8 eliminations as we're closing in on that second placement threshold. Wakey looking at doing himself again, but running low on max this time. Haven't seen him in this position quite in a while. He did it right at the end game, but not with this many players left.
And the rocks all the way on the ultimate high ground. Quick little reset there from Wakey. Again, that mouse wheel reset double trick it's absolutely ridiculous. You should look it up. Chat, just go do that. It's crazy good. Wakey, a rocket from the side down to 84 HP. Going to take an opportunity to pop minis. Might not be fast enough. A player lands literally on top of Wakey. Gets the mini off, gets the siphon. Back to 159. Not out of this thing yet. Wakey at 9 elims total. 36 builds and trying to push as fast as you can to stay at the edge of the storm.
Yeah, wants to get on the other side of the zone and then turn. Is into the top 15 as well. Overskills going down there. Self-eliminating to the storm. Does hear a rift. Was that confirmed? Yes, it was confirmed. So a number of players up in the sky, but still, this is such a dense circle. You can hear the traps going off, but Wakey is not slowing down. Alliance Powder being taken down, and he's still just popping shots. He's not not stopping at all.
There's no time to stop is the thing. The pace at which these games play is absolutely ridiculous. We're about to be in the top 10 here as one more player maybe needs to go down. I think we're at 11. A rift picking up a number of players all the way back to the top. And Wakey, at some point, I'm going to be honest, I was going to say either drop down or go all the way up because the area that he's in right now is extremely dense with opponent metal builds, and that's going to take forever to try and push through.
He wants to keep trying to peek on the sides right now or force onto one of these players. When I say you can't stop, well, obviously the pace of Fortnite's super quick, but he's being so proactive. He's looking to go find these players, but unfortunately Cloud Mav finds him, and he talked about that position, all the metal above, only 1 layer below. Gets abused by Cloud on the low ground, who then abuses Teak there, and just running around. Orange as well, he says, come play with me down here. Low ground warriors making Monster D-Face proud. You have Siwi on the high ground, Sir, now challenging Mav on that low ground as the circle is coming to the close. You have TMIS, Siwi in the top right, Cloud Mav in the bottom right, Launchpad going to challenge. There is a force supply height, so Sir is just going to spend his time up in the air. Siwi trying to find the siphon. It's going to come down to this fight on the high ground, and that is it. Cloud Mav takes it away. 3 eliminations, victory royale, 13 points, up to 29 total.
Excellent victory royale there. This build at the end, I love looking at these things. Look at how massive it is all the way back into retail. It's actually kind of a cool way to tell at the end here where the circle began to push, because that's where you're going to have these massive concentrations of material utilization. That's a lot of big words in a row there, sir.
It was, and you can also see where things get awkward real quick. You get these little clusters of jump pads hanging around in the edge, but not stopping there, swinging right on over into the next match. You got Tashinkin adds in the match. Velvet in here as well, hopping on board with Luki TJK. And again, if we ever mispronounce your name, please just let us know. Poison darts are going to tick off there, but not going to connect because of the cone. They are true projectiles.
I was going to say, I want to make sure you pointed that out. If anybody didn't catch that, right as they were firing was on the back side of the cone, so did not get hit by him, and then took the opportunity to smack out what was left. That was extremely good there. Good positioning, good knowledge in the line of sight utilization. Faye underneath as well, using some very fast edits to descend down this tower. So Luki still up top. Does have quite a bit of mobility. 3 launch pads, a rift to go. 6 minis. This kit is pretty nasty, not gonna lie. The builds could be pushed up a little bit. 89's not bad, which I think, honestly, at this point is why Luki's opting not to move out. Maybe look for a third-party shot if somebody else is trying to rotate. Didn't have to be overly aggressive with it. Right there, taking an opportunity. Beams through the wall, gets Lewis the elimination there. Gonna move forward and build out another box. These little, for anybody that doesn't understand, why are they building these little extra boxes on the same floor that they're on? Why expand when you have a safe 1x1?
So that's tunneling, or kind of like catacombing or honeycombing, which a lot of people generally it's referred to as tunneling. I like the other terms as well because there's a lot of other traps you can set in there, but it's just protection. If you need to then edit out another side and you own that, it's a lot safer than having to rebuild it in the first place. And additionally, it makes it that much harder when you're building with metal and brick. If players have to rotate through you, it's so difficult. I mean, we've already seen it already in Vigo, showing it right here. Having to push through that wood, no problem. Full built metal, on the other hand, you'll turn away from most of the time.
Good call, Sundown. Circle starting to apply pressure. No Love goes down right at the edge. Anonymous building up all the way up top. You see her with the smiley face stuck out in the storm. Probably going to tick out to that as well. A number of ballers still in this. 23 players, which means everybody just picked up a trio of points for placement.
Yep, and getting there is a feat, honestly, because we're getting into Circle 6 closed. Circle 7 will be soon, and just hitting the first placement threshold against the best of the best in what might be the most competitive region we've seen so far. I mean, 42 points to even play today in the semifinal, and Vigo, will he be able to find the second one? He does. That's Virtus Pro's jam side going down, and Vigo still just right on the edge of the storm, getting a nice little map refresher there. Still has 100 as we get closer to the top 15, and we got a group of marble players down the low ground.
At this point, it looks like half the lobby is still in ballers. At some point with the 200 HP, players up above are going to start tagging those and try to break them as a way just to kind of force an engagement from other people in the lobby. You don't necessarily have to get the elim, because it may end up, if they get eliminated, that's potentially more placement points for you.
Additionally, too, you can see in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, it's going to make it more difficult to eliminate these ballers because all the players who would be trading with them are forced to rotate up Old Man Mountain, who is patient, and we're going farther up over the mountain, which is the easier rotation for those ballers if they can get out over the side. Puts the turret down. Not sure if that was an accident. Probably was, but doesn't matter. Picks up downs right there. Can he find the other? Opting to go for that instead of the jump pad out, and he gets it. Can he find the jump pad? He sees it down there. 26. Not going to have time. Nope, unfortunately,
so close.
Lukey.
That ramp actually might have hitting their head on the ramp might have been what stopped that. They were so close to getting back in, and the effort put into staying alive there, Sundown, literally chasing down players that are rotating out the storm as well, because you need those siphon heals.
Yeah, and you see Vigo there picking up Kling and Ads, picking up Pedzi as well as we move into the top 10. Now on board with Vigo again. Ads unfortunately falling to the storm there outside of that top 5 threshold, so missing out on those 2 placement points. But you see Vigo setting up that nice little peak, hits the 160, and he follows it up onto Tashinkin. No more thin pancakes for you, friend, as we're into the top 5.
Sundown, your references are absolutely ridiculous.
Well, Tashinkin is a thin Polish pancake.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I know.
okay.
Some people would know that, though. I'm just you have the knowledge, brother. Left eye all the way up top. Controller right in the middle. Vigo. I believe that's CC all the way, almost on the bottom. Doesn't matter now. Back to the lobby and Item picking up that elimination. All 4 players stuck inside a structure that potentially they don't even own. Vigo moving ahead, trying to stay right at the forefront of the zone. With 4 players left, this is still anybody's game. Left Eye having the top-down advantage, just taking a couple tap fires and rebuilding all the structure they can to stay all the way up top. Item literally at the bottom, watching every single movement, use the audio cues to tell exactly when people are pushing forward. And Vigo picking up another elimination. 5 there, total puts him at 29 points in a top 3. Left Eye looking for the top down from above. The boogie in Left Eye's hand for just a moment. Doesn't have an elimination, but doesn't matter. Still in this one. Item and Vigo dropping way, way down, and Vigo's redeploy, the only reason you could say in this game, Left Eye trying to peek from above.
He has bandages. He has bandages. He's going to win this. This is what we talked about earlier. This is what we talked about earlier. You get 2 extra seconds, and that's the difference.
Good play.
2 extra seconds from the bandage, was able to hold it out. Left Eye backs off, 0 elim. Victory Royale coming out from there. Hey, sometimes just take the 10 points, move on. If you average 10 points in 10 games, that's 100 points. That'll get you to New York City.
If you saw Left Eye's ammunition the last second there too, 10 shotgun shells, 6 medium ammo. Honestly, hats off to you, Left Eye, for opting very clearly to not push into a bad situation when you had the bandages and you just time it. 10 HP is all you need. There you go. Zeke, please, Balla, This is ridiculous. Europe is insane.
Dude, Europe is not disappointing, especially here in the first few games of the day, and we have an entire day to get into games and cast things. Now, very quickly, we'll hang out with Bala here, who's got a pretty cool package put together for us. So, Bala, what you got?
Yeah, we had just a number of awesome games so far, the first couple that we saw, but this one was one of the most phenomenal games I've seen to open. Bad Sniper just demolishing the entire lobby. He ends with that shot right there. I don't think people realize that's a no-scope. We're going to run it again. Zeke, look at this. Look at this.
Oh, I thought it was just a quick scope. Okay, all right. That was
He gets
disgusting.
knocked out right before and then goes and shoots regardless. He just says, hey, you got to shoot. You got to shoot anything that you can. If you don't shoot, then you're not going to hit.
Well, as Sundown said yesterday, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So.
Exactly. That was what I was looking for. And then this is the first game that we saw like a launch pad play in the zone at the very end, and Wakey, another player that we saw twice already, but just popping off his rotations, always finding people in their backs. And we'll see it again, but this one is interesting. This is in the next game that we saw. He's getting pressured by all sorts of people in front of the zone. He's getting gate kept, but he uses that flint knock to actually rotate in. That's something, especially in EU, that's getting more and more popular. But we talk about rotating into people behind them when they're not ready. Powder goes down there. And that flint knock rotation is just so much fun. And here, Cloud, just these players are dropping like flies. He just brings out the fly swat. He's like, boom, get out of my lobby. And then again, the launch pad play just actually launches away because he has 100 HP. He just launches to safety. And this player goes down to zone before he can even do anything to get off that trap or anything like that. So solid performances there all around. I think we got standings too, a little bit of update. We're in our first hour of EU. It's about to wrap up. And there it is, Wakey at the top with 50 points. Are you kidding me? Those two games that we saw, they really meant something.
Now, keep in mind, though, he does only have 3 games remaining, whereas someone like Lucky, right behind with only 4 points difference, still has 5 games remaining.
Yeah.
Neither of the guys in the first 2 spot, though, have Victory Royale. So someone like Tachinkin could potentially pull another Victory Royale. That's an extra 10 points, you know? More to talk about.
That 3 games remaining, just like you said, like that is really, really huge. That's not going to be able to last the entire way. With only 3 games, we have a lot of time to play. So he's got to have huge performances in that if he wants to compete with the rest of these guys. And then somebody else, not Bad Sniper, we saw him 43 points. He's up there. So these players are starting to feel it. Osmo, Sundown called him out. His teammate Milan, he's making a name up here, and Mitro all the way down at 10th place. He's got 4 to go. We could see him. We could still see him up there. That's a lot of games to play.
My, oh my, so many of these players coming real close. We have about an hour and a half left of games to get through, guys. I hope you're as excited as I am, so let's just hop right back into the games. Sundown, Lupo, take us away.
All I'll say is they're lucky I'm not in there cranking 90s as well. Back to the action, though.
Crank.
Can you?
90s. The Mentos, Majin, already multiple names on the screen that we've recognized.
Osmo sitting at 4th in our last
literally a legend moving across the front here. I will be very honest with you. The rate at which these European players play is unbelievable. We have not seen too many circles here. The very far north side of the map, Lagoon just to the south. Everybody's going to be forced south just a little bit. Osmo beaming the wall of the player immediately next to him. Pressure being applied from the other side, takes the opportunity to say, hey, I'm here as well. Maybe I can sneak a shot or 2 in. Going for another one, and the wall, that turbo build coming in big to save that opponent. Osmo only 1 elim, 27 points at this point.
2 elims, 28 points. And I know you guys just saw him up on the leaderboard. We'll probably be catching up with his most recent game. That's why the scoring is a little bit different there. Not 100% live, because, you know, if anybody could just watch you live while it was there, it would be a little unfair.
We like to show you the leaderboard of what's actively happening, but then also take opportunities like this. Like I said, the score that Osmo currently has not what was on the board, a little behind. That's because this is a game that has played out already. So we're going to keep you updated on the rankings. The standings are the most important thing for the viewers at home, because you want to know where your favorite players are, if they're on the board or not. But we also want to show you how they got there.
Yeah, exactly. Though previously in some other weeks it had been a little longer behind, sometimes up to 30 minutes for an hour. Not going to be the case with those live look-ins. Again, as you see, Sam the one picking up Giants, Teddy taking him down. And like we said, the pace of the game is quick, Lupo. If you expose yourself for too long, make one mistake, and sometimes you don't even make a mistake. Somebody else is just slightly more prepared than you.
every time Sundown or these players take shots at players while they're flying through the air, I tense up a little bit because I want to see those kind of elims, because you know those feel really, really good. It's not necessarily somebody that's just sitting still. You're taking shots at people flying through the air. When you pick one of those up, it feels like a free point.
Yeah, it really does. It feels like not an elimination you should necessarily be getting, but because these players' aim is so good, their ability to track those targets through the air and convert on those, I mean, getting this hype in, getting the points, and potentially if you're able to also find a way to pick up some of that loot, like that would be the big whammy. But also, don't be a loot goblin. Nobody likes a loot goblin.
Well, that's the problem, is that you pick that elim off, a number of other players that are around are probably going to see it, which means it's going to be immediately contested, especially if they need it big time. And Osmo getting a little chase here, player from behind on his own build. There's one also directly underneath. Potentially go for an edit here. That player underneath building the pyramid literally inside Osmo's box to try and wall him out, and it was not enough. He got the replace there. Osmo not able to push down and apply pressure though. Player rotating away, so he's going to just try and take ownership. Gets a shot through the wall there, quick pump. Trox goes down as Osmo picks up a third elim, 29 points now. Going to have to move ahead of the circle. Like I said though, owned all of that structure, so moving through the metal, not a big deal.
Yep, and into the top 25, so an additional 3 points there. You see him jumping up to 32. Freck is about to get knocked down, but using that glider redeploy. So between the glider redeploy and the ballish, a lot of this lobby has a decent amount of mobility. Should see those ballers start to get thinned out a little bit as the circle constricts and these players get forced to interact with each other. Osmo using the impulse to take the high ground, saying, hey, get me out of this scrum on the low ground. I need a little space to work.
One of my favorite movement mechanics in the game is the impulse grenade, and the fact that he just used that, Osmo literally flying up above.
One of your favorite movement mechanics, sure, that's what you use it for, Lupa.
Listen, all right, Tyler, just be ready next time we play, that's all I'm saying. Dementos, though, in the feed up top, another player from Secret picking up an elim. Osmo with 5 now, and the efficient use of materials doesn't have to wall out on the other sides. There's no players out there. That's outside in the storm. He's high enough up that no one is going to try and sneak in that moment. Cammy underneath, a number of players. I love seeing the HP bars for the ballers. You know exactly how many players and where they are moving around. Majin, the ultimate high ground right now. Relantis beaming players from above, trying to get any damage in that it can. And I think at this point, trying to maybe break out that branch, that there is still one player. You see the purple silhouette right there.
Yeah, he is aware that that player is in there, but also wants to start thinning out some of these ballers. Generally, Europe doesn't tolerate a lot of this, but with some of the harder rotations through there has made it more difficult. Majin, though, taking advantage of this high ground. Beehive going down there. He's still going to start trying to crack through on these players contesting. The one player has just been looping over and over again onto the high ground to avoid getting through. That's the one player with the high HP ball left, but Osmo picks up a great trap elim there, but now Majin trying to pressure onto him. 14 builds left for him though, so this high ground control is very tenuous.
I want to point out too, Majin there baiting the shot with a shotgun on the player that was about to rotate out in front of him. Actually did get the drop down in there. Looks like not picking up an elim for fall damage. 8 players left, but waiting up above and just timing that shotgun shot is extremely important, and it's actually rather easy to do on some of these players that are stuck in boxes because the field of view doesn't allow them to see that high and where they want to look down below. Picking up a back-to-back. Kristen, Rojo, both going down. Majin establishing the top here.
There's
one player directly above.
There's a 4-point swing for him too, pushing him into the top 5. You have Santo is single. You can go be single back in the lobby. Osmo in a fight with Plenty on the low ground, picks that one up, but needs to get himself back in zone. So now 3 players left. Osmo on the low ground, looking to find Campfire and then turn the stuff to Skewer. Trying to find whatever space he can. The Campfire, will it be the difference? It is. The Campfire ticks are the difference for Osmo on the low ground. We say every point matters. We say every tiebreaker matters. Sometimes every Campfire tick matters. The 4 extra Campfire ticks being the difference maker there. Wow.
So now, I love you, but I got to call you out on this, dude. How are you going to kick a man when he's down? His name is literally... It has is single in it, and you sent it back to.
Hey, first of all, there's nothing wrong with being single out there. The only person you wake up with every single morning is yourself, guaranteed. Okay. So make sure you love yourself.
Yeah, respect. In the feed in the top left, Mr. Savage picking up an elimination. Guaranteed this is going to be a hot game here in a second. Let's you from Atlantis, 4 elims, 33 points total, and a baller trying to push that. Is getting a little sneaking away there.
So hey, get back in here.
You're not allowed to leave yet. Gonna need that thing later. Oblivion landing directly next door. Audio cues are gonna give that away. Oh, the quick utility Knock, knock. Hey, I'm here too. The pump shot.
Oh, and now he has like an arsenal in there. So this is when you would see players typically use that tunneling, create themselves a little base, and then go back and re-pick up those resources. Though, with the fact that we're next to possibly the worst and grumpiest Old Man Mountain out there, with Polar Peak looming right on the side, and we're going up the mountain. So things are gonna get awkward real quick, Lupo.
The internet has conditioned me to every time you say grumpy old man, I start to get offended, and then you backpedal, so I appreciate that.
No, you're not old. If you're old, I'm old, so.
Najee with the 78 eyes there, 1 elimination, 90 builds total. Does have that heavy snipe to knock down a wall if the moment arises. Right, it goes for the shot and gets it. Banax goes down. Another elimination. Najee, look at it, 8. There's 17 points now. Somebody flying up a zip line.
Yeah, one of the players just being like, my people need me, I must go straight up the zip line. And honestly, hey, that's what that utility is about, using everything you can. You see Tohaj, the Slovenian dark horse up there we talked about. You also have Mr. Savage and Benji Fishy's duo over there, one of the players on the rise, taking the high ground and now turning back towards the rest of the circle. Baller Brigade making their way up as well, but getting some shots in towards them as we're now from 29 players to 19 on that rotation up Old Man Mountain.
A big shift there, Mr. Savage. 2 eliminations, going to try and move into this opponent's box potentially. He's looking just to make a rotation in the safe zone. Storm damage way too big at this point. Got to stay ahead of it. 32 builds remaining. Does have that grenade launcher, but no ammunition remaining. Got to look for some rockets from a player. Potential elimination in the future. Only 28 medium rounds too, but quite a few shotty shells. Close range engagements. Going to be totally fine on. Building up and staying ahead of these layers. Gets shot on a player trying to rotate in from outside the storm. I assumed out of the gate, Mr. Savage said, that's my elim, pushes forward and gets the bop from above. Stuck right there on a ramp, right on a little ledge. Gonna take quite a bit of storm damage. You gotta get out of that as fast as you can. Najee with the ultimate high ground right now. Still a handful of ballers rolling around in this match. Najee picking up another elimination. 23 points. We're at top 12 now. Sundown with the next circle potentially being one of the worst here because of the position right on the edge of Polar Peak.
Yep, and again, another player utilizing the zip line to try and get a little center on the zone. But Najee putting on a clinic here, fragging his way into the top 10. Wixie also picking up Wolfies, but Najee gonna get able to utilize that jump pad to go over on the side. Thinking about it right now, but still sees 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ballers on the low ground, 7 ballers on the low ground, but now the Splodes are coming out, and those are half HP. So the AoE damage will break through anyone that is under the threshold. Need to be aware of that. But
every single baller is under the threshold.
Yep.
One rocket could drop 4 ballers in one shot. Absolutely ridiculous. Lets you with 5 elims. A ton of builds and an established position above everybody else. You're going to see these little movements forward. They're going to just kind of nest their way out. And it's time to start popping those. Forcing players to engage each other is huge at this point because you don't necessarily need the elims if you can't get them, last second shots, that kind of thing. It's fine because you put players in an engagement no matter what when you break the baller out. Oh,
got fall damage. Got it with the fall damage anyway because we are over the side of Polar Peak. Lets you with the heads up play. Now, don't forget the players in the ballers will have a ton of excess materials if they've been disciplined with their rotation. So this will be a very dense circle. Everyone building with metal and brick. And that's Tohaj picking up Azrog into the top 5. 38 points for him. Does have Mr. Savage there over on the side. Doesn't look like the player had any mats either. And Tohaj takes that trade out, hits the better pump shot on the day, saying, you can be Mr. Savage, but I might be your dad.
The stick grenades in this moment, especially these close, tight circles. That's why they are so lethal in the very, very end game because there's nowhere to go. You're either stuck in a stink or you push out in the storm and take even more damage. Najee, the top down here, 3 players remaining, trying to slowly drop down. You don't want to be too high in case somebody knocks out the branch that you're on. But Tohaj, all the way to the bottom, and Lecce applies all the pressure possible, dropping down at the same level now. Najee seeing the opportunity. You're not going to see players wait, especially when you have a top down. You just wait for these players at the bottom to fight it out. There's no reason to not apply pressure right now and Lecce down to no shield. Just HP remaining. Najee has the key to push through this box. That heavy snipe may come in big in a second, but taking a ton of storm damage. 30 gets the shot, and Najee, the victory royale.
Honestly, I think if Lecce had just stood still there, he wins that match. It's so hard to know that. Like, you want to stay in the zone,
we have
there,
a different
but
view, which
I know.
Is sometimes
yeah, it's always so
through.
hard to remember that we have just like this all-encompassing view. But I mean, that was so close. Najee picking up the victory route and the last elimination. Nice little 4-point bump there on top of his other elims. So big swing from that. And jumping right on board, Droban had a big day yesterday. Showed us he's able to play. As you see, the Rift, everyone jumping into that. And if you were just joining us, welcome. We're about little over halfway through Europe in terms of their time to queue, but we're just getting into the coverage, getting into the thick of it. Around 30 and 40 points for most of the people challenging for those qualifying spots, but right now 41 players remaining in Circle 5. As you see, the qualifying spots per region that will be given out today, or more importantly, not given out, earned today. Earned, because these players most certainly will be earning it.
Production on point with the qualifier positions per region. Literally, as you say, it shows up on screen. Well done. Yeah, absolutely earned, because you have to realize they're up against, every single one of these players is up against 2,999 of the other best players in their region. And if you look at the skill levels here, the pace at which these players play, we've talked about it before, sorry for getting redundant, but it is absolutely crucial that you at home realize just how quickly players like Mr. Savage truly play. Bala has a history as a pro player himself, an excellent player. He even said himself when he watches through these VODs, the replay files, he's got to slow it down sometimes because they move so fast. There are so many things happening with resets and window edits and weapon swaps and the choices that they make in split seconds that even sometimes covering it like this at normal pace can be difficult because there's just so much that happens. Right there, Mr. Savage, luckily having that heavy snipe loaded, uses that to push through another player's metal pyramid, making it all the way up the hill. Very good climb there, staying ahead of the zone damage. Trying to squeeze out just a little bit more movement. A player inside is going to push in and surprise them. Does get a big hit with the pump shot there. The quick swap, the edit on the ramp to reverse the direction. A tick goes down. Mr. Savage picking himself up to 169 total HP.
Yeah, Alliance tickling going down there, but that rotation over the side, not using any utility, and to get in front of the zone, basically uncontested, was just so smart game sense-wise. But right now, he's got Boyer hawking him directly above him, following Mr. Savage down, but Coco is directly behind him, giving Boyer a difficult time. So Savage drops down into the fray, saying, "Nuh-uh, I want nothing to do with that." Gonna cone himself up and now look to find a target. This is something else we haven't seen as much so far this week, but I know it's just the final start. Players opting to hide in cone.
He got a shot on him as he goes to the launch pad. Mr. Savage, that community launch pad, did not want anybody else to touch it. But like you said, these cone placements, it's a really good way. You just push yourself inside the cone, you hold the edit, you can look all over the place. You don't have to worry about anybody blasting you like that, Nate. Paying the price there, already qualified, but still an excellent player. And they can keep going for the money if they've already made it to, if they've already qualified for New York.
Yeah, all about still getting that prizing in there. Also getting practice, getting reps. You don't get better practice than this. Again, if you're new to competitive Fortnite, you're probably not used to seeing zones this dense, but this is what all of these end games are about. So watch and learn as you can watch some of the best go to work. Mr. Savage putting a prime example of it here. Just, right now he's just a random cone that's building through. Does have the campfire down though, so a little less of the surprise attack factor, but he's safe. He's covered. He's not going to get caught out in one of those rotations, and he's moving early. This is something both him and Benji Fishy do so well. Even when they don't have utility, they find spots to rotate and make room for themselves where they aren't threatened. Now into the top 15, so 9 points already from this match.
42 points total from Mr. Savage, picking up. Every time I feel like I say that, they get an elimination. I need to keep saying that. Well, anytime a player that you really enjoy is on screen, Chad, just tell me to say their name. Apparently they get an elim. Savage pushing his way up the hill on the outside. There are so many big names still stuck in this game, though. Motor from Fnatic, Tomo from Alliance. You have so many more all the way up top. Majin dropping down on the screen now, almost on cue. It is ridiculous how competitive these games are.
Yeah, every single player in here, a beast of a player in their own right, and you see that VR Nate taking out Plixie and immediately double edit onto Motor like he's picking off targets in a target practice map. No problem, and again, finds the heavy step. Can he convert onto it? Goes for the AR spam, gonna jump out the side as his build actually gets cracked and knocked down, hits the 67 headshot. gets the AR swap. Zwetzky going down as well. VR Nate single-handedly eliminating the lobby in his way to the top 5. It's all about the eliminations, the victory hour. You got to get back in the circle, though, eventually. 10 HP, has to find a siphon, cannot get touched by the zone, is looking for it, but now he's pinned. It's so awkward, but Mr. Savage goes in, and he gets the spray as well, but no! Marco converts onto it. Was not quite enough. Was able to spray down the player above, but Marco, taking advantage, goes down, drops and picks it up, and he put an end to VR Nate's fairy tale run. And honestly, like, I hope a couple people used your code for that one, because that was really good.
Agreed. I do want to point out, just before Mr. Savage went down, a play happened so quickly in there. I don't wonder if you noticed it or not. Savage got shot from who we were watching, and immediately went to the center of the box, the square you're standing on, and coned himself in to stay safe. Instead of burning materials to put up all the walls and not necessarily knowing which direction is the most important one to block against, he just coned himself. Super fast, edits his way out on the direction he needs to go. Like 7,000 IQ plays like that. Sadly, not enough to get in the Victory Royale. Did get beamed from underneath. Excellent shots, though.
Yeah,
excellent game.
Top 3 still very solid for him. Again, minimum of 9 points coming out here. But we're jumping on board with Luminosity's Beehive. So Beehive, the player who did win the Blackheart Cup from the EU, picks up M19 Antar there with the preset trap, something we saw from Nick Merckx, I believe, at TwitchCon was the first time we kind of saw that on a big competitive stage. But Beehive doing it here in the Fortnite World Cup Online Open Week 3 for the solos. I mean, just such a consistent solo players. I mean, you can go check out his Twitter profile. He's top 100 in literally every open thing ever. From solo showdown all the way through, he has never not placed in there. So trying to get one of those qualifying spots in Europe.
I'd say that's pretty good, in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely not bad.
Saying,
better than me, significantly. So we'll give him that.
I mean, a lot of players are better than me, but, you know, just, I mean, purple AR here, gray, SMG, blue pump. A solid loadout, but no movement mechanics. Not gonna have to rotate, or we just could not see the trap load up. My apologies.
Yeah, that's one of those things we have talked about, you know, with adding in those streaming replays and having them live. Still some issues we're updating, and the UI not being there for some of the weapons and the traps is one we are aware of. And also that absolutely ginormous mini pot he just dragged there. Shame that only gave him 25, as again, we have half the lobby rotating, half the lobby playing marbles on the low ground, just trying to get whatever placement points they can and be safe. Nobody wants to get picked up here, as Osmo, with about 20 effective HP, is trying to force his way into somebody's 1x1.
Goes move up top. Osmo goes down. Not enough HP to survive that shot.
Hot feet.
You have to realize 1 damage per tick on the lobby here can... typically not that big of a deal, but when you only have 19 HP, every single one counts. I mean, at this point, even just a glancing blow from the shotty is going to be enough.
And the lava actually moved him farther away from where he needed to go, so the storm was right on his back. Need to quickly build up and readjust and get off whatever bandages he can there. Does give you slightly faster movement speed, so, you know, maybe sometimes worth it if you're not going to take a storm tick because of it, but it's so hard. Now, just getting in to the top 25 as Circle 7 is closing. Hopping on board here with Botcher as he uses the jump pad to then go back to the backside of the storm and look for people rotating. He doesn't want high ground. He wants to find some of these late rotators. He's looking to fight.
24 players remaining means everybody just picked up a couple of placement points, which is very big. Crash going down. Botcher getting another elimination there. 22 remaining. You see the point spread on the right side, how the points are required. That Victory Royale being the most placement points at 10. Top 5 is 7. 15 is 5. And there's that top 25 gets you 3 total. Each elim is a point of its own. Crudenson going down on the outside. I believe Dementos just picked that one up, getting the second one. Freak is eliminated. So many ballers directly in front. You can almost kind of use those as a wall in themselves. Dementos taking a big shot before just barely making his way away.
Yeah, and use that launch pad into ramp combo just for the quick horizontal hop. And one of the reasons why the ballers end up being so concentrated is because the players who aren't in the ballers end up having the more elimination opportunities. So they're fighting each other. They're not worried about the ballers right now, but Dementos, no builds. Which if any of these players pop out, he missed all of them. They rolled down the hill.
It was so close.
Oh, this is so. And now
He
this
could
is
potentially get forced out. Imagine if these ballers just created a wall and pushed him out in the storm.
I mean, we've seen it done before, but now two players just pickaxing together, and it's fine. He's going to build it off. Now, Dementos is looking, wants to find that player, but instead, one of the ballers is finally going to hop on out and play some Fortnite with him, take him out there on the elimination. Nestia going down, but now the ballers trying to awkwardly make themselves up the side of the hill, and they're getting kind of pinned here, but Beehive, with only 10 HP, is looking to find it, and Felix goes down. Top 10 now. Beehive looking to force his way into this box.
He's going to get held out in the storm.
Oh, you're right. No builds there. But there's the medal. Is he able to connect with the pump? We do catch up. That's Diego. Another one of those qualifiers there. Goes down, trying to find that wood. And he gets back in, Lupo. He gets back in. Top 7. Beehive. Can he do whatever it takes? He's trying to. Does have the minis there to pop off as Noisy goes down to Nico. He's about to hit another placement threshold as well. He hears the action next to him. Minute going down. So an additional 2 points for Beehive. And he finds Nico on the low ground as well. But Key takes advantage of the quick drop down and then also takes advantage of Muster. 1v1 player dropping down. Key hits a great shot there. It was White. Storm does the rest and ticks him over. Victory out coming out from Key. Didn't have 0 elim. Saw him get at least 3 there. So 13+ point match from him there, but brilliantly done.
That last elim too, the Storm may have ticked his opponent out, but because he hit that shot as they were descending, it'll still count for him, which that is a big change, getting those points from players that are maybe potentially trying to throw a point away. Maybe they get hit and they try and run out the Storm. But an excellent set of games. Europe, crazy exciting. Zeke, Bala, what do you got for us?
Dude, these games have me so amped. There's so much action, so many incredible things happening. So we've got Bala again to help break down some of the action. Bala, what you got?
Man, we had a series of awesome things, and we saw the standings already. Osmo was popping off. We saw Mr. Savage. A lot of people that we talked about already. But first, we're going to start with Osmo. Just perfect little peak angle with that pyramid. We talked about what that pyramid was called, that pyramid edit was called. But here, Osmo, displaying a little bit of patience. Look, that player's directly under him. He even had the floor. He has now the cone and the floor. But he decides he doesn't want to go for him. He actually opens it up, sees if he's going to run through this path as that moving zone is moving, and then goes away. And he still pops back. He only goes for the elimination when it is safe to do so. And that's going to be what nets him the victory in here. Takes down another one and then also ends up boxing another player out later on in a different game. But here, imagine with the 2K, he got 18th place in the first try, the first go around, the first weekend. And here he's popping off right now at 30 points with those 2 eliminations. And then Osmo again in low ground. This player drops down on his box, takes him out. And then this guy is still in his box. He's going to go ahead and actually put him behind the stairs. And then quick edits. Dr. Lupo talked about speed. That's insane. And then he even goes further with the heel off as Magin and Zur up on top. This is perfect here with the campfire. Just barely edges this out. Zur's way too high to do anything aggressive onto Osmo. And because he's down below, he can just hold the roof. The campfire's not going anywhere. And look at that, 44 points on the board for him. And here's one rotation that I think is a little interesting to look at. Look how he's using his stairs. He's just jumping the side and placing them in the direction that he thinks he's going to get shot. That's only one piece compared to the traditional 2 or 3 pieces that you're using when making these tunnels. And he's still looking for all these opportunities. This is Mr. Savage, that is. And then this play was crazy. I actually slowed this down just like Lupo said. Look, he placed the stairs, rotated it, placed the wall. This is in slow motion, and he does it so fast that you have to slow it down to even see what he's doing, Zeke. You have to.
These guys are so good. This is the level we're playing at. This is the level you have to be playing at if you want to make it to finals. That's absolutely insane. Thank you so much, Bala.
Yep.
Great breaking down that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a break, so don't go anywhere. You want to stay tuned because we'll have more Fortnite action after this.
Just a few months, we will see the greatest Fortnite players in the world go head-to-head to determine who will take the title of World Cup champion and become part of the global phenomenon that is Fortnite. Hundreds of players will compete on stage in New York City for their chance at Ultimate Battle Royale glory and their piece of $30 million. But let's look back at how we got here. The competition was hot at our first major live event at PAX West, where we held the Summer Skirmish finale. This open format pitted over 900 players against each other, and Morgassi was able to rise out of the masses and take home nearly $250,000.
A life-changing amount of money.
Fall Skirmish came next, where 500 players competed not only in Battle Royale competitions, but build-offs, challenges, bake-offs, and cosplay competitions to win prizes and value club points. This all came to an insane conclusion at TwitchCon, where Tfue and Cloaksy were able to fend off the competition and win it all.
It's Tfue and Cloaksy!
Finishing off the year, we dove into the Winter Royale when the first ever open online qualifier was hosted, featuring the top 200 players from North America and Europe. In the end, the stream Skype dominated the European qualifier, semifinal, and final to come out on top. And on NA, Nolan beasted his way through the rounds, outperformed the Infinity Blade, and took home the crown. 2019 kicked off with the Secret Skirmish, where Ghost Saf and Rise Ronaldo took the top spot in duos, and the solos competition ended with an unbelievable performance from Ghost Bizzle, who took it all with the most clutch Fortnite finish in competitive history.
Skating around, shot comes in, a limb for Bizzle, turns onto the player above. That's it! He deagled the floor! Bizzle with the victory!
But this unbelievable action isn't limited to offline events. We've watched competitors get themselves ready for the Fortnite World Cup through their participation in the online tournaments. Fully open qualifiers for all players 13 and up has definitely shaken up the standard. Starting with the Scallywag Cup, familiar players like Saf and Zayt are continuously flaunting their skills, and we also saw new faces like WBG's Rux and Pika. But the veterans and big names aren't backing down, with players new and old challenging each other non-stop for the top spot. Beehive was a prime example of this in the European Blackheart Cup, continuing his absurdly consistent streak of dominating open competitions, while the Argentinian Dzeko was able to show off his elimination skills in a dominant Brazil region victory. After that, we saw two duo competitions, the Lux Cup and the World Cup warm-up, with a fantastic mix of challengers and established veterans able to claw their way up the leaderboard. The newly formed duo of Perfect Tilt and Mastoris have shown that they are not to be messed with, while the newly eligible European youngsters like Mongro, Benji Fishy, Osmo, and Milan showing that they are as good as everyone believed. But let's not forget about Oceania and Asia, where we've seen the Chiefs duo of Sync and Skyla continually upsetting the standard and dominating the ladder. And Medicino, Top Faxfox, and the Crazy Raccoon Boys have all had incredible performances over in the East. We've seen so many different players come to the fore, but nothing on the scale like this. Who will be the next Morgassi? Will a Tfue or Cloak-like pair continue their domination? Will our winners be someone who qualifies early? Or will they have to sweat it out every weekend to make it onto the World Cup final stage? We could not be more excited to see the story unfold and to watch these players ascend to greatness. And who knows, one of them could be you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Europe has been absolutely ridiculous, especially on Sunday. That's today, for those that weren't keeping track, because today is the day that we decide exactly who qualifies here in week 3 to go on to New York City and play for a whole ton of prize money. Now, before we go too much further, one of the most important parts of video games like this, like Fortnite, is the social aspect, and Twitter is, in my opinion, a big part of that. Take a quick look at the social wall here. I'm trying to decipher exactly who they're trying to talk to here. Sundown, what do you think is going on there?
Yeah, definitely a lot of call-outs going on towards Mongo right now, but really it's been his secret teammate Osmo stealing the show. Also, you know, I like some pretty good predictions coming in down from here. I like the call-out for Seal Matt coming in, a player who we've seen kind of on the rise, going up there, and I mean, I love people getting involved in there. Like we said, toss that hashtag on up there. Could have a chance to get featured on it. And I know I'm going through the hashtag, checking out people's tweets. So
I want to actually talk to this one specifically because, like you said, Mongrel from EU, KG Sealmat from NA West, Blackhouse from Brazil, and Tifu from NA East. Now, I want to be very specific on that. Turner, Tifu has been, we saw week 1, was absolutely destroying, but the decision to play without a delay on stream and stream all his games, he's the kind of player that we've seen in the past. He will absolutely dominate the field if he's playing for that goal. I want to see that from him here again because I think a name like that in New York City would go. It would go a long way, right?
Well, I mean, I feel like it would definitely go a long way for him. I know he wants to be on that stage as well, wants to be up there competing against the best of the best. With that being said, given everything else, he was still pushing towards the top of that leaderboard yesterday, ended up with 64 points and challenging towards the top. But let's take a look at what the situation looks like right now.
Leaderboards.
So, you know, you need to be this tall to ride the ride to go to New York City right now. But the other thing you need to be aware of is this games remaining category. So because none of those players are on 0 yet, it's pretty good. Still got time to queue up and end up going through. However, there's only about time for full endgame. You only have about maybe enough time for 2 right now. So maybe a couple hot drops in there for the likes of Lukey and for Blaster coming out from Dual Media. I mean, maybe Dementos adding in some as well, because you're gonna need everything. It takes 9 points separating 1st and 10th right now. And these, again, are coming down to tiebreakers, the victory royale being the difference.
In my opinion, at this point, players, like you said, you have enough time for probably about 3 end games at this point, and with only 1 or maybe 2 games remaining, I would almost guarantee you see a number of those players slide off this top 10, and players that are underneath start to fill their positions. But Blaster on that board, the only player left with 4 games remaining. Maybe not enough time for 3 full end games, but that doesn't necessarily mean a hot drop can't happen. Push for a bunch of eliminations and a quick reset just to try and fit every single game possible into the time limit. You have to realize these players have a maximum of 10 games to play, but also that 3-hour window, and both of those limitations are kind of a cap on what's going on. And actually, those games remaining, we do have an opportunity to watch those, and we do need somebody to commentate everything that's happening. So joining me on the stage in just a moment, actually right about now, Kitty Plays and Zekemus Prime.
Yo, what's up, Doc Lou? What's up, Kitty? Boom, boom, boom. That's how we do it. You know, we're ready to get into some games here. It's a pleasure to be casting with you again. Kitty Play, it's been a while. Now we get to do it again. You know, the good time's about to happen.
Hopefully make you laugh uncontrollably for the next hour.
That's a given. Speaking of last hour, you're up tail end, so let's get right into the games. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. Like Sundown had talked about, we're wrapping up EU, man. This is it. This is their last opportunity to start qualifying to accrue as many points as possible. I mean, the window is very small, and we have a handful of games, so a lot of these guys have to work as hard as possible to get points. We see Phoenix here on screen in that 1x1 with a rocket launcher as well. I hope he can put this to some good use, because we all know how devastating rocket launchers can be.
Yeah, no kidding, especially having that high ground advantage here with the rocket launcher. We've seen these players be able to absolutely dominate the field with it today. Can't wait to see what Phoenix is able to do today.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And guys, don't forget, if you're tuning in, we'll really quickly touch on the format, top 25, top 15, top 5, and victory hour, all those placement thresholds, with each elim being 1 point. So not only are they playing for placement, trying to hit as high on that as high as possible, but every elim like that one coming in is going to be a point on the board. So I'm pretty nervous, Kitty. I'm not gonna lie.
Yes, and there's only those 8 spots this weekend for those guys, and then they'll have to come back in 2 weeks from now to make a name for themselves if it doesn't work out this weekend. But this is the day. These guys have worked their butts off. They want to be in that top 8, and we've caught in with a few different players. Now we're checking in with Arian. He does have this high ground advantage and a rift in his inventory to be able to utilize later in the game, sitting on 20 points right now.
So this is good, right? He can use this to get himself up into safety if he needs to, or he can just wait and play play against the Storm, maybe pick off people as they're trying to make late rotations. Both kind of work. It just depends on how Arian's feeling about it, right? I mean, he doesn't have any elims at the moment, but that's okay. There's still 38 players, and I promise you, he's going to find some on these rotations as people moving in. We see him try to beam a player, but it doesn't quite work out. Maybe one here.
Look at the, okay.
All right.
Not having very much medium ammo to work with, he is putting it to work, catching 2 eliminations, now opting to go for that rip to make the rotation.
And we saw that little leap and use there that makes it harder to get to the rip, so someone either has to build up to it or fall down into it. Just makes it a little more difficult to use. But look at all these players scrambling right now, Kitty. A bunch of ballers in play.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
But not as many ballers as we've seen in the last couple of games, which is a nice sight to see. Now we're checking in on Disrespect. He's got the loadout that I would love to have right now. Maybe if I had a little bit more shield and resources, but having that legendary pump and AR is going to go a long way for him. Plus, I love the redeploy.
Oh my gosh, we've seen it come back and surge back into play. So many people are utilizing it. It's just such a good item in terms of minimizing that randomness that can occur in the game, right? Whether it be you've built up and you have no mats, someone fractures your build, you fall, you've got that redeploy. But again, you don't want to just pop it immediately, right? It does have slower glide times, so you have to be really conscious of when you're using it. Very high risk, very high reward, because keep in mind, you're trading that out for what, like, you could trade out for meds, for a potential weapon, explodes, stinks. There's so many other items that are also valuable, so I really like this item. We see here Disrespect trying to climb up the side of this mountain right now, Kitty. We see the player go down, 40s, and that's it, sending another player back to the lobby, gonna pick up mats as well, and I mean, he's doing well now. I mean, 70 mats.
Yeah, going from that 20 to 70. Actually, I think he was near the end, making that play on that player. And remember, he didn't pick up the resources earlier from the other eliminations, so now he's got something to work with. We see Disrespect has that ultimate high ground, looking to take shots down below. Azek on the low, and Atlantis Flick here, just huddled in, looking to make the play on his opponent, but just listening for the sound cues, making sure that he can figure out where everyone is and make a play into the zone. Doesn't have a lot of weapons, but he has all he needs. So with many shields to be able to pop after an engagement, and the weapons be necessary.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Flick is going to go for those Flick shots. Tried there, did not come through. That's okay. Hey, I got punts for days. Don't even worry. He still has 35 builds, so he's looking good. It's going to be okay, especially if he finds another elim and picks up their materials. It's going to be great, especially propelling himself into that late game top 9 right now. So he's got to get through 8 other players. And don't forget, top 5 is the next set of placement points. So he's trying to hang on as long as possible.
Oh, we see that RPG from earlier coming down on him now. Doesn't get any damage. He's going to be looking for that siphon, though. He only has 36 HP. This will not survive that super endgame. So any elimination he can get right now is so important. Well, trying not to take any storm damage. Ooh, and a clean elimination there. Finding the low ground, back turns, just picking that up.
Yeah, and keep in mind, he picked up literally 4 builds from that player. He did not opt to drop back down for the rest, but he's going to try and go toe-to-toe with this player. Hawkers, he just jumps over the little floor there, catches 1 and 2 back-to-back.
Wow.
Like, what is going on? Now he's back to okay, but look up top. Disrespect maintaining the highest with Complex Tamer there in the mid-tarp. Left eye goes down. Flick is back up to almost full HP, and Disrespect is down to 41.
Yes, down to 41. He wants to get this siphon on anyone can. He gets it on Flick and run right away to these double eliminations right now, Zeke, are absolutely insane. Being able to maintain that composure in that late game, understanding your rotations, and just flicking into those pump shotgun shots. Dang!
Man, players are really showing up here on finals day. Don't forget, top 3,000 in the respective region. This is it. This is a gauntlet if you've ever seen it. We have more action to hop into. Look at all these names we see on your screen there. People like Beehive, for example, right? D-Tukes as well. There's so many. Dementos in the left. My goodness. A lot of good players. Now, don't forget, guys, top 25 is the first set of placement points. We're at 44 players. We're just halfway through this lobby, and there's still so many more!
Well, one less now after that heavy sniper play by I'm the Beast. Haven't seen his name come up, but that's the beauty of these qualifiers. Anyone has the opportunity to be part, to make a name for themselves, and we're spectating those top games of each region. And there's a chance for you to be up on the big screen right now.
And listen, you said it best. All you have to do is manifest that victory out for yourself, right? We see some
visualize.
Players. That's right. Power of positive thinking. I'll tell you right now, Kitty Plays is the master of this ability.
Oh, that's my favorite thing to do. Going into the Pro-Am in Korea, I was visualizing before the event about how it would feel to win, and yeah, just pulled it off. So.
Yeah, you guys sure did.
It worked out. Now we're watching Captain Win. He does have that flintlock. We've been seeing a few different players going and utilizing this both as a movement technique, but also to catch their opponents. Ooh, heavy sniper. Wait, it was a heavy sniper play into the box. These guys are playing so aggressive today. Every single elimination gets you a point on that leaderboard.
And I like that he snuck in. He was crouched, he was making a lot less noise, and then blows that wall out from that player's backside there, and it just caught him off guard.
He found a baller. I just saw him hop into a baller too, so
he's feeling
elimination
real good.
And a free 200 health baller. That is the exact situation I want to be going into this time of the game. And hi Beehive, we've been seeing you a lot today. 45 points already. Blue tack shotgun. What do you think?
Oh man, a lot of people like to use attack. Even more people like to use that pump shotgun. I'm a fan of just whatever I've got. I'm just going to put it to work.
Whatever I got.
I like to see the tack though, because it does have a much higher rate of fire. But again, it's just if you could one pump someone, which these players will do for days, it's probably a better pickup. But look, Beehive's going to make it work. The baller is cracked, but he catches himself. He's going to try and build around here, and now unfortunately in a weird positioning. It's really so. It's bad for him, good for the other player, right? They cracked the baller, so now Beehive has to go on the defensive and readjust his thinking here. Because
look at how many resources he has.
Yeah, he had basically 100. The
Yeah.
baller cracks, he's down literally half. That's what happens when you crack someone's baller. They have to go, I was so safe, and now I am not. What am I to do?
Oh, getting that storm tick damage on Santo is single. Getting that elimination, which allows him to live through the zone there. That Siphon, putting him at 42 health right now. He would have died had he not picked that up.
That's right, and hopefully he can find more. He is going to top himself off just a tiny bit with the minis. He even has a half shield too, Kitty. So he's going to go back up to 100 shield. This is huge.
I hope he's keeping an eye on his resources, though. Only
I was about to say.
8 more builds, and this is a big zone, a big rotation. He's utilizing his other opponent's builds, but now he's out. He knows he's out, and he has to go up that hill.
He's going to try and face check a person there, potentially pick up builds. Finds 15. That's not much.
No.
Okay, Conjuration says, back to lobby for you, friend, and he's going to keep on going. He is version 2 of himself, so you like to see it, but he's caught in the storm, Kitty. He's going to find someone. That was so huge. The Siphon's literally going to keep him alive, and someone in the ball right in front. He should have probably just cracked it, because, I was going to say, that player's just going to hop right out and do it to you.
Yeah, it's so low. You cannot feel safe around those ballers. Any moment they can hop out and pump you in the face. Dementos finally using that rift, taking to the skies right now. Look how many ballers we're seeing in this EU lobby right now.
A lot of them still in play. And again, you have to punish this. You cannot allow these to be flying around. I know it's scary, all right? I know it's a scary situation to take shots because they have a moment to react. But listen, they're playing billiards. We're trying to play Fortnite, guys, all right? So Dementos, what are you going to do about it? You're going to drop down with your 8 builds, all right? Picks up some from a player that has fallen in the storm. Okay.
Picks up a lot of builds. Dementos is in a good situation now. Still only has that blue AR to work with, but he's had a great time in the zone, made it to that top 25, picked up those 3 points for the board, and chaos down below. You see shots starting to come out on the ballers now, but there's so much going on right now. How are you going to find time to focus these other players?
It's definitely going to be difficult. We see a launch pad coming up. Dementos, he has to dive back down, though. Someone was above him, doesn't want to challenge. And if there was Splodes in play or even an RPG, I promise you there will be no more billiards on the table. Dementos diving back down. He's got to stay on that lowest ground tarp as other players in the ball are just looking to harass his builds right now, making him uncomfortable. He only has 13.
Oh, he got picked up in elimination.
But the baller stole all the loot. You hate to see it. He picked up some mats, so it's still okay.
Oh, huge stack here. They're going down the hill. People are going to have to start waterfalling down. You do not want to take that extra fall damage this late in the game. We got Aqua on the high ground with the other player, and it looks like they are going to go for an engagement right now. Aqua's sitting on 1 elimination, 43 points on the board, though. He's had an awesome day, but this could be the game that brings him to the top of the leaderboard.
He is going to challenge that high ground up on top. We see someone land just above. He could go for it. 147, sending Detox back to the lobby. But keep in mind, Aqua's super high up in the sky. If those builds come crashing down, they're not going to survive.
Yeah, no redeploy on Aqua either, and we don't see if he has a jump pad or anything to work with, but he does not want to go down, and the players down below definitely, we see Dementos going down to I'm the Beast, who we were watching earlier, has found more builds to his name, has a new redeploy as well, and it looks like Aqua will try and make a play down to the bottom now, but I'm the Beast on this low ground, taking all of these players out. Has, dying himself to the zone, and wait, what happened there?
So there's a lot that just unfolded there. Beast just picked up a handful of eliminations that helped him siphon, and Aqua jumped down because he picked up a glider redeploy and was trying to basically deploy at the very last moment to try and catch Beast off guard, but Beast said, not today, friend. These are finals. These are the big boy leagues. Don't step to me like that. Huge victory out over to him. But look, Kitty, we got more games to go.
Yeah, that was an insane endgame there. I think Aqua definitely did know how much siphon health his opponent was getting, and made the aggressive play, didn't plan out. But here we are, we're watching D2. Tohaj has another redeploy. This seems to be a theme of these spectators we have now, and those two boogie bombs. Zeke, tell us about what those do in this late game.
All right, so check this out. You got a boogie bomb, right? And you're like, hey, you know what would be fun here in this late game with 25 people?
What would be fun?
Let's make half of them just dance and leave them completely helpless. Boom, you boogie bomb an entire tarp. Everyone's dancing, everyone's having a good time, and then they are eliminated just like that. So we'll have to see if those boogie bombs could be put to some use. Again, that redeploy, very huge here, especially if Tohaj would like to build up on the high ground, even on the low ground. Now we are kind of near Lazy Lagoon, so not much elevation changes, so it may not be as valuable at the moment, but if he goes for high ground, could be.
Right, and remember with the boogie bomb too, when you place those on ballers, it kicks all of those players out of the ballers. So when you have those small zones and there's all those kids down there playing marbles, you throw a boogie bomb down on them, they all get pushed out.
And you just have them all party and dance.
Either all party, you get some easy eliminations on them, or steal their baller.
That's right, you just remind them. They're all, you got like 10 ballers down below, you throw the boogie bomb, they're dancing, you're like, hey, we're playing Fortnite, don't forget.
Don't get back in that baller. Don't do it. Don't do it. Yeah, we're watching Sops now. He's got a great loadout. These 5 sticky grenades are a great thing to utilize. Just their value goes up and up and up as the game goes on. Interesting to see that he did decide to go with those. You see players going with sticky grenades and getting those pump shots onto Arno. And he did not intend to get rifted there. He would have had to break through all of that to build up this hill, but does not have to worry about that. Does not have to expend resources for this rotation. He just gets a free pass all the way in.
You'll love to see it. And he's got 96 builds. He's feeling so good about this. Now he's just going to find himself a nice little home, establish his build. And look, the player has no idea. He could have potentially beamed them down, and now it looks like people have drawn attention. So look at all these ballers in play. I hope.
Mitro in here too.
Yeah, there's these Lestream, Skite as well. I mean, there's literally so many names jam-packed into these lobbies. These final few games for a lot of these players trying desperately to punch or take the finals. We're going to see Sobs jump into a box there. Snatter goes down. Another elimination heading his way. Or Kitty, I know it's been crazy, but we are just now hitting top 25.
That is insane.
We just hit top 25.
That is how stacked these lobbies are. These guys know how to meticulously play these late games. We are watching so many players effortlessly rotate in. Sops getting picked up. We were just spectating him. Controller down low. Looks like he's going to get caught out in a storm. Lots going on right now. And now we're checking with Felix. He's got the legendary pump shotgun. We saw how valuable that weapon is in this late game situation. Made it to the top 25, got those 3 points, but now getting stunk, but able to get the siphon. He's going to be fine.
And a rocket launcher. He is about to devastate everyone down on that low ground tar, potentially even taking away the high ground. We see it. Builds coming back through, but keep in mind the player. They do have redeploy. I figured as much. And now look, we see the ballers down below. So what's interesting about those as well is if you're in a baller and you're kind of boosting around, the space is so small, you can be sending yourself back into storm. So you're taking free damage. So it's a give and take a little bit, but a nice elim from Mitro there over onto Verox, his third one.
Push right now, Zeke. They're going all the way up the hill. The ballers are making it no problem, but being underneath that cliff puts you in a precarious spot. Mitro deciding to go around all these ballers, but he's got to be careful. They can jump out at any moment.
Yeah, and like you're saying, at any moment they can literally just hop out of the ball, take a shot, hop back into that ball. It can be very, very scary for a lot of these people. Markel here currently occupying the highest of the high in the high ground tarp. Loadout not ideal for it right now. Gray and a green. I mean, it's going to get the job done.
I mean, all he needs are those pumps.
That's true.
All he needs is to land the pump. Speak of that, pumping a player out of the sky, has full health, full shield, ultimate high ground right now, able to rain down shots on his opponents, and he's jumping out now, looking to maybe start coming down onto this low ground, get aggressive. He has one elimination that we've seen him pick up. The spectator client is not updating that right now, but any point counts.
Zenok gets cracked there from that baller. Now he's in a tough spot. And down below, we see Wakey going down. He was up at the top of the leaderboard not that long ago. Mitro is critical right now. And we hop over with Theg Kaza, who's got the stink grenades. These items become so valuable toward the end game. They just blanket the entire play space. Look at all these players. That's one coming through. He has an extra stink grenade as well. He can send it up, he can send it down, and just completely disorient a lot of these players. I don't know if he knows previous is down below. That's why he may be opting to hang on to it just in case.
Yes, and like you said earlier, this is just an item that goes up and up in value. Anytime that he gets to use that now, it's almost a guaranteed elimination, especially if he was able to spot Miko above him. And we got Markle, ultimate high ground, all of these players following it out, Confetti taking out Miko, but now he's got Xenox to deal with, who gets dropped on by Markle. Kaza looking to make a play for the high ground. Markle dropping down on top of him, maintains that high ground. Previous going down to the storm. Kaza and Markle in a 1v1 situation, and Kaza going down to the zone. Markle unable to pick up the elimination, and did Markle just end on a 0 elimination, or he was the one that didn't update the 1 point, right?
Yeah. So again, just a little slight visual bug there on the spectators. It's all good to go, but seriously, very, very well played from those guys. That was insane.
Can we talk about how, it doesn't really matter what loadout you have, you can still obtain those victory royales. He had a gray AK and a green pump and was able to secure a victory royale. So have no fear, guys. If you don't get the landing of your dreams, you are still able to have a chance here in the second week of the solo World Cup qualifiers.
That's right. And again, it just comes back to this is the level these players are playing at, right? It honestly doesn't even matter what weapon they have. They can have, it doesn't matter. Put anything in their hand, and I promise you they're going to find elims. They're going to maximize the usage of that item. That is what the top 0.0001% of players look like. That's how good they are, I promise you. Now, if you're just tuning in, welcome. Hope you've had an incredible Sunday.
Welcome, welcome.
We're in week 3 of the solo format here in the World Cup Online Open. Format is top 25, top 15, top 5 in victory royale. All placement thresholds there you can see on the side of your screen. So 10 total points available for placement, with each elim being worth 1 point. We're hanging out in Europe, the very tail end of it, and my Mind is not disappointed. We still have 31 players, so this is coming from a different game, right, Kitty? Before it was like 44 players, then we finally, toward the end, got to 25. We're a little closer now, but still.
We are getting closer now. EU is just about ready to be done. Zeno was taken here with that rift to go. We saw how close that scoreboard was earlier. Every single victory royale, every single elimination, everything counts. We had a lot of tiebreakers. We got a lot of people who are just dying to be part of this. They've been training for months and months and months. This is their chance now to make a name for themselves.
And it comes down to these final few games, right? The queue time is over. So basically we have this extra little 30-minute window where we just can wrap up the last remaining games, make sure everyone can finish up that last game they were able to queue up for. So for every single player you're seeing on screen, everyone in this lobby, this is their last chance to get points, to hope that they can make it and punch their ticket to the World Cup final. Look at all the billiards down below. We're hopping in with Flutter Moyes, who's got himself, again, a similar loadout to before. Green pump, gray AR, and the heavy AR there. He does have the rift to go, so he's got 2 mobility tools. He's probably feeling pretty good.
Oh, almost gets trapped in there with that player, able to boost out with the baller and keep it alive. He is sitting on a 3rd health on that baller. If he takes any ticks just like that, going to get taken out. Now he has no baller, but he does have that redeploy and a rift. Lots of movement to use in these upcoming rotations. But Zeno is getting 2 eliminations in that action feed right now. Flutter picks up its first elimination this game and looking to get another one.
That's right, and don't forget, he might only have just the 1 elim, but I promise you, he's going to pick up more as these players try to rotate late with their backs to the storm wall, rather. We see Hank dropping down, Chapik's maintaining the highest of the high. Okay, I was going to be like, Dorito, are you trying to challenge Chapix right now? It's a very brave decision. He's already got a beat on you. Be very careful.
I would have liked to watch that for sure. We got Jakey in here. Nico on the ultimate low ground. Only 4 walls available. Able to pick up that elimination. Oh my gosh. So many people down here. 5 eliminations already to his name. Remember, every single elimination counts for a point, but unable to make it past that. Does get 16th place. Picks up the top 25 points, but it's not enough.
That's right,
He was
top
just
15.
outside of top 15.
I know, you hate to see it, but listen, the game continues to go on. Dark has no builds right now. He needs to make something happen. 34 effective HP, a nice 64, and a follow-up. Boca goes down there, but he's already getting blinked, and Young sends him back to the lobby.
He just wanted those builds so bad, unable to build anything against the oncoming fire. We got 2 players right now, Dora Detox and Scully, fighting on this mid ground, both super low health. Scully redeploying down to this mid ground, can't get ticked once by the storm or they will go down. Falcony looking to take up on that opponent, unable to land his shot, but just making a play for it.
He's going to try and push the player, but they're smarter than that. They're going to ramp themselves up. The player drops down.
Are they
Gift from the
smarter than
heavens.
that?
Delicious mana from above, but no builds, Kitty. Nothing came through. He didn't pick up anything. He does have the rocket launcher there. He can potentially reload, but it's very dangerous this tight. Dora takes a huge hit there, down in critical HP. Young is trying to secure it for that potential siphon, Ken. Dora Detox. Dora Detox.
Yeah.
Words are so hard for me.
It's a big name. Right now we're spectating Kluja, who's on that low ground, and Chaptix, who's on that high ground. Balcony, Zur, Astro, and Kluja all on this low ground. Chaptix is going to need to decide when the right time to drop down is, and not there. He had to drop down, had to take that fall damage, is just above the full damage threshold. Lands with 3 HP, gets the elimination for the siphon. Now he has 53, looking to take out his opponent. It's a 1v1 situation, heading into the zone and getting those tags on him. He's going to have to make a play for it. He find a shot.
No way!
Beautifully played by Chapix. I thought he was going to be out there taking high ground fall damage, but absolutely excellent job. And again, green AR, a green pump shotgun. Doesn't matter what you guys have, you can make it into these end games and get those points. What's going on, Zeke?
Well, hopefully Dr. Lupo and Sundan can help us out because I'm flabbergasted. Over to you, gentlemen.
I need more minigun. Ultimately, that's the only thing that will please me at this point. I'm just kidding. Europe is putting on an absolutely ridiculous show. Love to see it. And like hit after hit after hit, the outplays the last second. This stuff needs to keep happening. Before we go too much further, Sundown, what do you got?
Well, gonna break it down a little bit first. As Zeke said, queue times are done. So we're gonna see what it takes for these players coming through. We've talked about how every single elimination matters, being able to chain together all of these plays, having the heads up ability to close out these matches and pick up anything you can. Disrespect, showing it here that when you're able to and pinned against the side of the zone, you need to find elims, you need to find the space in anything you can get, because sometimes that allows you to get right back in the match. Picking up Flick and Tamir there for the victory royale, pushing himself up. Nice 22 points coming out from him there. But Conjuration, again here, this is a combination of doing all the things right and then maybe panicking a little bit. So picking up a nice elim onto Beehive, getting himself back out over and around the zone, finds the unbroken brick, picks up Nolly. But now, when you're in this situation, this is one of the big strengths of the Ballers. You can't just ignore that player. At any point in time, he can hop out and punish you. Just like Mitro, at any point in time, can punish you for any of your mistakes. Look at that, catching Minzo, trying to use the redeploy, dropping down there, and again, dropping tons of players out of the Ballers, using the AoE explosion to get some good chip, and then finishing the player off, not letting him breathe, not giving him any amount of space, making sure he owns that wall, gets the edit, doesn't drop into the newly signed Verox's box, and cleans that one up. It's about every single point. It's about every single tiebreaker. Did you win that match or did you not? Did you get that last elimination? Did you rotate on time? That's what it's going to come down to see who gets these final spots. 8 up for grabs in Europe, and the queue times are done. The final matches will roll over. So, I mean, we'll have 8 more players advancing soon.
I love seeing moments like that where you have like the rotation on the outside of the box. They start to claim the wall and they decide to box themselves in for protection. That on-the-spot thinking, you only really see in a hyper-competitive Fortnite like this. On top of that, the number of times we've seen clips where it seems like a bad action movie where it's like one bad guy after another and they just keep getting hit after hit after hit. I love that every single time. Now, we do, as you said, queues are close. We're going to close out on Europe and take us through the end of these games. Kitty plays, Zeke, back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lupo. You're so cute. Keep being you. Keep doing you. So cute.
So cute.
All right, Kitty, we got more action to be had. I believe a bunch of games left on deck for Europe. I cannot wait because it's so much fun casting with you. We're hopping right in here with Vonamut. No elims, and again, disparity in the loadout, but like, as we said before, it doesn't matter. Any weapon these guys have in their hand, they're going to maximize that usage. And that new infantry rifle, it's very good, very deadly.
Yes, very deadly indeed. We'll see if he's able to get an elimination with it in this upcoming zone. We're coming in on the 5th zone. If you guys are just joining us, the games have finished, but we are going to take you into the last games of this qualifier. These are the top players who finished on the top of the scoreboards, where you just want to see what their end games were like. We have the best of the best of the best of the best here right now that we're spectating. Only 8 spots available for EU right now. So this is a 100-person lobby, one of many 100-person lobbies today. 3,000 players qualifying yesterday for today, and only 8 spots.
Yeah, I mean, just to echo that, it's 3,000 of the best, the very best. The entire region was whittled down to 3,000 people that are all having to try and qualify for the finals today, and then have to try and make it through the other 2,999 people try and claim themselves a spot. Competition is fierce. It is an uphill battle for everyone. Right now, Left Eye trying to get someone's right eye there, and Multiverse takes him down. He does have the rift to go if he decides maybe things looking a little too crazy.
Just looking to run around with it. Now does opt to use it. Left Eye taking to the skies. This is one of the rotations where you see a lot of the lobby fall. 2 more eliminated, 1 more eliminated, and we're into that placement point range. Everybody in this lobby right now is walking away with those 3 points towards the scoreboard for placing in that top 25. And all of them looking to just make the move while staying as protected as possible, be as efficient with resources as possible. Verdio already claiming that high ground. Looks like he doesn't want to try and maintain it. Taking shots from Teen, who has that middle ground. Kinwin on the high ground, but ultimate high ground. We saw him earlier, Left Eye, totally properly positioned up here, has the 2 slurps to have access to, and making a little bit of a play down below. Has resources, but not a lot to work with. If he wants to maintain the ultimate high ground, it expends a lot. Okay.
What did okay, just a single. Mwah. You of the sky.
I choose you, and he takes him out. That's incredible by Left Eye with that assault rifle there.
That's right, that heavy AR.
Yeah.
Now he's got to be careful. Kinwin is down below, but we still see a lot of players coming in. They're trying to swoop down and potentially take away and challenge Left Eye, even potentially Kinwin. We see they are immediately punished.
Clean.
Left Eye says, I am
too
SMG. Good.
Wow, able to easily track his opponents, get those tags on him, and okay.
No, sure. Yeah,
Okay.
I believe it.
Just raining down these eliminations for him. Remember, every single elimination is a point. Looks to block that opponent. He does get dropped down. It'll be interesting to see if he decides to use that jump pad. Does decide to keep high ground instead and maintaining this. Not being punished at all by anyone on this low ground. He's able to build 1 wood.
He needs to come down now, though. I like this decision making because he knows he only has a single build. A nice find there. 5, about to be 5 eliminations. We're in top 5, rather. This is it, Kitty. A lot of these players, they need to do everything they can to get these clutch points. Now, top 5 in itself is great. Those extra points coming through, very, very important. Now, Left Eye, he's going to get challenged. This is tough, especially when all you can think about is, I need to get out of this. It doesn't matter. Wow. He finds Hawkers and builds. And potential impulses, don't you do it. Don't you make me lose my mind right now.
Oh, we've got 4 players right now in here. We saw the stink grenades going out. They did so much damage to Left Eye. He was able to get that siphon. Now maintaining that high ground, not getting punished, has access to the 2 slurps and the campfire should this go to a heal off, and taking advantage of these players getting rifted up, not able to land any shots and get an elimination. But now we've got ultimate low ground who gets taken out by Jail Bob, and Left Eye on the top. These guys, 1v1 situation. Limbo's getting dropped down. Gets taken out. This is a 1v1.
Down below, Jail Bob just found a bunch of materials, and now Left Eye looking to come back down and challenge him. This is coming out, so I like that he's popping. He had the slurp juice going. Yes, impulses, do it!
Oh, looking to use the impulse to knock his opponent into that storm.
Throw it ahead, throw it at the rock. You should have thrown it at the rock, it would have got him. I swear it would have got him.
Yeah, it would have got him. Oh, might
Corner,
still,
the corner,
might still
by
get
the rock,
him.
the corner, on the right, you fool!
Might still get him. Oh,
Got it.
make
it's
the
gonna
play.
happen. He's gonna do it. I'm telling you, it's gonna happen. Watch the impulse.
Yes.
He's gonna make it happen. I
Yes.
promise you. Please don't make me
Please.
seem like a liar.
Jail Bob still has that stink grenade access, drops the darts, just making a play into the zone, but now there's more build that he has to work through. Left Eye doesn't have a chance now to use that impulse. Goes for the campfire and the slurp. Jail's looking for any opening he can get, taking shots on him, but it won't be enough.
Well, listen, I'm disappointed that the impulse didn't come through, but listen, Left Eye with a very intelligent play. He's like, look, I have 100 HP. I don't need to do anything. I've got a campfire and a slurp. Listen, bro, the storm is done. If you want to challenge me, I'll tell you exactly where I am. He had no builds, only had enough to put the campfire down, pops the slurp, and that was enough.
Yeah, and that performance secures him 61 points. It'll be interesting to see where he ends up on that leaderboard, but we got more games for you guys. We are watching the final games, the final moments of this EU bracket. This is the day that these guys get to punch their tickets to the battle bus to join us in New York City, 26th to the 28th. It's going to be amazing. I cannot wait.
It's going to be an experience I think like no one has ever experienced in their entire life. I promise you that.
Oh, changing lives.
Yeah, a lot of these people who already have punched their ticket, someone like Vivid, it's going to be a game changer, man. But Sista here gets cracked so hard, down into critical, 19 HP left. He does have minis, but it's only going to take him up to 69 effective HP. That's not a lot. Someone could just look in your direction, send a shot your way, and you're going back to lobby. You got to be real careful.
Oh.
It doesn't matter.
Oh, his opponent thought he was going to catch Sista off guard, but when you are watching players at this level, you are catching nobody off guard. They are so in the zone. They have practiced for this moment. This is their time to shine. Immediately picking up those stink grenades, going to throw it, does actually get tags on a player. I think he was just looking to use it so no one else would
use it. And I mean, it works out. He got a bunch of damage over onto the player. Keep in mind, stink grenades are straight damage. They're effective straight to your HP. They ignore shields. Oh my gosh, the build being fractured. 4 HP.
That was a bit of a misplay by Sista. He knew he threw that dynamite, still thinking he had enough time to get on that jump pad, but Storm Damage is strong. Baba W finishing off that elimination too, getting that point. Now we're coming in to spectate him, and this is the loadout, maybe not of kings or champions, but it's enough to get him that elimination. Oh, he does have that rift in his inventory. Okay, so it is
just a visual bug. Yeah, just a visual bug. Don't even worry, guys. We're always improving upon the spectator client, fixing up all the little issues here and there. But he's going to be okay. Had that rift to go. Look how many billiards are down below. I keep saying billiards. They're ballers. I don't know why I keep saying they're playing billiards. Is what I'm making you just send your mind straight to.
Yep.
Look how many are here though. They need to be dealt with immediately. Maybe someone like Mayhem can put some work down over. I love that he's got the heavy snipe, the pump, and a half shield as well. He's ready to tangle right now with these people.
Great loadout on his part. Able to secure that elimination on Fame, by the way. He is looking for some more plays. Oh, has that green pump, but doesn't. We've seen green pump plays amazing today. Doesn't matter if it's legendary. Looking to make any play in the close range. Has got opponents on either side of him right now. Boxes up, and we'll see if he goes to utilize that heavy sniper. He knows where the people are next to him. Oh, and gets ripped. I don't think he planned that at all.
I mean, he's going to be like, all right, I'm going to go ahead and play Pop Glider and just chill. Thank you for that. And again, just a format reminder, there on the right side of your screen, top 25, top 15, top 5, and victory hour, all those placement thresholds. Those are flat amount of points, or cumulative points, rather. So top 10 is only available up for grabs. I can't speak. The director told me that it's a problem that Q people have, is sometimes they make mistakes. So,
Aw, that's so cute.
Thanks, director. You're too kind to me. Tachinkin up on that highest of the high ground, 42 builds, 4 boogies, and an limb as well. All right.
Okay, we want to see you make a play on these ballers right now. Please take advantage of that. Pull some of these guys out. Make them stop playing billiards. as he goes in.
I want this to happen. I hope production was like, hey, you know what? They're talking about billiards and boogie bombs. We got the replay for you. I hope that is exactly what happened. You see players coming down from the skies, Chicken trying to line up shots. So, I mean, if he threw a boogie bomb just straight down into the lowest tarp, he's going to catch, I promise you, at least 2 billiards. It's going to happen.
Oh, and
One boogie! He actually caught someone.
He caught 2.
Oh my gosh, it happened. You like to see it. Windstrike Mayhem going on a mayhem of his own. We see ballers there on the left and one guy. Oh, did he catch the baller?
No, he didn't. He just missed it.
Oh!
But he does catch another player off guard and another player. Back-to-back players looking to take advantage, be able to take their slurps and their shields during this lull after they've left their ballers, but get taken out. And now it looks like he's making a play for the high ground. Does catch another player in the 1v1 with him right now. Lands the first shot, misses the second, goes to box up. He has so many shields that he has access to use right now. If he finds an open moment, takes out another player.
His positioning right now is absolutely insane. As I was going to start to praise him, Weiss shuts him down. But seriously, the way he navigated those box fights, knowing when to disengage, come around, flank people, catching them, elims, those points are so vital. But look, that's it. 4 players remain in the current lobby, all of them trying to get those 3 points from Victory Royale. Diddy Fishy up top. Exo in that mid-ground tarp, Rain up in that middle, and on the lowest is Weissmore.
Yeah, Rain needs to make a play. Zon needed to make a play too. Both sitting on low HP. Zon does pick up Rain, able to get that siphon. Now we got Moir and Zon both on that low HP. They're going to expect that there's another player here with 100 HP, so you're going to see them trying to get aggressive here, try and get that siphon HP. Weiss making a play, but
Fishy.
not going to make one in time. Fishy just sitting on that high ground, looking to take a chug. Did he think he was gonna get that off? Did he do the math?
I don't. I want to know from Sundown and Orbala if that math is correct, because he rolled the campfire, rolled the chug jug. Would he have lived? Bala
still
looking
had 11
right at you.
seconds, 45 health.
Yeah. Bala's like, maybe, sure.
No, the answer is no. I'll do the math.
I'll do the math. No.
It's just no.
No, on to the next
but
game.
Beautiful play by the fish, and now we're checking in with another fish. Benji Fishy has been on the tips of our tongues lately. An outstanding performance week 1. He's already secured a spot for himself, I believe.
That's correct.
Actually, for duos and for solos, can you correct me up? For duos and solos. Now just looking to get some prize money, maybe make
more
it harder
practice.
and more practice, make it harder for everyone else trying to qualify with his insane plays. Benji Fishy being one to watch right now. If you are looking to improve your game, check him out. Outstanding job.
Listen, and again,
I'm not push ball combination.
He's got it all. He's got
Why
everything.
haven't we talked about this yet?
He has absolutely everything. So in case you didn't know, if you have a bush on, it will effectively eat 1 shot. So if he's in the baller, and he'll eat a shot, and the ball will protect him. So
unless
he's missed
it's to the feet.
Unless it's to the little toesies, in which case, your toesies are not in the bush. It's unprotected there. But Benji Fishy, I'm gonna knock you, okay? And I'm gonna say this every time till you go back to it. You started in my life the moment I set my eyes on you. You were the fish stick skin, and I thought to myself, Benji Fishy in the fish stick skin. This is a match made in heaven. And then after you qualified, you just broke my heart. You shifted away to a bunch of different skins. Until you go back, you won't be the true Benji Fishy in my mind.
Wow.
I'll still see you at finals, but if you're not the fish skin, I'm gonna be disappointed.
Wow. Maybe he just wants to try new things. Expand his horizons. He's qualified. He's happy. He's trying new things.
You're also, that is also a true statement. In which case, I also, I'm still disappointed because I just like fish stick that much. Egel here finds himself another elimination. He's going to go down there into the storm. We're at top 21 right now, so a lot of these guys getting placement points. We see Fishy. I believe someone was sending tracers his way, so it actually it did get the bush. He's fine though.
He's fine.
He's still fine. Again, it eats a shot, so everything's okay.
Well, he's already qualified too, so he's still fine.
Yeah, he's still. Yeah. I gotta assume.
Some extra prize money in practice.
Yeah, I gotta assume if you've qualified and you're playing, it's like a weight has been lifted off your shoulders, right? Like everyone else, I gotta qualify. I gotta do everything I can. And Benji Fisher's like, I already qualified. I just gotta practice and continue to outplay everyone around me. So.
Yep. frag his opponents. And now we're watching Key right now, who has that free deploy, has lots of shields, a great loadout, but look at this rotation. These players are having to go so high up the mountain, taking tons of storm damage.
Oh, no.
Xenovi making a play right now, able to get the double ramp up and into the zone. Thankfully, it's going around that left side, which is a little bit lower. Lots of players on the high ground, and we're watching Key again. He has that one elimination to his name, but it looks like he's getting focused from above. It's going to make a play out to the side here, branch off, get safe, has time to take one of his minis, and maybe look to make an aggressive play here, get some extra health with the siphon, but he needs to still keep rotating for that zone. Every zone is moving now.
That's right. Every single point is vital. This is it, guys. Again, this is their last opportunity to accrue points. We have already concluded the queue time, so that we're just checking in with these last few games of these players trying to earn their way to the World Cup finals in New York. And Key here trying to do everything he can. We find a nice few shots. Could not secure the elimination, though.
But picks up some resources. He was sitting really low before, not able to pick up all the stacks. I think he only got 2 of the stacks there. Here's an opponent taking a shield in the corner and takes him out. Even gets a jump pad, too.
This is huge, especially where we're finding ourselves with 8 players remaining. So don't forget, top 5 is the next placement threshold. Like you said, Xenovi is going back to the lobby. And up on the highest of the high ground, Benji Fishy. Mr. World Cup himself. He's already qualified, like we said before. He's looking to just accrue more potential prize money and or practice.
Oh, hits all his shots on that opponent. Not enough with the long range shotgun to take him out, but here's that rift goes off, looks to the skies, and he is dialed in right now, Z, getting so many accurate shots, totally tracking them perfectly. We do still have a baller on that low ground. I believe I saw one, yep. Q going right off the mountain there. Kuzumaki,
yep.
Yeah, Kuzumaki. But Benji on this high ground, he's going to have to do a little bit of waterfalling down. That's when the players build the walls and the floors to drop down. Does still have that jump pad too, so he's in a great position now, has another opponent making these rounds below him, and these 2 ballers trying to hang on to the mountain, take as little damage as they can, but Storm is strong.
I think he has put himself in the best possible position, because right now Benji Fishy has to dive down, and it's so far that if he looks up, he could potentially get shots. We're gonna see if anything can come through. Now keep in mind,
so much health.
Benji, yeah, he's got the health advantage. He's got the heavy sniper as well. He could potentially blow through this person's builds. Right now, they're looking to make a play. It's down to 5 HP, the difference.
Yo, Benji, insane job there. Amazing, amazing gameplay. Decision making there, when to use the jump pad, when not to use the jump pad. A little bit of a risky play, but that was better than doing the waterfall down to the ground. Able to land his shots, had more HP, and dominating this field. You can see why he's one of our qualifiers from last week.
That's right.
And the week before.
And I hate that I love him so much.
Aww.
I just hope he goes back to the fish stick skin so I can continue to
Benji,
love you the way you deserve.
If you're watching right now, Zeke has made a formal request. He's put in a petition for Benji to become the fish stick skin again.
That's right. When I think of the fish stick skin, I think of Benji Fishy. They're one in the same. So there you have it.
Yes.
T-Shub here, rolling around. 1 elimination, 90 builds. We have 40 players in the current lobby. You're in circle 5, Kitty.
Lobby. Look at the points next to his name. These are the last games that we've been watching of these players. The very, very second week of solo qualifiers right now for EU. The games are over. The scoreboards are up. We are just going through the final end games of these, like, final moments of these players trying to make it a qualifier. They can come back in 2 weeks from now, try and qualify again, but this is so important. If you get qualified early, like we saw earlier with Benji, you are in a great position. You get to relax a little bit, but still find time to practice and try and win some more prize money.
That's right. And for, again, we can't stress this enough. This is it. This is these players' last opportunity to get points. People like Wakey, who we saw on the top of the leaderboard not that long ago, this could be one of his last opportunities to pick up points. Someone like Osmo, who's looking to try and punch his ticket to the World Cup. Even M1's Carnage as well. There's so many raw talent in Europe. It's insane. There's so many talented folks just trying to qualify. And this is going to be make or break. But like you said, there's plenty of more opportunities, right? We're going to have 3 additional weeks after this where you have another shot. But like you said, there's so many players that are like, if I can qualify now, it's going to be, that's it. I can just relax quite a bit and just get more practice in.
Yeah, definitely peace of mind, because there's only so many spots. We talked earlier, only 8 spots this week for EU from Carnage. Now we're watching him with 1 elimination, is on 20 points. So he is in the same lobby as the 50-point player. Maybe this high elimination game for him can make the difference. You see, oh, but he is so low near the edge of the zone. He can't take 1 tick of damage there on the left side of your screen and gets taken out by Controller's first elimination there. Unable to pick up the resources, unfortunately, with that moving zone, but lots going on here. Lots of players and ballers. Everyone just trying to use the least amount of resources to... There we go. Are we going up the hill? Or are we going...
We are going basically, we are taking it over, if you will. So people have to be very, very conscious of how they're making rotations, because I promise you the mountain always wins if you have to face off against it. Now we have to take to the skies on impulse. He does have the redeploy. It's going to be okay. All right, I freaked out for a single moment. And then I just immediately scanned his loadout, being like, does he have a redeploy? If yes, great. If no, it is all over. But it's okay. We hit top 25. Everyone's getting a round of placement points. That's 3 for every player still remaining. Top 15 is the next placement threshold. Wakey trying to find something. Great over on Lozy there.
Lines up that shot, able to get it, taking the impulse out again. The impulse redeploy combo working out in his favor, able to get the best positioning now in this next zone. We got a few people on high ground, Joy, and we saw Osmo. We talked about him earlier. We've seen a lot of his games today. Outstanding gameplay, doesn't seem to miss a shot. And now Blacksu here with 2 eliminations, has an impulse too. We're seeing a bit of an impulse trend today. Ooh, gets the edit and the shotgun shot, takes him out.
That's Lestream's Blacksu here. I mean, you know, also one of the Lestream boys, a very, very talented player. We seriously can't, again, top 3,000 of the region who fought through the gauntlet to be here. This is the best of the best. Every single one of these players, guys, all looking to punch a ticket to World Cup finals.
Oh,
Did
you see that?
I don't know. I was looking down below to think all these players need to move up or they're going to lose their lives.
Yeah, Blacks is so low health. You saw him use the impulse onto the hill. Does get taken out by Hikana right now. All of these guys needing to rotate up that hill while taking the least amount of damage as possible. Confetti sitting in that ultimate high ground, getting so many clean shots in on these players while they make that rotation. We're back on T-Chub. Saw him earlier, getting the shots on his opponent through the wall, using the AR to focus him. I don't know if he saw the player on his left side.
I don't think he did.
Neither did he. Didn't see him either.
They just, like, ships in the night pass by each other. Will he upgrade to the gold pump? Nope, he says, I don't need it. I don't need it. I'm just going to keep on moving through. Look at the lobby. It's been cut literally over half. We're down to 7 players remain. 2 more need to fall for the next top 5 and placement points available. Now the question is, can T-Chub pick up any more eliminations along the way? I'd be curious to get a bird's eye view of all of the action, because this is getting pretty tight right now. It's pretty claustrophobic.
It is pretty claustrophobic. And with the way that T-Chub's playing right now, I bet you that he will get more eliminations now. Has access to those shields. No health healing though, so he will not want to go into one of those heal-offs at the end. Gonna probably need to play a little bit more aggressive near these final moments. You see that dot on the mini-map on the bottom right-hand screen. That's where the zone's going. Makes a bit of a play up into this high ground. Ooh, and does get the elimination. Almost got stolen by the high ground.
Finds it over on Marco, and a grenade gonna flush him out of his positioning. Over on Joy, finds another elimination. 3 players remain, Kitty. He's dropping down because he doesn't know where these players are. He's trying to find them.
No!
And Thomas completely shuts him down, and a stinker goes up, and confetti, making all the players pop into confetti from above, sending everyone back to the lobby. 4 elims over onto you. Look at all the
55 points. The power of that high ground, Zeke. What an outstanding job by Confetti there. We thought we had T-Chub had it there, but Confetti said, no, I'm sorry. I'm taking this one for the books. But I believe we do have another game, Zeke. Look at this build from the players there, too. Insane. These end games of these best of the best of the best in EU.
Oh man, looks like we're hopping into the last game. Check out E11's Boyer. I mean, what can we say about Boyer? You know, he's incredible. He's unbelievable. He's very talented. He's wonderful. He's incredible. Did I say that one?
You said incredible twice.
My bad,
I think
everybody.
he deserves it.
Again, just to reiterate, the director says cute people have that problem. So, here we are. But Boyer, seriously, already 2 elims. Oh my God, 48 players still in this lobby, Kitty.
Yeah, this is an absolutely stacked lobby right now. Just getting into these first moving zones.
So also, just breaking news for you guys here. This was the final match that was running live and ended up deciding 3 of the spots spots going through at the end. So this is the last possible match that was running on the EU server. 8 spots up for grabs, so enjoy that.
Oh my God! Thank
I
you
just
so
got
much.
chills, Sundown.
I literally did too, and my heart is racing. So this is it, guys. Together, we're gonna see how these players do, and this is gonna make 3 players qualify. Now, which 3? I have no idea. This is one of the densest lobbies I think I've ever seen. I'm literally like trying to jump ahead of myself, and I'm trying to tell my brain to slow down, reel yourself in, because you're gonna get too excited about all this.
There was half a lobby still when he just gave us that announcement. Now there's 41 players. 3 of these 41 players are punching their ticket to the World Cup finals at the end of July. This is the game for them. And we're spectating Boyer right now. He's got a great loadout, opting to put himself in this cone. This is a tactic that a lot of players are using right now to catch everyone off guard, to be able to get that game awareness, get that visual on their opponents, find someone next door, looks to make a play, replaces that wall, goes for the edit, and the pump shotgun needs a little bit more damage to get the elimination. Almost looked like it got stolen there too.
It looks like the player might have actually just completely disengaged. They're gone. I was like, don't take the drift for it. Don't do that now.
Don't do it.
You're not me.
Or do it, because it'll be really entertaining for us.
That's right. And look, we're in circle 6, Kitty. This is it. I mean, this is still such a dense lobby. So many players need to fall. We're still 35 players. Another 10 need to go before we're hitting top 25.
He found Rick. He takes him out with that pump shotgun. Now he's looking to get anything he can, all the resources he can. 54 builds remaining, able to get into that zone now. He's gonna want to get some HP, maybe getting a siphon if he wants to be making it into these late game moments. And we're going up a hill now. We're in the divot here. We've got the ballers already making up the hill, and tons of players building. This is where you're gonna see the most amount of lobbies start dropping. We've already cut our lobby in half with that one zone. These first moving zones just really taking out these players.
That's right, gonna lay waste the entire battlefield. But look how many are still with their backs to storm. They need to make moves. They're gonna get, someone got boogied there on the right, but I don't know if there was a follow-up. These guys, another boogie!
Oh.
This is what we talk about. If you get boogied in the bar, you are ejected because you're so focused on dancing. It's your only goal in life when you get boogied. And now look, Jaco is in a different position, right? He's got forced out, needs to rethink everything. He's now gonna rely on Bill Chinkin going down, Mike Hihi going down. 22 players left, so everyone getting placement points. The lobby continues to dwindle. Someone else is in the box, Kitty.
Someone else is going for that loot pickup. Do see him shielding through the wall there, but he won't. Will he be able to get that loot? I hope he will. We're watching Jaco right now. No eliminations. We did see him get his baller stolen, and there's an elimination for you on Zephyr. I believe you pronounced his name.
Let's go with it. I'm about it as well. Santo is single again, still single in this world. Someone get this person someone to be with so he doesn't have to be single any longer. But again, as Sundown talked about, breaking news, this is it. This game is literally going to shift the standings for 3 players, and I have no idea who it is. I'm losing my mind. I'm freaking out because we're getting down to top 13. Another round of placement points as Core Gaming, very nice rotation.
Steals the high ground and has that rip to go to utilize. If he gets knocked down, he's going to be able to pop that mid-air and save himself. Gets a clean headshot onto Lear, takes him out. We see a bush down below. He's going to have to knock that off before able to get any damage on his opponent, but maintaining that high ground, not being put down for this. Nobody looks like they're looking up and trying to shoot it out. We got Nips on the mid ground, Gace and me on the bottom. We got lots of action. Impel just taking out Toby. Diego able to get that shield off is so important in these final moving zones. It's so difficult. Ooh, 2 players in a box right there.
A nice
Top
shotgun.
8. 3 of these players are going to Worlds.
This is absolutely insane. Impulse 17 here with a trap play. He's going to try and continue his onslaught. 8 players remain. Shots going out for a lot of these players. Again, we're still in the divot, playing around all the trees and old builds. We're going to have to see if players can... Boyer gets gone. That's it. Boyer shut down. 7 players left.
Within that top 10, but out of that top 5, Boyer losing out on these extra elimination or placement points. But now we're watching Impel taking out Jane Nips right after Boyer there on a rampage. He's got enough build to make it in through these games. Oh, player dropping down.
2 players down low.
Oh.
The guy to your left, he's going to pop out of the ball. Be careful. Oh, the double trap. It doesn't matter. He gets sent in the storm. That's a bush. There's a player in the bush down below. Impel trying to shut him down. he's just completely caught off guard while Core Gaming is still on the top. Someone challenges, Kylo goes down. It's a 1v1. What the heck did I just witness? Everything unfolded. Core Gaming he's got the flint knock. Okay, I was gonna say if he jumps down and flint knocks this guy, I'm gonna scream. I'm gonna have to mute my mic right now.
Oh, he's got it ready. He's got it out.
Don't do
41 HP, but
Oh my God.
Okay.
Okay, I got up and walked away from the screen.
Okay, so they going out to the zone. Core Gaming taking it all. One elimination. Outstanding job. 62 points after that game. Look at this chaos that happened in the divot. Zeke, what this level of gameplay right now is absolutely insane.
I'm walking around. You can't see it, but Lupo, Sundown, I need you guys to take over. I'm losing my mind. Go. Just go.
It's true. Zeke actually is pacing around. It looks extremely concerned. We will get professionals to help him. He needs a lot of it. But before we go too much further, this honestly has been one of the most insane sets of European solos I think we've ever watched. And we have the standings.
It's so close, man. It's so close. And just to clarify, when was talking about people being pushed out and people being pushed in, Core Gaming takes that spot. One other player just not in the 10th spot there was pushed out from the top 8 because of it. Lecce was also pushed out. So deciding it, Fact Boom ended up moving up as well. So this is the 8 who will be going through to the Fortnite World Cup final in New York City on July 26th to 28th. And I mean, so props, first of all, Dementos, Left by Fledermois. They've been around the scene forever. Just people who have been there, well deserved, but a ton of names who I'm not super familiar with. Lukey, however it's pronounced, Wakey in there as well. Not two guys I've seen a ton of. Core Gaming, Bala initially gave him a shout out way back when on the Blackheart Cup stream, taken off there, and then big shout outs to two grinders. They've been putting in the hours. Fact Lol Boom, we saw him forever ago in the summer skirmish, somebody who came up through the showdowns as well, just one of the people who was identified, got the invite, showing up there. And then Teach-Up, he was done early. I mean, by the time the queues were wrapped over, 5 minutes over, he was on 62 points, just sitting there like, I hope it's enough.
Fingers crossed.
It certainly was enough, and congratulations to all 8 of those players. I mean, just so nuts. We're going to see them join the rest of the qualifying players who are already up there. So joining Kat, Banny, and Takamura, you have Luki, TJK, Coolers, Left Eye, Fledermoy, Teachub _ Twitch TV Core Gaming, G, Wakey, Fact Lol Boom, and then Secret Dementos. Congratulations on booking your ticket. That's 11 players so far who have advanced into that final, Lupo.
Scariest set of solo players putting on, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Honestly, a very good show. The amount of skill it requires to get to this place in Fortnite on the road to the World Cup here, especially in the second week of solos, and everybody's very, very hungry for it. On top of that, as we go forward, the competition, in my opinion, is only going to get tighter. We'll have more people that hit that 300-point threshold to try and take their shot at getting a ticket to New York City. But we do have more for you in the very near future. But now is the time. If you need to go to the bathroom, want to get another snack, top your drink off, or make sure you sub to me on Twitch, this is your time. You got 5 minutes, and I'll see you in a bit.
welcome back from break. We are here right now going through the qualifiers for the World Cup finals. Right now, we just closed out EU. Absolutely insane games by all of them. I am so excited to see so many new names on that list, as well as some old ones making names for themselves here and ready to go to the World Cup finals at the end of July. But we are not done there. There's so much more coming up today. We're going to start off by getting right into some Oceania games and getting into some Asia games as well, seeing how the players that qualified made it to that position. We will have amazing casters, who I'm going to introduce in a second. And then we're going to be closing out our Brazil games as well. I can't wait to see how these guys are performing. I know it's a super tight scoreboard. It's going to be great to see what happens there. But I do want to introduce the guys that are going to be taking us away and letting us enjoy those games. Hello, Bala and Sundown. You guys ready? It's like, get some energy in here, Bala. Woo! Okay, yes. Heat it up.
Certainly ready indeed, Kitty. Thank you so much. As you said, we're going to pop into some of those Oceania and Asia games real quick. Nice little pair of Oceania, pair of Asia. Get some eyes into see what it's like for those players who qualified, and then jump into some of the middle of the Brazil matches. So we'll get a nice 4-pack of games there. So first, starting off with Oceania, there's Mr. Qualifier himself, Cat. Currently not taking walls, but just building himself up.
Oh, he will.
A nice little base, but give him some time, Bala. As you said, give him some time.
Yeah, he will. We already saw the highlights at the top of the show, and they were fantastic. He definitely got into some boxes. Right now, he's in a little bit of a pickle going over that Viking hill. Already you can see what the strange position he's in. But if you look at the bottom right now, there's nobody really in his area. So he's going to be able to make this rotation, at least to get up on top, because nobody can look with that hill in the way.
Yeah, it's very difficult. We talk about Old Man Mountain being able to claim his toll. So Cat doing his best to get that early rotation off. You have Link there, who was another player who ended up challenging towards the top. Cat just trying to get whatever information he can. Doesn't want any of the players hanging around. 27 players left currently, so that first placement threshold coming up, but Cat looking to find somebody with the heavy sniper, instead converting over, taking out Clarity Blake right after he gets Flacco, so into the top 25 as well. Nice 4-point swing there.
Yeah, but what an expensive rotation this is. We talked about the distance he had to go. It was a long one, plus the over the mountain. I think you did point out he broke into that one box that there was nobody occupying, but he had to check. He just broke the wall. Is there anybody in there? Peekaboo, no, we're good. I'm going to continue rotating, but did spend a lot of materials on this. Right now, just finding a small position, but he can sit in for a second, give himself a little bit of a breather. Does have a lot of power items. He has that RPG. See him holding the edit. Again, trying to get information, and in the box he goes. Leif Lafleur, you're out of here. Goodbye. Does find the rift to go as well, and that's going to be perfect timing because the next moving zone is coming.
Yeah, and honestly, I think he'll probably want to hold that rift until he gets down from Polar Peak. The rotation down is a little easier on this side, so probably, nope, just as I say that, he's showing why he qualified and I didn't. Popping the rift super early and just going to take it. You see other players heading down towards it, trying to hit the community rift. Nade, unfortunately, misses it and takes a ton of fall damage. Fury Snapper trying to get into it, does get it. So everyone who was on top is now diving back down, Paula.
Yeah, there was a lot of players who ended up getting in there. Remember, there was only one spot up for grabs this weekend for Oceania. And that did go to our first person we watched, Cat takes walls. Right now, watching Speedy, he's got the baller, he's trying to make his rotation in, try to spot exactly what he wants to do. Almost looked like he wanted to peek into that box, say hello. But with the baller, you got plenty of time to make your decisions. One thing that you see a lot of players actually kind of just scout what they want to do. If there's somebody in front of them, they look at it, they check for the box. Is this going to open a certain way? Is this player going to do what I expect him to do? And then they pounce. Right now, Speedy possibly looking for that opportunity, but it's going to get knocked out. He's going to have to go on foot from here.
Yeah, needs to go on foot and find whatever picks and rotations he can make happen as he gets vested. UHC right there taking him down, and still just trying to fire off whatever rifle rounds he can, looking for the players rotating as Spoiling is nearly knocked down, but not quite able to convert, as we see all those ballers rotating around Cat trying to get that full built metal up and top himself off, not only with the campfire, but also with that heavy pot.
Reloading that RPG as well, making sure he has everything he needs to make this rotation and to find the eliminations. And now he's on 8. What more can he find? Just peeking in with that RPG, just barely missing it. But he gets ahead of it. The edit coming through, he's gonna be able to box him up with the stare and the follow-up with the edit. No, Nova Acorns goes down. And a lot of materials for Cat, so he's recovering from that very expensive rotation we saw him make early on.
Yeah, recovering indeed, able to top himself back up. That's the one thing. If you rotate early and then create a power position for yourself, you can kind of snowball into the game. As you see, Forbes picks up ZGMT there on the middle tarp. Though Cat still up here using the RPG, less for the straight damage, more to just break the builds and then get pressure afterward. Doing fantastic swaps over to the AR, but will he see one of these ballers off the challenge? Instead, just rolling around, getting the AoE explosion damage on it. You're not safe. You can't take 2 of those rockets anymore. The second one will break the glass. And I mean, broken glass hurts, Paul.
That it does. It's sharp. And right now, Cat's taking advantage of that with that RPG. Look, another one almost hits onto Kirko. If it blows up the baller, you're still going to take damage from that RPG. The AoE will do it, just like you said. And every time you see him shoot an RPG shot, he pulls out a shotgun to maybe get a shot through before the build comes in.
Yep, shotgun or the rifle, depending on the range. Great hot swap there. No problem picking up the pump into the air. Does slide down and get pinned. Has no mobility, but community jump pad, going to be able to use that. And will he be able to fall? You see ETA agent picking up Knuckles there. We're in the top 5 now, so additional 2 placement points. Speedy on ultimate high. Cat on the mid ground picks up another elim. Cat is on your bottom right with 11 eliminations. Speedy in your top right, sitting on 2. Cat instead is just gonna go find Agent, and he's looking to see if he can find that jump pad or can find the player or do anything, and instead just gonna fire it away, hoping to find it. Not taking walls or the victory royale there, but you know, 19-point match. There's a reason he rocketed up that leaderboard, man.
There is. That was a solid performance there, but Speedy takes the victory royale by paying attention to that zone, paying attention to where it's going to go over that mountain. That's that villain lair. Look at all this fossil that you like to say.
Yeah, the fossil, you know, it just reminds me so much of some of those dinosaurs. You either get a Stegosaurus in there with all of the different high ground retakes, or sometimes it's a Triceratops with the different, you know, kind of horns branching out the little tunnels. And I promise you, I know way too much about dinosaur names. One of my early obsessions when I was younger, but dinosaurs are great. Also, big shout out to one of the guys who helped code the server replays. He's a big fan of dinosaurs and the T-Rex skin in particular. Very on brand.
Let me ask you a question then. If Cat was a dinosaur, oh my goodness. If Cat was a dinosaur, what would his dinosaur name be?
What would his Catosaurus Rex?
Oh,
did easily.
Nice.
Like, come on, with how dominant he is. Though, to be fair, it could be Catlosoraptor with how good of a predator. I don't know. That was too much of a tongue twister. We're going to leave that one there. We'll pretend we didn't do the dinosaur bit. Just back up about 20 seconds or so. So jumping on board, have Cat taking walls on the high ground, trying to put some more shots down towards Speedy, who did get that last victory out, already sitting on 2 elims, but back up to 35 points. So another one of those extended matches. And as you can see, 32 players left, circle 5 closing in. So getting towards that late game, Bala.
Yeah, and you can see him recycling the materials that he had extra on the ground. I really like this build that he did to build this extra height up and be very protected while he did it with the cone at the top. Speedy, remember, he did win that last game. I'm wondering if these were back-to-back. So interesting. The way that these lobbies end up going, picks up one that was flying directly at him. Nice AR spray.
Yeah, so you going down there. Now Speedy trying to find some more of the rifle angles, and we talked about it. If you want to be at the top of the leaderboard, need to be hitting those rifle shots on the rotators as they come through.
And that player he just took some shots at was actually Cat taking walls. You could tell by the skin. He flew all the way towards the zone, taking advantage of the knowledge that you get as soon as that's revealed. Maybe make a rotation first, because it's going to allow you to get some eliminations, to do that gatekeeping that we always talk about.
Yeah, and if you look in the bottom right-hand corner, he is very much in the front of the rotation. Pretty much the whole lobby has to pass by him. He's just saying, hey, drop out the baller, come play some games with us, let's go. No more free rotators for you, you gotta pay for the rest.
Now, is he going to find any of those gatekeeping opportunities is the question. The zone is moving. 40 seconds till the 6 zone closes. It's going over towards Tilted Towers. Possibly down the hill, and he's going to find one of his tennis opponents. Demigod goes down. He takes him out with a nice stare at it.
Yep, showing why you're not a real god, just a demigod. Cat smiting you down there, but now the rotation comes out. Cat opting to use the launch pad. You see Truth following through. Mint and Rennie in an engagement in the box right there as everyone is trying to box up on the high ground, but ultimately Cat has it for himself. Cypher picking up Rennie, and we're into the top 25.
That was an interesting way to take high ground there from Cat. He did a full 1x1 all the way up in metal. Very safe, but very expensive, but it gets him up high fast, and 2 eliminations from it because Rackets and Cypher go down fast.
And that's when we talk about checking the back of the storm for potential eliminations, particularly with the rifle fire.
That?
Sick double edit coming out from Cat. Opts to do a jump down on the side. This player needs to keep an eye on him. He is very playful indeed, and instead opts to disengage. Gonna go straight up and dive.
Going down.
But the forced glider height, can Cat find it? He's hunting, he's looking, but not quite gonna convert. And also, fun fact about cats, they are the most versatile land mammal predator.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you jump off of the top there, you would definitely survive. And he also has 9 lives too. I don't know what that was, that explanation there, that description.
Well, you think about it, just his ability to get through and get all of these predators tracking down. If you think about it, cats are scary. They're able to catch insects, bunny rabbits, birds, and Cat here, he's taking all the walls, the victory rounds, the eliminations. I mean, what more could you want to catch? As we're catching on board with Goobas, getting that elimination onto Blally.
Goobas was one of the Lux Cup and a bunch of all different performances. He had so many good ones.
Yeah, just like that flick, that was real good. And you're gonna see opting to pick up that heavy sniper in order to use the versatility, punch through some of these walls. And also, it's a rotation tool. If you do get stuck and do get pinned, the number of times you need to punch through a fully built metal wall of an opponent is massive. But now, taking a look at the wedge, Speedy and Cheesy on the high ground. Cat directly underneath him. Gooba's trying to drop him down with the heavy sniper, but Cat making sure he had a second level, always covering himself. If you want to be the best, you have to do everything right, including the little things, including being defensive and taking advantage of your opponents. Cheesy, back to lobby you go. No problem there, no Gouda on that one. Cat taking all of it.
No Gouda on that one, indeed. Now, Cat right above Speedy again in this duel. We saw it last game. It's happening again. And then Goobaw's looking down as well. That's Slaya's partner, by the way, the duo partner. What can we do? Dunk God. He's looking for an opportunity. He might be able to hop out. No, he's continuing to grapple. Unfortunately, that's going to cost him a lot of Storm HP, but finally dropping out, getting the wall, and taking down Ank. One more. Can you do it?
Hit the second shot. Got it. Brilliant from Dunk God. That's how you have to capitalize. If you all do sit in a baller the entire match, you need to make sure you get the placement points, and when you jump out, you're taking advantage of your opponents, dropping out on the side there to get 2 easy shots. Now, Cat in the top right, the qualifier, sitting on 13 elimination. Goobas on the middle card, one of the other top Australian players, and Dunk God trying to do what he does best and dunk on him, but not coming out so far. Cat showing that he can take walls, he can take eliminations, he can take whatever he wants. Will he close this one out, though?
Yeah, he's got to be careful. Dunk God, that is. Going through this building is going to be so rough. These structures, the natural walls, not the player-built one, have so much more HP, so you can see he's going to pay for it in Storm Ticks. Cat already using the campfires to get back up to 100 HP. He's going to stay in the zone now because it's closing. One bandage for Dunk God. It's not going to go his way for sure. Cat, this is why he won. This is why he's going to New York. Super patient, perfect heal off against Dunk God, realizing the situation, realizing he went to the building, and just healing back up and then going for the off heal as well.
Yep.
Perfect.
Great work from Cat. I mean, that's what it takes to come out in that top spot where the lead changed over 4 times in the last game. Cat retaking his top spot on that perch. And I mean, somebody who knows a lot about cats. Kitty, what do you got for us?
Yeah, you actually helped me with my tweet earlier, Sundown. From one cat to another, congratulations. Always great to see another feline performing so well on the Fortnite stage. Congratulations to all Oceania players. We will have more qualifiers for you guys coming up in the next few weeks. But we do have another region that we haven't checked out yet, and that is our Asia region. We have 2 players that qualified, and we got Sundown and Bala who are going to break that down for us. Again, 2 more games out of Asia. How did they get to that qualifying spot?
Thank you, Kitty. And there was 2 of those qualifying spots up for grabs in this region. Banny was one of them who came up on top. He was in first place. We'll probably hop into a game with the other as well. Now, Banny at 3 points in this game right now. Fatal Fields is the location that it's going to end on. This is Fax Fox's duo, the player who did qualify in first place in the first week of our solo competition, which makes it interesting. There, nice shot. Our RPG, just like I was talking about with Cat. You RPG and then shotgun follow-up because that player wasn't paying attention to his back. He has to do all of the walls in front. There's the 3 that will break, and then he's going to go ahead and continue to take that wall as well.
Yep, trying to find whatever space he can and make sure he's protected, making sure he's safe and able to, get that rotation as it comes out. And now we're going to take a look, jump on over to the other side of the match. You have CWZ, Giro, and Circle Red now putting shots in towards Vrody.
Now, Giro looking back right now. Where is he going to be able to find any opportunities? He's sitting right next to a vent. Takes some few AR shots as this player rotates into a wood box. A lot of opportunities. When you see somebody in a wood box, he's actually going to try to continuously pressure this player because the wood, it's easy to break. You don't get the wall replaced in the first try there as he went right in front of where he was looking, so that was very obvious. Plus the sound cues of him approaching. He's going to actually back up, say, okay, I'm good with this.
Yeah, once you waste that much time and kind of materials and you realize you're not going to be able to convert, other players are going to start moving towards you, looking to get a piece of the pie. Instead, going back over, taking out Pad Dot, Circle Red, no problem for Giro. Picking up the elimination there and now looking to hit the geyser and rotate away.
And that he will. That half in, half out zone has been revealed. It's not moving just yet, but he's going to find himself a good position on top of a bunch of established builds, which makes it hard for players to decide, hey, I want to group up. Let's all focus on this guy. It tends to happen a lot if you pick an open spot or there's a lot of pressure going down like an RPG. So Benny right now starting that pressure. Is anybody else going to pile on? That's the question. No, not for now.
As the zone is closing in, this is the fifth circle. 31 players remaining, utilizing the RPG, sneaking it into the box. Again, we talk about that combo, utilizing the fact that it has the slightly slower projectile time, or fairly slow projectile time in comparison to every other gun in the game. So then being able to break the wall either with the heavy snipe or with just some nice good old-fashioned AR spray and sneak it in there.
And that he did. Now you can see he's being sneaky in his box now that he caused a lot of attention. Got that one elimination. He's going to wait for that zone to start moving. He's already established himself a nice position there. Here it goes. First moving zone. This player's on the back side of it. He's got a ways to go. Unfortunately, no mobility for him and a few builds as well, only 20. It's going to be rough.
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't spend this time tunneling out. I know it's kind of like sketchy and you need to be careful of your sides, but if you're running through the open and nobody's taking shots, no need. He's just burned through 20 builds and nobody has shot at him yet.
Yeah.
So now he's going to get in here and have no way to defend himself. It's all going to be about the raw aim coming out from Skype. Instead, going to continue to try and go forward on the back of this player as they hit that full metal, but using the double spray now, trying to find any place that isn't metal to run through. Needs to be careful. Did hear that trap go off and instead straight into the rift as we're now into our top 25. So everyone getting at least 3 points for the trouble.
A little bit of a good find there. Wings actually doing a little bit of a double balloon strategy. Takes one person off at the edge of the zone, not going too high with that. We saw Zayt yesterday in the semifinals having a little bit of fun with himself with the balloons.
The patented single balloon strat has now evolved into the double or even sometimes triple balloon. I know if you are if you're just a masochist and enjoy making everyone else feel bad, you can do triple balloon into Boombo. Nice. And just hang out up on that high ground area. Seen a couple great clips of people doing that. Oh, another single balloon strat coming out, but DS Wings gonna be taking advantage of there. That wasn't a back bling. He was actually floating up there, but now Chachki needs to catch himself as he drops down. Core backway does get picked up by Banny. New load min trying to spray down some AR shots, so Banny needs to be very careful here. But look at the tunnel coming out from Banny. What a great angle on that. Setting those up, making sure his sides are covered, and but loses one of his campfires, so should be able to still mostly top off with the storm at his back.
Yeah, and that was important. He wanted to get both campfires off because you can heal at the same time with 2 going down if you stay in the center just like this. He has so many.
It might as well be a Boy Scout over here, just lighting campfires all over the place and picking up a great, didn't quite convert on that. Matthew taking that one away, but Banny knowing there's resources and more importantly a player directly next to him. Will he be able to find it? You don't want to shoot that back close. Instead, swaps over the pump, picks up Matthew there, and we're into the top 10. 7 players left.
7 players down to 6 now. Banny looking for any opportunity he can to force the issue here onto Skippy. He does take him out. Look like an RPG with a shotgun follow-up again. Now Chachu on high ground. Fate in the middle of it. Banny's going to take him out. Nice play there. It's a 1v1 now. Reloading that RPG again. With the edit. Oh, the cone as well. The traps are coming in. That's disgusting.
So the Storm's going to take him out. He's going to tick out to the Storm. There's no way. Poison darts are 80. Storm does 10 per tick. If you take more than 2, you're done. Banny, it's not 200 IQ. It's not Galaxy Brain. That's the universe brain right there. 10 eliminations and the victory rail, 20 points. That was his opening match, so I mean a little bit of one of the lower point lobbies, but you gotta convert on everything if you want one of those spots. Banny showing what it takes there.
Yeah, and that was beautiful ending there when that player was on the opposite side of his wall. He decided to edit out, and then he placed the cone when he tried to stairs above him. Perfect trap opportunity there. Now into this next game, we got a little bit of a barcode.
And that's an actual barcode, right? That's how you do it. Don't put ones in there or capital L's. Cloaksy, I'm looking at you, man. I know what happened. It's okay. But now, hopping on board.
I'm going to take my phone out and scan it.
Oh, yeah, see what that gets? No. Yeah. That'd be amazing if it worked. But that driftboard going through the air. And no, this is not the terrain park. This is not the Olympics. You can't just do the tricks in the middle. Won't be able to get those off. This is Fortnite Battle Royale, and more importantly, the Fortnite World Cup Online Open Qualifier. This is our Asia recap. Just, making sure we give love to all the regions, Bala.
This is our Asia recap, but now that you said that about the terrain park, I want to see somebody recreate that in creative with the drift boards and stuff. I'm sure it's already out there.
So there are some fantastic driftboard courses out there. And I mean, there's a lot of fun that's been done. I mean, also just big shout out to Creative, all the people who are doing really cool stuff on that. And also keep an eye out for the Fortnite Creative Challenge, opting into that for the Fortnite World Cup creative version. Going into that, keep an eye out. The trial will be starting on Monday. You can take a look at our socials and also check out Phase Scissors. He's been doing some of those amazing obstacle courses, kind of bug in my throat there, or death runs, as some of the players say, where it really puts all of your Fortnite skills to the test. So check those out. We'll have ways for people to compete and get involved, even if BR isn't your thing.
Yeah, that's for sure. Such a fun mode. Right now, these players are having fun in the World Cup qualifiers. And it's Spider-Man from Team Meta. Gets shotgunned in the back, but he's going to return it right through that wall. As soon as it broke, that's a strategy that people use very often when somebody's pressuring your wall. Sometimes just let it fall, take the shotgun shot through it. It's a beautiful play there from Spider-Man.
Yep, and he actually went to replace the wall right after, so didn't lose anything by following the shot. But you can see now on the top left side of the screen, you have Takamura. The MM is actually his team tag, so his name, Takamura, the player coming out from Japan, representing MM and trying to find whatever space he can. And look at this loadout. Has the launch pad, decent number of traps, 2 rifts, heavy sniper, rare AR, like epic pump, but come on.
How can you have 2 rifts at this stage in the game? Normally you've already used it, right? In that half and half. If you have 2, you might as well. But still, let's see what he does. The edit down. Is there somebody above him? I think that's high ground, completely connected. We don't get to see the follow-up there. But for now, we didn't see an extra elimination come in either, so.
Yeah, he was okay there, but we're also into that top 25. See him jumping up from 55 to 58 points, and you can get kind of a spread here. You have Takamura on the backside of that circle. Players rotating slightly up and away from him. He's looking to find it. Gets the heavy snipe. Gets the pump follow-up immediately into the AR. Great finish there to pick up Evil.
Wow, he actually dropped the heavy snipe for the glider redeploy now that the end game is approaching. He says that sniper is not going to be as useful for me. I don't know if that's the case, but he definitely did it. So
he definitely did it. I would maybe slightly disagree with that decision, but That being said, only because he has the 2 Rift to goes, instead going to opt to use that glider redeploy for that fast horizontal traversal. It is slow when you're gliding down vertically, but if you jump off into space, do your best, you know, kind of like flying hamster impression and then just let it go, you can get some use out of it.
Yeah, now back to Spider Mode. He's got the heavy snipe. He's gonna heavy snipe this floor down as this player was above it with the poison trap, possibly to get that off. Nice little tactic there. It's not gonna work out this time.
Needs to be very careful, sitting on only 61 effective HP, knows the players right next to him, not taking out any weapon, just trying to be as quiet as possible, wants to push through, doesn't get the 3rd hit because it's building up, does get it, alter ego, Kobe not able to reset his edit fast enough as Spider-Man puts himself into that top 15. Scarred Killazua going down, but does get the additional 2 points, so everyone left has gotten the 5. It's about the eliminations and that top 5 next. On board with Kayuhan, 2 elims, but only 5 builds left here, Bala.
5 build left is not a lot. He's gonna maybe find an elimination. That's what he's gonna need because he needs the materials to continue forward. 2 players in this pod. Can he get the second? Yes, and a lot of materials to boot. Up to 86 now. He's gonna break his way through and start tunneling in. Gives him time to heal as well. 10 players remaining in this game. Good recovery from Kyuhan. Where can he go from here?
Yep, like you said, top 10 in the match. Kayuhan trying to find the correct space, knows there's the launch pad right down there, heading down towards it, not opting to take it quite yet there. Does connect, but takes 2 pubs for his trouble, which means probably wasn't worth the trade of just dropping down. Gonna opt to fall into the storm and retake high ground. Good decision there, but needs to be careful. If he gets sneezed on at this point, he is gone. Even the side of one of those pumps will take him out, and the heavy sniper pressure comes in, but good job to wall it off. Will he be able to find the edit? Needs to find it. Got to get back in. 6. Oh, just a little bit of miss execution there from Kayuhan, but now jumping over to the Y, you have Shintaro on that ultimate high with Mikayo just underneath him. Spider-Man picking up the Elam on the low ground. You have Takamura, Takamura on the mid-tarp with Zakohishi next to him, but now Spider-Man versus Moffin on the low ground, and Spider-Man does really convert. No, he doesn't. Taka drops down and says, yoink, I'll take both of those. Thank you very much. 4 elims for him now. Make that 5 elims for him as everyone keeps dropping down, and they are so high. Trying to use the glider redeploy, but he still gives them the pump to the face twice, and Moya's gonna try and land in the tree, but you need a way down. Gonna try and catch himself on the way down. Redeploys again, but Taka.
Did he hit a shot?
Didn't. No, I don't think he needed to hit a shot, but he did get the 6 elim. Might have gotten a tag off there, but just great endgame from him.
Yeah, and the story of him, he actually thought that he wasn't gonna make it, but he did. After about 5 games, he tweeted, "This is gonna be way too hard." But Kitty, he did make it.
He did make it. Congratulations to Takamura and Manny for qualifying out of our Asia region. Incredible, incredible job. And Lupo, we still got more to go. We're heading right into the middle of this Brazil qualifier now. I know we're going to take a look at the standings to see exactly where these guys are going in to the second half. And you want to talk us through it?
All the way to the top right now, Lasers 38 points. 6 games remaining, 2 victory royales, but honestly, we've talked about it before. The difference in games remaining it could be kind of a landslide as we get closer to the end of these qualifiers, because even just 2 games, we've seen a number of times massive point shifts. The European standings were a perfect example of that. We had a number of players that had burnt through a couple more games than others, and so a big shift in what was on the leaderboard happened. I think this is a situation where potentially same thing's going to happen. That being said, multiple players from W7M we've seen up and down on the board. DK there, 31 points, no victory royales, but a full 8 games. I mean, only going through 2 and having 31 points right now is solid. Techno Viking, though, we've talked about Techno Viking multiple times in the past. I think that's a name to watch. Only 6 games left, 31 points, no victory royales yet, but consistency is key, as we've seen with players like Bizzle from Ghost.
Yep.
If Techno Viking can do the same thing, I expect to climb there without a doubt.
Cool, so your bet's on Techno Viking.
Honestly, yes.
I'm putting it all on Sushi at the bottom there. He's got 1 victory royale already, 8 games remaining. Like, this is just the beginning of the bracket for these guys. They've able to secure themselves amazing points so far, and I'm really looking forward to get into it. We do have 4 games for you coming up, and Bala and Sundown are gonna run us through them. Let's get it.
Thank you so much, Kitty. Thank you so much, Dr. Sellout. Appreciate that. standings update here on the Brazil region, and we're going to hop into it now.
Wow, Dr. Sellout just tossed him straight under the bus, just like he tossed his plug for subbing him out right there. But it's all good. I understand what you're doing with that. But hopping on board with DK outs, we saw him in Blackouts put up a monstrous performance last week in the semifinals. Weren't quite able to carry it over into that finals performance, but it's okay. It happens. Doing very well so far, trying to earn one of those 2 qualifying spots for Brazil. So, and as you can see, just like on point. You know what? Shout out to Becca. Flying that graphic out there. Great work. Just always on point with it. But 2 spots for Brazil. We've already qualified through 11 players who will join them to make the 13 from week 3 so far. And I mean, again, if you're just joining us, you in your client can go set your region to Brazil, go to the event, and check out that leaderboard live. If there's one of these players you want to watch, there's a nice little, you can click on the match history, see how the games are going. If there's one you want to watch a replay, it's right there. If they're in a match live, you get a nice little flashing red light indicating you can hop on in live, watch it as they go through. It's not completely 100% up to date. Want to give some protection there to people in case they're trying to be nefarious, but it's pretty close.
It's awesome. Such an amazing feature. I can't wait to see what people do with it. I'm going to be using so much of that. I'm going to take advantage like crazy. I can't wait for all the different content creators to really use that and really put it to its full use.
Yeah, that's another great plug. If you make really cool content, whether it's VOD reviews, whether it's analysis, whether it's individual player breakdowns, whether it's montage or funny moments or outtakes, go and utilize this. You get so many more perspectives, and anything you make, tweet it at us. Tweet it at Fortnite. Tweet it at myself, X Sundown. Tweet it at BallaTW, and use the hashtag Fortnite World Cup because we want to see that stuff. We want to see what you guys are capable of doing with those resources. And honestly, the Fortnite community makes so many cool things outside of ridiculous plays. Like you say DK Out's doing there, putting off so many shots that when this is fully unlocked and people are really able to use it, I mean, we saw what happened in the Boogie Down in the Cinema Royale.
That was awesome.
So just can only imagine where it's going to go from here.
Yeah. Now, this is an interesting game here. DK on 5 eliminations right now, but also taking the high ground, so he has an opportunity to do much more. History, you can see he's making a run after SL down on the side. He's going to
catch me if you can.
Who's going to get there first? It's not going to force them off, so they're comfortable right now staying down there, but who knows where the next zone's going to go. Actually, we all do. The pump shotgun, though, coming in from Lagarto, takes him out. Yep. Ricardo, unfortunately, that's the end.
Marcardo by Mark trying to be the hottest cologne out on the market. Instead, Lagarto, the Argentinian from Nizi, now. And the funny thing is, DK Outs and Lagarto are both right up there. I think it's 1 and 3 on that leaderboard we just saw. So pressuring on top of each other. They're going to be running into each other a lot. DK Outs sitting on 5 elims right now, 9 players left, so 12 points from this match already. Can he convert onto more? Trying to find this player, and he does. ISG untouched, not untouched there. DK Outs gets away from that exploding puncher real quick, saying I want nothing to do with that, as Lagarto actually picks up another elim, so keeping pace. Does get the wall, cone in the way to defend, but history is history now as we are getting closer to that top 5, and there it is. ACL picking up STD food. He's going to go down. And DK Outs isn't stopping. Oh my, he just made Lagarto look not so good right there.
That was insane, using the cone there as well to make sure that he can't ramp over him. Nice play from DK. And now the tarp has begun. Everybody else on low ground, it's going over Dusty Divot as well. So it's going to be difficult for them to really get any shots with all the trees. Here's the launch pads coming in. They're going over DK. Is somebody going to land on him? No, he actually finds a baller, but somebody does land on him. Knocks him out of the zone. He's coming through. This fight is so important right now for DK. He's got to get it, getting the shotguns in between the little builds right now, and then the edit down. That's a wrap for Divine. But Sony, he's shooting him down. Can he
catch a waterfall?
No! Just barely misses the waterfall. Sony taking the perfect opportunity, the perfect timing, right before he decides he needs to go down, finding a little bit of a gap between the trees there. And that's the end of that game. Victory out of Sony. But DK absolutely slaughtering the rest of the lobby. That was fantastic play.
Yeah, it was so close. Was able to catch himself once or twice there, but not quite when he needed it most. Now jumping right on over to Clipnote, trying to pressure against Nasty. One of those dark horses. I was saying, keep an eye on this guy. He's been on every one of the leaderboards. Don't know a ton about him other than the fact that we see his name up there all the time, and he comes ready to play. Now, trying to get that wall ownership. You see this awkward situation. Does have the heavy snipe. Doesn't quite get the ownership. So again, he wants to get that wall, but he's also prepping that edit ahead of time in case the other player opts to push through, just like that. The other player does try and get the heavy snipe into the wall ownership on the other side, places the trap, but Clipnote able to disengage out the side.
I love that he started spamming that silence SMG right through, but no, actually Nasty's gonna pay for that, because there was a really awkward angle trying to take that wall from a box that's diagonal, that's one square diagonal from it. Makes it really hard to actually replace that, make sure that it doesn't get replaced on your own.
And how he had edited it, Clipnode's head hitbox was actually covered by the wall. So Clipnode, while he could really only see that player's head right there, was able to just take the trade comfortably. Now, jumping on board with Kesar Laleo, the player who did qualify in week 1, took the spot away from Nyx in the very last match. And, you know, he's under a little bit of pressure right here, as this is a super dense circle. 36 in Circle 5. Brazil stepping the game up on Sunday.
Yeah, this is definitely much more than we saw, at least in week number 1. Your players starting to get familiar with how they need to play, and it's definitely showing right now with the amount of players in this lobby.
Yeah, able to, just make sure play for late. It's not just, kind of a meme, people saying that. It's very important, because if you're able to get in these situations, you get more interactions, you get more opportunities to rack up points, and you need the placement. Nobody is qualifying off of just eliminations alone, though. Somebody got close of almost all placements alone. Shout out to you, Markle.
Yeah, almost doing it in EU. We'll see how that's going to play out here in the Brazil region. Server region right now. So many good players throughout this area. Mexian, nice shot there on Musgash, takes him out easily, and he's going to be able to recycle his launch pad that he placed right before he went down. So good timing on that one.
The best form of recycled utility is one that nobody gets to use other than yourself, even though you didn't put it down. Immediately setting himself up, turning and taking shots. You can see all the ballers trying to get to that far side and avoid any of the focus, as Mason does start getting pressured with that RPG now. AKS takes the high ground away. Just a reminder, we're coming up on that first placement threshold. 25th place will be it. Boom, as it turns over, you see the points jump up by 3, and AKS picks up Peru, picks up Mason with the rare tack. Again, the joke is you have to be able to sneeze, you have to be able to cough on him, but you also have to be able to jump over a railing. You do everything so well, but get caught on that. Super unfortunate, but again, you get in these late game situations where you're only fighting box to box, the high rate of fire on the tack and the wider spread, it actually is, I don't want to say beneficial, but it's not bad.
Yeah, and when anything can change so fast in terms of who can jump in your box, that's actually going to take people by surprise. Now, on to Leon's. What is he looking for? Looking for any opportunities right now. Maybe somebody's going to go under his box. No, the heavy snipe's going to come out while this player's healing. Lautar, fortunately for you, you can't take advantage of that. Kovacs, right now, your aim isn't going to be anything from that box when the heavy sniper gets you eliminated.
If you're healing in a box, put a cone over yourself.
Good advice here from Sundown.
When you're playing with the best of the best, you can't not do the little things.
Yeah.
The little things will give you one extra opportunity, and sometimes that's the difference of qualifying or not, or it's the difference of getting one more interaction, one more pump shotgun shot. As Laleo now disengages down the side, trying to find whatever space he can, gets the door open, and the tree falls as well. He can't quite find it.
He got the wall! Yeah, oh my goodness, that was insane! Dropping down, getting the wall, and then boxing up so he doesn't get third party. And then the cone and then the trap, this player, Laleo, he got it. And then following it up, this is insane. The technical ability right now from Laleo is mind-boggling. It's so fast.
That was the same player he just trapped off, but we talk about the tack. 2 shots of taking away all of his shields there. Laleo getting up to the high ground and resetting. Now, I know it says he has no E-Linus, but he's sitting on at least 3 right now. That's what we've seen as he pulls out the boombo and tries to make it 4. Does connect, but doesn't convert. There it is. Damatek being ticked over by the
is
storm.
so uncomfortable.
And now this is incredibly uncomfortable. He needs to break through that tree. That was a lot more swings than normal. He's like, nah, I'm going to get above it.
Yeah, he has to get above it, but he didn't go high enough. Finally, he's up there. But we saw it live in one of the, the Asia games, falling above the tree, unfortunately.
Oh, the player's pinned. He can only go one way. Not Procuro down. Now, Kesar is into the top 5 as Knife King picks up 2 on the low ground. Wixie going down. So now it's Leo versus Ghosty. Every set the lobby.
No way.
Everyone's up in the sky. How fast can you dive?
Leo
How
went
good
out.
is your control? And Leo got pulled out. Was not able to survive through the storm. Didn't play Save the World enough, but now Knife King trying to find the last shot, readjust, keeping the right hand, is on the high ground, and it comes out, but retakes zone control, and he gets it. He gets blocked out. Gustix goes down. Knife King, a huge clutch, picking up the 2 elims and then sending everyone into the sky, resetting the lobby, being first one to act and cleaning it down. Brilliant there from him. I mean, Kitty, what do you think about that?
Some really interesting games coming out of Brazil right now, and we're just getting started in that region. We will be checking in with them later, but we do have a little bit of some of the reactions on social media today from the EU games today. You got Core Gaming, Did I Do It? Which, congratulations, you did. And Wakey's Am I Dreaming Boys, Let's Go, Love You All, Guess I'll See You at NYC. And
The very
GG.
nonchalant GG, not
bad. Meanwhile, he's screaming inside. It's fine. We know. 69 points coming out on Lukey and Dementos. We've seen his name so much. Finally seeing him qualify for the Worlds. And Teachub, I'm so nervous. Please, please, please be enough. A lot of these guys finishing their games early before those final results coming in, the final games end. And that's been making a huge difference for a lot of these players. So they were right to be nervous, but everyone you see on here has qualified into the next event. And congrats to you EU boys. But I believe we have some people to talk to.
We do indeed. Now, for Europe, for those not aware, honestly, in my opinion, probably one of the most difficult regions to qualify for because it has the most spots available. The top 8 at the end of Sunday for solos get to move on to New York City. We are lucky enough to be joined by 2 of them, ranked 5 and 7 this time around. Throw that up on the board, and we're going to pick their brains about what exactly it feels like to get to this point. I'm joined now by Lol Boom and TTV Core Gaming. Gentlemen, congratulations. You're going to New York City.
Yeah,
hello, thank you.
That's absolutely incredible. And real quick, what time is it for you right now?
9:30.
For me, it's 9:30.
So we're getting to the evening hours, grinding Fortnite out here.
Hours.
You are, as I said moments ago, hopefully you heard that, I would consider Europe one of the most difficult regions to qualify in because you have 8 positions total, landing 5th and 7th. And on top of that, for those that are not aware, you guys are duo partners, yeah?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, we didn't qualify in the duos last week. We got 10th, but managed to both clutch it up in the solos this week.
10th has got to still feel pretty dang good. I mean, let's be honest.
We got 4 more weekends.
That's ridiculous. Yeah, you have multiple weekends remaining. Now that you've qualified both of you for solos, and I'd like to take this one at a time. We'll start with you, Lol Boom. Do you think any of the things you did in solos, you're going to make adjustments to how you guys are going to play it into duos?
Well, for solos, I drop at a different spot to a normal drop in duos. For solos, I dropped near Lonely Lodge at the Ballers, and then I just play it out from there. But then in duos, we drop at different locations, and yeah.
A split drop?
Split drop.
Pretty risky.
Yeah.
Although I think a number.
Oh no. For duos, we both drop at the same spot, like at Salty.
My apologies.
Oh, he's trying not to say where he drops, Lubo. Oh my gosh, why you gotta do him like that?
My bad, Lol Boom. You can blame me if somebody else ends up there. Same question for you, Core Gaming. Going from solos, now qualifying, headed into duos, you're going to make adjustments to the way that you guys have played thus far. Yeah, honestly, top 10 is still fantastic, but it's not a qualification for duos in the Fortnite World Cup.
Yeah, true. Solos, I play. I don't know about Logan, but I play a lot more passive in solos. Duos, we can get away with a lot more because I don't know. I just feel like you've got a lot more ability to defeat other people in it. But in solos, we play a lot more passive, play with balls, whereas in duos we don't.
eliminations being worth an individual point apiece. Obviously in solos you don't have to worry about people getting picked up off the ground, that kind of thing. But in duos, revives are a pretty big piece of it. Now that you guys have both qualified, you're heading out to New York City as a solo. In duos though, you have to worry about closing out on those elimination points. Do you weight eliminations as heavily in duos because that mechanic exists, or is it all about placement?
Well, solos is really I played it all about placement this week, but duos I feel like I can balance them both. I feel like when we're all playing together in a duo, we can get away with a lot more compared to solos, and as in the same plays in solos, we'd get spammed and we'd die.
Interesting.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
How did you guys feel when you saw the other person qualify for the event? Like, obviously you were super excited for yourself, but how did it feel knowing that both you and your duo secured your spot this week?
Honestly, it's really unbelievable that we both qualified at the same time in the solos one. We were jumping in and out a call like between games just to see how each other were doing, but we never knew. We both didn't think even halfway through that we were gonna qualify at our rate. But yeah, it was pretty crazy.
Oh, I love that.
My last question before we go, and I'll take this one at a time. Going into the Fortnite World Cup, you have some of the most competitive lobbies that we've ever seen, and certain loadouts seem to be weighted a little heavier than others. Lalboom, starting with you, if you had to pick a certain loadout, a very specific set of things, what would you prefer to have?
I would have a Scar, pump shotgun, heavy sniper, Rift, and minis.
Core?
Honestly, around the same. Anything with a heavy sniper, honestly.
Honestly, probably one of the most versatile tools we've seen so far. The number of different ways you can utilize it, both for eliminations and forcing your way into people's 1-by-1s is absolutely ridiculous. For myself and everybody here in the studio out in Los Angeles, and honestly every single one of your fans, which hopefully is rising up by the second now that you guys have qualified for the World Cup, congratulations to both of you. And I look forward to seeing what you can do in duos next week.
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you, man.
Thank you so much.
Lalboom, Core Gaming, thank you guys very much for joining us.
Congratulations, guys.
Crazy that two solos that play together consistently did fantastic last week. Top 10 is nothing to bat an eye at, you have to realize. But now that they're both qualified, I feel like they're going to put their minds together. It will blow my mind if I did not see them crush it next week.
Yeah, having the confidence after this past week too is just huge for them. And one of the things I love that they said is that they were checking in with each other in between games. Like
100%.
We've been talking so much how important consistency is, and sometimes being consistent is just checking in with your partner, being reminded that it's all okay, you're doing great, keep going, you got this. And I love that they were able to utilize that together. But we are going to send things to a break. We're going to be back soon with a ton more Fortnite action.
Jump on and drop in. It's time to kick off the Fortnite World Cup competition. From April 13th to June 16th, we'll be running Fortnite World Cup Online Opens, where you can qualify to compete for your chance at a piece of the $30 million prize pool. But how will these work, you ask? Each week will alternate back and forth between solos and duos competition, with players qualifying from each server region in Oceania, Asia, Europe, Brazil, NA East, and NA West. To find specifics for your server region, go to Fortnite.com/World Cup. To play in the online opens, you'll need to compete in the new Arena mode, an always-on form of competition where players can rank up tiers and leagues. It all starts in the Open League, and when players earn 125 points, they'll advance into Contenders League. After that, you'll need to build your way up to 300 points to unlock Champion League, where the Saturday Online Open players will be chosen. Then, we'll take the top 3,000 solo players or 1,500 duos from that Saturday's semifinals and advance them to the Sunday finals. Each Sunday, 20 players will rise to the top and qualify to join us in New York for the Fortnite World Cup Finals. Buckle up, because we're officially on the road to the Fortnite World Cup Finals. In just a few months, we'll see the greatest Fortnite players in the world go head-to-head to determine who will take the title of World Cup champion and become part of the global phenomenon that is Fortnite. Hundreds of players will compete on stage in New York City for their chance at Ultimate Battle Royale glory and their piece of $30 million. But let's look back at how we got here. The competition was hot at our first major live event at PAX West, where we held the Summer Skirmish finale. This open format pitted over 900 players against each other, and Morgassi was able to rise out of the masses and take home nearly $250,000.
A life-changing amount of money.
Fall Skirmish came next, where 500 players competed not only in Battle Royale competitions, but build-offs, challenges, bake-offs, and cosplay competitions to win prizes and valued club points. This all came to an insane conclusion at TwitchCon, where Tfue and Cloaksy were able to fend off the competition and win it all.
It's Tfue and Cloaksy!
Finishing off the year, we dove into the Winter Royale when the first ever open online qualifier was hosted, featuring the top 200 players from North America and Europe. In the end, the stream Skype dominated the European qualifier, semifinal, and final to come out on top. And on NA, Nolan beasted his way through the rounds, outperformed the Infinity Blade, and took home the crown. 2019 kicked off with the Secret Skirmish, where Ghost Saf and Rise Ronaldo took the top spot in duos, and the solos competition ended with an unbelievable performance from Ghost Bizzle, who took it all with the most clutch Fortnite finish in competitive history.
Skating around, shot comes in, a limb for Bizzle, turns onto the player above. That's it! He deagled the floor! Bizzle with the victory!
But this unbelievable action isn't limited to offline events. We've watched competitors get themselves ready for the Fortnite World Cup through their participation in the online tournaments. Fully open qualifiers for all players 13 and up has definitely shaken up the standard. Starting with the Scallywag Cup, familiar players like Saf and Zayt are continuously flaunting their skills, and we also saw new faces like WBG's Rux and Pika. But the veterans and big names aren't backing down, with players new and old challenging each other non-stop for the top spot. Beehive was a prime example of this in the European Blackheart Cup, continuing his absurdly consistent streak of dominating open competitions, while the Argentinian Dzeko was able to show off his elimination skills in a dominant Brazil region victory. After that, we saw two duo competitions, the Lux Cup and the World Cup warm-up, with a fantastic mix of challengers and established veterans able to claw their way up the leaderboard. The newly formed duo of Perfect Tilt and Mastoris have shown that they are not to be messed with, while the newly eligible European youngsters like Mongro, Benji Fishy, Osmo, and Milan showing that they are as good as everyone believed. But let's not forget about Oceania and Asia, where we've seen the Chiefs duo of Sync and Skyla continually upsetting the standard and dominating the ladder. And Medicino, Top Fax Fox, and the Crazy Raccoon Boys have all had incredible performances over in the East. We've seen so many different players come to the fore, but nothing on the scale like this. Who will be the next Morgassi? Will a Tfue or Cloak-like pair continue their domination? Will our winners be someone who qualifies early? Or will they have to sweat it out every weekend to make it onto the World Cup final stage? We could not be more excited to see the story unfold and to watch these players ascend to greatness. And who knows, one of them could be you.
Fortnite fam, to week 3 of the Fortnite World Cup Online Open. I'm currently out of breath because I don't know how to jump in high five. We are here with Sundown. I'm Zeke. I really am out of.
We talked about this. You need to do cardio if you're going to end up going through and doing physical activity during the BTS bits. You know, you haven't been 90ing enough.
I need to crank my 90s.
Enough. You've gotten too much of that free utility. I mean, you and the glider redeploy. It's been you all the time.
You know,
gliding all over the place.
All right, that's enough of my antics. Let's get into the meat and potatoes of stuff. Starting with the schedule. You know exactly how it runs. Oceania, Asia, and Europe, as well as Brazil, all done. We are hopping into NA East. Brazil, excuse me. Very tail end of it. We're about to hop into NA East as well. Now, let's take a look at the format for a little refresher. Top 25. Top 15, top 5, and Victory Hour, all those placement thresholds with each elim being worth 1 point. So I looked at Sundown, he's T-posing on me, don't do that. With each elim being 1 point, prize pool of $1 million. That's every single week. Everyone looking to take a slice of that pie. We'll take a look at the qualifier spots, Week 3, Europe with 8 spots. NA East, which we're tuning into right now, has 6 spots up for grabs. NA West, Asia, Brazil all have 2, and Oceania has just 1. Now we'll look at the current qualifiers, the players who have punched their ticket and will be joining us for the Fortnite World Cup Finals. Coming out of Oceania, we've got Cat taking walls. Asia, we've got Banny, and we've got Takamuram. I hope I said that right. Next up out of Europe, Lucky, we got Cooler, Left Eye, Fluttermoise. Moving on, we've got T-Chub, TTV Core Gaming GG, and Wakey, Fact, LOL Bloom, and Dementos from Secret. Now, this is a pretty big deal, man. This is insane, huge, insanely talented players will be joining us for the World Cup. I'm terrified, excited, sad.
Why are you sad?
Elated.
Oh, sad for the players who didn't make it.
Yes.
Who were just on the outside looking in. I know it's super rough, particularly Lecce getting bumped in that last game, somebody else being just on the other side of it.
Yeah.
But I mean, it all comes down to those standings, and you want to end up being inside the top 6. So, for NA East, this is how high you have to be. Nanolite, the current representative, sitting there at 2 victory rounds, 7 matches left to play, 25 points. He's the threshold, but from 29th to 10th, and I'm assuming there's a pretty stacked tie going through there, because this is not a big spread after 2 or 3 games. You don't see anybody popping off, nobody going absolutely monstrous and putting up like a 30-something or 40-point game, which we've seen in some other circumstances. Though, do want to call out, got Dubs up here, he's already qualified through, and the person I predicted yesterday, trying to keep my 50% going, Kaizui, sliding on up there as well. Come on, keep those flick shots up. Also got to give shouts outs to Funk Bomb, getting up there. Haven't seen his name on these leaderboards in a while. If he gets rolling, can do very well. And Orion, or however you end up, Orion E, I'm going to go with that. I'm assuming it's right, is goated. Certainly put on a great performance yesterday. We say it doesn't normally translate to Sunday. He's showing so far it does.
Dude, and right there at the bottom, we also saw TSM Zexro. We know he's been dealing with, Bala called it out.
Wrist injuries.
Injuries. He gave it something specific. I can't remember what it was, but I mean, already back in the game and already top 10 after qualifying for finals today. Super huge. Now we're getting ready to hop into NA East, so we need some casters to help us get through that. And I believe that will be Dr. Lupo and Kitty Plays. So that is Dr. Kitty, Lupo Plays.
Zeke.
Oh, okay, sure. I was going to give you something, but I'll just leave.
Yeah,
all right, bye.
You're done.
Leave the speaking to us at this point. It's okay, Zeke. It's okay.
It's
We still love
okay.
you. But yeah, it's NA East time. One of the probably most hyped regions, arguably for good reason too. The list of players that are going to be in these games today, as we over the next couple hours here, it's absolutely insane.
Insane. Yeah. I know this is like where I know the most familiar faces. This is the most amount of people that I've played with are typically on East. And we do have 6 slots that we're going to be giving away. The top 6 players will be going on to the World Cup, which is super exciting for these guys. Don't worry, they do have 3 more weeks of solos events to be able to qualify for. They do not need to make it today, but we talked about this earlier. Being able to qualify in these early weeks for this event takes a lot of pressure off and then just lets you focus on getting better and preparing preparing for the event.
Plus, you get an opportunity for those players, even if you do qualify. This is why you see people like Dubs still out here. You can still go for the prize pool. And on top of that, if you'd land in the qualification range again, that top 6 for NA East, you kind of don't count anymore for placement. So other players below still get a chance to squeak on by, but gatekeeping to a point can be a thing, depending on how you look at it. I don't want to say they're going out of their way to ruin anybody's chances, but it wouldn't surprise me if it does end up happening at one point or another.
Yeah, I saw a few tweets lately about that from the players that had already qualified. So it will be interesting to see how things play out. Right now we're spectating ISP. We're on Zone 9. If you guys are just joining us, we are tuning in to the end games of the top point scorers in these lobbies on this region, coming in at Zone 5 or 6 when the action is the highest, getting the top plays to bring you guys in on all this amazing gameplay.
Cutting over here, native subject CS, looking from above, taking a couple shots, but a heavy snipe trying to knock that metal wall out. Community launch pad, gonna pay off big here. Be able to rotate, even though you don't have any rotation method in your own inventory, is absolutely crucial. Moments like this. By the way, I think that name was I Spy. I just thought about it for a second. The first person we were on, I think the name was I Spy.
Oh, not ISP.
Just no big deal either way. Native with 1.
Okay, we might catch him later. And then we'll pronounce your name properly.
Yeah, we'll get it right the second time.
If we pronounce anything wrong, guys, I'd really appreciate it if you reach out to us on Twitter.
Just tag Zeke on Twitter and let him know that we said something wrong.
Let him know how we said something wrong. Yes.
Native subjects pulling off an entire chug jug use straight into a pump shot. The race fire goes down. Would have gotten the siphon, but there's no way to know that, and you can't see into the future. So that chug.
Wow.
Luxury Joe also sent back to the lobby swiftly from 1 point to 6. A 5-point swing real quick as we cross the 25-player remaining threshold for those placement points. A pretty decent kit. 2 shotguns, not necessarily the biggest thing, and stuck us out of box with an opponent. Maybe didn't realize it until the very last second that pump comes out and Fwitz goes down. 7 points now as native subject CS gets beamed from behind just a little bit.
Yes, Subject is on such a tear right now, getting all those eliminations right now in this final zone, going into this with no eliminations, now sitting at 4, looking to get in the top 15 to get him some more placement points right now. Ooh. Oh.
Honestly, I don't think I've seen anyone get jebaited by 2 players landing on either side in my entire life. I don't know if you noticed that. It was looking in front. The player in front dropped down, and the player behind almost simultaneously opted to shoot at the one behind. The one in front takes a shot. A little sandwich there, not the best outcome possible.
Don't want to be the meat in that situation. Stretch is realizing that this opponent is taking some shield, isn't able to break the wall down though, is going to just protect his baller. We've seen how vital these are into the late game. The longer you stay in the baller, the less materials you have to expend when you're making these rotations, and you can come out of this baller at the end of the game with 150 mat steals.
It's also a potential risk because if you go into it with nothing and you don't run across any other eliminations along the way, you can't pick up anything, you kind of put yourself at a point where you are relying maybe too much on a baller. Oftentimes players at this skill level though don't typically have to worry about that, but you'll see that happen more often in public matches, that kind of thing.
Yeah, definitely. We're getting into the top 10 situation now. There are 8 remaining in this lobby. Kayshawn up near the high ground, Quarter, Max, Jaxie, Supergus, all fighting it out on this low ground. Maboon actually on that super high ground right now, looking to take shots on anyone, but they're all making sure to cover their heads with roofs. Max coming out of his baller and going for that elimination, gets both Supergus and Max.
Stretch pushing his way in, 9 points. A quick edit. Jaxie pays the price. The speed there from Stretch, crucial to get that elimination. Beam from above and pressure underneath at the same time. He's basically in the center of an opponent's sandwich. Got to look out for the trap. Does get hit. Kayshawn goes down. 120 total HP now. 80 builds remaining, pushing towards the other storm as we're at the point now where it's going to close. Southeast is the direction. Stretch, Quarter from Uwu there. And Maboon all the way up on top. The campfire for every bit of HP while popping the bandage there. Gets the opponent trapped inside. Kind of caught him, but Stretch had no trap. No chance for a easy free elimination. Player underneath him going to rotate away as well. Shots coming from above on that last one. The one he had trapped inside just in front. Maybe didn't realize the quick edit. Switches the ramp and cuts it in half to get that shot. Stretch gets dropped on though. The box again. Imagine if Stretch had a trap. Would have been an easy finish there.
Doesn't need it. Doesn't
goes
need it. Oh my gosh, well that elimination count isn't updating there, but I believe he got 4 or 5 eliminations. 18 points in that game, putting him in a great position.
Distant 90s, the far left side of your screen. You got to see it, just out there cranking them into space.
And look at the build from that match. Absolutely insane game, but we're headed right into another game. Like I said earlier, guys, we are headed into the final moments of the top games for this region right now. We are in US East. There are 6 players total that are going to qualify from a group of 3,000 today who qualified from a group of millions. And just really interesting to see how these players are playing, already on 7 points. So this is definitely a game 2. Oh. Razia, are you wearing a headset, my dude?
Cloudless, I believe, had an opportunity there to maybe pull out his little Polaroid camera, snap a picture of his opponent before he hit the pump shot right there at 209. Meanwhile, Landjock, very well-known player here and seen his name tons of times. 6 points, no elims according to the screen there. 36 builds, not a lot of HP, and that slot after the pump, curious if there's something actually in there or not. We'll find out before too long here. But even if there isn't, 4 minis, a full shield, and quite a bit of ammunition for a pump swap combo here. No movement mechanics, at least nothing that's visible. We'll have to see here if he does opt for a community launch pad or something similar. We've seen it tons of times before, but he is waiting for the drop down there. There you go.
And you mentioned earlier the resources, sitting only on 23 total builds, and that entire build getting taken out, going down to fall damage. Not what you want to have happen here, especially there's still half the lobby left in this situation. This is one of the very first moving zones. You need to have great resources to move here. We saw Bumpa earlier. He is an absolutely outstanding player. It's going to be really interesting to see how he decides to utilize this redeploy and his loadout right now to secure more points.
Landjock's drop in there before taking the fall damage. Only had 27 HP, so they opt there to try and go for the elim instead of just playing. He could have waterfalled and played it safe. It was low mat count. He had only 30-ish builds at that point, but could have caught himself and pushed his way forward. I'm curious why the opt to just go full send on the fall in there.
I think that's the bait of the siphon there, Lupo. I think it's just that 50 extra HP, that little bit of resources you get off the drop is just so vital for these players at this point in the game that he got a little greedy, went for the elimination, and didn't protect himself for late game.
Bubba on 2 elims, 7 points total, as a number of players Vaxify and A-Bone, both basically directly underneath him. Jamie's all the way down to the bottom, right next to the water. Top of that, you have Tax Goes Wacky, Ringo, Nermacy, everybody stacked up in these multiple builds. Players landing on top, players rotating above. Heavy RNG running right past Bumpa in that moment. There are so many people. Look at 45 players in the zone. This might be the heaviest concentration of players in this zone that we've seen in quite a long time. A-Bone going down there. Bumpa picks up an elim, but cannot get Ringo on the rotation in.
Misses that pump shotgun. He's got to be upset about that one. That was so integral for this rotation. And you just see how many players now are going up the mountain. We talked about this before. It is so difficult to make that plan, to have that strategy, to start building at the right time, because if you get caught in that zone, you're caught for good. And it's ticking for a lot right now.
Not a lot of ammunition left in that AR. While it is suppressed and accurate, with first shot accuracy being extremely key, does not have the opportunity to try and poke for an elimination. I did see a Commandment from TSM, another well-known player on this map still. Players rotating across, a couple getting smeared off the top of the mountain there, forced to utilize the build that they may not actually have in their inventory, at least not anything that's worth spending at that point. Looking for shots as Specs is bouncing up the hill, going for a little bunny hop there, and Trev does hit the shots. 4th elimination and 16 left in this lobby.
He had 3 AR shots expended for that, only 5 in his kit right now. We'll see what he's able to do with that, but it doesn't look like he needs much to get those eliminations, Lupo.
Get up above, still a number of players left in ballers. You see, actually, I was literally about to say, at some point somebody's going to start taking shots at these to try and force engagements. And as I was saying, shots did come down from all the way up top there. Trev still pushing their way in, 27 builds and a couple taps on players rotating, including Jammies, who does go down, feeding the siphon back to Trev, picks up the full shield, and the rotation continues. 30 builds left. He's going to have to try and use some opponent build to make his way up, unless the player's willing to risk everything they've got. And I don't think that's the case, although Goodspeed 2K does go down a big stack of build there, up to 93 total. A much better position, the opportunity to swap out. I was literally going to say, going to pick that legendary AR up a little bit better at just holding down left click and trying to go for a push into a box.
Exactly what you want to see, picking up there all these resources, that big pot off the elimination before, and now the zone's moving back down the hill, not so worried about building up and trying to navigate it, but down can have its problems too. It's going to create a huge distance now for the guys that are up on ultimate high ground to make their play over here. They're going to have to be careful, but Trev is totally owning this low ground right now. He's got great positioning into the zone. He's going to be able to catch anyone that he sees now moving into this area off guard.
Try to take a couple shots at a player that he might have seen rotating. Does catch him through the box there. A little bit of damage, a little bit of shield damage. Catches another one on the rotation down. Big pump shot and the swap into that suppress SMG, but almost out of small ammunition, so he's got to be very careful. Opt to take those fights at just the right time. A top down, look at the spread here. You have 3 players all the way at the bottom, only 4 remaining. And so Sean, that top right corner, what a ridiculous distance, sees the speck of tech at the bottom and hits a big 60 from above, picking up that elimination. 144 total HP, 26 builds. It's not really enough to waterfall down at this point without being too risky. They're going to be single layered, and Sean going down the redeploy, being the biggest factor to save himself. Trev, we watched the entire game, hits the pump shot and the follow through, and Sean goes down.
Ending at 26 points, 10 eliminations. What an incredible game. He's got to be feeling confident after that. Absolutely outstanding job.
Go crazy, Trev.
Low ground warrior. Amazing, amazing job. I believe we saw him with 8 AR bullets at one point in the game.
Every single bullet counts.
Never give up. Never give up. That was an outstanding use of what he had. And we are right into our 3rd NA East game.
The hits just keep on coming.
They just keep on coming. Ooh, I like this loadout though. Anytime I see that rift, it's great moving into these 5th, 6th, 7th zones.
Oh, does he? Oh. He just realized.
Oh, steady.
Into the box underneath him.
What you doing, dude?
I think he's taking a second just to admire the loot on the outside. Didn't want to take too much storm. Takes none, actually. The timing there is excellent.
Yeah, there's a delay now on the tick of it. So you can go in and out of the zone now, which is nice for looting like he just did. And we're checking in now on Selin, who's got the heavy sniper through the window edit right now, seeing if he can catch anyone off guard. A lot of these players opt for the breaking of the wall and then following it up with another weapon to hopefully laser down their opponent and get that elimination. Every single elimination in this format is going to give you a point on the board, and we've seen how close the leaderboards have been today and last weekend and the weekend before. It can go down to that single elimination point that decides whether or not you're coming to Worlds or not.
I will say occasionally you see a pretty landslide decisive victory from players in the leaderboard, depending on the region, but oftentimes, like you said, the tiebreakers are big. You have to count on the eliminations and the right time to push for them. Can't get too risky, but if you play too passively, you're going to get outplayed on the leaderboard by players that are not playing best. And like I said before, Selin literally proving a point here. Sometimes it does look like a bad action movie as he's hitting shot after shot on single opponents in the sequence. Picking up
triple elimination.
3 eliminations in a row. Selin moving up the hill now. Hopefully you're seeing the credits roll on that one. Maybe I spoke too soon. It's getting beamed from above. Shaky.
Curse.
My bad, Selin. My apologies. But a sequence of 3 eliminations into yet another engagement. Ballers rotating around. A lot of players still in front of him. We're in the very edge of the zone here. He's not safe until he's
got 3 eliminations back to back, and he's got no resources right now, Lupo. He was unable to pick up any of those builds because they were in the storm.
Who needs to build when you do things like this to people? I'm just saying, Selin owns this box now.
84
builds. 84. I think he's doing all right now.
Yeah, he will be fine, and that's the power of the heavy sniper. We talked about that earlier in our interview with our EU qualifiers, and that's the item that they want to have in their inventory. You can do so much with it. Being able to break through that wall not only allows you to play super aggressive like that, but in these late game zones, if you get stuck behind anything and it causes you not to take that extra couple ticks of storm damage, being able to instantly break through something, it's really, really important.
Knocking out brick and wood, a couple shots as the storm, a couple swings of pickaxes you're pushing in from the storm. Not a big deal, but like you said, the skeleton key of the heavy sniper is big there. Waters goes down, Selin using the stinks.
Selin is giving us a course in Fortnite right now. So the rest of this lobby, absolutely outstanding gameplay. Still not quite in that 25 placement mark though. He's definitely going to want that. That gets you 3 points on the board, qualifying top 25, and just amazing, amazing consistency is going to get you those placement points, going to get you those eliminations, and being able to decide the right combination of aggression over being passive.
Selin Sullen was snaking his way along this safe zone here, boxing every single spot as he goes. It looks like the ballers are starting to cause a little bit of an interference here, and some players from behind that are maybe not as gung-ho about getting ahead of the storm, taking some shots at Sullen. You see blood on the right side of your top right side of your screen there. Shooting it fair on the rotation as well. Sullen's still in this though. 6 elims does take a little bit of a pump shot from above in the drop in, but he's got 3 minis as a buffer, not a big deal. Still 48 builds. Curious if he's got a rotation in the trap slot or not. But at this point, it does not really matter because he's in the safe zone at this point. Can just hang out, do Easter Bunny things, and wait for the next rotation. Maybe a chance to. Stop reading my mind. I was literally to say a chance to beam players as they move ahead and a shot on target. A quick one pump goes for the follow through. Gets it. Shield. White damage. Another elimination. Catches another one. The trap play potentially doesn't get it. Rotates up and away, maybe afraid of a third party at that point. He's only 57 HP remaining.
And he was having to go from the far edge of the zone. Oh my God!
God.
Dropping down on the boogie bomb play, back-to-back elimination on his opponents. He is now at 9 eliminations. He's
There were like 15 players in a stack at the last second there. Just barely getting squeaked out.
Talking about being sandwiched there too.
Ended up between
the two pieces of
right
bread.
on the edge there. Stain goes down bottom middle of your screen. A little loop pile for anybody. Havoc actually looks like he's pushing in on it. Innocence with 5 eliminations. Defending to the right side. Rotating for the safe zone as best they can. 2 full shields means a free opportunity here. Assuming no baller potentially applies pressure or those players underneath. Does get it off. 100. Away from the pump with the SMG spray. Havoc goes down. 5 eliminations. 18 points right now for Innocence. An excellent game so far, and we're at the top 12. Probably the last chance for a launch pad to be extremely beneficial, and it actually is hugely beneficial. Landing up top up here, takes the 42 shield tag with the shotty. Another one from above, and Marsh goes down, but Innocence does get tagged by whoever has the ultimate high ground.
Yeah, he does have that shield in his inventory. He will be able to re-up if he's able to get good positioning in this zone to do so. He doesn't have the ultimate high ground. Fwitz has that on top. Lots of ballers in this lobby still. They're going to have to start making a focus of theirs, and it looks like Innocence is just making a play now to protect himself from above, but now finally taking shots in on these ballers.
My apologies for not knowing which barcode player this is. You see the top right corner of your screen if you're watching from home. A number of the players have decided to change their name in an attempt to avoid any issues with potentially streaming the gameplay on their channels, or even on top of that, if you see players' names in the feed, sometimes it will influence others to try and push for that. But whoever that is, top right, does pick up Fugitive as an elimination there. The first, it looks like, at 12 points now. A big stack. Look at Fwitz at the top. Look at the left side of your screen. You have a player going back and forth on the zip. And keep in mind, too, Fwitz can jump off of that at any point and take no fall damage, as you see right there, landing directly on top of the barcode player. The 150, the second trap, and it's out. Picks up the elim on Fwitz, who probably honestly should have stayed on that zip line. Looking not like the wisest decision to drop in at that point.
Yeah, I think the zone had just caught it. Yeah, so he did drop down and then right into a couple traps by barcode here. And I would have expected him to have a little bit more ability to do something with that, knowing that he was coming down and get himself out of that situation. But we do have Mygo and Innocence here now. This is the top 3 situation. All of these guys getting placement points, but they want that victory royale.
What a gamer in the top right corner of your screen. 2 eliminations, 13 points total. Only 2 builds, though, which means staying on the storm on your opponent's structure is the way. Mygo might drop in from above. Nope, get a tick out of the storm. Let's go 1v1 at the corner there. And Innocence is able to secure the victory royale. That up close into the donkey laugh.
I hate to see it. That is not what you want to have happening on your body after getting second place. You really, really want to have those victory royales. We've seen how influential they've been on those tiebreakers. And amazing job by Innocence, though. Very well played.
If there's anything to learn from the leaderboards, especially when you're going for these top 6 positions, that the 3 points from that victory royale, it's so crucial to get those. Obviously, it goes without saying. Yeah, you probably want to win the game. No duh, Lupo, I get it. But the point is, 3 points there is enough that if you miss it, that might mean the difference between qualifying to go to New York City and having to stay and watch from home.
Yep, 100%. Every point counts here.
Wally punishing the spray, squeaking a shot through with the shotgun there. a little slip down as they're trying to get up and get the prize of materials inside. Going to make their way up.
Slowly but surely,
One day.
We'll check back in with Wally, see if he ends up getting
Work on cranking your 90s a little harder.
Now we're checking in with Aegis. We have followed him a lot before. He is in a 1v1 situation with baby boy daddy, I think his name was. Didn't quite get, and he's trying to unstick his baller, but he's caught off guard. Shots.
I'll be honest, whatever his name is, Aegis is looking to turn him into a 50-point siphon here. Takes the baller out. The trap does go down inside, and he opts to rotate out. Once I expect a peak shot right there. 132. Easy clap. Gets the pickup. Baby boy Jody goes down.
But gets tagged a ton. 48 health remaining, and he's making the precarious long distance push into the zone, and nobody penalizes him for it. Someone does go for the shotgun.
Almost.
Oh, if only they knew how much health he was at right now and what they missed it by, but he is able to survive for now. But look at this bottom area of this map, this super low ground by the river. I didn't exactly see where the zone was going, but if these guys have to start going up the mountain, they need to start going now.
We're the very southeast corner of the map. Saker, the pump shot, closes the wall, immediately re-edits the window, takes a follow-up, and gets the elimination. 2 elims now. A pile of builds, 6 points total, though. We'll see just how this happens to play out. This southeast corner, in my opinion at least, is one of the toughest for rotations if you do not have a movement mechanic like a rift or a launch pad, because there are so many hills, there's so many plateaus and cliffs that oftentimes players can get, even in one circle rotation, can get pushed up a hill and then even back down on the other side. So you're going to have people that are melting through their builds, and a name we have not had the opportunity to cast in many moons.
Many moons.
All the way up top. This oftentimes is the position you will find yourself in while watching Tfue, because he maintains a high ground. He and his duo partner Cloak are the kings of holding high ground in the games when they get the appropriate kit, and that's a 5th elim right there, beaming a player out of the baller.
And we're also in an area of the map that Tfue is very comfortable being. That bottom part, actually what we're looking at right now, that bottom community is an area that he has liked to land at for a long time, but now you see him in his ultimate high ground taking shots. He is so meticulous with his shots. You rarely see him miss with that assault rifle, and he is exactly where he is happiest, on this ultimate high ground, and we'll see if anyone penalizes him for this right now. I
heard a rumor about Tfue, actually. I heard that every time he clutches a duo win and he's playing with Cloak, he makes Cloak call him daddy. Not sure if that's real or not. Chris Beeman all the way up top, floating in slowly. Only 25 HP, which means a Storm Ticker 2 is going to be real bad in a second. 75 total. A mini and whatever else is in here. 0 builds. Okay, I was slowly counting through that, and there are no builds remaining. Means Chris is going to have to try and he's going to have to, if he can't get an elimination himself.
In an infantry rifle. He is not in a good situation right now. Trying to use other. Oh! Okay.
Listen, we're about to pay the price for the commentary here. Oh my gosh, Chris, relax. They're children, please, dude. Pushing his way through a triple there. Still alive, still going.
My Lanta. Despite getting 3 eliminations, he's only able to pick up 10 builds from that. Wow, Chris.
I want to point out
and he just went down too.
Tfue all the way to the top, still beaming players from above. Still beaming players from above.
Finally you see someone building behind him. They are trying to take out this brick that he's on. He's noticed that, he's had this redeploy the whole time. We didn't have to worry about him at all.
Tfue's like, nah, I got this, don't worry. Pushing his way, 6 elims right now.
12 builds left, maintaining high ground, but he needs to save some to be able to come down. He does have access to that redeploy, but every time you use redeploy, you are so vulnerable.
Double layer
3 builds left.
The branch he's on right now, rather vulnerable, but there's a number of builds directly underneath. It should not be a big deal. Looks like he's taking shots up. Does skip on his way down. That redeploy going to come in yet again. Saving from the drop, lands directly next to this player, and a redeploy yet again. Curious how many charges that thing has left. Gingerbread Woman gets caught off guard. Jelly Paw goes down with a 190 pump shot. Tfue taking damage from above and only 1 build left. Does have the poison traps, can secure the area that he's going to sneak up another pump shot. 100, and Saker goes down to the SMG swap follow through there. 8 elims. Looking at 9 elims. Lucas doesn't stream anymore. That player goes down in the rotation.
He just picked up 83 builds, Lupo. That is exactly what he wants to be finding right now. He is getting everything he needs exactly when he needs it. He is on the low ground now, but he is totally comfortable here. 9 eliminations, top 5. What is he going to do with this?
I fully agree with the all caps what in the middle in the middle of the pack there. This is going to be an interesting game as Turner sitting on 9 elims, 20 points total. A plethora of ammo, plenty of minis, still has redeploys, which means mobility is possible. Doesn't have anything that'll get him instant high ground, but it's enough that if he is up top, he can make his way away there, getting a couple tags from underneath. Player all the way up top. We have 5 players remaining. Victory Royale within grasp, to be quite honest with you. It would not surprise me. Turner is one of the best players at retaking high ground. So if there's an opportunity for it, which, lo and behold, here we are. The immediate edit, push out, and establishes the high ground advantage. Looking down from above, lasering. The metal needs to be sought after to be broken as fast as possible, because if it gets too much HP, and he actually does sneak a couple shots through the builds, gets Susano the elimination there. 10 elims, 3 players left. This could be a 22-point game if Tfue gets both of these and the Victory Royale. What in the middle of the pack? 9 builds left for Tfue. 3 players left, and he's looking for just 1 shot from above. Still applying pressure. You do not want the players at the bottom of this build to get too much time. He falls in, builds himself back up. The quick jump and catch off of the pyramid just high enough to get the landing all the way up top. Drops in the campfire, gets 100. Follow through, and the shot is what goes down. Literally reading my mind. 22 points for Tfue.
Oh my lord. Turner just made that look like a pub game, honestly.
There's a reason he is as popular as he is, and he shows us all exactly why. Kitty, absolutely ridiculous. I gotta say, I'm curious what Zeke and Sundown have to say about that game as well.
Okay, all right, Turner. All right, we see you, okay? You don't need to show off like that, all right? Just like Dr. Lupo said, those are children, man. Take it easy, all right? Seriously, though, very well played coming out of Turner. A 22-point game. That was insane.
Yeah, it's definitely going to launch him right back into the top of the leaderboard, contending for those 6 spots. So, let's take a look, Let's see where we're at right now. Currently, Impact Smock up there at 38. Tfue just getting out of another match before, just underneath in second right now at 36. TJ also hovering right around 35, but notice the spread top to bottom. 7 points is the difference. Everyone is a contender. Saw him as well on 32 points, but I want to note he got eliminated twice at 6th place. So that's 4 points he's already left on the board. He could be right up here in this zone. Zexro, challenging, getting in, and all of these players as well on roughly the same pace coming through here. No big outliers. The one difference being need to see when Som gets out of a match, because he is a very patient, placement-oriented, but not incapable of picking up big eliminations. So just huge on that. I want to dive into some of the kind of the replays and the gameplay we just saw, break down some of the kind of higher level play and what it takes to be up there on the leaderboards. Because again, we're only jumping in with the top 10. So this is right off the start. You have Stretch picking up a nice double in close space, barely even seeing that 180 and then tracking down this player. We talk about the near side of the storm and being ready to fight. And again, Stretch putting himself in an excellent position, getting the reverse ramp edit. I know Bala is a huge fan of talking about that one. Being able to execute on that is massive, and then he doesn't stop there. Closing it out with the compact SMG spray. Now go crazy, Trev. Goes crazy indeed. Again, the power position, being on the near side of the storm and being ready to fight. Catching jammies out, not able to get the rotation off there. Editing out, forcing Kamari into the open, and then challenging right away onto the high ground. Layering his shots in. So Sean was so indeed. Now, Tfue, able to do so much. Nige right there got clipped, so he broke the baller, clipped him with that SMG and then closed it out, and just how he swaps between the two to maximize damage, not opting for the reload, instead just continuing and landing on these opponents. He's not done there either. You saw him in second place. That's for a reason. This 22 match, a huge portion of it. As you can see, he's challenging these players because he knows he's in a good position to take the fights, knows he has the high ground or has the HP or has the positional advantage, and then sometimes it just helps being really ridiculously good at Fortnite. He just he hits all of the shots. I mean, the elimination, you can say, what?
Yeah, that's how I feel.
What?
That's how I feel after that
And
insane
again,
game.
just props to him out there streaming the matches right now with every single person, honestly, not just in the Fortnite competitive world, but if you're watching competitive gaming, you're watching him play these matches right now. So props to him for putting on that show. I want to see if he can keep it up and get top 6.
Well, man, if he keeps the ball rolling, we could potentially see that. Don't forget, we only have 2 spots up for grabs. Now, I want to get in.
Hey, NAE 6 spots.
I'm sorry,
6
6
We're not
spots.
on West yet.
My
It's
bad,
still
you're
early.
right.
I
West
know.
is too.
It's been
I'm
a lot of
sorry.
Fortnite, Zeke.
I'm
It's
so
okay.
excited. I'm literally shook by that game I just watched. But let's get back into games. Dr. Lupo, Kitty, let's send it back over to you.
I do find it quite interesting that Sundown would mention Tfue playing, streaming the games right now. I hate to imagine if someone was watching and ended up in the same game, but lo and behold, here we are, NA East, still a number of players spread out here in the frosty section of the map. 40 players to be exact. Yo-Yo goes down. Sincere Corn in the feed up there in the top left. Zuni's a couple tap fires there. Gets Tsunami out of mid-air. Polar Tsunami literally trying to rotate and just you have to cancel that trip. Not going to make it.
Not going to make it. Back to the lobby he goes, and Zuni's just able to track him through the sky like that. These players know the speed that you go when you have your parachute out. They know how to track these players so well, and you see it paying off for him, getting that elimination, and now trying to make a repeat, but
come on.
Great job, Zuni's. 6 eliminations already in this game, 35 left in this lobby, and Lupo fighting over the ice like this, it becomes something quite special.
Everybody out here just going to slip around for a little while. You even see literally Dolrose in the back left over there sliding and building a box as they go. Eliminator, though, here in the middle, basically, of the previous safe zone, has 12 seconds to decide whether or not it is time to move. 2 elims, 8 points total. I want to get ahead of this circle before too long. Does get a tap in there. A reminder that Eliminator is in fact out here, but movement right now is going to be very key. 4 minis, 2 fulls, quite a bit of shield, which is great and all, but no movement mechanics in the inventory. Enough builds to tunnel their way there, and I mean, not too far away from the safe zone. Gonna have to move east-southeast, which means right now, since they're so far ahead, I was literally gonna say, tap firing on players on rotation, the 74 to 37 Sincere. Corn goes down.
Wow, with that infantry rifle too, awesome job tracking. You know, this ice speed too is another speed that the players have to get used to. They have to know, and you see him right away taking that as an advantage to build the momentum, to get into zone, to get built up, and now he's got great positioning to be able to take more tags on players moving into the zone. You see FaZe Thieves in this lobby, you see Nagez in this lobby, and Tempo and Zuni's.
Tempo and Zuni's all the way up on Polar Peak right now. Probably the ultimate high ground. It'd surprise me if there was anyone even higher than that. Zuni's the top-down view of the entire field. And this is a very, very long shot down.
Yeah.
The redeploy, super important. Actually, it was interesting. I believe yesterday Jack was the one, Courage said that we've seen more redeploys utilized in these late games this week for solos than we did in prior weeks. Players, I think, opting to hold on to those for the last second deployment so that they can get drop-ins. On fights like that one down below, Zuni's taking shots from above.
Oh, Paris. Gotta make sure you got those roofs. You never know who's gonna be above you. And just talking about that redeploy, using a redeploy around something like Polar Peak is so essential. Look at this difference in height that these players are gonna have to negotiate. If you look at the bottom hand corner or bottom right-hand corner of your screen, you see the next zone. These players are going to have to come up and over this mountain, which is like a cliff. It's so difficult to build up and build around and waterfall down, and learning to navigate this area is so difficult. A lot of players are going to opt to use their rift here. This is probably the best usage of a rift possible, but we have Zuni's high ground, just able to take so many shots on these players.
Looks like the safe zone actually ends up being about split 50-50. You're right, though.
Oh, good.
This side of it. Yep. Imagine the entire field being smushed down to half the zone as it rotates. That's why you see people, like you said, now's the best time, probably, unless you're very lucky or find a community utility, mobility piece, to just use the rift, get ahead of the game here, because otherwise you run into situations almost like this. Gets caught by an opponent's build off of their own launch pad. Lucky can try and build the rest of the way back up. Is getting tagged from behind though, so somebody's got their eye on him.
But look how many resources he's having to exhaust to get up halfway the mountain.
Tough.
Thankfully, it's starting to move away. This now, if we pay attention to the players on the high ground, learning to be able to waterfall down this, you can't build into the side of this mountain, similar to other mountains. The way the grade is, the way that it goes down and into the mountain. Ooh, Bug! Taking advantage of that player taking shots on people below, pops in and gets that pump shotgun, goes for the trap play.
Gets the tag. Gets the tag. The HP's ticking. 2 HP, 1 storm tick. Robbie gets the elim.
He got the elim, but did go down himself. We got phase tempo now on that ultimate high ground. You see how he had to waterfall all the way down off that cliff, but he does maintain the high ground. Expended a lot of resources to be able to do that, and we'll see what he's able to pull off right now.
It would be curious to me. I don't know or think this stat is potentially pullable, but if you could take an inventory of the number of materials remaining before this circle up until now and see what percentage was actually used to rotate on a circle like that, because you like I said, you smush everybody to half the safe zone, or force them to build up and then waterfall back down if they didn't have any way to just move for free, like a redeploy, rift, anything like that. I'd be curious how much the materials in the game actually get used during a rotation like that. Robbie caught off guard. Tempo from FaZe. Out here trying to make the previous match winner Tfue hopefully rather proud. Teammates here. Baller Benji
going
gets the high ground. Community launch pad. A lot of people flying up in the air. The traps. Zuni's gonna have to dodge that one. Redeploy the launch pad yet again.
How many times can he use his launch pad here? Oh, whoa!
Zuni's don't do it to him. Landing directly on top of the opponent. Outside
he knows he's going to die in the zone.
Gets the storm damage, counts as his elimination, so Zuni's is now to 9, gets the siphon off of it. It's time to start breaking ballers that are down underneath.
Yeah, this is the time of the game now when everyone's going to be focusing that ball. I still can't believe he was able to pull that off so confidently and getting some really clean shots off on these ballers. He does have ultimate high ground. The phase tempo on that ultimate low, he's got to be careful. This is right when all the people start dropping out of their ballers, and there you have it. Par drops out of his baller, gets the shotgun shot on tempo. Lots of players on this low ground. Zuni's is just going to follow the zone and let these guys fight it out.
There's not any need at this point to apply too much pressure. You don't want to get caught off guard by one of the many players in the lump underneath. 4 total remaining. RNGesus help me. Ionic Bonds and Par 122, the 3 players below Zuni's as he's hopping around like a bunny rabbit. For real right now? Okay, well, drops the turret there.
Ionic got caught out in his baller. He does go down to the zone. This is a 3 remaining situation. All of these players getting placement points, but they want that victory royale. Zuni's is in a great position. He does have that campfire. He has that, won't need the jump pads. He's actually just dancing on the high ground. He's feeling confident right now.
I was going to say, that's a lot of confidence. And honestly, it's warranted as Par goes down. Zuni's dropping in, looking for the last hit here, hoping that ramp up and maybe catch the player on the hop out. Zuni's gets the drop in on and
looks like
you know what?
Edit play and
maybe the emotes were warranted.
Yeah, rocking that 69 jersey, and look at that loadout. He didn't need anything. Great job, Zuni's. Kitty approved.
One of the craziest end zone movements here. Look at all the build. Again, I would be curious to see what percentage of materials were utilized in that single rotation, just because there's so much happening there.
Yeah, I would be really interested in that too. Get this lobby right now. Did you just
RK.
get an eye? Did you just see who's all in this lobby right now? This is the most stacked lobby I've seen yet.
I'm glad I'm right here and not in this game. It's terrifying. And this is actually an interesting spot. Look at the bottom right corner of your screen, the mini map there. A lot of what is left, what is in this safe zone, 2 seconds till closes, is just open fields. So if you look, and Bug is looking at it right now, there are so many open sections out here that no one is going to try and just rotate freely unless they have a ton of materials, because otherwise things like that happen, they get beat on movement. And Pump Shotty Rush goes down.
He went for the rush, didn't pay off. Bugga able to capitalize on that, get that elimination with a really, really clean laser on his opponent. Now looking to trade out the wall, maybe get an easy pump shot, but he's got JDW down below him.
I didn't even see Zexros in this game too.
Yeah.
Funk in this game. Nanolite, Spades.
Okay.
Are you kidding me? Coop Train. This is a who's who of the top 10 for NA East right now. The entire leaderboard might be in this game. Are you kidding me? Coop Train beaming a player immediately next door.
Give me some bets.
Pressure.
Who are you putting it on?
It doesn't matter who I say. I'm going to lose a lot of money because every single one of these players they're absolutely ridiculous. Kano goes down. Coop Train finally applying enough pressure to get that elimination, trying to sneak shots through as Turbo build, not enough to save Kano.
Yeah, these guys are 41 now in this lobby. They want to be in that top. Oh, Rio is in here too. And if we look at the qualifiers for the region, 6 spots available for East. I mean, we just named 20. Oh, Painful's in here too. We just named 20
Wallspar's in
of some of the most excellent players that are in this lobby alone.
If you have friends that enjoy competitive Fortnite and they did not see this game, get them in here right now, because you will not see a roster like this most likely until the Fortnite World Cup in New York City. Wallspar, 21 points right now, 120 builds. Tons of pressure to apply here. That gold compact SMG gonna come in big, uses it on cue, and Fades goes down. Wallspar picking up the 30 elim, but he's not done yet. Pressure being applied. The Sting is going to zone him out. He does have a chance there. A chug jug, free chug jug on the ground, by the way. Picks up and swaps out. Potentially going to use the chug. The opt for the chug there, by the way, Kitty. What do you think the reason if people are curious?
Yeah, so the chug jug takes 15 seconds to pull off. So if you're trying to use that in any of these final moving zones, it is nearly impossible. So going for that chug jug, saving the slurp for later when he's able to just pop it quickly, let it tick maybe in a heal off situation or in those final zones when you're running, you don't have as much time. So he definitely has enough time now. The zone's just going to start moving now in 2 seconds. He's going to be able to get that off and then keep that slurp in his inventory for later.
Okay, it's an opportunity. Imagine a cone edit into an immediate push. Shotgun pump through the window. Do it. I dare you.
And so he did leave the slurp, and he did take minis and stinks instead, which I think is a great play. Oh, Kiwi phase going down on his rotation, but opting to use his rift now. I also think the rift value goes down over time too, so using it in that situation is the highest value. Stink value is on the up, you know, if we're talking about economics.
As soon as the zone starts to get very slow, a stink is far more valuable as an item.
Small.
It's just a better call around. Zexro, no elims yet in this game, 25 points, and does use that poison trap to try and zone anybody away that's potentially considering challenging. Leo goes down, Zexro picking up 1 elim. I'm looking for number 2. He's thinking, look around up above. Still has the high ground. His player, I believe, landed directly underneath. They're attempting to build up just a little bit. Zexro adds another layer of ground underneath. More shots, yet another barcode underneath, basically straight middle of your screen above JDW.
Could be another really talented player that we don't know about.
Could be indeed, or could be a bot like me. I guess we'll have to see here in just a second. They are hiding inside of 1 by 1 there. Word Bro goes down as JFN picks up an elimination. 24 points total now. Only 16 builds. Can't get too aggressive with that, which means an opportunity right now, maybe feed off of someone else's materials. Gonna opt to not go for it. The storm pressure might be too much. Melee through this, doesn't get enough hits there. Rotates to the right side and looking for, I think, sneaking in behind somebody is the idea here. Time to start breaking some ballers maybe. One player did drop right in front of him as he cut to this very wide shot. You can see just how dense the bottom of the safe zone is. Wallspar, the very edge of the zone. Zexro getting a little pressure applied to him all the way up top. Connerio, Valfi, Carson, Coop Train, and Hadi all still in ballers as they rotate around in here, but I guarantee you those will not last much longer as we get closer to these tighter and tighter zones. players that are loose on the ground become a little less numerous, which means shots on these ballers to break people out to force engagements, it just starts to happen. There's no reason to not apply pressure to these people if you're not getting shot at. You have the ammunition to do a little bit of damage at least.
Yeah, we're going to see them start going down now at the end of the 8th zone. Lots of chaos going on with those ballers between that build. And you see these players now who are just opting to run around and through the ballers, but they got to be careful. We've seen a lot of players get penalized for it. You might try and bait out the shot and then steal the baller, but there you have it.
What just happened? Hottie goes down on a rocket in there, feeds another elimination, 12 players left. I was literally going to say, someone somewhere is thinking it's time to jump out and start taking some shots.
Yeah.
Things got so hectic so fast in there.
He definitely got taken off guard with that quick jump out of the baller with the shotgun, fired his RPG off, ended up eliminating them as well, but Valify got a free RPG off that and an elimination. We've got Kadrin, Wallspar, Nick, Carson, and Valify in this lobby. I'm not sure if Zexro is still up there on that ultimate high ground still.
Oh, you and I both know if Zexro did not show up in the feed as eliminated. Your boy is still all the way up top looking down.
Yep, taking his time. He wants that victory royale. He really values those placement points, just as his play style. And now we're watching Valify. He is back in his own build. So the zone is moving back through where they've already built. This is not his though, so he's gonna have to break through that middle.
Just trying to sneak a mini out there and couldn't necessarily do it. Zexro middle, Coop Train with the ultimate high ground. Funk Bomb from FaZe still in here as well in the mix. Looks like pickaxing a wall, maybe trying to take ownership of something. Valify realizes that's his wall and Wallspar goes down. 4 eliminations, 7 players left. Coop Train, ultimate high ground. Zexro not doing the best in terms of HP and shield. Less than 50-50 right now. The rocket getting it, the tag. You see the shield in the middle of it, but Zexro landing basically right next to people. Valify goes down, a 1 pump. 209, Vice gets the Elim 1v1. Coop Train, Vice, Coop Train all the way up top. I believe pops the slurp, which means he's got a heal ticking. 97, 98,
and a boogie bomb.
Top
and a boogie bomb, Lupo. We'll see if he goes to use this. Vice looking to push up onto the high ground, but does not have enough health to make the play.
I wanted to see the boogie into the pump. I'm not going to lie. Coop Train
He'll give us the L dance.
Holding the L.
Thanks, Coop
real
Train.
quick.
Congratulations on that victory royale, securing yourself 10 placement points and I believe 1 elimination point. That's 11 points moving into the next game. And now we're coming in on I'm Your Dad, Ramen is Sexy, and Scoped on YouTube.
Did you just say you're my dad?
I'm your dad.
His name is I'm Your. Okay.
I'm Your Dad.
I'm just triple checking there. Ramen getting a little bit of offense there. The pressure applied from Scoped. My peripheral right now, I believe I see Zeke shaking his head. You hate to see it. Scoped trying to take ownership of these.
He's proud. He's a proud shake.
SMG spray, that compact SMG in the same box is, it's like you're holding a blender up to your opponent. Scoped picks up that
Ramen. Ramen is Sexy is out of the game. Picks up some good resources off that. We got Krios in here. Smocked? Is that how you pronounce his name?
I believe it's Smacked.
Smacked. We saw Smacked at the top of that leaderboard
you
going
call him
into
Smocked,
this
that
game.
makes me laugh. High Sky with 16 points. You got a baller just outside the safe zone there. We'll just see if the circle rotation here in just a second is going to give it back to him. And it looks like, just based on what I'm seeing in the bottom right, in 27 seconds, he gets his baller back. 1 Elin. A thermal in the right hands in competitive Fortnite.
I love thermals.
It's extremely dangerous.
They are such a fun weapon to utilize, and especially in these types of zones when you can hit all your shots, and headshots especially, like you will be deleting players. Being able to see where they are, outlining them in yellow.
You look right through the walls too.
Advantage.
He's doing an edit reset. Maybe do it again here in 1 second. He's got a little bit of a crack there. Looks like the surface he was looking at not full HP, so it's just gonna say this spinning. High Sky trying to become a human top, not sure. Looking at the baller underneath. There we go. There's the window. Shots on rotation coming out here. Looks for at least one. Somebody dropping down. Players floating in. 37 body shot shield. Another 37, another 37, back-to-back hits on this player all the way at the back. It is Godnick goes down, and High Sky gets a pick from so far out with that thing.
Love to see that. Yeah, already positioning himself in this new zone allows him plenty of time to utilize that thermal, take shots on the players rotating in right now. He is going to go and get close to his baller. I think he's a little bit worried about someone coming by and stealing that from him. Now we're watching Smack. He has 25 points right now. There's 2 rifts in his inventory, 2 big shields, 6 minis. This is the loadout that you want to have right now.
Feel real good sitting pretty inside this build. Doesn't have to apply too much pressure. Opportunity here to get a couple tags on players rotating in. No surface directly in front. No shield on that player in front. Now might be the time. Gonna look for a peek from above. Gets taken by another player.
Hate to see it. It is so frustrating when you tag everyone and then someone just comes in with that final shot. Gets the loot, gets the siphon, gets the elimination point. Ugh.
Far left side of the screen before we cut back into Smacked here. It looks like Monster from EG in this game. Evil Geniuses represented. A number of players now in Fortnite. Smack from Impact. No elims yet. Almost had the one just moments ago. Didn't quite pull it off. Conrad picking Robic off the feed down to 35. The zoom goes down. Another player goes down. Pistola actually takes out Young Beast. You see in the feed in the top left. That launch pad is a death zone. Do not go there, and Smacked is asserting all the
got your
dominance
number
there.
on that. That was like a community jump pad watering hole of eliminations.
You just don't go there.
You just don't go there. Come on, guys. Did you see the sign?
Warning, Smacked is watching.
Smacked is watching.
Put a little sign up on that thing.
He did his aim training before the games today.
Kovacs out of his mind. Monster from EG getting tagged from behind. 83 and 1 shield now. Does have the single clinger.
Oh.
Pushing up. I believe he owns that wall, but opts it back away. At this point with 83 total HP, getting the safe zone may be the best call here, especially with ballers around that can provide at least a little bit of distraction. That side getting shot a little bit. Looks like he's turning to try and defend against it. The quick edit, SMG spray, that purple compact. Dropping the walls as fast as he can, but he's totally out of builds. He's going to have to pick up someone on the rotation and try and take advantage of their materials. Looks like he got a big hit from Scope before he jumped into the rift.
Oh, he has no build. He has to make a play and get the elimination. He did exactly what he needed to.
Campfire straight into minis potentially as a baller rolls through the box. He sealed the ceiling just as it popped past, so he's not trapped in here with anybody. But there are a lot of players still on the move. Cole, Clean Chemist, multiple players still in ballers. Leo's in here as you see him building up. Paranoid goes down all the way outside. I'm your dad. Eliminated. You hate to see it. It's true.
Dad,
Babe Jesus from Secret is in this game as well, all the way down to the bottom side of the hill. Gonna have to rotate up above. Leo goes down as Smack picks up the third elim. So high up here above the
volcano. What a fun zone for these guys to have to deal with right now. That guys are pushing everyone up into the sky.
Everyone is flying.
Wow.
Every single player is flying.
Every single player.
Imagine the opportunity. If you're the first one to land right now on the edge and you can look up and take shots, there is no one challenging.
Oh, and look who it is. Smacked. With that green AR, we already saw what he can do with it. Looking to, 150.
A banana.
Okay, Smacked, we see you. Not talking about your eliminations earlier, but dang, you are coming online when you need to come online. Totally meticulously playing. Oh, easy pump shot onto Sarah while he tries to glide in to try and take that high ground. Now looking to follow it up. Looking to get aggressive, replaces that wall. Oh, waits for the edit play.
I don't know if you caught that. Smacked. Thought he got ownership of the wall, went to try and edit. If you watch his aim went left to right real quick and didn't actually edit. He thought he got it, but his opponent was too fast, so he waited and baited the shot instead. Conrad getting picked on the drop there. Smack from above, down to 100. Did not realize there was another player up above him. He's got to go for these 4 minis as the storm is going to apply pressure.
8 remaining. We're coming down the mountain now. This is a really precarious situation for a lot of these players on high ground. If they don't have something to utilize to get low, Smacked recognizes this, looks to waterfall down a little bit, is going to try and pop another mini, able to get it off. Karis on that super high ground, but Smacked sitting on 6 eliminations, 38 points, only to get taken out by Epsy. Epsy's first elimination this game.
Cole all the way to the bottom. 4 players left, my apologies.
Karis
drops in from above.
The high ground. Cole by himself.
Cole's all, he's hanging out in the open. Multiple players dropping in a free loot drop there and a launch pad. Doesn't have to take it because now is the time. Beam these players out of the air. Cole, this is your game to win. 1 down, 98. What's the second? And he gets it. Cole with the victory royale.
Okay, that is the value of being vulnerable while gliding. If you are not reaching that ground right away, you are going to be penalized by these players. Cole getting those last 3 eliminations just from the redeploy and jump pad. That's insane.
Massive awareness there. The only player to not be floating in, and it turns into a how fast can I shoot them on the drop. Meanwhile, back over the next game, Bizzle in this one.
I saw Aspect too. This is a stacked lobby, Lupo. You talked about the last lobby being stacked, but already just seeing 4 of these players, absolutely insane. We are in this, watching Quizza right now. He's able to secure 17 points. He's got a nice little loadout. You typically don't see players rocking the silent sniper as much anymore, but it still has a lot of value.
My only assumption is at this point probably has not seen a heavy. And the opt here for taking a suppressed snipe over anything else, I almost feel like it was, hey, this is a thing on the ground I can pick up, might as well grab it. Oftentimes you won't see players in competitive Fortnite take that Fernando going down. I would expect a swap out there. There's a heavy snipe right there. You gonna grab it? Because please tell me you're gonna pick that thing up.
And a gold
pump
too.
Beach are down underneath. They're sharing relatively close to sand. There we go. There's all the swaps. There's all the stuff that I wanted to see. Well done.
Hey, Quizza, nice play. Yeah, great on resources, but if you looked at that zone, it is a far west zone right now. He's far east.
Yep. Am I the only one that saw that there's a mini in there that Quizza should have picked up, used, and then swapped back to the full? Potentially could be 100-100 right now.
Maybe it's the pressure of this game right now, but we were...
Clicks in this game, Tfue in this game.
And Tfue has a bush. We talked earlier what the bush does. It actually negates the first shot on you, unless it's on your toes. But if you take a body shot, that bush is going to take it for you.
Indeed, which means he might, on top of being a 100-100, he's got that kind of extra layer of protection. 65 out of 32, basically no shield left on the player in the box down below. Tfue's going to keep an eye on that one. That's potentially an elimination there. A lot of damage sequentially. Looks like 3 24s in a row. Player rotating down in front, all the way at the bottom of the hill. This player right in front. Yeah. That's a no zone there, but sorry about that. Tfue owns this hill. Bizzle in the feed, picking up an elim as well. 2 elims right now for Tfue, 29 points total. More shots. This is the position that I feel like we see Tfue in every time we cut to him, no matter which event it is. Even if you just pull his stream up, man is always seemingly on top of all the structure, sitting on double layered floors, looking down from above on everybody.
Yeah, and that's not a position that you want to be in. He hits all his shots. He is absolutely exceptional. He does have access to that gold silenced assault rifle too, which he's going to be able to take advantage of, and has this redeploy. So anytime he gets knocked down off that high ground, he can easily glide down and then take that high ground again right away.
Quick rebuild, and he's basically back right up where he was before. Look at the right side. More shots. That might even be the same play. Quizza goes down. Yes, indeed. Another elimination for Tfue with 30 points, and there's still players
on the right. Only he applied that mini shield.
Imagine if he used the mini into the full. Don't hate to say I told you so, but here we are. Strep feature.
Tfue is able to clean up that loot too. We got Excels down below here too. We've seen him perform very well in the past, but
look at the ammo.
Oh, I love it. He just one shot,
Excel's
one elimination.
Sitting on basically nothing. The rift
but
there.
It was sitting on a rift. Does take some storm damage for that, but I think it is worth it for him. He only is on 13 builds, so being able to make that rotation. Oh, we also have Hogman in this lobby as well. Flossin is here too. Just a big stacked lobby in here. It's going to be really interesting to see what this super late game looks like.
Imagine being a player that looks at a lobby like this and thinks, I have a chance. Good luck. Kayshawn goes down. Excel's picking up another 50 there from the Siphon. Quite a bit more ammo than before, and a pretty decent set of upgrades in this box. Pressure from the side, and there's a baller on the outside too. Sonic goes down to himself in the feet. It's like potentially a storm elimination there. Multiple ballers. Excel's almost had a chance there for a pump shot on that player rotating up, and that flint knock might
looks like he reloaded it too, so maybe we'll get to see a flint knock play. Now we're coming in on spectating Tfue, who still has the bush. Nobody has taken a shot on him since we stopped watching him. Doesn't lose the bush to the storm. He's able to stay in the zone, not get ticked from that, and looking to take the high ground again.
There we go. The bush is gone. Just have to pay respects. Ace PGH going down to the Ethereal Titan in the feed is Tfue down to 56 HP. 2 full shields, so we can get that back. If he happens across a campfire, he can get the HP back. Beamed from above down to 40. Only 16 damage from that. Has to take this chance right now. Has to heal.
I don't know if his opponents will let him. These ballers are so annoying. Looking to break
frustrating right now. 1 full shield to use, going for the second. Get it back to 140. 1 Siphon, put him at 190. The storm all the way down, stuck just on the outside.
Does make it in the top 15, will get placement points for that, but unable to get that the victory royale. Clicks now on this ultimate high ground, has the RPG. This is the best situation that you want to be in, up top, able to just fire down on anyone you want, catch them off guard. RPG does so much damage on these players.
Right now, Clicks opting to deal quite a bit of damage on the ballers. Vindeki caught by the rocket. Shots from above, though. Clicks has to backpedal just a little bit.
And now you start to see the other players starting to take shot in the ballers, too, but someone's making a play for the high ground.
Stretch. Both players building. Stretch. You're cranking 90s into the sky, gets the high ground there, and Clicks takes the chance with the minis. Does have that RPG, super crucial. And moments like this, the branch was connected all the way across. It doesn't go down. Clicks drop into the redeploy, still safe. Lands right next to another player. A little bit of damage from the SMG. That compact, very important in close range in the same box. But he's not gonna keep going. He's got to wait, bide his time. He does have 2 minis he can pop. He's so exposed right now. The rocket underneath. 115 gets the elim. Clicks picking up the siphon. 9 eliminations, 46 points, and there's 8 left in this game, Kitty.
Rebuild right now. He needs to pick up the rest of those resources if he can find them. I think a baller did sweep past and got them. Nobody is taking advantage of attacking these ballers. There's so much chaos now around this Polar Peak hill, and he is just a low ground warrior. He wants any elimination he can get. He needs the siphon. He needs the resources. Still has that RPG. Doesn't use it. Goes for the P90 or the mini assault rifle push.
Compact SMG, super important up close. I got you back, don't worry. Does opt to go for basically spraying the ankles out on Fajita. Stretch dropping in, takes that
Stretch was the one that took his high ground earlier, too.
Indeed,
Looks like he had a bit of a vendetta for him. Does drop down and take it. Rogues on that high ground, and 3 ballers still on this low ground. Nobody taking care of those.
Campfire. 1 launch pad, probably not worth too much at this point, depending on this rotation of the circle. Launch pad right now would put you way up. You actually can hear players falling in.
Ooh, Flossin, right into his pump shot. Does go over top of those doors. I think it should be ticking on him now. Makes the edit play down, but he goes down.
Seam goes down. 4 players left.
Strong.
Fox, 2 elims, gets a clap from the back. Trajectory, taking that one. Stretch versus Trajectory. Trajectory with the ultimate high ground right now, and probably quite a bit of materials.
RPG, though.
Dropping in the redeploy. Trajectory right above Stretch. Stretch ticking the zone. Trajectory just has to build and gets the victory royale.
Wow, Trajectory closing that one out on a 2 elimination victory, sitting now at 28 points. Wow, power of the Rift to steal that high ground, eh?
Incredible last moments there. We'll look back through the fossil of what's left from this rotation down in Polar Peak. And we're going to throw it over to Zeke and Sundown with the breakdown.
That is a rundown, Dr. Lupo. Sundown rundown. Seriously, though, awesome set of games coming out of NA East. Very, very well played for a lot of these players. And I believe Sundown has some cool little goodies for us. Sundown, what's up on the menu today?
So first, we're going to take a look at some of the plays we just saw over the matches and want to highlight some of the players. Bucky here first. We're going to talk about catching those rifle elims coming through. You talk about the player's aim, but it's also about knowing where to find the players. Bucky showing he can get the rifle elim and then drop down. Zunis, again, with the rifling skills. Always towards the edge of the circle, hitting 2 headshots in a row onto Monkey Nova. And again, from the high ground, looking down, trying to find players rotating, just throwing down shots. 3 bullets connect, 2 elims come across, but he's no stranger to fighting in the close quarters as well, picking up a pair right there and then able to execute, flexing off a little of the Tai Chi skills right there, right before taking away the victory royale, picking up par 1-2-2, and still not done, dropping down, continuing to be the aggressor, tracking where that player is, and when he drops on in, Zunis makes short work of him. RNGesus did not help him there.
Did not.
Despite having risen on Easter, didn't quite happen, wasn't enough. Valify, heads up play. We talked about the advantage with the ball is being able to pop out and take the opponents by surprise, doing it there and also getting it done with the edit play, but he's not out of it yet. Able to path around the side of the storm, checks his side, does have an opponent in there, turns, hits the 180 flick, unfortunately gets cleaned up just after that, but smack. We saw him on top of that leaderboard, punishing the rotation on that community launchpad, everyone trying to get over to it, and he's letting it happen, knowing he can rack up the damage, no problem, and then just defending the high ground, doing everything he can to wrap these up. Peely looked like he almost dabbed his way out of the lobby there, being picked up. I mean, there's a reason Smack is playing so well. Just look at how he executes on this. It's so brilliant. The fact he's always watching his right hand, making sure he's covering his angles the entire way through. And I asked right before I tweeted out, quick, give me your top 6. Look at the leaderboards. Who do you think is going to lock it up? And here were some of the answers we got. You see some of the Clicks Tfue Stretch thrown in there. Zexro thrown in as well. You got Mega on a couple of these lists. I definitely want to give a shout out in particular to Clicks appearing on 3 or 4 of these. Orb Cease is already qualified, but you know, I expect to see him in the top 6 again, putting off some really good performances and keeping an eye on Funk Bomb and Tfue as well.
Man, it's been an awesome day so far, and I'm sure you guys are curious about what the standings are after those last few games. Let's hop on over and see how they've been shaken up, because I know out of last time Tfue was no longer up there. Okay, interesting. Cam, break this down.
So again, the spread, top to bottom, 8 points. Right now, it's only 8 points. So Clicks, we saw him qualify last week for the duos, is up there, but any one of these players can overtake him. Niddle just behind. Snood on there as well, was one of my players to watch. Funk Bomb, Smack, who we just saw. Shoutouts to Som as well, with 6 matches left to play. And you know, let's roll it on over. Let's see the next page, because honestly, it's so tightly packed. Anybody on this list is able to challenge. Coop Train right there at 40 points. TF Cole, I mean, the top to bottom difference right now is sitting at right 11 points from 20th to 1st. So like, that's at any point in time. Yeah, Victory Royale plus an Elim, boom, you can jump right out. Tfue is just right on the other side of it. We saw him on 36 in a match right now. Don't forget, it's 10 matches total or 3 hours. So as we get towards that back half of the queue, these matches are going to mean that much more. If you catch an elimination on someone else, it could mean that's enough. There was a little kind of, I don't want to say brotherly rivalry going on, but Benji Fishy ended up taking out Mr. Savage in one of the earlier EU matches, ending his run and denying him placement points, which would have pushed him into the qualification. So we talked about every one of these interactions between the top players. If you're Clicks and you get an elim on anybody in that match who's in the top 20, you've just cemented your lead that much more. If you're somebody who's in that 20 to 30 range, or maybe even 20 to 40 range, and you're able to rack off a 5-6 elimination high placement match. There was one player in Oceania who briefly took the lead last night, going from over 50 places out to then the #1 spot with a 26-point match right at the end of the wire. But then, of course, was overtaken at the end by Cats and Jinx. But every one of these interactions matters. It's every single fight, Zeke.
Dude, this is so crazy. We hope you guys have been enjoying all the action. Thank you so much for all that in-depth analysis on that. I always appreciate that. Excuse me, words are hard. I hope you guys do as well. Now, we are going to go to a short break, but when we return, we have more NA East. My gosh. NA East back on deck. I'm going to go to break. Bye. I'm just walking off set now.
and gentlemen, welcome back to Fortnite Battle Royale. We're here working on the qualifiers for the World Cup. And man, what a day.
Yeah.
NA East has already been absolutely ridiculous. The gameplay that Kitty and I had a chance to commentate there, the lobby's absolutely stacked. And every single time I see a list of names like that, I panic inside a little bit, not gonna lie.
And I mean, I'm honestly panicking because we just showed the standings. I went over, sat down on my laptop, checked the client right away, and there was a huge update. We talked about how that spread. Every one of these games, every time a new score comes in, something changes. So we're going to take a look. In that top spot,
Oh my goodness.
in the number 1 is Clicks right after he came out, but Psalm got out of another match, and Tfue also got out of another match, pushing himself up to 49 points. So now, if everything stopped at the end, if this were the end, it's not. We still have more matches, which thankfully, because the spread minus Clicks is just taking off right there.
Yeah.
From 2nd down to 10th, 9-point difference. But if everything were done, as of now, Clicks, Psalm, Tfue, Niddle, Snood, and Stretch, because Dubs has already booked his solo ticket, would be going through. However, as we said, every single time one of these matches comes through, this whole thing changes, Bala. I mean,
Yeah.
what do you think? Because this list now is stacked.
Yeah, one thing I'm seeing right now is right next to you, Clicks. 2 games remaining. He's pacing himself pretty well. I mean, there's about an hour left to queue, if I'm not mistaken, and so probably an hour and a half to play total. So Clicks is pacing himself. He might be missing out on that very last queue. But I mean, Psalm, you talked about how slowly he's playing. He's got 5, one of the most out of all this page. Absolutely stunning performance there from him, and he hopped way up. You said last time the spread between 1st and even 20th was only 11 points. I would love to know what that is right now, but between you already said it, between 1st and 10th, it's not far at all.
So
I mean,
to be fair, it's with the 2 games
Clicks
remaining, like any of these, if Hart gets out of the lobby and it's a 5 or 6 point game, all of a sudden he's right here and in knocking distance of all of these guys. So like the 2 games remaining, while it might seem like a minor thing, could end up being huge, because also some of these guys might opt to try and hot drop a little bit, find one of those highly contested POIs, pick up a couple elims. Like we said, every point matters, and Psalm kind of has to. Snood as well.
Yeah, Psalm had one of the most legendary hot drops I've ever seen in the Scallywag Cup. I think he netted himself like 13 eliminations in like 2-3 minutes, dropping tilted. So that's fantastic. If he could do that again, that'd be exactly what he needs, because remember, all these players they're hunting for his spot as well. I mean, you cannot let up at a single time. You can't.
It's kind of a scary board. What do you even say about it? 2 games remaining for Clicks, 63 points. Looking down lower on the board, even just looking past 3rd, 47 to 45 points, a 2-point spread between 4th and 10th. And so many of these players have so many games left. I think the biggest takeaway for me from looking at this board relative to, we just looked at the standings not moments ago, is that because the amount of shift that we've had, this is literally anybody's game still.
I got one more point here really quickly. Tfue has 2 victory royales. The tiebreakers are going to be so important if it stays this close out of the top 6. So just keep an eye on that. The victory royale is important.
Now, I'm going to lose my mind if you make me wait too much longer to not watch more games from NA East. Probably one of my favorite regions to watch. In order to watch more of those games, we need some play-by-play, some commentary, and some shenanigans. So I need 2 casters out on the stage.
Wait, did you say shenanigans?
Shenanigans.
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 No shenanigans. Oh, wait.
No?
It's okay. I got it. I found the shenanigans. We're good. Got the shenanigans. Brought him with me. There you go, Lupo.
Why do we still let Shenanigans on the stage?
It is I, Captain Shenanigan. That is right. Again, I'd like to point out the director said it is because, cute people do things like this. So, facts of life. So now it's great to be back alongside you. Gonna get back into games. Let's just do this because I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm ready as well. Let's jump on into these matches, see what we have going on, because it's anybody's matchup. If you're challenging towards that top 20, top 30, and you have a pop-off game, you could see yourself going to that Fortnite World Cup final in New York City, July 26th to the 28th, and these lobbies are only going to get more and more tense. Again, the tournament point matchmaking system, and nice little bit of juggling coming from Imagine here to give himself an extra little extra little bit of utility to work that into his tunnel. That was really mechanical. But as I was saying, if you're unfamiliar with the tournament matchmaking system, you're matched with players close to the point range of you, so the matches do get more tense when you are towards the higher end, and you get towards the latter half of those queues, like Bala was saying. Only about an hour or so left in terms of that.
Yeah, we're getting down to the wire, Sundown. And, you know, you kind of put it best, like if we just froze the leaderboards as they were now, we'd have like a good indication, but a lot of these players still have a ton of games left. We still have plenty of that queue time, and they have what you could consider like throwaway games almost. Like if something were to go wrong and they were just eliminated off the bat, they could just re-queue and keep the momentum going. Now keep in mind, guys, we are at 41 people left in the current lobby. Top 25 is that first placement threshold. We still got a lot of people that need to be sent back to lobby before we get those points.
Yep, 16 players, and not a single one of them is going to give up ground easily, particularly when you're in the lobby as stacked as this. Everyone wants to be the aggressor. Everyone wants to feel like they can be confident. As you see now, the edit battle comes in. Player opts to disengage away, as Imagine was starting to play ramp tricks inside of his box. We've seen that really develop in terms of the meta, but barcoded player does get taken out, as Imagine is able to utilize the stink and some side pressure to put him out. So now inside the top 40. So a lot of players still got to go down, Zeke.
Ooh, look at this. We got half shields. Are you going to continue juggling? Okay, so now talk about how this is. So it's interesting because this is like, it seems like it's not a big deal, but juggling stuff is very hard to do. And when you do it that well, I mean, you just literally bring a free item with you. You're just like, I'm going to just transport this. It's like your little buddy. You're like, come on, little buddy. Let's come over here.
It's not incredibly practical, but when it is practical, it feels good to pull. As J-Storm Painful pulls off an extremely practical maneuver, utilizing the ramp on the inside with the pre-edit to drop down on the right hand, the opponent editing on his left hand. Because it's a third-person game, you get that little bit of extra peek going on there, and Painful, you know, just lines the shot up. He's not going to miss that.
You like to see it. Again, guys, this is the top 3,000. It's finals day. Players are trying to punch their tickets to the World Cup finals in New York City. And this is it, man. This is the gauntlet. This is the very best of the best. And just to kind of throw this out there, don't forget, you just have to hit Champ League. That's 300 points to be able to try and qualify. So for the next coming weeks, we could see new faces go, you know what, I'm going in. Hit that 300 and say, look, I'm looking to compete. Good luck, everyone else.
Well, I do know there was one player in Europe who ended up qualifying. I saw the post yesterday on the competitive subreddit. He's like, hey, I've been playing the game for 4 months, like picked it up, came from other competitive shooters, and I qualified. Wouldn't have done it without some of the help of you guys here, but what should I expect? And it's interesting to see players able to kind of pick the game up so quickly for what's now just advanced in so many different ways, but still, the players who've been there from the beginning showing they've been there for a reason now. Zexro getting the rotation through, using the launch pad to get over to the other side. Steve's one of those dark horses I commented on, picking up an elim there. You have Perfect Tilt recently signed to FaZe, part of those 5 players himself. Binny, Diggy, Vorin, and Martaz all going over in the latest signing. The 3 NA ones being part of that controller gang, but Tilt looking to go on in. Heavy sniper through, finds the shotgun, finds the AR swap. Not an issue for Tilt. Nice elim. Dio is going to have to think about that one in his next queue.
Man, and Tilt had basically no builds, and now he eliminates that player, finds 100, and a free rotation coming out of that player using their own Rift. Recycled utility. This is looking ups for Tilt.
Yep, looks up, and also will be able to opt to contest high ground if he chooses to. You see Cosmo getting just punished in that middle ground, trying to create whatever space he can. Pop in a mini there. Have JDW trying to get whatever space. 1, 2, 3, 4 players contesting for that little high ground null, and Tilt going to opt to drop down. Still not at that first placement threshold as Tilt pops off 2 minis and now begins to look towards that backside of the zone, finds the player, hits again. Great swap from the pump to that rare heavy AR to clean it up. The body shots taking it away, and now we're inside that top 15. I think it's another one. Cause Milk, who had just been able to barely get his health back up, gets taken down as we're into the top 20. Jean-Claude taking down Wordbro.
You just got to keep the ball rolling, continue to find players with their backs to the storm, catching them off guard. We see a few ballers. I like that he did not take the shot there because there was a more juicy target there. 42 did come through, but no elimination to fall. So now Tilt is going to have to keep navigating the space, making sure these ballers do not harass them. Because if you're an enemy and you're in a baller, that's the thing you're going to do. It's like, I'm just going to mess with your builds.
Rockets.
Yes.
Yep, there you go. I was going to say, he doesn't really have anything that would warrant him contesting the ballers anyway, considering, no, you can't get eliminations off of those players when all you're rocking is the heavy AR, the pump, and the heavy snipe. It's just too much waste of time compared to just what you're able to do with the other players rotating normally on the tarp with you. However, you have an RPG and those ballers are below that 120 threshold. I mean, that's a lot of either damage or sometimes just free elims, as the Raised by Kings boys having a little bit of that family feud there. JDW taking down Steens and Tilt, reloading the heavy sniper, looking potentially for a punch through, or maybe the close range combo RPG and the heavy sniper. But no, straight down with the heavy sniper, hits the 190, but not enough to pick it up, and somebody else gets it with the stink. So no, Tilt not able to capitalize there. Does Haughty 33 Furious, gets taken out with the boogie bomb, but now trying to find Soars Carl as Tilt is now working his way around the other side, finds the player getting the heal off, does commit to the shield, but Tilt hits the second shot. Top 10, 8 players remaining.
Oh my!
Hits the third.
God.
Carl going down there. Carl. Not there anymore. Sorry. He's back in queue trying to get whatever matches in as he can. Top 7 players remaining who have FaZe Tilt, FaZe Funk, and Coop Train on the low ground. Will he be able to get there? I'm sure there's no love lost between the two, though. If they take the other out, it's all about the solo prize. And when you're both challenging for the leaderboard, every point matters. JDW gets Luxier, but Funk trades it right back on him. We're into the top 5. Funk also gets Tilt. Nice little rampage coming out from him. Finds the toes of the player in the storm. Gets the trade out. It will come back over. Player edits down, picks it up. Coop Train goes down. Should have the health lead because the Siphon doesn't need a health lead. 100 Thieves elevate. Sit down. FaZe Funk in the house. Taking it out. Doesn't celebrate. He's like, yep, reloaded. We're good. Clean. No jams. Okay, yep. Let's go to the next one. Funk Bomb's certainly on to the next. After that, just making short work of the rest of the lobby there. 3 quick eliminations, but no rest for those trying to qualify. Hopping right on board here with Niddle in the NA East portion of the Fortnite World Cup Online Open Qualifier. You see here Niddle pressuring into the box. Will he be able to convert? He does. Lominator going down. Wants to be able to get that loot, but knows there's some side pressure on. Player's trying to keep it, and he does get that brick wall there. You can just re-edit that. That works too. You know, just break it. Why not? It's cool seeing Niddle, though. This is actually someone you and Ball have kind of both praised as being a very talented player, someone with just a bunch of raw talent. So I'm happy that we get to hop in with him, see his gameplay. Currently sitting on 32 points, so hopefully, you know, maybe he picks up a few more, finds himself on the tops of leaderboards. We'll have to see as things unfold. We see Joe here as well, about a 1x1 over in his own 1x1. And more barcodes, barcode K. Barcode, that's funny. We need to give these barcode people names, by the way. We gotta, like, you know, call them out for using the barcode. We'll figure that out later. Storm Circle 5, if you're just tuning in, welcome. This is the World Cup Online Open here in finals day of week 3 solo format. The format top 25, top 15, top 5, and victory out all those placement thresholds with each elim being 1 point. So every single point matters right now. We're coming down to those final few games for a lot of these players, Sundown. And you got to think they are probably sweating a 187 in Pythex, yep. Pythex. Niddle
back to the lobby.
So he knew he already had the floor. The other player had the cone, so assumed he was safe. Niddle instead is like, nah. Heavy snipes the cone, gets the cone replaced, double edit, pump into the swap. Brilliantly executed. Now you can see Daxter up on that high ground, kind of looking around, taking stock. Does have the heavy AR, seeing a lot more of that out of NA than the infantry rifles compared to what we were seeing coming out of EU. But great shots from Daxter, recently picked up by E11, able to land the shots in there, and now looking up towards that supply crate, trying to see what's going on, if anybody's pressuring from the high ground. Also, just I appreciate the old school skin. It's nice and clean, no back bling on it. Just, it looks good, man.
The frozen variant of it as well. I like a nice point you made is that players are opting for the heavy AR over that infantry rifle. I would assume it's probably because the heavy AR has more rounds in the mag, so you kind of have more room to more room for errors, quote unquote, right? Like you just have more opportunities to send shots because the infantry rifle only has 8, and if you miss those 4, maybe even 4, 5, or 6 shots, you're like, I have 2 in the chamber, man.
I just think maybe they're not running into them as much. Because maybe there is a slightly lower priority on them, and if they don't trickle down into the end game at all, you're not going to end up seeing them, whereas before, players were putting a priority on it. Now, you're seeing a lot more kind of excess utility. Now you have Envy's Lane, saw him qualify last week for the duos, was just outside qualification the first week for solos, wants to rectify that here, but the rotation is going to come out, so take a look at the wide. Corey FF and Blind Eagle on that backside of the circle, trying to make it out. Lanon getting down to the baller, trying to break on out of here. This is it, playing your version of marbles, but unfortunately, sometimes you lose your marbles and they roll off the table. That's a little bit unfortunate. Got to be cleaner with that execution and getting out. Daxter still holding that high ground, still raining down shots right now, Zeke.
He's only got the 1 elim, but again, guys, we're about to hit 2 things. Top 25, and it's okay that he just has the 1, because I promise you, he's going to look to find opportunities for players rotating late with their backs to the storm, especially if they're taking engagements. So expect to see him rack up elims very, very quickly, especially like Sundown mentioned, from this high ground power position. I mean, look at him. He's literally just sending shots at everyone. You're flying around, okay, you're going to get dinged.
And unfortunately, that player looks like he hit some form of bug or latency issue. Daxter taking advantage of that. Unfortunate, but is something that happens. You see Daxter now working his way down from that high ground, able to end up getting some shots. Water gets just drilled there. Now Daxter trying to waterfall his way down, saying I don't necessarily like this, looking a little thinner on builds, but still checking that backside of the circle rotation. And now Daxter getting the shots in. Also, just want to say, if you do ever run into a bug or something in game, or someone who you would think is teaming, any of that, use the report function in game. It's extremely helpful, ends up allowing us to track it down, and we've added a lot of information to that. So when you run into those issues, I know there's a lot of people end up calling it out. Let us know as well. The in-game report tool is a great way to help us get information as Perplexity gets information on the backside of the circle, picking up barcode K, barcode, and then rotating around, still looking for more fights and tons of mats from that.
Man, he missed out on the Peely there. Apparently was not ripe enough for the situation, but that's okay. Continues his onslaught with 4 eliminations, a 62 on the player. More follows up headshots, and they take the rift, and he's immediately barreling toward it, trying to make sure he can grab it, very tail end of there. And so now he's gonna dive back down, maybe try to contest high ground, potentially. Yep. Oh yeah, he's going for it.
Wants to try and find that player who is super low, does drop on into the box and is able to convert. 5 elims now working his way back down. Also has the flint knock. Yep, I know, Zeke. Instantly hear your heart rate go up. Going to pop that slurp. Can take a tick, no problem. It will end up going back over. Waterfalling himself down and checking his angles. Only 8 players remaining. Sees that next player off the side. You have Niddle on ultimate high. Early skydiver. Red Cinema holds. Or Red Cinema, apologies. Mystic, Breadbag, Irregular, and Perplexity all on that middle tarp, while Niddle rains down the shots. 1 player on ultimate low, trying to cover himself with the full metal builds as the circle moves back away from Tilted towards the stadium. Niddle, great spray shots, man.
Wait, what?
Red Cinema ended up taking fall damage from underneath because he got sprayed out and then ticked because Niddle did so much damage to him going through. Again, fall damage does bypass the shield, so Niddle doing enough there to get it done. So you have Niddle in the top right, Mojo in the bottom right, Niddle on ultimate high, Mojo on ultimate low. Skydiver gets taken down by Breadbag there, but Niddle then immediately trades him out as Niddle also ends up picking up, no, does not get a regular on the low ground. Mojo trying to hit him with the point blank sniper, instead makes Perplexity meet his pump shotgun. Now it's just a 1v1 coming out here, Zeke.
That was absolutely insane. Now Niddle just has to try and lock this game out. He is on the ultimate high, but Mojo, like you talked about, is on the ultimate low. Take a look at the mats. They have plenty to work with. It's just going to come down to execution for both of these players. Niddle trying to just stay above him, maybe try to find an advantage if possible, some loot. That's not really a boogie bomb. Okay, now we're talking. This is scary. He's either going to boogie bomb him, no one, or both of them.
Yeah, and it looks like he's trying to find it,
Did he get him?
enough distance.
Nope.
No, he didn't, because Mojo's hanging out in the storm. If he ticked off the storm anyway, it wouldn't matter if the boogie hit him. Great pressure coming out from Mojo, but now he needs to double back around. Mojo has to find the shot. Niddle has the HP advantage, and instead, no, Niddle able to connect with the shot there, take home the victory royale. The 10 points from the placement, 5 from his elim, cranks some 90s, end up stuck under the stair. It's okay, no scar on his forehead there. Great work from Niddle, taking that one home. And I mean, there's a reason he's moving up that leaderboard, making a name for himself, specifically in these tournaments. You see him every single time, every high-level match, he's there.
And someone else, very high level, Snood, you talked about it. You updated your predictions. I'm curious to see how he does in this game. We hop on over with Exhibit here. Great loadout. And dude, I'm telling you, man, the more we tune in these high level games, the more we're seeing people pick up this glider redeploy. It just minimizes so much of that randomness. It's so good right now.
In terms of allowing you to go from top-down rotations or longer horizontal rotations, would you rather have glider redeploy taking up one spot? Oh, great reaction shot from Exhibit, taking down Neo Ruch. I know, definitely one of those fan favorites, part of the N fam, but not going to be part of this match here as we continue on with the NA East Finals for the Fortnite Online World Cup qualifier. Week 3, second version of the solo. So we've already seen 11 players end up qualifying through Z.
And there's only so many spots, right? I mean, right now, NA East does have the 6, Europe has the 8, and then later on with West, we'll get to that final region, it's only gonna have 2, so we'll have to see how things unfold. We got the boom bow, all right? Here comes the, wait for it, just pretend I line it up. No, okay, never mind. I'll try that joke again when he shoots. Here comes the, okay, he was supposed to hit that shot. Okay, wait. Here comes the,
third time's the charm? No.
All right, I'm good. The joke's dead. I'm done with it.
Okay. Thank you.
Nice shots there, though, to keep that player.
That joke was eliminated. It's okay.
Thank you, son, and I always appreciate you and your jokes and ability to make me laugh. Tony here going down. Guys, again, top 25 is when we hit that next round, the first round rather, a placement point. So a lot of these players are going to slow their gameplay down. They're trying to not make mistakes. They need these points. They're so vital, helping them climb. And just like I asked before, Snood hopping into his game. Look at the load. Gee, okay, all right. He's got it all right? Maybe the only thing he doesn't have is a launch pad, but it may be that little visual bug where we can't see the traps. But everything else, 5 rockets, Rift to go, plenty of bullets, 94 builds, minis. He's got a lot.
Yeah, he needs to try and take a high ground or catch somebody in one of these late low ground back of the circle rotations with the RPG, because otherwise he's not going to be able to maximize his effectiveness of this loadout. Again, just staying in the lobby until late game, playing for late is a fantastic strategy. Will he be able to take advantage of this player? Nope, just going to rift out, take the rotation and hang out, get the first placement points up there, and you know, just have a nice little glide down. And Snowman hanging out, saying hi. Wrong part of the map, but it's okay.
Ice cold, like what runs through his veins. Ice. I like to see it though. I appreciate that he's just taking his time, right? Saving those 94 builds because they're going to come in so handy later. We see one player rift. Sheep, I'm that, going back to the lobby. Players are going to be falling left and right. We are top 25. So again, 3 points for these players. And now next threshold is top 15. Look at the top left though. Players being eliminated left and right. Look at it just completely light up right now. Now Snood going to land back down in that what I believe is a mid-ground tarp right now because there's someone up above. A nice shot over on Foxy. Now can he find more though? This is his first elim of the game, but he's gonna definitely look to pick up more. The player's still in the storm. He is tracking very well. Oh my, what a great flick shot there. Notorious going back.
Yeah, great work from him there, lining the shot up in line with where the player was going to diagonally tarp. So typically when you rotate in that circumstance, you put your diagonals out and then you put your walls. But if you don't cover your front, as Seduce was looking, you're going to get caught on the corner. And then RNG a little bit on his side there. Circle goes back over so he can go collect all the mats. Punishes Agalor of E11 as well to get himself into the top 15. So Kitty Cats did get those additional 2 points, but Snood in a fantastic position now, Zeke.
Even more rockets as well. Still has the 7 charges on the glider redeploy. Mats for days. I'm really looking for him to close out this game. But don't forget, Exhibit is up on the top, while Carson just tried to mess with him in that baller, trying to fracture his build as much as possible. Looks like AJ trying to potentially contest that high ground and another player as well. We're about to hit 10 players remaining here in the lobby. Someone is flying up. Can Exhibit line up the shot? I don't believe so. Someone tries to contest. Shotgun does catch a little bit of that shield.
He doesn't have the mats. He does not have the mats to build battle this. He's going to have to seed high ground, and this could be where Snood makes his move. Snood needs to do something with those rockets. Haven't seen him fire one off, instead relying on that RPG, but no, still just going to be hanging out on the low ground. You have Sebi on the high, Riftmole on the mid-tarp, Exhibit now in the battle on the low ground. This is where things are going to get chaotic. Gets the wall replaced. Cyanic J-Fran is back and out of this one. Now 9 players left trying to break through whatever he can. Does have 75 builds, finds the first shot, gets the wall replaced, challenges on his left hand. No, doesn't re-edit the wall, instead closes out. There's still a player on the corner, but no, shot does not connect. AJ goes down. Photon picks up Ryan as well as we get closer to that last placement threshold. Vix goes down to Snood. 6 players left. You can hear the shots going off directly above him. Exhibit just trying to work his way back through these builds. So Sebi, Ultimate High, Snood, and Riftmo right next to each other on that middle tarp. Fo9N, I'm just going to call him Photon, think that's what it is. If I'm not sure, please correct me. But Snood now trying to get up and challenge for the high ground, tries to take it away, gets boxed off now. 1 underneath, it does have 2 poison traps, but okay for builds, not great. Should be looking down to try and put some rockets towards the low ground if possible, but right now you can see out of metal, switching over the woods, and there it is. Gonna try and fire that down towards the low ground, find anything he can. Boom! Riftmole gets picked up. They have to be down there in that space at some point. If it's not covered, you'll sneak one out. Great 5th elim from Snood, as now he's gonna drop down and try to drop Sebi, who gets a great catch, but Snood's trying to drop him again. It's 2 tarps back. Sebi eventually is not gonna be able to catch it if Snood can keep the angle. Sebi trying to work his way down. You have Carson in the bottom right, picking up Fo9N. Now 1v1v1 Sebi on the high ground. Snood 1 level below him. Carson on the low. Snood has the HP advantage slightly to Carson, but gives it up there to knock down Sebi. Picks Sebi up though and gets it from the siphon. It's all on Carson to hit the shot, and Snood says, there's a reason I'm one of the best. Takes him out. Again, no celebration. Says, hey, look, that's a pretty weapon.
That's a pretty weapon indeed. This Ghost Snood closes out the game. That was so masterfully well played from him. I cannot give enough props. And this is someone you talked about. You were like, look, Snood, I'm telling you, keep him on your radar. There's going to be someone who's going to be looking to qualify. And that's exactly why. Victory out over to him. But now we hop on to the next game. There's still more action to be had here in NA East. We see Upward here in his 1x1 levitating. Now, I'm curious to know if this is true loadout. Keep in mind, sometimes we have a little bit of a visual bug there. So it looks like he may only have 3 things, but he may have more than that in traps and whatnot. 40 builds. I like that he's hopping, getting a nice little view. I feel like at this point, why don't you just edit the cone and then peek that way so you're not having to like hop the whole time?
Yeah, and actually editing himself up into the top, which is a little riskier, but also allows you to be more aggressive. And this probably is most of his loadout considering his HP. If he had a med kit or a campfire, probably would have used it to top off unless he's holding it for late game. If he had minis, probably would have popped them. So might have something else in there though. Pump shotty rush. I'm sorry, man. You've just been catching the wrong end of the stick as we hop into these games. That's twice. The second we get in, you're getting eliminated. Maybe try actually pump shotty rushing somebody. We talk about being on brand, man. It's what it's about. But now the rotation's going to come out and we're going to see a mass movement. Tfue in the lobby, Hart in the lobby, Hansen in the lobby, Slappy in the lobby. So a lot of players challenging up towards that top part. And now Tfue trying to find whatever space he can. Does have a baller in his box. 41 players remaining. Circle 5 is starting to close. You can see that in the bottom right-hand corner. The blue circle representing the shrinking storm. White indicating where that safe play space is where you won't be taking that 10 damage per tick.
Ooh, very cheeky shots coming through. That player has no shields at all. We're going to see the clinger. No, wait. This is not. Wait.
Trying to sneak him in. Can you get him to drop in?
Oh my! What is that angle? What? I just watched Sundown!
He put a cherry on top, and it was the clinger. Dropped it down into the box. And don't go play Luke Goblin! Stop it, Posick! You're better than that! You are better than that. You just saw 2 different players run in there and get picked up. Like, that's just upsetting. We talk about it all the time. You can't play Loot Goblin in situations like this when you've worked so hard to get into the late game outside of the top 25. Don't go throw yourself into the firing corridor where you just saw 3 clingers and 2 different players fire at it. It's just not going to put you in a good situation. Hart picking up a great edit on the side there, and he will be able to pick that up cleanly. When you own the stuff and nobody else is contesting, cool, go over. If it's somebody else's elim and you're just like, oh, this is mine, I don't envy your chances.
Yeah, you got to make sure you respect everyone, because don't forget, this is the top 3,000 of the region. They know what you're looking to do. They know the moment that loot falls out on the ground, someone is going to try and move on it, and they're going to look to catch you off guard and punish you for making that mistake. Upward here, going to catch someone as well. He's going to destroy who's going back to the lobby, completely destroyed. I just wanted to say that a bunch.
Wait, Zeke, was he destroyed there?
He was absolutely destroyed.
Gotcha.
Poor destroy. It's okay. Destroying my dreams, but it's okay. 31 players remaining. Don't forget, top 25. He's got to go. I don't think he's going to make it.
Upward did not go upward fast enough, nor horizontal fast enough, getting picked up there. So some questionable decisions coming out real quick, but that's what it's all about sometimes. Sometimes the pressure and the nerves when you're playing on a stage like this, when you're playing for qualification spots or for your piece at a part of that $1 million prize pool per week. I mean, it's a lot of pressure. It's difficult. These decisions are hard, but you're still the best of the best. Somebody is going to win. Somebody's going to take that home. Somebody is going to absolutely eliminate out and win those victory rounds, get the high placements. If it's going to be you, you have to do everything in your power and do all the small things right. And that's not just a shot at Postic. It's just we've seen him do so well, so consistently that, like, making a mistake like that so late into a big tournament, like, you expect more out of that.
And keep in mind, son, we're just now hitting top 25. We're just
Circle
now.
It's almost closed.
We're literally just now hitting placement points. That's okay, Miggy. Goodbye, friend. I will think about you. But yeah, we're just now hitting placement points. That's how dense these lobbies are. That's how everyone is trying to make sure and maximize every possible moment. Every second they're alive is an opportunity to get more points on the table. We see down below Hart. I believe I saw Tifu's name in there as well. He's going to continue to move now. He's got that Chug Jug Sundown. That's just not valuable here. It's a 15-second time before you can slurp down the whole thing. No one's going to give you that opportunity. No one.
Well, you got to chug down that whole thing, Zeke. But again, you're not going to get that amount of space, even if the storm rotation comes off. It has the big shield too, which sometimes you don't get enough room for that. So instead, sometimes the best healing is just being super aggro. Gonna push his way into the box, and it's down, and there's already ramps anywhere. So Keith trying to build his way out of it, but everything's built.
Get the slurp.
Everything's occupied, and there you go, Zeke. So happy there to drop the chug. We're into the top 15 as Brush picks up J-Mac. Hart picks up Infamous as well, and I mean, Hart just flicking shots all over the place. You can see him very much so on brand, has the Valentine's Day wrap, has the Hart back bling, and I mean, now putting shots down on to Brush. I Spy trying to work his way down from the rift to pull. You have Ray on the tarp beneath. Hart going to continue to work his way down the tarp, trying to find whatever he can. And right now, that's just a little bit of space.
All right, popping the slurp a little early. But maybe he's saying, look, I'm just going to go full aggro here, so I expect to run into someone. I expect him to crack my shields, and I'll be ready. A 136. He should have saved the slurp. Didn't even need it. Hart's playing out of his mind right now. Ziff there in the high ground finds it in Elim. He's going toe-to-toe with Ray now, who's in the critical. Mikey as well as low. But look who's up above. Tifu yet again. How are we always in this position? Tifu just completely dominates the high ground. Someone called him the king of high ground, and I believe it. He's diving down Sundown.
So he used the rift. He used the rift just so he wouldn't have any fall damage, not having a redeploy this time, but always having something to make sure he can work bottom or top down, because he only has one build. So the loadout, 3 boogies, the epic pump, and then the rare suppressed SMG does have the ability to work through. Already sitting on 43 points from the 2 elims. And if he can get one more, he'll be in that last placement threshold. Trying to track through the storm. Finds the 84 shot. Can he convert? Wants to push through, doing everything he can. Holding forward. And in the end, it's the jump shot taking out Hart, who actually ended up inside the top 5. So now Tfue in the top right, Mickey in the bottom right after he picked up Calypso. Tfue has all the lead in the world. High ground, health advantage, shield advantage, gonna pop the slurp. So we'll have that ticking. Mickey is gonna go for a hero play.
He bumped his head. Go in. He's got to close this out.
That's it. There's no way. He has to find an angle and instead, yep. Tfue just gonna find whatever space he can. As soon as he hears the panic shots coming out from Mickey, that's gonna rush him. But 49 points, keeping him inside of that top 6 distance as much as he can. And Lupo, Bala, break it down for us.
Honestly, at a certain point, I kind of look back at the first week of solos and think maybe Tfue was just kind of playing around. It's like I don't really know what happened, but the man has shifted gears in a big way. As we can see multiple victory royales from today. And to take a look at those individually, Bala, I just want to see all the plays from NA East. It's absolutely crazy. Bala, what do you got?
Yeah, these last couple games have been nuts. And first off, we do have Funk Bomb with the perfect timing. I mean, he waits for it. He waits for it. Look, there's 5 people up right now. And that last zone, it's funky time now as Funk Bomb finds JDW. He finds the next one, that's Tilt. And then he even finds the last one through the feet right here. He comes out as well. Oh, sorry, 2 more to go. Edits him down, and then this shot was just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. Elevate coming out of nowhere. Funk Bomb tracks it perfectly. Now here's Niddle. This player inside of his box is trying to replace the floor that he used to get, that Niddle owns. And then the heavy snipe, once he realizes it, he's like, okay, now I'm good. Even though he's replacing my floor, he's not gonna do anything. And then he goes on to win this game in spectacular fashion as well, with one of those ridiculous shots just like Funk Bomb hit. Where did he come from and how did he hit that? He just knew. He tracked through the zone. And then Snood, this was perfect. Look how he's holding turbo build right now, making sure that nobody's gonna be able to heavy snipe in his walls, even if he doesn't expect it. And then the 2 quick edits to take out Vix. Solid play there, but talk about timing. Here's the rocket launcher timing, and then to follow it up, gets the elimination. And then this was really good timing as well. Just that player, he realizes he's on high ground, he realizes he's a layer above him, perfectly edits down, and watch, look at the timing. Look at Sebi right now. He edits down, and Snood's like, I'm out. They just basically trade places. Then RPGs him down, and this flick was ridiculous too, not even letting him fall, and then another one. I mean, what are you talking about, Snood? Funk Bomb, Niddle, you guys just do not miss, do you? I don't even get it.
It's insane. You mentioned the tracking, the player just outside the wall too, as if he knew exactly the timing and the movement as he pushed through the pump shot. The eliminations left and right, man. Bala, crazy amount of knowledge when it comes to Fortnite. The man is out here when it comes to the play-by-play. But while NA East is still rolling, we do have the final standings for Brazil, and I want to take a look at those real quick.
Let's do this. Who is it gonna be? The top 2 are gonna go to New York. It's gonna be Lasers and Kurtz. Nice job there. They qualify and punch their ticket to New York City. That's awesome for them. Congratulations, guys. Fantastic job today.
Big set of plays from Brazil, some of the most aggressive gameplay that we've seen. Surprising to not see Nyx up top in there. Techno Viking maintaining 5th. Still an excellent game, or an excellent qualifying today, but you get away with prize money, but that means you get to come back in 2 weeks and try it again. You have to realize, if you're watching from home, these are multiple weeks of qualifiers, 10 total, which means 5 solos, 5 duo weeks, and a lot of chances for these competitive players to get their hands on a ticket to New York City and a shot at $30 million. Speaking of going to New York City, Bala, the qualified players list right there, week 3 solos. We add I'm Lasers and Kurtz to the long list of very lethal Fortnite players that we're going to see before too long here. That's, like I said, $30 million on the line. You have a crazy prize pool and coming up much more action. But before we get to that, we're going to give everybody an opportunity to go stretch the legs out, walk around, maybe run a lap around your house. You got 5 minutes. We'll see you when you get back.
He'll know.
I will. It's true.
Jump on and drop in. It's time to kick off the Fortnite World Cup competition. From April 13th to June 16th, we'll be running Fortnite World Cup Online Opens, where you can qualify to compete for your chance at a piece of the $30 million prize pool. But how will these work, you ask? Each week will alternate back and forth between solos and duos competition, with players qualifying from each server region in Oceania, Asia, Europe, Brazil, NA East, and NA West. To find specifics for your server region, go to Fortnite.com/World Cup. To play in the online opens, you'll need to compete in the new Arena mode, an always-on form of competition where players can rank up tiers and leagues. It all starts in the Open League, and when players earn 125 points, they'll advance into Contenders League. After that, you'll need to build your way up to 300 points to unlock Champion League, where the Saturday online open players will be chosen. Then, we'll take the top 3,000 solo players or 1,500 duos from that Saturday's semifinals and advance them to the Sunday finals. Each Sunday, 20 players will rise to the top and qualify to join us in New York for the Fortnite World Cup Finals. Buckle up, because we're officially on the road to the Fortnite World Cup Finals.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? We are here for the Fortnite World Cup qualifiers. It is game time. They apparently just built us a brand new set, so we're gonna go check it out together. And I believe Maddie is going to be
Hi,
giving us a
fam.
tour.
Hi, welcome, Zeke. Let's go. I gotta. You can't see
check it out.
All right, check it out. Oh my God! Look at the slurp wall.
I know, right? Dude, those are so sick. Like,
There's
Llama.
Mr. Llama.
I'm just gonna drink this, Cam. I'm gonna take a little bit of slurp. No, what?
Zeke, stop. No.
Hey,
Cam. First of all, we here at Fortnite do not condone drinking any strange liquid out of any random container, particularly blue ones out of mason jars.
This is the wall of Fortnite. Look at all these screens covering all the action. All right, I need to back up to get all this. Hold on a second. Backing up. Oh. I mean, this is the best. This is it. It doesn't get much better than this.
I mean, I could have flipped into it.
Needs more 90s. Needs more 90s. Needs more 90s. More 90s. More 90s. More 90s. More 90s. All these need more 90s. Zeke, however, could use less 90s.
For when you're feeling kind of frisky, ballons. We're in rehearsals. We got Golden Boy. We got Courage. We got Dr. Lupo. We got a Sundown. It's game time.
These players are trying to get to that Fortnite World Cup final. There aren't a lot of spots up for grabs in Oceania, Asia, Brazil, and NA West. That's one spot. NA East takes home 3. Europe get 4.
Oh man, break time. That means delicious grub, unless you're Sundown. In which case, your grub is a spaghetti.
Spaghettis.
All right, I'm gonna go see what the talent's up to. I gotta see what they're doing right now.
Very important to floss.
Oh my God, he's so tall.
Massive.
Why are you so tall, Courage? Courage, why are you so
It's
tall?
tough, dude. It's tough.
Holy crap,
So tall,
dude,
man.
Jack, you're so high.
Let me give you some behind the scenes here. Popular stereo system, right? Look at the back. Nothing plugged in. All of this is a lie. Everything you've ever known is a lie.
It catches it! Are you kidding me? Nami goes down! The headshot from Dolmy! 7 eliminations!
All right, Fortnite fam, that is a wrap for week 2 of the Fortnite World Cup Online Open. We've got our first 11 pair of duos that will be joining us in the New York finals, and today's a wrap. I think it's time to go home and go to bed. What do you think, Sundown?
It's time to go home and go to bed because we'll do it all again next week when we're back with solos for week 3 of the Fortnite World Cup Online Open Qualifiers. Yay! That's definitely not the song Llama makes.
Welcome back, Fortnite fam. We are here at the Fortnite World Cup Online Open Week 3. We're here with solos, and I know what you want. All right, you're excited. You want to get back into games. We're not gonna stall. Let's just get right into it. I need some casters on deck. Let's do this, fam. We ain't messing around. This is game time. Boom, there they are. Have at it.
Paula, listen. We are about to experience what could be considered the best that NA East has to offer.
Yes.
And if there's not a name like NA West had last time, like Fartman, I'm going to be really mad.
I can't keep a straight face like you. I just can't. Fartman, where are you? We got to find out.
Get called out. That being said, speaking of Fartman, myself and Baller, we're going to take you into the last break, the last block for NA East right now because we got games ready to go, and they're on your screen. Oh, man, these have been absolutely ridiculous. Pretty much every lobby thus far, terrifying.
Yeah.
Like nightmare fuel.
Yep. Every single time, all of a sudden, Tifu's up on the high ground, and that's scary.
The ball back up. All of a sudden, I think the man lives on high ground.
No, he does, but the observing team has done a great job just surprising us, just like Lazar did on Taporings just then. I mean, he's always there. I mean, it's crazy. Like, I don't know how he does it, but every single game that he's in, and he's in this endgame, he's just suddenly there, and we're like, okay.
Kind of ridiculous. Seriously, all joking aside, he quite often finds his way to the top. We look through the field out here, number of players of Dubs on the hoverboard out there, TJ as well, multiple players near the top end of the NA East leaderboard. Outcast D's LOL. Let's call him Outcast. 2 eliminations, 144 builds. He's honestly one of the best spots, right near the edge. He's not inside the next safe zone, but he's close enough that it should be an easy push for him. Little corner edit, looking to see if he can get a shot on the legs of that player right in front of him. You can hear, see the silhouette moving all the way up top, rotating away from him. Yes, looking like he's trying to track down this elimination, apply pressure. Doesn't want this player to get too comfortable. Starts to take the high ground just above, 1 floor above, still right on the edge of the zones. Now inside the safe zone, 120-ish builds remaining in, look, a maneuver that we've, okay, well, TJ, surprise, there's a player above you. That's got to be painful. But Outcast with the little pyramid to close off the top, edit all the way down, fall into TJ's box. That's a cheeky little maneuver there.
Yeah, and now Famhood just making sure this guy doesn't go completely unpunished with the redeploy. And in fact, he's going to get completely punished. Takes out Honor and the guy who glided in. So no more zone for them. They're not going to make it at all. And Famhood on 4 eliminations, he's got a very good position. The only player who's really a threat to him, you can see he's looking for the threats right now. Moving his camera to the right, to the left. That guy in front of him in that metal 1x1 and the guy to his right. Just about the same level. That's where you're starting to basically note who is going to be the guy who you're going to be rotating with. He does have a ways to go for that next zone as it starts to move.
You've got a barcode at the top of your screen. No idea who that is, but they're up top. Accent, meanwhile, down here in the little bubble hanging off the bottom of this build. A heavy snipe, little bit of damage from the follow through there, but is able to turbo build that wall back up. 3 eliminations thus far, 27 points, and almost entirely full on builds. This loadout actually pretty solid.
Yeah.
That being said, hoping that maybe in the trap section we can't necessarily see. There's a launch pad, but at this point I feel like he looks like he's looking for a community launch pad. The sound behind is rotating up, tries to search for it, takes a little bit too much damage to just get that elimination. Parallel tray goes down, catches another player underneath the trap play. Potentially they are stuck inside. The edit to change angle, but it pays off in a launch pad. Doesn't get the elim, no siphon, but Accent's still in this one and given the opportunity to move towards the forefront of the next safe zone.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a risky play. So much time in zone, but he did get netted that launch pad. One player I'm seeing right now saw him. He was at the top of the leaderboards earlier. Where is he going to end up in this one? He does have the baller. That's going to bide him some. That's going to get him some placement points for sure.
You mentioned Saw the baller. He flies up the screen. Clicks, moving out. A little bit of his own branch here. 164. That hand cannon.
Yeah, it could do something.
He can find a shot. The baller goes down. Tries to transition into a capture there with a quick build, but it looks like the player moved out of the box.
That would have been crazy.
No grab yet.
Yeah. That hand cannon, one of the most satisfying weapons to use when you get those headshots. Let's see if Clicks is going to show it for us. He's in the running for the qualifications right now. I believe the queues are closed as we speak. So these are the last games. Anything that's going on right now.
Yeah, 7 minutes ago, looks like queues closed. NA East. Accent, player we watched earlier, Clicks, gets the punish on. Trap from underneath. Goes for it, gets Bubba as well. A two-piece in the same box. Clicks, picks up all of the goodies off that.
That was exactly what he tried earlier, and he actually managed to do it. Trapping him from above with the stairs is actually crazy. I've never seen anybody pull that off, but Clicks doing it right now. And one more player, can he knock him down? Yes, he did he replaced the floor and then edited him down. Not always do you see somebody do that. You usually just spam through and hope that they fall. But in this case, he replaced it and made sure that he fall. Clicks is on another level right now.
15 players left, which means point where another set of placement points is in play here. 59 total points right now at this game for Clicks. We have players still rotating in ballers. Laser down at the bottom as Rainway rolls in and their baller. Multiple neighbors. Laser going for the shots there. Gets a pump and a swap to a little bit of damage. That legendary AR, not enough to get the Elim. Might catch him on rotation and does. The prediction from Laser to move ahead and basically follow through on the same floor. On point there. Laser stuck on the outside. Wrong trap. Looks for the follow through.
Oh, that's unfortunate. It actually went to the wrong floor. He didn't expect it.
The number of missteps. Oh.
Famhood is going to punish him, but right now, Clicks, I'm looking at him and the fight with Dubs. That would be interesting if he falls to him because Dubs has already qualified. Clicks wants to make his way through. Almost looked like he got that floor for a second, but this fight is going to determine right now a lot for Clicks. Dubs doesn't want any of it, though. They're too high. He says he's going to continue to go down. Oh, my goodness, that hand cannon shot onto Severe.
Literally Clicks is pursuing Dubs, says, you know what, there's another guy here. Hold on, let me handle this. Gets that Elim, and then immediately back on the tail of Dubs.
Yeah, and as soon as he realizes we're low enough, he stops chasing Dubs. He stops pursuing him because he doesn't actually need to go down with him. Even if he may want that elimination, 7 players now. Clicks looking for one more. That silenced SMG. Look at his builds as well. Oh, the edit coming through from Dubs. Is that going to be enough? Knocks him down to 66, but the edits come in from Clicks. They're too quick.
Back up to 116, 8 eliminations, 16 total builds, and the player count is dwindling. Psalm still in this one. Rainway, Famhood, Heroics, and Clicks all the way up top. 5 players, 5 titans of NA East Fortnite left in this game. Drop in from Clicks, looks for the pump shot on the outside. Edit whiffs from over the top, just barely missing his opponent. Gets the tag outside of Psalm, punishes the miss aim. 92 HP, dropping in from above, catching with just one platform. That's all you need. Shots, a crazy amount of damage, but doesn't get the first Elim. Is able to secure the second, the final, the victory royale.
I can't believe what we just saw. That could have been the qualifying moment for either Psalm or Clicks because they're so high up there. Psalm and Clicks battling it out. And then also Dubs and Clicks. That was another one. And actually, Clicks, he hasn't even qualified yet, but he took the L on Dubs after he eliminated him. So what a game there. That was a stacker and a very meaningful one too. Psalm taking the win.
The rivalry between these players, you have to realize, and I've mentioned this before, Fortnite's player base, especially the competitive level, a lot of these players all know each other. There's a large amount of respect between everybody. But when it comes to things like that, you know, you get a little spice off of a single emote. Maybe you look at the reply on Twitter, something like that.
Hey, it's mind games from New York. They're already playing. They're playing 8 weeks ahead.
I don't blame them either because you know that's going to have an effect. Anything that plays out over the course of the 10 weeks of qualifiers, you know that someone in here is going to hold on to that and think, you know what, you might have got me in this game. I'll see you in New York. And if they both qualify and they end up there, it's going to be one of those. It's going to be a story, man. It's going to be one of those things to keep your eye on.
Imagine they drop at the same spot.
Stop. Literally chills right now.
Oh, Famhood again. He was second place last game.
No baller this round, just flying around on the little hoverboard there. 3 eliminations, 69 shield, 69 HP, and a decent loadout. The RPG, very big. As we get into late game, 35 players at this point, which actually is kind of a low player count for a game of this magnitude. If you look at the bottom right corner of your screen, we're at the half and half, and it's not even begun moving yet. So this is
the window. That's why you break it first.
Ooh, it looks like he might have saved himself.
The stair,
I didn't see a number pop up, so I don't think damage. Maybe the ramp could have protected against that. Still, so close. Slipped the rocket right in that window there.
And you mentioned the amount of players already in zone in the half and half. Look at the density of players who were in tilted. They're all starting to use their mobility now to get over. But that's basically the location that everybody wants to be because you can recycle those materials. And hold on, Psalm.
Did you see somebody shot off the side of the map? They're building their way back in. Somebody is right on the outside. Looks like they trajectory. Sorry for
right on top of Psalm.
We both saw that. Like whoosh, somebody shot off the left side, building up top in the campfire. Get any of the HP HP they lost right there.
This is hilarious because Psalm just set up base right next to Famhood, and that was the last 1v1 of the last game we just saw. But Famhood, again, we saw him do this earlier in the last game, just beaming players out the sky. Can he finish this one? No, not just yet. And his actual duel partner's right near him as well, Sheep. Gotta be careful.
Be careful too. I don't know if you noticed, Famhood spent quite a bit of time at the top of that pyramid open. I had a concern that somebody, the players that are just getting ready to rotate outside of the zone may have taken shots on him because he was exposed basically at the top of the hill. Wait, Saf, a little peek there. Somebody flying past a cheeky shotgun blast, putting him down to 126.
A little too greedy there from Saf for those shots in the gatekeeping. He's going to put himself in this cone. This player might not realize exactly what's going to go on. Maybe Saf decides to run over, but no, the wall.
He finds out real quick. If Saf has his way.
Oh, the heavy snipe. Yes, it is. Wall spar. Goodbye. Nice patience there from Saf and using that cone, sitting in that cone, the brick one especially. It's so difficult to see through. Good play. Now the rotation begins as well. That zone is going to start moving. He's got a ways to go. That's why he's already building towards it. Oh, recycling the metal as well. With the redeploy, he's going to be able to go quite high and then just jump off. Ooh, actually opting to use the launch pad instead. Good decision.
I think up until that point, you were correct. His plan was to just skip ahead, jump off the top, redeploy. But as soon as he heard the launch pad, things changed real quick. And it's not a big deal because he's still sitting on 130 plus builds. So he didn't throw away too much. He had the ability to go back down and pick up a little bit more material before pushing off.
Saf is one of the most mobile player in these end games. Oh my goodness, turning around and placing the wall so that he could place the trap while Famhood was building his box. That's something you don't see too often. Saf knowing exactly which wall is going to be placed last for Famhood. And I was talking about his mobility in the end game. He does not stop moving. He just continues to move. Gets one elimination and then moves to a different position. Never is one player going to be able to track him all the way through these zones.
Honestly, the one word that comes to mind on a play like that, the trap play, just rude.
Just mean, evil.
Very, very rude. Shots from above trying to get that rocket to sneak through the builds before his opponent can block it off. The baller extremely high, flying around up there. Kind of looks like that baller player might be looking to try and make a play. Potentially, it'd be very risky. The launch pad, yet another community launch pad. These are mobility options that Saf doesn't even have in his inventory that he's still able to use because other players put him down. I almost for a second thought he was about to land in that tree. Over the wall replaced, gets it, pushes in, and grenades pays the price there. Going down real quick to Saf and the pump shotgun. A lethal combination. 9 elims, 100 plus builds, and 41 points total at this point. Rocket up above. You notice he shoots the rocket, knows what's going to happen up top, so he doesn't even spend time to watch it. He quickly just keeps building up, going for the high ground. Laser's actually going to sneak right in underneath him.
And Saf is just going to continue the pressure. Saf, one of the most impressive players in the run-up to the World Cup qualifiers. He got second place in the solos at Secret Skirmish, first place in the random duos. See what he got here. He won ESL Katowice. And then also the Scallywag Cup, just impressive string of events. Now he's putting on a show for us here. In the final moments of NA East, is he going to qualify? That's the question. If he continues to play like he is, maybe he can have a crazy performance. Another one on the jam, he's knocked him all the way out.
That rocket is so perfectly timed. Actually, if it had been a quarter of a second later, if he had shot just barely later, he would have hit his own wall in that box and probably been out of the game. Boring's down to 9 HP, not a whole lot in the inventory. 5 builds, a pump shotgun, which actually is extremely effective against the face of Laser, who drops into Boring's box, pays the price, up to 59 HP, 6 elims. The Storm right there, preventing the full shield use. I almost expected another player to drop into Boring's box and take another pump shot.
Yeah.
He's done it once, he'll do it twice. The edit here is going to push in this box and push his way down. Looking for the shot on the player rotating outside the zone. Another one right underneath, 126. The follow through with the SMG. If he keeps pushing, he can get this one as well. 150 total now. Couple picks from the Storm, not a big deal. He's able to get in this, all the way in the safe zone. Actually pyramided himself, had to edit his way down.
I think from that elimination, he did grab some materials. He was running low. He got up to 22 now. He's going to be able to last through towards the last zone here. Where is he going to be able to find? There's still one player in the baller. The nice edit. Good shot there. Saf is still up. He just got an elimination as well. Onto Dopey. Oh, Poring's got that. Who's going to be this? Is it going to be Poring's who gets it? Yes, I think he did. Up to 9 eliminations now. One player still in the baller. He's causing havoc down on low ground for Poring's.
Clips from Bolt falling all the way down. Saf gets a tag on him. Sitch dropping in right now. Saf going to hit him with the turnaround. Doesn't see him on the rotation, or just opts to not take the shot. Instead of reloading that rocket launcher, a lot of players right underneath. No builds for Saf. No heals for Saf. 13 traps for Saf. An entire arsenal of traps in his inventory. The rocket from above gets the...
Two.
Goes down. Pourings goes down 1v1. Player up above, all the way in the high ground. Saf, the rocket, here it comes. Drops it, gets the drop down, the shot. Looking for the trade outside the storm, and he gets it. Fajita goes down. Saf, the victory royale, and 15 elims this late in the last section of NA East.
That is ridiculous. The last time we looked at the standings, it was all players around in the top, around that 50 to 60 range. So Saf just put him in there. I'm curious where that game was in terms of how long before the Qs, or maybe it was after the Qs, or what have you. But that was a pop-off performance right now in Young Calculator. And you can see Tfue in the background. He's looming for that qualification spot.
One of the first times we've seen him not at the top of the map.
Yeah, it's too early right now. Nice shot there with the bow. Young Calculator, a player who's been absolutely just grinding ever since there's been a competitive scene. He's been there already in all the discords, just screaming. A young player, I believe he's 14 or 15.
I thought for a second you said screaming, and I was like, yeah, Jack's been doing that too. They have a lot in common. It's actually funny. So we saw that last match, 25 points in a single victory royale. We mentioned, as we were talking earlier, looking at the standings literally before and then after the break, and the massive shift of names that happened with so quickly, and still so many games remaining. That match is a perfect example of what can happen in even just one round. Things can change so fast, especially in Fortnite, where positioning, timing is everything. Young Calculator picking an elim out of midair, essentially. Things like that can happen, and players can move up and down the board kind of without warning.
It can change drastically, especially when the spread is so small, when it's so competitive, like it has been all day in NA East. It can change drastically really fast, and that's actually what was happening in duos last week for this region. Was the leads were changing every single time the scoreboard updated. It would be a different person taking the lead because it was just so close. And we did see Clicks take a little bit of a lead, so we'll see whether he's going to be able to hang on. Remember, he did only have 2 matches remaining. We saw one of them for sure.
Genius, one elim. Pushing their way up the hill. Not a whole lot of builds, so getting all the way up, especially if you're going to block yourself off like that, potentially difficult. Luckily right here, the very top. Probably about 20 build left in the inventory there. Ross, Kyre, Devious, multiple players here up on top of this plateau. Gage still inside the ball on the north side of your screen there. 12 builds left, a little less than I anticipated. Taking a couple shots. Not a whole lot of ammunition. You think at this point, Bala, worthwhile to spray in a moment like this? You're down to basically just barely one more than one magazine.
Yeah, I don't think so. Maybe use the compact SMG. Well, actually, you know what? The AR is going to lose its effectiveness. The compact SMG is going to rise over that in terms of which is going to be better as these moving zones start. So maybe waste the rest of it. But what I think he needs right now, he needs an elimination that he's going to be able to find the loot for. So any AR shots is not going to be the ones. The stinks come in. Genius, can you find this? Are you a genius? Yes, he is going to find Foon. But is that going to mean materials? Yes, it is. Okay, that's a lot. That's 75. Half to max. Perfect.
Much better spot now. Quite a bit of ammo. Dynamite going to apply a little bit of pressure. Have to use a couple builds, push her way back up. I believe sees that skeleton key running right past it. The heavy snipe left behind. You hate to see it. F's in the chat. Pay respects. That guy's going to go out in the storm right there. Oh, maybe. Maybe not.
Maybe he decides to drop.
I so want him to go back and pick that up.
Something. Maybe the...
Come on.
AR?
There we go.
What is it going to be?
He got the wood.
Okay.
He went for the wood. Still leaving the snipe out.
Yeah, that's such an opportunity for eliminations, but also you have to be
even right there.
You have to be exactly this player right here. You can just sneak up and
go pick up the snipe, walk up to that box, knock the wall out, replace it, edit a window, and take the pump shot.
The other thing too. Oh my goodness.
Lo and behold.
What a surprise.
Sitting up on top, beaming players out of midair as they rotate their way in. One flying past him, kind of gets ignored, lands behind the tree just behind Tfue. Build up another layer. 61 points, only a gray a common AR in the inventory and a pump shotgun. And you know what's funny? Still terrifying even with just a common AR.
Yep.
I'm gonna be real. I'm still not gonna want to face him. Nope. No, thank you. Pass.
Definitely not. Tfue has been just all this, like, everybody has been doubting him just because of the way that he's been approaching these games.
You can't blame him.
But you can't doubt Tfue every single time. He actually had a tweet this morning that he wasn't feeling well, and you got to remember it's a throwback to fall skirmish week number 2.
I replied to that and said specifically, so you're going to play like a lord today then, yes? Because he has this history of literally, they call him T-flu, being sick and just playing out of his mind for some reason. Things just start to click. Trying to catch a player on the fly in actually does get him in a box underneath. 123, trying to build up and stay above. Doesn't want too much pressure. Wants to maintain the high ground. Box himself in. Quick edit on the corner.
This fight though.
Back around. There is so much pressure from underneath right now. You do have players flying in. No traps in the inventory. The redeploy means it doesn't matter how high he goes.
Yeah.
He will not be eliminated by fall damage, but he could still get beat by somebody in the rotation.
That's really early for this, though.
Very dangerous redeploy. Multiple players underneath. Luckily, didn't look up.
Yeah, and somebody else is going to start challenging. I was going to mention how the fight was getting very extended. It's not a risk to falling and not a risk to get eliminated by falling. But look at his materials now, only 17. So we'll see what he's going to be able to do. Whether he's going to be able to hang on to this high ground. If somebody decides to fight him, he's not going to be able to fight for long. And then also just blocking and just general fight mechanics. You need those materials to be able to do what you want to do. Now down on low ground, Kyer, nice edit to peek through towards the gatekeeping. Is he going to be able to get it? Yes, he does. One player was joining him from above. He's going to knock him down, force him to join the fray as well. But the edits, he falls right into his wall. Nice play.
Kyer got real lucky, that player dropping directly next to his own wall, meaning the quick edit, pump shot, and the elim. Looks for another, blocks him off. Maybe an edit, doesn't happen. Going to rotate underneath this young calculator, the player that he's got all the way down up above. But look,
they're showing us.
Look at
I know what's happening.
Look, yeah. Guess who's all the way in the sky? Tfue.
And look, he only built one piece on that entire tarp out, only one floor piece because of that glider redeploy. But saving materials, Tfue, nice shot there. Taking one elimination, he's got 2 to his name right now. What else is going to be able to find? There's 2 players left for him. 1 versus 1 versus 1. Taking some AR shots, pressuring through. He needs to maybe force a hole through. Not finding any materials yet. He only has 3 builds left, but they're starting to engage in the AR shots coming from above. While that engagement is happening, Tfue, you've got to do it here. This is it. He could qualify based on a win like this. So what can you do? Nice shot on the devious. 1 more to find. Tfue, can you do it here? This is 4 points still on the board for him if he can get this elimination and the victory royale. It's ODFJ against Tfue. What is he going to be able to do? Remember, 3 materials for Tfue. This is a clutch of a lifetime right now. This could be punching his ticket to New York. Can you do it, Tfue? Can you do it right now? He's trying to force his opponent to fall. 48 builds up on high ground, so that's not going to happen anytime soon. He's got to knock him out. He does do it. ODFJ falls all the way down, and Tfue with the victory royale. Up all the way back. That was such a rough position for him, running out of builds and then knocking him down on high ground at the last second. What a play there. That could have been it, Lupo.
Bala, he had basically no ammunition left, waiting till the last second, and in a 3 players remaining, decided both of those eliminations are his. 69 points his. Maybe a trip to NYC is also his. Absolutely ridiculous. I want the standings. Come on.
No, not yet.
Not yet.
We still got people in games.
AMC.
Still got people in games, so we're going to continue on and watch the action. My heart is beating because I know that this is going to be close. It's going to come down to the wire. The 6 spots that are up for New York right now.
A regular 3 elims. Calm it down just a little bit. A rift to go. A lot of mobility. Has a baller as well. Maybe the best loadout you could possibly be sitting on right now. He's got a legendary suppressed AR, the legendary compact SMG, a blue pump. He's got the swap combo. He's got long range. He's got it all, essentially, at this point. Even a trap to defend against a high ground push. And a baller. Missing a little HP. Not too bad.
No.
Front of the zone. He's got a player rotating, trying to maybe box in right above him.
Yeah, and just to note, this is already that first fully moving zone, the 6-1, after the half in, half out. So this is action all the way through, jumping a little bit of ahead where we normally do, because we do know those queues are, I mean, the last games are wrapping up right now, a regular. Looking for a position right now. The ballers tend to stop like trying to box up and looking for eliminations right now as the zones start to move. You can see they also, a lot of them should stop using the grappler, because as the zone gets closer, it tends to get a little bit more uncontrollable. Over towards that racetrack near Junction, a little quad crasher depot is where it's at. He's gonna jump out, and nice shot on the Ryan. Good play from a regular. Heads up. Sundown says. Sunday?
Sunday?
It is Sunday.
It is indeed Sunday. Notorious regular TJ in this game as well, and we saw earlier, knocks the Fox phase. Cloak, the counterpart to a player we've been watching a couple times here, Tfue. Cloak all the way up top. There is, I believe, still a player just above. That's why he's layering.
I heard the shot go off on the poison darts.
Looked like the rotation around the outside, Cloak's right side as he was moving forward and covering his own head was where that player made movements to. People flying in from above, places the trap, defend his own landing up top. You don't want anybody to try and contest, especially in a low HP, low shield. We're looking at right now, 53 total hit points. He's gonna knock that down, the drop in.
Oh, unfortunate there from Cloak.
Paid the price.
But still, I mean, Tfue is his counterpart. He's got to feel happy no matter what happens today if Tfue does manage to pull through based on that last clutch. And I believe also FaZe is feeling happy because Funk Bomb's up there too. It's kind of feeling like a repeated TwitchCon. Remember that?
And I'm not mad about it. They're all players that have put in a ton of time and energy to improving their own gameplay as the meta changes. Competitive players try and stay at the forefront of what is most effective and a mastery of it. Unknown Army on a baller with pretty much no HP, it looks like. Doesn't matter though. Gets the ramp, gets the edit. Subject Monk goes down and feeds the HP and shield of Unknown Army.
Good play there. The follow-up with the stairs, so key these days. You've got to be able to do that quickly. Not only replace the wall, but make sure you get the stairs in between. That's another shotgun shot that you can block. Looking up, Fruggs has the high ground right now. Dobby trying to challenge him. Gun Blast, formerly known as Gun Blasta. See what he's going to be able to do. Diddy the boy down on low ground. Chris as well, an old, a name that we've seen time and time again throughout all the skirmishes. Unknown Army though, 4 eliminations. What can he do here? Nice edit through 171. Doesn't get the elim. Yes, he did get the elim, and another one onto regular too. Another player jumps in his box. What's going on? All of a sudden, the action is just exploded.
You ask the question, what can he do? Unknown Army answers with almost a quad feed of eliminations. Gets the last one, up to 7 total. Balla, he can hear you. 63 points, 38 builds, and a loadout to write home about. Honestly, a lot of damage possible there. The boom boat gonna be potentially big.
That is crazy.
Lunar in there, gun blast, dropping down. Fruggs from the very top still has the ultimate high ground, but not too much. Doesn't want to risk any fall damage. Unknown Army now all the way down on the low ground. Chris directly above him. Pyronic. 17 builds, takes the shot, gets a little bit of a tag, but it's not enough to get the elim. The sneaky little side window edit. It is just the right height at this elevation to walk your way out, and Dobby finds out real quick that that is Unknown Army's plan. Picks up the 8th elimination in this game. 6 players remaining. 90 HP, 90 shield, a little bit of storm damage. Tough to make your way through there, but does own the ramp. A lucky call, gets the edit and a free push essentially through on this 2-story up off the ground. So he's not all the way down. That player is all the way down and back to the lobby. Unknown Army, 9 eliminations, 4 players, 1 right above him. The audio cues right now are so important because you know exactly where someone is if they're layers above you, depending on the material type it is. A Lunar gets a big hit. The Storm, though, claims Unknown Army down to 2. Down to 1 is Lunar is also claimed by the Storm. Maybe the second best player in here is Fruggs, showing he gets the victory royale. He's the number 1.
A little knockout there in the 72 on his jersey as well. Unknown Army had an opportunity there. That was crazy. It looked like a repeat of the Blackheart Cup, which is where I first saw his name. What a game by him. And still, I mean, it's coming down to it, Lupo. NA East.
So many sequential hits there in NA East, serving up ridiculousness left and right. Zeke and Sundown are going to talk about it for us.
Thank you guys so much. Appreciate you very much. Guys, that's it. NA East is done. And I think I know what you know, that I know that you know that I know that you want. Standing. So me and Sunday are going to break this down together. Don't forget 6 spots. We're about to have 6 people join us for finals.
6 more players joining us in the finals. And I mean, the action today has been intense. From top to bottom, it's been tightly packed, but let's check it out. Honestly, first place, number 1
Lupo's
spot.
coming
You
in
saw the victory royale. Bala and Lupo called it out. I mean, coming in hot was Tfue getting that number 1 spot. Him and Ziff ended up tying at the 69 points. Unknown Army taking away the 3rd spot with that top 3 at the end. FaZe Funk joining Tfue as well. Niddle, who we called out, saw him in there, and then you see Dubs, that's the 7th one. No, that's the player who qualified from week 1. So 6 more players joining us, and I'm sure you guys have thoughts. I mean, Lupo, go ahead. You can.
I apologize for storming the stage, but man, that tweet reply aged so well.
Yes, T flew indeed. I mean, didn't look sick when he dove out of his window right after celebrating. I mean, huge moment for him, but also huge moment for so many of these players. Ziff, we saw come onto the scene during TwitchCon, and I remember quite literally walking up to him and being like, excuse you, but who are you? Nobody does this well, and I have no idea who you are.
I have a Ziff story too.
Right, yeah, it's something. Go ahead, tell it.
He was sitting right next to me in the finals of TwitchCon, and he was popping off. I mean, he did it in the Heat 3, I believe it was, during the qualifiers, and then sitting next to me in the grand finals, I was just looking at this guy. I'm like, dude, you're going places, man. He was. I was
going to New York, to be exact. And
My
again,
God.
we saw right there Unknown Army with another great performance, and call out to him, first controller player.
Oh,
repping.
really?
Gang, yep. Unknown Army in there for that. Funk Bomb in there as well, representing for FaZe. And then Niddle and Psalm. Niddle, he's been showing his consistency off. Knew he would get in there, slid in right when it mattered. And then Psalm up there as well. The consistency with the placements pays off. So let's punch some tickets. Let's punch some tickets. Get those guys up on in there. Join the party because you're coming to New York City, baby.
My gosh, this is such a monumentous moment for everyone here, for all these players. You know what's funny is I literally just checked Twitter before coming out here. FaZe Funk was like, man, I choked my last game. I hope it's enough to qualify. Surprise, it is. And we'll be seeing you at the Fortnite World Cup Finals in New York City. Congrats to everyone that's qualified. Now, guys, that's it for NA East. We are done. Don't forget, though, after this short break, we're going to NA West. So stay tuned, stick around, and we'll see you on the guys on the other side.
In just a few months, we will see the greatest Fortnite players in the world go head-to-head to determine who will take the title of World Cup champion and become part of the global phenomenon that is Fortnite. Hundreds of players will compete on stage in New York City for their chance at Ultimate Battle Royale glory and their piece of $30 million. But let's look back at how we got here. The competition was hot at our first major live event at PAX West, where we held the Summer Skirmish finale. This open format pitted over 900 players against each other, and Morgassi was able to rise out of the masses and take home nearly $250,000.
A life-changing amount of money.
Fall Skirmish came next, where 500 players competed not only in Battle Royale competitions, but build-offs, challenges, bake-offs, and cosplay competitions to win prizes and valued club points. This all came to an insane conclusion at TwitchCon, where Tfue and Cloaksy were able to fend off the competition and win it all.
It's Tfue and Cloaksy!
Finishing off the year, we dove into the Winter Royale when the first ever open online qualifier was hosted, featuring the top 200 players from North America and Europe. In the end, the stream Skype dominated the European qualifier, semifinal, and final to come out on top. And on NA, Nolan beasted his way through the rounds, outperformed the Infinity Blade, and took home the crown. 2019 kicked off with the Secret Skirmish, where Ghost Saf and Rise Ronaldo took the top spot in duos, and the solos competition ended with an unbelievable performance from Ghost Bizzle, who took it all with the most clutch Fortnite finish in competitive history.
Around, shot comes in, a limb for Bizzle, turns onto the player above. That's it! He deagled the floor! Bizzle with the victory!
But this unbelievable action isn't limited to offline events. We've watched competitors get themselves ready for the Fortnite World Cup through their participation in the online tournaments. Fully open qualifiers for all players 13 and up has definitely shaken up the standard. Starting with the Scallywag Cup, familiar players like Saf and Zayt are continuously flaunting their skills, and we also saw new faces like WBG's Rux and Pika. But the veterans and big names aren't backing down, with players new and old challenging each other non-stop for the top spot. Beehive was a prime example of this in the European Blackheart Cup, continuing his absurdly consistent streak of dominating open competitions, while the Argentinian Dzeko was able to show off his elimination skills in a dominant Brazil region victory. After that, we saw two duo competitions, the Lux Cup and the World Cup warm-up, with a fantastic mix of challengers and established veterans able to claw their way up the leaderboard. The newly formed duo of Perfect Tilt and Mastoris have shown that they are not to be messed with, while the newly eligible European youngsters like Mongro, Benji Fishy, Osmo, and Milan showing that they are as good as everyone believed. But let's not forget about Oceania and Asia, where we've seen the Chiefs duo of Sync and Skyla continually upsetting the standard and dominating the ladder. And Medicino, Top Fax Fox, and the Crazy Raccoon Boys have all had incredible performances over in the East. We've seen so many different players come to the fore, but nothing on the scale like this. Who will be the next Morgassi? Will a Tfue or Cloak-like pair continue their domination? Will our winners be someone who qualifies early, or will they have to sweat it out every weekend to make it onto the World Cup final stage? We could not be more excited to see the story unfold and to watch these players ascend to greatness. And who knows, one of them could be you.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? We are here for the Fortnite World Cup qualifiers. It is game time. They apparently just built us a brand new set, so we're gonna go check it out together. And I believe Maddie is going to be
Hi,
giving us a
fam.
tour.
Hi, welcome, Zeke. Let's go. I gotta. You can't see
check it
yet.
out.
All right.
Check it out.
Oh my God! Look at the slurp wall.
I know, right? Dude, those are so sick. Like,
There's
llama.
Mr. Llama?
I'm just gonna drink this, Cam. I'm gonna take a little bit of syrup. No, what?
Zeke, stop. No.
Look,
Hey,
Cam.
First of all, we here at Fortnite do not condone drinking any strange liquid out of any random container, particularly blue ones out of mason jars.
This is the wall of Fortnite. Look at all these screens covering all the action. All right, I need to back up to get all this. Hold on one second. Backing up, backing up. Oh. I mean, this is the best. This is it. It doesn't get much better than this.
I mean, I could have flipped into it.
Needs more 90s. Needs more 90s. Needs more 90s. More 90s. More 90s. More 90s. More 90s. All these need more 90s. Zeke, however, could use less 90s.
For when you're feeling kind of frisky. Ballons. We're in rehearsals. We got Golden Boy. We got Courage. We got Dr. Lupo. We got a Sundown. It's game time.
These players are trying to get to that Fortnite World Cup final. There aren't a lot of spots up for grabs in Oceania, Asia, Brazil, and NA West. That's 1 spot. NA East takes home 3. Europe get 4.
Oh man, break time. That means delicious grub, unless you're Sundown. In which case, your grub is a spaghetti.
Spaghettis.
All right, I'm gonna go see what the talent's up to. I gotta see what they're doing right now.
Very important to floss.
Oh my God, he's so tall.
Massive.
Why are you so tall, Courage? Courage, why are you so
It's
tall?
tough, dude. It's tough.
Holy crap,
so tall,
dude,
man.
Jack, you're so high.
Let me give you some behind the scenes here. Popular stereo system, right? Look at the back. Nothing plugged in. All of this is a lie. Everything you've ever known is a lie.
He catches it! Are you kidding me? Nami goes down! The headshot from Domi! 7 eliminations!
All right, Fortnite fam, that is a wrap for week 2 of the Fortnite World Cup Online Open. We've got a first 11 pair of duos that will be joining us in the New York finals, and today's a wrap. I think it's time to go home and go to bed. What do you think, Sundown?
It's time to go home and go to bed because we'll do it all again next week when we're back with solos for week 3 of the Fortnite World Cup Online Open Qualifiers. Yay! That's definitely not the song along with this.
Welcome back, Fortnite fam, to the Fortnite World Cup Online Open. I'm Captain Shenanigans, and we are here with NA West on deck. Now, before we get into things, we had NA East winner, Psalm, that will be joining us for some cool llama stuff. But yeah,
Larry! Where are you going, Larry?
I got rid of him. It's okay. It's okay. Bala, are you here? Bala is going to be joining me for this interview with Psalm. We're going to be hopping into NA West stuff as well. So let's get on into this. Psalm, my friend, are you out there?
Woo! Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear us?
Yeah, of course I can. Let's go.
Awesome. Congratulations, Psalm. You qualified in NA East. First, let's start off with the basic question, dude. How are you feeling?
You know what? I'm flexing my AirPods right now, so life is good. Whatever.
Okay, all right. So what do you think, man? How did this competition differ kind of from any other thing you've participated in, from previous competitions and stuff? Like, how has this been different for you?
Well, it's definitely different because it's an open qualifier. I'm normally used to like more private lobbies. Even in other games, it's all like custom lobbies. But it's definitely interesting. Yeah.
Okay. So what do you think about your competition going into World Cup finals so far? You can see some of the players that are already coming through, right? What do you think so far? How do you think you stack up?
You know what? I'm gonna be going against a bunch of like young bloods who are like super fast with their fingers. You know, they're like 13, 16. They can edit like 20 pieces in half a second. And honestly, I just got to use my wisdom and my brain because I'm not going to be faster than them.
You tweeted that the old guys could still play, right? I mean, quickness, but we all know what you do, right? What you do best is innovate, the best tactics, the best strategies. What are you doing, right? Once you qualify, you're qualified now. What is your plan in terms of training for World Cup going forward? I mean, in the finals in New York.
I think a lot of what I did between the last solos week and now, I'm going to be doing more of the same. I think my first week of solos, I think my gameplay was very flawed. And so I worked a crap ton, and I put in a lot of time these past 2 weeks, and it really, really paid off. So that's what I'm going to be doing for the next 8 weeks or so.
Dude, that's really respectable. Being able to take a moment, take a step back and say, look, these are the things I can improve on. Sam, I'm really excited that you've qualified. A massive congrats. And finally, we just want to give you a moment to plug, your social, where people can catch you, anything. Say hello to friends, family, whatever you want to say. This is your moment.
Yeah, my socials. My Twitter is @Psalm, just @Psalm, and that's it. And Twitch is also @Psalm. And my Instagram, which I will start using, it's CLG_Psalm. But honestly, thank you, fans, my friends, my homies in Fortnite, my family. It's tough. Fortnite is tough, man. It's a really hard game. Going against so many talented players in one lobby, it's really tough. And for all the support that I have and people who believe in me, that means everything to me. So,
well, again, Sam, congratulations. You can breathe a sigh of relief because you've qualified. We'll be seeing you in the New York finals, and I hope to see more of you in the coming weeks. Best of luck, and we'll see you soon, man.
See you.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys.
You got it, man. Take it easy. All right, guys. Now, like I said before, we have NA West on deck. So let's take a look at the current standings and see how things are shaking out together before hopping in the game.
NA West, you're doing it again. On top of the scoreboard right now is Mackin, and he's got 2 victory royales. Look at that, that's crazy. Already starting 4 games he's played, 38 points. Looking at the spread, it's a little bit wider so far than NA East at this point of the how much games have already started.
Dude,
you're stumbling your words. You're making me stumble on my words now.
Got him. Again, so guys, things to keep an eye on are these games remaining, right? So we see Macon is at top with 38 points, but keep in mind, he has 6 games left. Someone like Tendai has 8 games. He's only 8 points behind. He has a 2-game potential lead that he could potentially sway the standings.
And another thing
something to keep an eye out for.
Having played 6 games, that means he's probably 1 game ahead in terms of what has updated already. So maybe he's just finished one and these guys are still in the game possibly. But Riversan, he's already qualified. He already punched his ticket through. So if he's up there at the end, it's going to be somebody else's spot. Still competing for the money, obviously. And then Bumboy is a name that we've seen many, many times. Johnny, another controller player who won the Blackheart Cup on West. So maybe we'll see 2 times the controller gang come through today. It's been an awesome, it's been an insane day of stories, so I can't wait to see if that's going to come true as well.
Well, guys, it's time to get into all of the action. We've got the last block for you and the last group of players that will be punching their ticket to the World Cup Finals. We need some casters on deck. Let's get Sundown and Kitty Plays up in the building.
Hello.
Hey.
If you guys are stumbling your words, don't worry, I won't.
Oh, there he is.
Sorry, I came from the West.
That shook me. I'm done. I'm leaving.
Just had to come from, that imaginary direction somewhere between West and East. I thought it said West, but no. Hopping on into the NA West action, we've already seen 19 players punch their ticket to that New York City final. And I'm ready to get in the games.
Yeah, and we got 2 more spots. Let's get into it. West is an area that's very competitive as well. I'm so eager to see some of our favorite names play today. I know that Nick Merckx caught a couple of his games in the replay section. Ooh, and checking right in with Rux, who's already found himself 11 points in these lobbies. He's got the loadout that he needs. Having that heavy sniper in these late game moments is so versatile. Sundown.
Yeah, the only thing he's really lacking on right now is a form of rotational utility and medium bullets. Only having the 30 medium bullets, that infantry rifle does go through them very quickly, but going to be able to get back on Fartman, Dr. Lupo's favorite player right there going down to Rux of World's Best Gaming. Great pickup, patience to edit it down, waits out the clingers, and then loots on up almost to max builds.
I hope he finds those medium ammo bullets. It looked like they were tucked in one of those walls. I don't know if he notices, but it still has that 30. We'll see what he's able to do with it. He is camping this baller right there too, so he'll have some great rotation moving into the late game. And we got Scented in this lobby, William, Oopsie, Dynamite, and popping right in with Scented. And we were talking about that mobility right there. 2 rifts on him, getting those accurate shots on his opponent, getting his first elimination of the game, but off to a good start with the 16 points.
Yeah, off to a great start indeed. This is actually Som's dual partner as well, so hoping to join him there as a solo contender, but playing safe currently. Does have the heavy sniper and the rare pump and AR if he wants to try and get aggressive, can punch through the builds, but right now a lot of the aggression is coming in the form of the rockets and trying to pin these players on the low ground from getting access to Tilted right now.
Yeah, this is already such a stacked lobby in here, and I love seeing these Tilted finishes. It's such a fun area for people to have to navigate. Lots of buildings already there. You see most of them taken out by the players, and we are pushing north now with this moving zone and coming in on Lifty on Twitch. He's here in his 1x1. He has the 5 rockets on the RPG, only sitting on 6 points right now, but we've seen these players just get so many eliminations in this late game and 10 placement points. That'll put them in the contenders.
Yeah, the benefit of playing for late, and unfortunately for Jadu there, being pinned against that telephone pole, trying to break it, but Lifty taking advantage of it, getting on the board for this game. Now, if you are just joining us, welcome. This is the final region for week 3 of the Fortnite World Cup Online Open qualifiers. Now, how these players got here, they managed to get 300 points in the arena to get to Champion League. That unlocks the semifinals. In order to make the finals, that's today, what you're watching, you need to be top 3,000 during yesterday. Now, hopping on board with Harrians in a great position to be able to range some of those rifle shots as the rotation comes through, and he's going to start to do that. Also has the glider redeploy for that fast horizontal and great headshot. You see he's able to single ramp out because he knows he has that glider redeploy. As we catch up a little bit there, Harrians not quite able to connect. Ivy Cloak does go down. You can see he is opting to just single ramp. Here's the player next to him for the double balloon strategy. Being utilized way more than I thought would ever be appropriate in this setting, but still happening as Harrians. No problem there after getting knocked down. Glider redeploys right away. And now he's going to see if he can punish that player. It would rather hit the balloons than the body. The player probably going to balloon into the glider redeploy as he's falling all the way down. But Harrians, what?
The shot that he needed, getting that elimination, so beautiful. You see so many of these players opting to go for the redeploy, but you can be punished like we just saw. Out of the air, you're so vulnerable. And Riverson, we've had eyes on him for a long time now. He's an absolutely exceptional player, and this loadout right now is something that he's got to be happy with.
Yeah,
not as many resources though.
Yeah, not a ton of builds as they're moving over an area where there's not going to be more, so going to be reliant on finding the elims. Can he finish this one out? Trying to work around the side, looking for the shot, can't quite close it out yet. The player doing well to box him off and having to work through that metal, but he gets into the box and he finds it.
Oh, Johnny.
Johnny going down the Black Heart Cup winner. You heard him talked about a little bit there on the standing. Yeah, unfortunately, the second you get in there, we mentioned you're still in the lobby and getting elims, it happens. We're sorry. We didn't mean to do it. But now into the 7th circle, past that first threshold, 4 placement points. So everyone getting 3 for their trouble. Mr. Mustache going down, the player from Alaska with a great handlebar mustache. Unfortunately missing on that extra 2 points as we have a nice little game of destructive marbles on the low ground, but Riverson trying to just stay out of that.
Yeah, he does not want to have all these ballers knocking into his build right now and having it to just get taken down by them. So he is going to look to make a play up to, an aggressive play into the 1x1, lands his shots and follows up with the AR. Awesome job by him, sitting on 5 eliminations already.
And now gets the rocket, does opt to drop the glider redeploy as he's not working from a top-down position, so not as much value. As we get a look at the wide, you have Rux and Tig in a 1v1 on the high ground. You still have 3 ballers in play between Lifty, Kevin, and Davis Played, while dropping onto the mid tarp with Scented and Jarvis, as Riverson has a nice little niche carved out for himself, about 1 layer from the scrum. That is that ultimate low ground. Everyone just right on top of each other, but not quite fighting yet.
Yeah, you see all these ballers bouncing back and forth, trying to get the least amount of ticks they can from their opponents. And 12 rockets now on Riverson. Looks like he picked some more up off the ground. And this is a great time to utilize them on the other ballers and get those extra splash damage onto the players sitting inside of them.
Yeah, particularly when you run out of the space. If it's below the half health threshold, as you see another one of those ballers breaks, you can just get a big double. But also, as it gets too close, it gets hard. But now he's trying to sneak around. Only has 11 builds, doesn't land the pump or the follow-up rifle shot. So now needs to be careful. 2 builds left. Trying to find that player, knows he has the edit priority, takes the rocket launcher out again, keeping that pre-edit held down, trying to find something. As you see, Jarvis taking down 5th Kazekage, but gets immediately traded out by Riverson as he goes down, gets the much needed mats up from 2 to 45, and he's trying to make a play now on this mid-tart, but he's getting pressured, as is the player trying to pressure him. This was the scrum I was talking about, Kitty.
Yeah, these players are so exceptional right now. He's going to be able to get off this big pot. He doesn't have as much health, I think, as he wants, but any elimination is going to give him the siphon that he needs in order to make it to these super late games and to survive the storm. But here he is going for more of an aggressive play, trying to get a shot. He does own that roof, and he might go for an edit. He has the access to the RPG, and it's just finding the right time to use it, which right there, finding the hole he needed to be able to take out Scented.
Yeah, just outside of the top 5 as well. So big swing
Kevin
from Riverson, and he gets Kevin as well. So now you have Lifty in the top right on ultimate high ground. Riverson on the low ground on your bottom right-hand side. Ruck's getting dropped down. No glider redeploy there, but this tick was underneath him. Riverson was aware of it. It's rockets all over. Lifty using the late glider redeploy, and he gets it. Riverson ticks down to the storm. Can't find Lifty in time. And Lifty on Twitch, 19 points, 3 eliminations, 10 for the placement in Victory Royale. But Riverson, honestly, the story of that one, rocketing himself up the leaderboard. I mean, that's just a brilliant showcase of a player who has already qualified for that final. Is just here for the practice, here for the money, getting a piece of that $1 million prize. But, you know, great rocket usage there from both the low ground and the high ground. As we hear that trap go off on our next match, hopping on board with Hollow Alec.
Hollow's already secured himself 10 points for this qualifier. He's got 2 eliminations in this game right now, and these guys are heading right into the first moving zone. Only half of the new zone is within it, and easy tracking coming out by Alec. Looked like there was another player that was helping him there, and we'll see if he does decide to go for this extra loot. Looks like there's a campfire there, some redeploy. Not sure the full spectrum of what he has in his inventory right now, but he could really use those items.
He could potentially, definitely could use the builds, but also doesn't want to be a loot goblin in that sense and run straight into that kind of field right there. As you see the rotations coming out, players are also going to be looking directly towards him as they're forced to rotate into him, so probably just going to hold this position. You see 47 players left in this moving zone.
Wow.
It's going to be real dense. We're barely halfway through to that placement threshold from the players. Only 50% of the lobby has been eliminated. And again, just a reminder, qualifier spots up for grabs. We've seen 19 given away as 187 Cypher takes down Swag. We've seen 19 of those qualifying spots earned by those players. 2 more up for grabs in NA West, which is what makes it so competitive. You have to be the best of the best of the best to get that spot out of NA West. It is so difficult.
Yeah, all the players you're watching right now are just competing for those 2 spots. And now we're checking in with Gorilla, a Canadian player actually, hailing out of Alberta. Awesome guys. Lowell is a player, and he's been trying his hand at all of these online qualifiers. It'd be really cool if today is the day that he's able to secure a spot.
Yeah, we've seen him in a lot of other competitions as well. And I mean, like you said, he's Canadian, the type of player to apologize after he eliminates you, but not feel that bad about it. It's just an obligation as he lands 2 great shots there on the players trying to head for the rift. And he really needs to get that siphon.
Yeah, his health right now is not great. He does have access to that baller, which remember gives you an extra 200 health, but look at that. getting that elimination, popping himself back up to 85 health. He's got a bit of shield on him, but he's just going to be looking to make this rotation now. We got Myth in this lobby as well, out there at the front line of the zone, moving in. Hollow Alec and now Gorilla and Daquan moving in with their ballers. You see them arriving first right away. They're going to look to box up and protect themselves and hope to get shots on these players moving in after them.
Yeah, and jumping on board with Myth, box up on the far side, picks up B-Ball in 420 as he's trying to rotate through and looking for more shots. Has a pretty solid loadout in terms of utility with the clingers and the impulse. Is going to use the impulse, but unfortunately bonks his head into the stairs and now goes straight up, needs to catch himself, there you go, on the middle tarp and uses the horizontal one. That's what he was looking for. Little bit of fall damage there, but nothing he's not used to. Taking that one out, and he's going to be able to punish this player here. Gets the cone inside the box. I think that's his cone. I'm not positive. Looks like the other player might own it instead. He's going to opt to reset, take the safe play as that long rotation is coming out. You hear all of those baller grapplers going off, all of the jump pads, but some players opting to fight on the backside. If you don't have utility, sometimes you don't have the choice. Cypher picking up two there. AMAC and Hollow Alec going down. Lazarus Spicy as well. And then the Flintlock to take up onto the middle tarp and get himself out of that fracas on the low ground, and then boom, cones himself up, gonna reset, take his time as he only has 6 builds left.
Yeah, he wants to utilize the most efficient way possible, and 27 left in this lobby. He does not want to be that 26 or 20,
he needs this Elam.
27.
He needs this. He has to find this player in the Durburger onesie, and he does, picking it up and getting all of the mats from 2 up to 60. Does have traps now if he's able to put it on the side. Unfortunately, doesn't own the walls as we're now into the top 25. So everyone getting at least 3 points, but man, I think this is 8th circle closing in now, and we're still just barely getting that threshold. Yeah, 8th circle, 30 seconds left on it. You can see the bottom right-hand corner, all those triangles on top of each other. You can't move without fighting an engagement, and that's what Endgame Fortnite is all about, as Gorilla, the Canadian, picks up knives there, and now Tende, out of builds, needs to find whatever he can. Player next to him on his right, just ignoring it, trying to find this player, hard holding, but he knows he's going to be exposed, edits his way down, sneaks around the side, needs to just crouch this one out. Will he be able to connect on it? He does! Luminosity Gaming's Crow Dot Wave going down, and now Tende gonna get a second to reset. Top 16 here. No, what? Gets it. Otavon going down, not the trap there, but a big Elim, 3 points there, and trying to keep that player in the box.
Just because he's getting those eliminations, though, he is not getting those resources. Still stuck on 0. We see TSM going down, TSM Myth going down right there. A couple ballers at the bottom, but a bit of an engagement there near the top.
Now the players trying to win that out, battling out for high ground, but now hopping on board with Rich Homie Quinn. I don't know, that's his trap. Okay. Either that or it didn't fire. Sorry, I got antsy. Always check your ceilings, guys. But Quinn setting up a nice little pocket of safety as players are going to have to rotate around. He's looking for a siphon, sitting on 74 effective HP. Pulls out the heavy sniper. 2 players drop in front of him. His poison darts do trigger. 1 storm tick hits him, can only take 1 more. Needs to find the Elims, but evade slays, living up to his name, slaying out 2 Elims right there, pushing us into the top 10. Rich Homie Quinn drops him down, gets the shot as well, but the player catches himself. Ball damage won't convert, but SZA goes down there. Rich Homie Quinn and flu shot gets taken out as well. Make sure you get your flu shots, very important.
These edit plays are not going in their opponent's favor. Able to pick up a couple more eliminations and get the siphon he needs. King Barl on that ultimate high ground, and now we're checking in with Quinn. He only has 2 more builds left to utilize in this mid ground.
Yeah, does have the redeploy if he needs to drop down, and slays, gets slayed out as Tome also self-eliminates, so he's gonna be out into the top 5 now. It's all about the victory route and the Elims as Rich Homie Quinn keeps knocking him off. Gonna drop the player down. He finds him as well. Can he connect? No! Barl gets the shot out. It's Tende on the low ground. Barl is dancing. He says there's nothing but dancing left, and he will dance until he falls. Tende hits him with the default.
Tick difference, Sundown.
That was stress all the way through plays. And look at that fossil. Just look at that. I mean,
who didn't get penalized for that high ground?
Probably someone glided redeploy, or everyone else was too busy going back through. But no time to admire the fallen dinosaurs as we're busy watching some of the most hype Fortnite endgame action you could ask for.
Yeah, this is the final region. We've got US West right now. These guys are battling it out for 2 more spots. This is the 2nd weekend of solo qualifiers. They want a place, they want a piece of that prize pool, they want to make a name for themselves, and this is their chance to do it.
Yep, now NA West going in. Also, not US West, NA West. As a Canadian, come on, Kitty, you can't forget about your fellow Canadians. In fact, Canada got on the board today earlier with Rise Ziff qualifying, representing out of Toronto. So got that nice little maple syrup and bringing it to New York City. I'm serious, Canada
The secret weapon.
Yeah, best maple syrup. Don't know what they put in the trees up there.
I put maple syrup in my coffee.
I know, it's delicious. If you don't do that, one of the best life hacks, seriously. They ended up bringing it to set at the Secret Skirmish, and it was just, it was on fire, almost as on fire as this gameplay that's coming out right here in the NA West as the rotation does come through and that moving circle is involved. Again, stacked circle, 48 players, circle 5 just about to close in.
Yeah, these players really want a piece. They're making sure that they are getting into these placement points that are so important. A total of 10 placement points available if you're able to secure that victory royale, but that incentive at the 25 placement mark, 3 points on the board. Up to that point, it's pretty much a waste of a game. You need to be part of that top 25 and maybe get a couple eliminations in. We've seen a lot of the players opting to go for most of their eliminations in the super late game, but now we're spectating Minzy. He's using that infantry rifle to try and take tags at his opponents that are gliding in, gets a couple, unable to secure that elimination, but he's sitting in a great spot now with where the zone's moving, and Solo's cute sitting up above him, but doesn't look like they're having any type of interaction.
Nope, he got Zizro 2 blocks below him there as well. You talked about it, going outside of the top 25, I mean, it feels like a waste, even if you have, say, a 7 elim early match, right? Somebody else is able to get that by getting into the top 5 and just rotating safely, and then they're going to get so many more interactions and chances to get those eliminations to where you feel like you don't maximize your potential, as Minzy is maximizing this angle right here. Was a little rocky at first with the infantry rifle, but once you start connecting, you tend to hold the course. Doesn't have that newly added epic or legendary version, has the rare one, so not quite as much of a laser beam as some of these guys have seen, but now you see Sir Demetrius boxed up with N8T directly below him. We're going to hop on board with him, and he's got the boom bow, but is currently being pressured from one side, and also looks like there's a player trying to force his way underneath, so N8T is going to just opt to rotate out the side. Probably a good call there.
Yeah, at least in his favor, he is on the best side of the zone, and he's looking to get even closer to the edge of the zone now, utilizing that jump pad. It'll probably become a community jump pad now for the rest of the opponents in the area, and has a chance to maybe take a mini. Looks like he's getting a little bit of pressure, but able to just box up, put a little roof in there, and he'll be fine to take shots on everyone rotating in.
Now, he needs to actually roof himself off. I don't know if you put one above him, so there's only one layer. If somebody comes in with that heavy snipe, very easy to get the drop on him. Instead, opting to get the AR shots up and rewarded with an elim onto Boopy. You talked about him rotating early when he disengaged to get himself in a good spot. That's this spot. 2 great firing angles on the guys. He gets to rotate back over to that launch pad. No, player blocks him off. Gonna opt to get it, but he's gonna get bonked. And
right back to where he was. N18 went for but it works out. Gets another elimination onto Ecro Vegito.
Was looking for it, trying to box himself in, getting closer and closer to that top 25. Needs to not panic here. Get your ramp at it, get back up. Find the launch pad. Hope it doesn't bonk you. No, just going to opt to run with the storm. Instead, going to fall and outside of that top 25 as well, as we see all the players who are able to make it up that hill. Not even Old Man Mountain, just a slight little incline, proving to be enough with the player-built buildings. Now, dropping in, we have Loadsman using the launch pad despite the rift being popped right next to him, and Jay Cuddy goes down just outside the top 25, so everyone getting the 3 points. Vici goes down to Athene, and Loadsman says, hey, no more free rotatos here. I'll take a couple shots.
Free rotatos. I like that. Here we're looking at the placements right now. On the side, if you get top 25 place, that's 3 points. Top 15 will catch you 5. Top 5 is going to get you 7, and a victory royale is going to get you 10. We were just discussing how important it is to get these placement points, every elimination counting for 1 point on the board.
Yep, and again, playing for late, it's a mantra you hear. Players almost at this point sort of meme, but it's very, very, very true. If you're able to do that, you get more chances like that. Quick little interactions where you can take advantage of somebody else making a wrong choice, as 100 Thieves Sir D picks up an elim to put us into that top 15. So everyone, 5 points for the placement plus whatever they have on the elims. Now, looking at the wide shot, you have Gratix on the high ground with Lozeman trying to get himself back in and just reset. Took so much damage out of the rift, but has the minis, so not going to be overly pressured here as Juckman picks up Steven and just Alex picks up Tells, trying to find the boogies onto those ballers, and one teardrop down, and they get separated from their boogies. He's getting down the assault rifle rounds, but just waiting. A little bit of good trade in there, but not quite converting it onto anything. Now we're into the top 10, and he's going to be forced to reset again.
Yeah, a little bit of an unfortunate play there. Looks like he couldn't choose which opponent to focus. Drops down, gets the edit play onto Minzy. Looks like Minzy was facing the other way, and we do have Lozeman with another boogie bomb. We'll see if he's able to utilize this again on those bowlers. It pushes them out of the zone, but onto Pencil. Follows it up with the pump, so clean.
Yep, pencil me off. Well, we'll pencil you off of the server. There you go. Lozeman didn't use it on a baller, just drilled the player next to him, making sure he hit the wall far enough away so he avoided the AoE. Now, you can see Lozeman on that current high ground. You've got Novs. You have 3 players actually hanging out above them as well, who are just above. There you go. Looking up now. Lozeman trying to find it. The player forced to redeploy early, and Juckman QT going down. Just Alex picking up NZHV.
Yeah, that early redeploy making him so vulnerable. The baller is blocking the opponent. He's unable to get the elimination on him. Does break the baller. Doesn't have that wall, so won't be able to edit. He's forced to build around right now, but he does get back into the zone and gets ultimate high ground.
Yep, 6 players remaining. No one wants to be outside of the top 5. They want the extra 2 points for just being in. You can see Lozeman in the top right. Rain picks up Crontohissimo. He gets taken down as Lozeman then cracks through everything. Gratrix had World Cup Gar making his push for the World Cup, taking out just Alex, but now Gar drops down and the stink was there, so Lozeman could just ride out this high ground. Has 31 builds. Gar pinned against the side. Lozeman, that was clinical, sir. Take a bow, flex your 90s, look at your weapon, or just kind of hang out and enjoy the 18 points coming out of that one. I mean,
I just got a victory royale.
I mean, I know that's what I yelled the first time I got a victory royale. I was scared a couple of my coworkers, but that's fine. Maybe happened in the office. Still maybe yelled for my mom.
Awesome job by Lozeman. Such impressive gameplay and getting that elimination in the end too. We were talking earlier, every single point counts. So now we're coming right into another game. The action does not stop here, guys. We are watching US West right now. These are the top of the top players vying for the 2 spots to qualify for the solos event at the World Cup.
2 spots indeed coming out of NA West. Now we have Almakin. I was just referring to the graphic, but again, if you're Canadian and you leave them out there, like, what if Gorilla qualifies? It's like, oh no, you can't. It's US West. No, all about NA West. Everyone able to. If you can hit the server, you can play. Getting into it now, you have Asian Zing over on the side. Summer being pressured right now. Almakin looking for an angle, utilizing the high rate of fire, the suppressed SMG, catching the 1 headshot onto Summer. And Bumbo sneaks in there, and Macon's like, all right, I get it. I'm going to back up a little bit. That's what disengaging looks like at this level. Yep, get back to the baller, be able to hop in it just in case. But nope, you want more than a single 1x1 in the way if somebody has an explosive weapon. 1 level, pretty much at all times at this level of Fortnite, is not going to be enough for your protection. Somebody will find a way to get in there, or multiple people will just decide to rain on your parade.
Definitely. And we see he does catch out one of the opponents who looks like he was taking a chug jug in that situation. I don't know if Almakin was able to see that, but now opting to hop in the baller. Not only does he have the movement from the baller right now, but he also has that rift in his inventory and has secured 2 eliminations already. This is a great position to be in, stealing that elimination on Micah.
Yeah, great little sneak in there. And again, we talk about high rate of fire weapons and just pouring shots towards somebody else. You're not always going to be the one to get the elimination, but as you just said, every point matters. And if you can sneak 1 of those rifle rounds in there, 1 of those SMG rounds in there, and pick the headshot, or you get a couple because somebody's fighting someone else, I mean, it makes all the difference, particularly if you end up getting some game-changing loot or slightly better positioning. So many of these matches end up being decided much earlier than you realize because of these small interactions, enabling them to do more. But with 35 players left, we're going to see a lot of those interactions happen.
Yeah, how many times have we seen today a player getting an elimination, getting themselves an RPG off that player, and then winning the entire game? It's exceptional how the players are utilizing every single thing that they possibly can to get every inch above their opponents. And now we're watching Max. He is going to go for that loot. He does have a lot of resources, but anything extra he can get right now counts. You want to be as efficient as possible, and he's got time with the zone pushing in now. They're all going to have to make this rotation to the north of Lonely Lodge right now, and Max does take the rift. He's up in the sky right now, looking down, and one bullet in that heavy sniper. You think he can make a play with this?
I mean, when you have one, you're either going to be looking for someone already posted up and taking a free shot, or just push into somebody's box. Like, you can take advantage of it. Generally, I don't want to say the heavy sniper is like, it's most useful when you have the drop or somebody doesn't know it's coming. Once you fired that first shot and somebody's prepared, these players generally can make use of it. But now Max owns the one side wall. Darts go off. They do connect. If that player was under 80 effective HP, they will tick out. Max trying to follow them. He's following the ticks, which lets him track the player. Wants to own the wall. Gets the ramp in between. Edits down. Brilliant for Max to see that from start to finish. Also gets him inside that top 25. So nice little 4-point swing there as we're nearing into the top 20. J-Mac picking up small Asian Zing there as well. And now Max trying to work his way around this tree that's really annoyingly placed.
Yep, and we're going right back south again, Sundown, back through the build that they've already had, back to the community jump pads, and Sober Slayer is able to secure that ultimate high ground right now, but Al Mackin, we saw him earlier, totally eliminating everybody, not missing his shots right now. He's found a legendary pump shotgun, which he's putting to work, picking up a double elimination. He's got 120 builds too.
Yep, and pushes him into the top 15, still landing those pump shots, gets the trap down, forces the player to the side. Biscuit 1999 gets cooked like he's from 1999. That one was old and stale. Back to the lobby you go. Moses ends up picking up an elim there now. As we're rotating down, you have Billy, MVP, Sober Slayer on the high ground. Fate, Heiser, Theory, and Destruct with Max all rotated in the mid-tarp as Malkin takes a build battle for the high ground. Does look like he gets it for a moment, but then opts to jump pad and disengage away. Other player ends up taking it, so he doubles back over. He says, hey, I'll set my feet, cone that off. Nobody gets to use it, but they're still in this engagement. Man, relentless.
Yeah, he left that high ground. That player scooped it up from him. They're headed east now towards this little hill here, but it's not going to be an issue for Mackin. He's got ultimate high ground right now, but he doesn't have that redeploy that he may need if he gets too high. Got a nice elimination on Max, sitting on that full health, full shield. Oh, he does have a redeploy. So there it goes. It disappears. He's got 8 charges left on that redeploy. He can build up as high as he wants, but all you have to worry about is that vulnerability that happens when you redeploy too early.
Yep, you actually saw, I don't know, Tfue ended up catching at one of his early self-eliminations was jumping off, going to redeploy, and somebody threw a ramp right at his feet because he waited just a little too late, so didn't get it off in time. But now into that top 5, all about the eliminations and the victory route as Mackin and that ball are just literally against each other. Yeah, might as well have been stuck in a zoo there with his face against the glass saying hello. Can you see me? Hi.
Oh, we saw how many resources he had earlier. Now he's back down to 20. It's so much build to be able to maintain. Oh, picks up some more in the meantime. Up to 50 now. He's got this RPG on a high ground. And oh, such a clean tag onto Outfate. Are they related, Mackin and Fate?
I think so. Not sure. I've asked for clarification on this. If any of the AU boys want to let us know. First of all, is that gold or is it AU? And what does it stand for? And who are you? Because you guys are Mackin plays right now. 2 great elims coming out from him there, and it's a 1-on-1 himself against Heiser. Heiser in the top right, making in the bottom right 23 and 34 points respectively, because Mackin is sitting on those 11 elims there, but Heiser has the advantage. Enough builds for him to be able to cover himself. Fires off the RPG, interrupts the waterfall, but Heiser able to immediately rebuild. He's going to get the reload off. Mackin gonna get the mini off to reset effective HP. Might as well be even, but 1 build left from Heiser, so Heiser's gonna look to make the play. Drops down on the level, still trying to force through, but Mackin has held him out of the zone, which means, Mackin able to find the shot as Heiser was forced to go around. 12 eliminations, victory royale, getting his marsh walk on, so let's marsh walk on over to Zeke and Bala at the wall. Zeke, what do you got?
How is he so good at that?
Zeke, you're embarrassing.
Wow, he's embarrassing you? Are you kidding me? That's beautiful.
Captain Shenanigans at it again.
Captain Shenanigans. Guys, we are knee-deep in NA West, and my God, these games have not disappointed. You can really tell all these players are really playing their heart out and leaving everything on the table. Now, I am joined with Bala, who's going to break down some incredible plays for us. Bala, what's on deck?
Man, we had some nasty games so far. Lifty, one of them, the story here was really fun to watch how it broke down. The first thing that we saw was him actually fighting for height. He has that glider redeploy, this player lands on him, and once this fight ends, it's crazy. He got that first shot off. This player actually ends up falling to his elimination. And from here, though, look how high he is. Yeah.
You know,
he has the glider redeploy, though. He's really high, and you got to keep in mind that going forward. Riversun here, nice shot onto Scented, which is funny because it's his teammate, and Riversun's already qualified, so unfortunate for Scented. But then knocking out Rux, and then reloading that RPG just in time to knock out Tig. But guess who's still on high ground? It's Lifty. While that's all happening, Lifty fires one shot off. Riversun does not expect it because of the height. Boom, it hits him. And then all of a sudden, he's right on top of him too, but it's going to be the storm that takes him down. And then this was the third game that we just watched from that block. The boogie bomb and the follow-up onto Pencil. Really nice play there. And then just the speeds of all these shots, knocking them out, forcing the glider redeploy early, just like Sundown said, takes him out. And this was a nice edit down right into your box. Perfect. That's what happens. You got to be aware. You got to make sure that you're going diagonally off of that box. And then just throwing the stink. He picked it up off of Gratrix right there. It's going to tick him down. And then follows up with the compact SMG spray. There's nothing that he could really do right now because he's so focused on getting away from that stink. Perfect play there from Loadsman. That's going to net him the victory royale and a bunch of points, Zeke.
There you go. Guys, don't forget we have more NA West action to get through. Very quickly, let's take a look at the standings, see how things are going for these guys right now here in the moment. Let's take a look together. Leading the pack right now is Code Tendai. He's got 43 points, and look at the tie we have right now between him, Bloom Falconer, and Karhu.
Wow, that's a crazy tie, but it's all the victory royale right now. He has 2 that's going to break the tie, and then Falconer as well on 1. So not quite there, but still, it's really interesting. They're all at the same pace, all 6 games remaining. That's crazy.
And I mean, look down below, right? 7th and 8th. You got Epic Whale and Scented, both with 7 games remaining, 40 and 37 points respectively. So got to keep an eye on these 2.
And we also just saw O'Mackin's game. It was just finished there, and then I also want to point out Liquid Scented. So even though Riversun took him out, he's still fighting. But we do have to remember, it's only these 2 spots up here at the end of the day. So they've got to start rising up. But based on the pacing around here, this is 7 games remaining. They're probably in a game. If they're going around the same pace, if they're not getting eliminated early, they're going around the same game as these. They're probably still in. They could rise up in the next update, so we never know.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget we have more games. So Sundown, Kitty Plays. I'm going to send it back over to you because I want to keep dancing. All right.
Thank you so much, Zeke. And I'm disappointed in Bala for being disappointed in you. That march walk was fantastic. Oh, you said embarrassed. I apologize. I can hear you from over there. Don't worry, I'm not embarrassed. I'll be embarrassed for you. But now, jumping on board here, we have Moses Cologne trying to get some peaks in there. 49 players remaining. 4th circle closing in, so we'll get that overlapping zone shortly. You see Rio picking up Civ in there.
Yeah, awesome job. And we're here right now watching an 8-point game. It looks like Moses Cologne is sitting on that 8. And we're in zone 4. If you were just joining us, ooh, taking out that assault rifle so strong when you get those accurate first shot accuracies. And we're just heading into all these end games right now, guys. If you're just joining us, 4th or 5th zone, we are popping into the best games of the top players of US West or NA West right now. And these are the best moments that you will see today. It's absolutely insane. These guys are playing out of their mind, and such an exciting day.
Yeah, everyone trying to get one of those qualifying spots, battling against the top 3,000 players in their region. Now on board with Bolt, Johnny, the winner of the NA West Blackheart Cup, does play on controller and is looking to continue his push up the leaderboards. As we just talked about, only the top 2 spots. I mean, that spread was like 6 points, I think, from 1st to 10th, and we've seen how much these games can swing. We've seen how capable these players are of popping off. And if somebody comes up clutch in the last match, if you're in that top part of the leaderboard, that could be enough These games are coming down to the very wire, coming down to the every single point, every single tiebreaker in order to get one of those spots. Now Johnny looking to capitalize on that rotation. He has a great position in the middle of the zone, so sit back in his 1x1 behind the cone, just plinking away here.
Yeah, and remember, guys, every single point counts. Do not give up. We heard from Turner earlier, and he was saying that he only had 4 points after the first 2 games, was able to come out on top after all of his games for US East. And for if you are someone playing in this tournament right now, first couple games haven't gone your way, don't give up. Every single point matters. Every single game matters. There's opportunity for you still to qualify for this week, and anything can happen. This is Fortnite.
Yep, and if you don't qualify, there's still reasons to be playing. We have the $1 million prize pool a week split through the regions, but very accessible in terms of paying out deep. If you're able to get to that Sunday and you're able to get towards that top percentile of the leaderboards, depending on your region, you can find out some more info on the website, Fortnite.com/World Cup. You can check that out. There's some more specifics on there based off of the region pool, but it's up for grabs, man. These are big tournaments happening every single week in big names. If you are able to get here, you see Tacos, Johnny, Varl, who Bala has called out typical gamer down there as well on the low ground, doing his typical gamer things and making it into the end game as Tacos picks up Hyper, and Johnny again trying to pick this angle and put the rifling skills to work. 36 White knows that player's down and he gets it. Drex falling there.
Oh, back to back.
Ojo OD going down as well, and he's still holding that angle, taking shots, wants to edit out and needs to stay along the side of the storm, but be careful, the bonk came out, Kitty.
Yeah, the bonk, that is not what you want to have happen. If there's any build above you when you use that jump pad, you are coming right back down and quick. We see Snow making the rotation right over Johnny right now. All of these guys having to expend so many resources to rotate. Meanwhile, on our ultimate high ground, there's just one going across. Nobody is punishing this. Everyone is so focused on making their own rotation right now into this next zone.
Yeah, and we do see another one of the Bloom Boys persecute on that mid-ground tarp now. Ramsey plays, trying to find angles around him. Only 14 more builds, but owns a lot of this. Finds the edit. 126 V6 et going down there. Tacos also picks up Beast. Morganthi picks up Kota. Tyrone gets Tuna, and we're in to the top 25. And Ramsey, that was so smart. Used the flint knock for horizontal mobility, then pops the redeploy to make sure he doesn't take any fall damage. So gonna reset his utility, takes off because he only has 6 more builds, and he hears tons of ballers going off around him as Persecute drops Milky, but Trevhole is able to trade back out, and Ramsey is able to get Persecute there, but not any of his resources. No, he's actually just gonna run out into the storm to grab as many of those resources as he can. Tacos gets Morganthoni to get us into the top 15, so now the high ground playing forced to waterfall down. Johnny putting pressure on him on the tarp below, but also gonna opt to drop down. Now on 9 eliminations, Kitty. That's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous, and at 40 points already, he's had an exceptional day right now, and he does come down to this mid-ground. I think he came down in hopes that he could possibly get fall damage on the person above him. Tyrone dropping in on top of him and gets eliminated by Slim.
So he took his pickaxe out, wanting to get whatever of the mats he could there, but he didn't need to do that. Didn't have anything to return to Slim as he fell down, working from top down. Now you see Barrow trading with whoever's up on the high ground, but we're gonna hop on board with Leo on the side, trying to find whatever room he can to hit his shots and get some space. Top 12, so 7 more players need to fall as Rio does pick up Slim in that mid-ground box fight. I mean, this is so chaotic going down. A couple players still in the ballers. Leo now boxing himself up, recognizes there's a player above him, but is only on 2 builds. Knows there's a player in the box, tries to get out the side, still gets forced down, so gonna opt in and out of that. Hits the 136, but can he follow up? 10 HP, can't get ticked by the storm, you can't take it! That's that 1 second change, but that fully built metal, we've talked about it, he hits all the perfect corner spots. 1 HP, anything, and he gets it!
No!
With the 180, and somehow it's back to exactly 50, so it might have been just over that threshold. No. Gets Tacos as well. We talk about it sometimes. One small moment, the half second in the storm can be the difference. 1 HP again. Can he get out? No. Barl picks him off, but Barl is also then going to be dropped down as Ramsey, I do catnip, a Jaguar. Catnip gonna drop out of the ball to take advantage of Barrow. So now has a lot of mats to work with. You have Moody on the tarp above Lettuce there. Moody gets ticked out. So now Lettuce, there's one player above on the ultimate high ground with the Rockets. That's typical gamer up there. This is your top 5, 7 placement points already out. It's all about the victory rails and the elimination. Typical gamer, top right of your screen on the high ground. You have Ramsey in the low ground on the bottom right. Night Jaguar against Catnip. Catnip picking that one up, and now immediately in exchange with Lettuce trying to get back into the storm, and he gets picked up. Lettuce taking that one down, but Ramsey goes and trades that out now. Typical gamer against Ramsey, and Ramsey opting to stay away from the storm zone so he doesn't get the RPG. Typical gamer takes some fall damage. Ramsey uses the flint knock to jump over it because he didn't have the builds to be able to get up in time. Now he has 5, needed to get to the zone, has to find the shot. Typical gamer trying to find it. Ramsey trying to knock him down. Ramsey looking for the shot. Will he connect? No. Typical gamer tightens it up, takes the victory royale. At least 3 eliminations and the 10 points. Minimum 13-point game there. Brilliant coming out of Typical gamer, but great effort there from his opponent, trying to just hop right on over and make that final play. Unfortunately, not enough. And now, we're playing football? No, okay, still Fortnite. Good.
Still Fortnite.
Have me scared. I don't know enough about football to call it. But now, hopping on board here, we got Peace, we got Heiston, Frankie in here as well, Hunter, Mr. Mowgli, Razzie, tons of players now.
Deuce is in there too.
Yep, and High Sky playing on West. We've seen him before on East with some of that. I think he was the East Blackheart Cup winner, I believe, but now trying his hand at West. But Peace working his way through Pleasant. 40 players remaining. He's trying to get over to the backside of this house and post himself up. If you look in the bottom right-hand corner, he's put himself in such a good spot, kid.
Yeah, he's going to be able to take tags on all these players. And speaking of tags, lands a clean gray tag on his opponent. He knows he's low. He's going to take advantage of these stink grenades and gets the elimination onto Sosa.
So good from Peace, recognizing right away the player doesn't have shields, will be that much more pressed by the stink. And now you have Celeste and Jaeyoung working their way in. Peace opting to use that single edited pyramid right there to cover the backside, cover 2 of his angles. You have Q-Laps picking up Sean. You have Jaeyoung now, who is just off of the side there of Peace, trying to find what room he can. Knows there's a player on the side. He's looking for him, gets the wall down, and then opts to back out. He's like, nah, I'm good.
Oh, he's going for the quick play. He faked it out. Oh, faked it out again.
Nope, he's no cat, no taking walls going on there. Jaeyoung just trying to play safe. Does have the launch pad and the redeploy and the med kit. So if he wants to play for late, he's in a pretty solid spot to do it.
Yeah, it looks like Jaeyoung is doing an editing course right now with how much he's moving within this fortress he's made here in Pleasant Park. And noticing that there is someone on the high ground. Looks like they've already dropped down, unable to get any shots in on him. But there's an opponent close by making a push towards him. Looks for the edit play and lines it up with a shotgun.
Yep, MP3 Allen going down there. Should have updated to MP4. Need the video of that one, but Peace is now pinned. What was previously his power position is now a point of focus as the next zone is coming out, and we're gonna hop on board here with Epic Whale. Shout outs to whoever predicted him. He's been launching up those leaderboards, has himself right in the mix, and Zeke saying, hey, that was me.
Oh, hey,
So props to Zeke for calling that one out. I know there was also somebody in the Twitterverse who called out Epic Whale. We've had our eyes on him since, I wouldn't say since the cup started, recently the past couple of cups, been seeing him and his partner up there for both solos and duos, but now getting a great rifle angle, pinning that player against the storm, and that's going to be all she wrote.
No chance to hop in that baller for that opponent. Gets taken down immediately. And Epic looks like he might land on all that loot there, but does go for the better zone positioning. We're pushing back to the northeast over what was already built on, what was already the zone. And you see these guys making a chaotic push for the zone. And this single platform layering technique right now with the redeploy is so strong. But
I think you need the redeploy then for that to work. As High Sky says, you can't be that high in the sky.
Did he not get the redeploy memo? I'm not sure about that.
No, he did not. Has apparently not been watching the broadcast or watching all of these players utilize it when going up. He's like, hey, I see everyone doing this. Is this the new meta? Well, you need a big part of that as we're now into 26 players, and that paper airplane will land safely. Jae Young not quite landing the shots there, but Bun does go down just inside of that top 25 because Jae got picked up right before that, so does get the 3 points. Jae Young trying to continue his control here on the high ground as he's uncontested up here, Kitty.
Yeah, nobody is punishing this right now. He has the ultimate high ground advantage. There are players above him that have rifted and it may have a chance to get him. He does get shots into ponage, and you see Epic Whale, we were just talking about him earlier. He has managed to get 3 eliminations, gets that good positioning in the zone again, and just on great amount of resources. He's in great position to clutch this out.
Yep, and now with that elim, we're one player, boom, Q Labs picking it up into the top 15, so 5 placement points for everyone, but Epic Whale wants more. Already sitting on 4 elims, in a great position to try and pick these guys up. Like I said, got the quick little flick on the high sky. He also knows there's another player there on the side who just popped Mini, so he knows he's not more HP than Epic Whale, which is impossible, but definitely trying to get a little more space. 13 players remaining. Epic Whale still hunting. Now, take a look at that wide. Jae Young on ultimate high ground. Nate in the low ground on the baller. Last player left in there. Nope, as Caters grabs his back. So Nate and Caters in the ballers. Calvin drops that. You got Shepard, Epic Whale, Dante, Ector, TJ, Arth Polano, and Mowgli all on the middle tarp. So last 2 ballers, Nate does get his broken as Calvin gets picked up by TJ and Epic Whale. Now opting to leave, trying to decide what to take by the look of it here.
Yeah, not a bad problem to have when you have so many great things to pick up. He does have that heavy sniper. Unfortunately, only has 1 heavy bullet for the sniper. We'll see if he's able to make that utilized into a play, into a trade, pick up some more heavy ammo from the eliminated player. But we still have Jae Young on this ultimate high ground. He may opt to connect. I don't know if he realizes that his own bridge is right above him right now and not need as many resources. He does look to connect, and he's just got this ultimate advantage. Nobody has put him down for this. He just gets to shoot in on anyone he wants, just cleaning up.
Yep, he's just going to get opportunities to continue raining shots down. And even if he doesn't pick up the elims, he's not taking shots back at himself. He's at that max health, puts him in the best position to try and outlast the storm. He's not threatened. Rather, though, Epic Whale on this mid ground and on this low ground is racking up the elimination points, now up to 39 total. Again, just huge. You need every single one of these points. And you talked about how he had 1 heavy sniper bullet, made a play pushing through. Now he has 102, so plenty of keys to unlock the doors. Does get the first shot on this player, but needs to be able to get through that turbo build. Can't quite push through. Tries to get the edit to force himself through. Doesn't quite work. Saw that cheeky there, but Arco Blano does pick up the 2.
What? That trap play, knowing that a player would be on that low ground, pushing in, puts it on the roof, gets the edit on the stairs, and eliminates him. Absolutely outstanding gameplay. 8 eliminations on him. Jae Young going for the health play, taking the jump.
Nope. I highly disagree with this decision. Epic Whale now is looking for him. If Whale is able to... Oh, no! Whale doesn't have an AR! What? Is Jae Young 6,000 IQ? So I would have disagreed with the idea that if he'd been able to pop out and just hit a single AR shot as he jumped up or was trying to settle, that would have been it. But the fact that Epic Whale didn't have an AR, and I don't know if Jae Young realized that, meant he was under no pressure whatsoever. So he could just launch pad up, go hide, and he wins the health exchange. I mean, that was, you know, you must have trouble sitting down because that was a play and a half, but no rest. The TSM boys right next to each other here, both Vinny and Myth. 45 players remaining, and these point totals, every single one of the players, they keep creeping up there. Vinny hanging out on 24 right now. You just saw Epic Whale creeping up towards the upper 40s. And I mean, that spread, Kitty, last time we saw the standings, wasn't all that much. It was about 9 points separating first and 10th. So, I mean, anybody with a pop-off game can do it, and you've seen Vinny do it.
Yeah, we have seen Vinny do it many times. He's an exceptional player, and you see him opting to go for the quad crasher, picking up that elimination. He's now sitting on 1. Every single elimination counts right now, guys. Just looking to burst through this wall, take advantage of the extra high fire rate of that submachine gun.
Yep, utilizing it in there brilliantly. not the mini assault rifle, though that sounds pretty cool. Epic Whale again hopping back on board with him as Vent does pick up Vinny, so Vinny no longer in this contest. And Whale again opting for pump, AR, shields, and redeploy as showing. Now, where was that AR last game, man? That would have been the victory royale, doing the quick glider redeploy out there for a little bit of faster horizontal speed. Pritz picking up K's, and Whale now trying to be a little bit of a loot goblin, but you can see the shots being poured in towards him.
Yeah, I love that we got to spectate Epic Whale when he was trying to figure out what to pick up in that situation too, and then see, oh, maybe that didn't work out the best for you. But more games to come. We are here now spectating Tendai. We saw his plays earlier today, taking advantage of the stink grenade onto the opponent there. He is able to edit out, only gets a few ticks of damage onto him, but just getting some really clean shots on these players, rotating in great positioning within the zone, and probably going to be relying on the next zone now. Looks like we're going north, halfway off the map, it appears. This is going to be a tight zone, Sundown.
Oh boy, going to get awkward real fast, particularly as we have 2 more moving circles, and it can move over those other peninsulas, so you see to the sides there. So sometimes the path is completely off the map, as Alex Weary is completely off the map. Tende heads up play with the stink there, just chucking it towards the edge of the storm. Picks up an Elim now. Myth establishing himself up on the high ground. Edgy, Cyros, Knives, Thomas, Dante, Meltzy, all in the building beneath him. So many players still in this lobby, but hopping on board with Myth. Great shots coming out, 36 and the 72 headshot. Not wanting to continue poking because he doesn't want to get hit. Checking all his angles, making sure he's good. Doesn't have a redeploy, so now working his way down the builds, trying to find the clutch siphon as he needs it. Boom, there it goes. Launchpad coming out there. Didn't display in the trap bar, but one of the known issues we've talked about, as so many players are going down here in that rotation. Kitty, the lobby just got cut in a quarter.
Yeah, and it is going to get cut even more. This zone is already small, but now it's only half of itself because it's off the map into the water. Myth needs to look to make a play to get good positioning in here, looking for anything he can get. Any elimination is going to give him that extra health that he needs to survive. And there you have it. Well played, Myth. He now is topped up to 95 health, 73 shield. If he does get a chance, he's got these 2 big pods that he can put on. And now looking to make a play all the way into
out of builds. He's out of builds. He needs to find something now as he's going to work his way through these structures, going to start breaking his way, hoping to catch a player off guard, but he has to be very careful. Heading towards the Luke Goblin, gets it, 155, and he picks up Vector as well. So now 14 builds for Myth. Knows there's another player down there, but just going to up and disengage to get away from the side of the storm. Launchpad over to the other side. Brilliantly done by the TSM member, one of the originals, trying to make his mark here, do everything he can to represent. Great play to now rotate and get himself into the top 25. Barband Live going down there. Still have Epic Whale in the match as well. But Myth in a great spot. Misses that first pump. Just slightly mistimed that. Honestly, don't think it was aimed at that Renegade Raider who ended up running through, but now reset towards the side. 3 builds total. Doesn't find the shot. Needs to find the second one. Can he get it? Still trying to find it. No, doesn't connect. Zyros picking that one up. Taking a look at the wide here. Tomas on the high ground. Meltzy, Tart beneath him. You have Edgy, the top qualifier from yesterday. My call out in order to qualify going through. Gonna need to continue to pick up the pace, considering he's only on the 25 points. Great 80 headshot coming out from him there, but needs to drop this build if he can. It's so hard with that heavy AR though, Kitty.
Yeah, isn't able to drop it fully, but he is able to find a Spectre dropping into his 1x1 with him. Terrible timing for Spectre. Great pickup for Edgy. Now he's just looking to make a play. Doesn't have ultimate high ground, but he's in a great position to take up all this chaos below him right now.
Yeah, so many great shots. And putting that tack to work. Again, the rare tack, the blue one, the highest rate of fire, highest damaging, able to get in there. Now putting in a work, saying, I don't need a pump. We're okay right now. This works because I can smell you.
Yeah, so we've got Gunna on that ultimate high ground. They're headed now out over nothing. This is an open area. The builds are going to be so important here. You can't hide behind anything. We have Epic Whale. We've been spectating him a lot today. Has 9 rockets in that RPG. Drops his turret and is going to go for the play for high ground right now and hopefully be able to knock some players down in the process. Potentially pick up an elimination right now, too.
Look where the last zone is. Look in the bottom right-hand corner of your map. The last zone is quite literally off the side of the map. It is on one of those little crevices towards the end. All the players are going to be moving towards it, so it's all going to be about the high ground and who can build out off of it first and who has builds left. As Epic Whale is running out of his, gets the challenge with the RPG. Can he commit to the spray? Doesn't commit to it. Instead, swaps back to the pump, and he finds it, but instead gets taken down right there by Edgy, coming around the side, cleaning it out. Doesn't have time to run off the map, so he says, hey, I'll just jump and go for a swim. Edgy, brilliantly done there, and honestly was kind of hoping he would like dance that one out, because I think, Zeke, have you been dancing this whole time?
Can't stop, won't stop. Yeah, get it. Yep, that's the stuff.
We're going to break.
It.
We have more games after this. Stay tuned.
everybody, to the second weekend of our solos qualifiers. We've got 2 more spots left. Such intense gameplay today. So many stories being made. I am so excited to be here. I know I say that a lot, but I really am. I can feel the energy on set right now with everyone who are getting mad at my dance moves. Apparently, I need to be a little bit more appropriate, but here we are, Sundown. Speaking of being always appropriate, we're going to get through our standings. We're going to update you guys and see where the competition's at, who's within the running, where we at.
I mean, it's been changing game after game, and again, the spread top to bottom is 13 points, which is a victory royale in 3 elims, and any of these players are capable of it. But right now, top to bottom, it reads KNG, Epic, Whale, Bolt Johnny, Bloom, Falconer, Karhu, Liquid Scented, Just Alex, Tacos, E11, Vicaros, Tende, and Barban. So all of those players, but the games remaining tells a huge tale there. Vicaros and Alex are gonna have a difficult time keeping up Barban as well. It's gonna be a little bit harder with only the 3 matches remaining, particularly, I mean, 5 here on Epic Whale, 5 on Falconer, 6 on Scented. Like, every single one of those players is capable of just popping off at any point in time, and you give them that many extra matches. However, time management is key because we only got 50 minutes left to queue.
Yes.
And then that's it. And then
How are
you're
you
done.
going to utilize those games? Are you going to go for that super aggression mode? Are you going to play it out to just try and get those victory royales? It's all about the time now. We say 5 games remaining, but a lot of these players will only see 2. Absolutely insane. And speaking of 2, only 2 players in that list of already insane competitors are going to make it this weekend to the World Finals at the end of July. But to get us into those games, we've got the always beautiful Bala and the always Zanny Zeke here to cast for us. Not really sure what that introduction is, but hi guys.
Hey.
How you doing? Oh, is this a bit?
Hey.
Did you plan this?
Scoot back.
So scoot back.
Yeah.
Yeah. That
done
that
this
was a
before.
bit.
Woo!
A professional. Thank you for the introduction, Katie Plays. You're an
Very
incredible human
welcome.
being, always manifesting all things incredible. What's up, Bala? A to Z time.
Yeah.
Are you prepared?
A to Z time. I am prepared. Shenanigans on board.
On board.
I'm
That's
all
right.
on board.
All right, let's get into it. It is just like Kitty Plays talked about, man. We're in the tail end of NA West. This is it. We're coming down to the wire. Everyone trying to leave everything on the table, work as hard as possible, and accrue those points. Because again, there's only the 2 spots for NA West.
Only the 2 spots, and we just saw how close it was up at the top. 50 minutes to go to queue, at least. Probably another half hour after that. All up on the line now. The 2 spots up for grab. Who's gonna take it? That's the question that we want to find out. That's the question we want to answer.
And you know, you can really tell how tense these situations are right now. Look at the top left, 50 players. All right, this is, again, these lobbies are gonna be very dense because it's coming down to the wire. A lot of these players, like I just talked about, they need these points, right? They wanna hit top 25 because even those valuable, just 3 points from placing top 25 could be enough to bump you up in front of someone. There's only 2 spots, man. It's, yeah, this is it.
Last solo time it was Snow and River Sun. And then Andrew actually placed in 3rd. Not sure where he's at currently in the standings, but he wants to have another crack, another opportunity to get close, to get to New York.
And hopefully, you know, you got to think a lot of these players are like, look, if I just can qualify in week 2, that's going to be such a weight off my shoulders. Now, keep in mind, there's still 3 more weeks, right? You have plenty of chances to try and qualify. But the sooner you qualify, the more you can focus on practicing, on just really refining your skill and preparing for those finals, because it's going to be the very best of the best. They'll be coming together. And we're going to see one of them walk away, the Fortnite World Cup champion, as someone drops down in the box. Gorilla, well, you tried, but Pesley said, not today. Tranquilizer dart on you.
That was a sweet double edit there. And that's really difficult to do with the pyramid on top, because the cone, if you edit it, sometimes you actually force them to the other side. You have to make sure that they're directly on the same side, and you have to get the right side pyramid edit. So good quickness there from him, and also he held that quite well. Here, Scented. I believe he was in 4th place last time we checked in the standings at 37 points in this game. As an opportunity, we've tracked him a few times. Definitely a great player.
We'll have to see, man. Hoping he can find more points. He's got the kit to do it. The only thing it feels like he might be lacking is mobility. It possibly has a launch pad, and maybe it's just, again, that visual bug that we just can't see.
Yeah.
He does have the slurp, so in theory, he could potentially trade out with someone and roll the slurp to get himself back up to 200, hoping, unless it's like a 200 to the dome, in which case he's just going back to lobby. But I'll just see. He's trying to go for the plays. I believe he went to try and drop a launch pad, but unfortunately, the dart trap will come out. It looks like he's going to be chipped, but again, it's not that much, right? So this slurp is going to be very helpful and beneficial. He's going to be able to top himself back off. The question is someone going to allow him? Because remember, it is 1 HP a second. So.
Yep. And look how he used that launch pad and immediately built up. That's going to net him an elimination on Rich because he's gatekeeping everybody now. This player Glider redeploying back in. He's going to take a little bit of damage from Scented here. And the slurp is going to bring him all the way back up along with that siphon. All he has to do now is hold, look for opportunities to get these eliminations, and then move forward. One thing I do want to note, though, his duo partner, Psalm, did qualify on East today.
That's right.
That's the third duo pair that has qualified both in solos. Banny and FaxFox today did the same thing, and then on EU, Lol Boom, I forget the other player's name, did qualify today. Core Gaming it was. Awesome.
Yeah, Core Gaming. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so
maybe
we'll have 3 in one day.
It's possible. I was going to say we did have a chance to chat with Psalm and kind of get his insight, and a super humble player just being like, you know what? Because you specifically asked him, like, what are you going to do? Like, how are you going to prep? And he's like, look, man, I'm going to review my stuff.
Yep.
And I'm going to try and just learn from my mistakes and improve. And that in itself is a testament to his skill. Being able to identify, like, I'm not perfect, but I know that, and I'm just going to work harder to get better. Very respectable. Excuse me. I don't know. I'm so amped up right now. I don't know what I'm saying. Top 25 is that placement threshold. We see someone drop down on the player. Boombo's out. Trap in play. That is a ramp. Dart trap. He's going to catch the player. All right, so it's going to start ticking. It is 80 damage, and that is it. Goodbye, friend. Now, he did not stop to pick up materials or anything like that the player might have had. He's only on 28 builds.
Yeah, that zone started pushing him, and also there was a third party. You saw that player edit the window on him. He realized that beforehand because he did break that wall. Pesley replaced it and then went right out. He needed to go. Nice shots there onto Tracer. Beautiful tracking there from Pesley. Looked like a Tracer, that's for sure. No, Pesley. Gonna go ahead and start the rotation, the tunnel. Fright in the background there. He said, I will qualify today. He tweeted it out right before he went into these games. He said, I will qualify. We'll see what he's gonna do. Where he's at in the standings. Oh my goodness, that was a shot from Pesley there. Finding the head of Go Bad.
Oh, I like that he stopped for a moment and looked up because a lot of players just think, launchpad, I gotta go. And he would have bonked his noggin, but it's okay. He's gonna keep himself moving. Now, he did get chipped down to 31, so he's only gonna be back up to 50 shield after that mini. He needs to find an elimination to top himself back up. I don't believe he found it there. He saw someone chase him. I believed it was Tempest, but they have disengaged the fight. There's only somebody with Cadets, Synergy's Cadet up on top, Liquid Scented all the way in the bottom. There's 3 people, Pesley being one of them, that are just above.
Now, carving his position here, getting layered to himself, he realized that position that he was about to go and dive down on that player was going to be shot, and he did pick up Captainy in the meantime. Good play. And I think that's the low ground to himself now. You can see he's completely boxing himself up every single time. He doesn't want to take any opportunities as this final zone closes for RPGs or anything to sneak in. I talked about it. That actually, his teammate Riverson caught him on one of those, and he's learning clearly. Now Scented. 52 builds remaining. 3 players left total. Cadet on high ground, Tempest in the middle, Scented on ultimate low. He does have one launch pad. See if he opts to use that possibly, since it is going slightly over the old builds. You see in the bottom, in the radar, oh, Cadet actually going on Tempest right now. It all gets knocked in, and it's now Cadet against Scented. They're in a box fight right now. Scented's gonna go, or Cadet's gonna go right up. He's gonna start breaking through, just barely getting the zone. 27 HP now. He will lose the heal off if he goes for it, but he chunks him down. Scented cracks right back, all the way down. Cadet is out. Nice play there from Scented. Catching it back. 4 eliminations in the Victory Royale. 14 points on that game. That's a good one.
Dude, he'd gone down to 4 HP. That Siphon knocking him all the way back up to 54. Crazy. But now we have more Fortnite action to get into. Don't forget, guys, we're in NA West. If you're just tuning in, welcome. We hope you had an incredible Sunday. We are in week 3 of the Fortnite World Cup Online Open. This is back to solos competition, and it's the finals for NA West. In case you were curious, in case you might have forgotten, don't forget about the format: top 25, top 15, top 5, and victory hour, all those placement thresholds. Each elim is worth 1 point, and this is it. We're in the last, basically, right at this point, maybe 40, 45 minutes left of queue times. Yep. So players have either the 3 hours or 10 games. So right now they're just laying everything on the table, trying to get as many points as possible. And check it out, dude. We're near Polar Peak. Yeah. This is scary. This scares me.
Yep. You always have to be careful. You have to conserve mats. You have to conserve your mobility. So on this half in, half out right now, people realizing, hey, it's close to Polar Peak. Maybe I shouldn't spend this launch pad. Maybe I shouldn't spend this rift because I'm going to need to get up there. And Ezzy takes down Pencil Me Off right on the edge of zone and gets rewarded with the baller, actually. So that's perfect. That's what you want in these types of endings. But he actually realized, and he just went in and destroyed his baller. So goodbye to that I was just talking about.
I think he was actually the player that tried to get shots through, and the baller actually ate it all as he traded out.
Yeah.
So shout outs to you, baller. Shout outs to you, baller. Yeah. You're the real MVP.
A little bit of some extra shield there, I guess you could say.
I'll always protect you. Oh man, Watery Shoe. Oh baby, it's been a while since I've seen this incredible name. So excited to see your beautiful face again. One of the coolest names and best names, hands down. Really excited to see. So he's already got 2 elims. Keep in mind we're still at 37 players, so don't forget top 25 is when we see those first round of placement points go. So still quite a bunch of players to get through.
Yeah, and that top 25 is crucial. That's what everybody is vying to get to every single game. If they can get that top 25 average, that is what you need to be consistent. That is what all the players who have qualified have already tried to do. Nice shot there. Benji Fishy and Mr. Savage, and actually just Benji Fishy in the solos, every single time he was alive and he made it as close as possible there, and then even further, of course.
8 seconds here on Storm Circle 6. This is going to dictate a lot of the play coming out, and depending on where we go. Okay. Why did I curse us? All right, it was just a thought in my head, and I thought if I don't say it, it won't happen. Yeah. All right, we're going north. All right, This is near Old Greasy Grove. This is the ice lake. In case you didn't know, if your little toesies touch the lake, it's so cold, it freezes your little feetsies, all right? And you start sliding all over the place, and it's difficult, and it makes your life hard. It's also fun and chaotic. That's why I enjoy it.
I know we are going to New York in July, but all of a sudden you turned into a New Yorker there, Zeke. That accent was perfect.
Thank you. I dabble. I dabble in accents.
Meanwhile, Watery Shoe picks up 1 as he goes for the launch pad. That's not going to get recycled. And then another one. B3N goes down. Watery Shoe. Good showing of tracking aim at its finest. Nice little base here up on the little iceberg. That's going to be a perfect location to gatekeep, but actually everybody's going to stay right underneath it, and the zone's going to move off it before he gets an opportunity to shoot at him. Now Watery building up a little bit. Who is this? Vic up on high ground. We talked about he needs to have very, very effective games because Sundown pointed it out. He only had, 2 games left or something like this with 50 minutes remaining. So these have to be pop-off performances if he wants a chance. Right now, being on high ground, that is what he wants.
Falconer's going to land. Keep in mind, we did hit top 25, so everyone here is going to get those 3 placement points on the table. At top 15, we're going to get the next 2 for 5 total. So now we're going to see the game slow down. No one wants to make mistakes, and that player is punished. I think they're on 1 HP. I think it was a 33 and a 66. I like that Falconer's turning his attention. He's saying, look, I need this materials. The Loot Goblin, is he going to get punished for it, though? A 99 over onto the player. A nice 1-by-1. He's going to try and follow up. He's going to make sure. I like that he boxed himself off to ensure no one else could potentially try and trade. The storm wall is closing in, though, Bala. So unfortunately, he's just going to have to let this one go.
Yeah, he's going to have to let that one go, but maybe track in future to catch him.
They want more!
Parm goes down. Falconer picks him up, makes sure that he knows exactly what's going on behind him, but he does get chunked down to 32. Remember, Falconer, I think he was 3rd place on the leaderboard last we checked, and it is going up another iceberg. It's not just Polar Peak that we have to be aware of all around here. This was the hill that Vicaros was up on. So he has a stationary setup up here. Look at all the old builds right now. So many ballers up on the iceberg right now. Falconer finds his way. He's got a double campfire going on. See if anybody wants to interrupt that. Vic shooting down on Symmetrical. Symmetrical, such a strong performance yesterday in the semifinals.
Look how high they are, Balla. They have, so everyone that's up on this iceberg, they need to get down.
Another campfire too for Falconer. We just saw him go down from that high ground, just like you said, with the double campfire, and then he moved down even further. Another campfire and gets the floor, and Jaylee goes down. Unfortunately, you were not paying enough attention. Falconer, good awareness, nice little edit there to get a little bit of the jump start, going up that elevation. A little technique to take advantage of, a little learning we're doing here on the World Cup qualifiers.
Yeah, you gotta remember, man, this is the top 3,000 in the region. These are the best of the best. If you walk into a space and you don't own a wall, you need to replace it. It's so vital because I'm telling you, 9 times out of 10, someone owns that wall and they're in a 1x1 to your left, and they're gonna make that edit on you. We see someone else getting caught out. Nice wall replaced there to make sure nothing was traded out. But now Falconer's got his back to the storm wall, picking up a few things. Okay, and build.
No, not yet. Somebody's
So
right
rude.
there. Oh my gosh! Is it another one? Can he do it? No. Mimical takes him out. Unfortunately, Falconer, that's going to be the end there. Chance up on high ground right now. Vespim takes down Retake. It's coming to the end now. Vic all of a sudden is on ultimate low as it crossed over the ravine there. Chance gets a shot down right now. Vic is going to have to campfire. He is low on HP, low on that white health, and that matters a lot. Going to endgame, he's in a little bit of a pinch right now. Vespim goes down though to his fire, and Vic takes him out. Gets out of the pinch perfectly, and it's now a one-on-one, and they get Vic right out of that. Now it's a one-on-one. Chance dies versus A Maney, who's going to come out on top. They're actually tied in terms of points right now, and the Dynamite are coming in. He's throwing it ahead of it. Maybe he can knock him down into it. Not just yet, but the Dynamite's going to blow up the structures. He's got a turbo build. Did get the trap ready just in case, but barely is going to make it in the zone. Jumps over Chance. And Chance gets that one. Manny just barely, almost gets it. But Chance with the Victory Royale, nice play there.
Very well done. Chance does not in fact die. Chance lives. Very well played from him. He had the health advantage and converted that into a Victory Royale. So we're going to move on to the next game because there's still so much more action to get into. But again, congratulations to Chance lives. Your name is technically Chance Dies, but you live, so shout outs to you. Next game, we see Say Saucy TV keeping saucy in his 1x1 1 elim. Loadout's pretty okay, and again, we're seeing the glider redeploy being utilized.
Yeah, and just noting right away the zone near that volcano, there's going to be a lot of vents in the way as the lava river has quite a few in this area. You can see Cloxic doing a little bit of default dance in his box right now as it's a moment of quiet. This is the tension that you talked about last game. Look at it, 41 players up at this stage in the game. Is it going to be a push in this box? A little risky as the zone is moving through. So, Say Saucy, yes, he does manage to push out the rift. That's what his goal was. Did get punished with a few ticks of the storm. Not full max damage from that just yet. As it closes. Now, he does get ticked moving through. As that glider redeploy, he's going to be able to mini right back up, and maybe he needs to find illumination for the siphon right now. This player being a little bit of aggressive on his wall.
Man, that all worked out for Saucy. Like, to hear someone using the rift, recycle that for yourself, and then get a better position in the storm and establish yourself, pays off.
Yeah, and he actually went straight for that to force that player to use his rift, to use his mobility. That's something the people on the edge of zone, they start to shoot at each other to make sure that they're going to use it. Now, I see Nick Merckx in the right of our screen. Edgy, Johnny, Epic Whale, a lot of known players, and especially players that are relevant to the standings right now. As you can see, Epic Whale at 50 points in this game. Where is he going to land after it? That's the question.
Man, this is a stacked lobby, especially coming down here to the wire. I'm excited to see Nick Merckx up in here, MFAM represent. It's awesome to see. I mean, and this is kind of what we talked about not too long ago. Last week, I think, with Sundown, was we continue to see Nick evolve, continue to grow as a player. One of the things he called out was, man, my endgame skills need work, but he keeps making it to endgame, so whatever he's doing, it's working.
Yeah. Nice wall replace there on the player who was too close. It makes it so that he can't actually place stairs in response to the wall replace. But unfortunately, his baller did break there as he was making those edits. So he doesn't have that to rotate, but he could still do something in this game. We're going to look for it.
Everyone frantically trying to get themselves to safety. We see Rift-to-Goes everywhere. We even see Splodes, and we see several Tracers trying to line up players as they're making their way onto the lava. Now keep in mind, they can't touch the lava because they'll take a tick of damage and be propelled forward. Edgy here, right on the edge of life with 51 HP. Now he does have the 3 minis rather, and a half shield, even a campfire. Okay, he's gonna be fine. He just needs to take the time to heal.
Yeah, and he's got it too, because he is center zone right now. He went way ahead, so he's gonna have plenty of time to take these shields and use that campfire to its full effect. Even making the edit, starting to get a little cheeky now. He's got to get that distance again in the zone.
We'll have to see as things unfold. We're about to hit top 25. That was saucy. We tuned in with him first in this game, and now he has been eliminated. We're getting closer and closer to top 25, because don't forget, that's when the placement points happen. That's when they're divvied out for everyone. Currently in the game, I believe he drops down on Cloudy. Doesn't get the shot.
No, unfortunately, he didn't jump in the rift. I'm not sure what happened there, but he missed it. So he's not going to go flying. He's going to go back to the lobby.
You mean flying back to the lobby? I'm sorry, I'll be quiet now. Nice shot over onto Not Axtro with the gold pump there, and now look at this as everyone else makes their descent.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about, FN Tyler. That's the Dimmadome that we're looking for. Unfortunately, it didn't come from Edgy. I was waiting for it, but that's the technique that's actually named after Edgy, the Dimmadome. When you place the cone to make it so that the player cannot ramp over you. And it catches them surprised because they're looking for the ramp. They're like, where's my ramp? No. FN Tyler, though, with the follow-up. Where is he going to be able to go? A lot of ballers right now looking for an opportunity to take high ground. He did actually break that baller when it fell into zone. So that player had to make a little bit of a rotation. A nice pump shotgun as that guy starts to go low ground. Must be out of materials. Somebody who's not out of materials as he picks up another one on the Bolt Johnny. Oh, no, I think Johnny died to zone as he went through. So FN Tyler continuing on. Nice performance. I really like the use of the Dimmadome there.
There you go. Hopefully Doug is not too far by. FN Tyler maintaining the highest of the high ground. Some of you guys got that joke. Probably most of you didn't, but that's okay. I've just aged myself. Keeping down on the lowest of the ground, Ector right now. Golds across the board. A half shield glider redeploy. It's not helpful at the moment because he needs to be higher on ground. Someone's trying to make a rotation in. 158 is going to send him back to the lobby. LA Flame 2 sending Cosmic Clown back into space. Now Tyler's still holding that high ground very well, but look at everyone else, man. They're starting to trade with each other. Kloxic trying to make his descent down. He's going to get chipped a little bit, not too much, all things considered.
Oh, Tyler could have followed that up a little bit more, but he's going to start going down a little bit. Start to even out the level. La Flamme goes down, Cypher goes down, 1v1v1. FN Tyler immediately putting pressure down onto Alex. Alex and Ector are actually on the same level right now. That means FN Tyler's gonna be able to force an engagement pretty soon here because they're not taking a level to their own. Where is this going? Alex and Ector, they're so close together, but they're just diagonal.
Oh my
Tyler just destroys him. 1 versus 1 right now. The edit's coming in from Tyler. Perfect. What else is he gonna find?
He's
and drop
got the health
down, and
advantage.
he finishes it off. Perfect from Tyler.
Dude, that was, I want to, it's basically textbook, right? Maintain high ground, approach, and aggress only when you're sure about it. Oh, look at that.
This fossil right here, this looks amazing. This kind of looks like Dr. Lupo, though, this fossil right here.
That's why I said beautiful.
Very old and ancient.
We went 2 different ways in our joke, but that's okay. Moving on to the next game. Again, guys, we're kind of in the tail end of NA West here. This is kind of going to be the last few games for a lot of these players. And now we hop in with AK Pearl, who's got himself a nice established position. We've got a 1x1 just in front. Loadout's looking great. He's even got 6 impulses, so... Now, like, the thing is, we haven't seen these been used offensively too much. It's been more reliable for, like, a mobility when used correctly. I'm trying to use these words myself correctly because you could very easily mess it up. So we'll have to see how Pearl opts use them because you could, if you use them now, you're going to launch someone out of position, potentially find the elim, but late game and it's not quite the same. Nice shots over onto that player. I'm sorry, Dr. Lupo is walking right toward me right now. I'm scared. Is it me?
What did you just say to me, you little...
I said you were beautiful, sir.
Oh my goodness. Nice play here from Pearl getting the wall replaced, as we did get threatened a little bit here on cast.
I fear for my life.
The bully of the stage here. I'm just clapping back because, you know, I can't let it stand. Dr. Lupo consistently making fun of all of us here, especially our good friend Courage.
You know,
we just gotta, you know.
I don't know if the mic picked it up, but Dr. Lupo from across the room just said, "Are you still talking trash?" No, Dr. Lupo, you're the best. Keep being incredible, you. 35 players remain. We need this to dwindle down to top 25 before hitting those next placement points. Lino here moving very fluidly through the build. He even has a heavy snipe. So watch, he's going to try and use this weapon to either punch through build. He could go for like a no scope, which we've seen only a handful, but man, are they dope. A nice elim over here on Ziyed. He's going to be sent back to the lobby. Now, keep in mind, Lino definitely has eliminations. Again, this is just like one of those little minor visual bugs we kind of talked about over the broadcast. He definitely has elims, don't worry.
Yeah.
But now he's above pars here, and it's kind of getting close to, so the zone's already been moving Kayun up top, just trying to gatekeep as many people as possible.
Yeah. And this is another one of those where there's a lot of possible vents, and it's very close to that volcano. Remember, these moving zones can go very far. Right now, Kayun on high ground. Notice how he actually is blocking his top, because he doesn't know what else is going to happen in the background. He wants to have all the opportunity, all the time to look for these shots. So even though he could be on ultimate high right now, that could change. No, there's actually somebody right next to him. As I say that, going up into the pyramid.
See,
getting
he knows.
close. Brockster, you got to be careful. Kayun might make a play on you if you start shooting.
Okay, I think what he's going to do is going to wait to see if this player opts to make. So he can see him, right? Like he can see through the little cracks in the wall there. He's probably going to try and wait for this player to make a mistake, to get comfortable, to feel safe and calm.
He's standing on the archway that he edited, the little triangle edit. He's going to go for it now. Yes!
Oh, that was disgusting!
He saw the exact edit there. It was the half wall that Kayun saw through the pyramid. That pyramid technique, just jumping up a little bit from your 1x1 into the pyramid above and re-editing the floor down. Perfect there from Kayun.
Someone is trying to address!
Seaguard taking advantage of Kayun's little distractedness, which is what he did before. But remember, he does have glider redeploy, so he can go as high as he wants. Gonna take the time to mini right now.
You know,
27 players remaining, getting close to that threshold. He's going to start getting knocked out finally, but then the glider redeploy.
I was going to say what goes around comes around. We saw Kayun absolutely bully someone, and then immediately afterwards gets bullied back, but he's still alive, still moving around the game. Everything's going to be okay. Players are scrambling again, trying to get themselves to safety, but this terrain making things difficult, especially with the ballers flying around and just causing chaos.
Yeah, speaking of the ballers right now, hold on, Leno takes out Endo. And that's a good pickup. There's the rift to go as well. Can he pick it up? Yes, he does. One thing that I wanted to note was Scented had a baller and he was going for the high ground right now. He was very, very up there. He's up there in the standings too. Where is he going to land right now? We're looking for that second threshold, 15 that is. And that 2 points for everybody who stays up.
Scented, look at him. He's trying to try and take away the high ground from Arco Baleno. Arco Baleno? I'm going to go with that. Yoink. Or Quack. That's Quack right there. He's flying down with his little glider redeploy as well. Scented going for an aggressive play. I like this. He still has 10 charges on his own glider redeploy. A nice 79. That's a dome shot. Ski is going back to the lobby. He's going to continue to get aggressive. Remember, you just said top 15. That's the next threshold. And Scented has already got his eyes on top 15. Kayun trying to aggress as well.
This is an important fight. We talked about Clicks versus Psalm last time, and now it's Kayun versus Scented, and he's still looking. There's another player joining the fray as well. Top 17. This fight could decide a lot in terms of the standings. Kayun was around, 7th or something like that. Last time we checked in, he's going to disengage from that fight completely.
Oh, man, I love that. In so many situations, a lot of players think, this guy's building on top of me, I have to go on the offensive. And Kayun's going, no, I need to live. That's what matters more. These placement points, I have 7 elims. I don't need that many more. Anything else is just icing on the cake. What I need are these placement points. He finds Arco, but a stink grenade is going to flush him out. He's okay. Picks up an RPG, Balla.
Yeah, he just picked up that RPG. That's going to be crucial here going to the last 2 zones, because look how high Scented is. He is so high. I think he just picked up an elimination right now. He's going back on all of these old builds. Remember, all the glider redeploy usage from before, he still has it. A lot of players built very high and fought for a long time for it. Now 8th zone, 5 seconds till that closes. The last zone is coming soon. Nice shot there on Sentin. He's going to try to block him out. He needs to get the siphon. Now he's going all the way down. This is so risky now because it's so slow. Can anybody find it? No. We're good. Sentin going to find some time to mini back up.
How did he get away with that? How did no one hear him gliding down? What do you mean? You just dropped out and you just saw a perfect opportunity. Sentin, you're a god. 8 players remain in the current lobby. Someone trying to flush him out with the stink grenades, making his life difficult. Don't forget he's got the glider deploy. It's okay.
Going all the way low ground right now. This is so key because this elevation drop is so fast. If you get all the way down, it's going to take a long time for anybody else to come back. But running out of builds, that means it's going to be wide open unless this is going over old, and it is. Old builds are abound. Sentin, he doesn't want to go through that edit because this player's holding it right now. He's going to go for it because he has to. Doesn't want to go in the zone. What happens? No, Kayun takes him out. So after all that, Kayun comes down. He has the same idea as Sentin, and now Kayun, a lot of players joining the fray really fast. Quack and Leno, that is. Quack looking for Leno. Nice 110 in the follow-up. Perfect. Chen Keen all the way on high ground. He has to waterfall, but no. He has the glider redeploy as well. Quack looking for him. No, he's going to rebuild on top of him. They're stacked up. 3 players remaining. Who is it going to be going through the hangar? Kayun has to break through. Hopefully this is old builds. Actually, it looks like he's editing through, so this might be somewhere he was before. Chenkin up on high with 58. Quack, 8 builds remaining. Where is this going to go? Kayun finally has to break through. He's taking a lot of storm damage right now. Quack going to land on him. He knows where he's coming from. And I think he just replaced the wall. He's holding me out. Quack, no. You can't do that to Kayun, but you just did, so it's a one-on-one now. Where is
Quack
this going?
versus Chicken.
Remember,
it's happening.
He has glider redeploy up top. And 20 ticks, he's just staying in the tree. He just stood in the tree and won. What? Zeke.
Well,
default dance 2, you can't do it like that.
Well, in the battle of quacks versus chickens, I guess poultry is both delicious and parm is the best. Kitty Plays, do you agree?
I do agree, yes. Can't believe that tree saved him there. What an intense final match. Battle of the Birds. And I am here with Sundown. He's got some more intense moments from the past game. Sundown, what do you got for us?
Yeah, so we're going to take a look here on over at the wall at some of the players and their highlights. First, hopping on board with Watery Shoe. Again, I know we've emphasized it a lot, but finding those rotational rifle eliminations, being so good with that, checking not only the long angle, but also the short one, knowing those players are going to want to move more central and sticking with it, swapping targets, acquiring a new one. That's how you get as many points as possible. Now, Falconer, a player we saw qualify for duos last week, trying to do everything he can in solos, actually takes out Watery Shoe. This was from the same match, so catching him at his own business, getting him with the rotational fire, but getting it done in close quarters as well. Navigating through here, great ramp edit coming out. Yeah, you saw him using the preview to catch that parm, and I mean, it was very well cooked indeed. Falconer, again, looking for this player, sees him stop to try and pop the mini, gets the wall replaced. Jay Lee, nothing he could do about it. And now when you're in a scrum, it's all down to your instincts and flicks, which Tyler does incredibly well here. Picks up, not extra with the first one, looks up and immediately sees all the players in the sky, ends up forcing them out, so he holds his high ground. Johnny gets picked up as one of those ticks, and then he's able to keep running it through. Alex Weary goes down there to make it into a 1v1, and then he's able to find the space, land the shot. Great swap over to the AR, cleaning up Hector there. I mean, Tyler played that fantastically. Great victory royale coming out from him there. I mean, this is what the Fortnite World Cup has been all about. The Battle Royale action has been incredibly intense. However, Battle Royale isn't the only thing that's going to be present at that Fortnite World Cup. We do have the Fortnite World Cup Creative Competition, which leads into the World Cup Creative Finals in New York City. So you might ask, how does this all work? Well, the qualifiers for that are called Creative Trials, and they will start tomorrow, April 29th. So make sure you follow our socials down there for the most updated information, but also follow the social of our creative captain #1, FaZe Scissors. Now, we've seen a ton of amazing runs coming out from him. The frustration, the laughs, the triumphs. I don't know if you've played on any of his maps, but they're quite enjoyable
Played or
going
endured
through.
Sundown. Those are something else. All of his matches now. I know that he did end up making a fun one, which I had fun, but it was difficult. But we do have standings going in to the next final moments of these games coming out from U.S. West right now. North America West.
With the Canadian every
I'm so
time.
Sorry. We
She's
even
just
saw
like
a typical
throwing them
game.
straight under the bus. But right now, wow. Okay,
What is that?
10 points clear of Johnny. Also has 3 extra matches sent it up there with his efficiency as well. Both of them sitting on 2 victory royales. 4 matches to play for Epic Whale, 5%, but it's all about who finishes in the top 2 because we're getting towards the end of those queues. You can only queue up for 10 matches or 3 hours. For a lot of these players, it looks like that 3 hours is gonna be the barrier, but you need to be this tall to ride the ride, to be one of those last 2 spots as a solo players for week 3 to come through. And I mean, it's so close.
Yeah, looking at this top 10 right now, so many amazing names, all deserving of that top 2 spot. But if you're not playing out of your mind right now, you're not getting on that board.
Nope, and I mean, even if you are playing out of your mind, you might not end up in the top 2 spots. I mean, Falconer has been going off, Kayun, Scented, they're all on the outside looking in, and Whale is putting distance between. He has the tiebreaker advantage with the 2 victory royales, has the games in hand, so he's gonna be able to, if he wants, potentially hot drop a little bit and play more aggressive. So there's still things he can do to maximize those points and keep pushing.
Yes, so much more he can do, and we will see all of that coming up after a short break. everybody. We are not done yet. We are headed into our last block of games today. This is North America West. We've got 2 spots on the board for it, and who is going to take it away? None other than Lupo and Sundown, our 2 experts. Boys, are you ready? Here's the bit. It's coming. I love it. I love it.
Sorry, I was busy posting the all-important selfie that I took with chat. Seriously, it's super important. You guys need all the clout that I can provide you. Sundown.
Wow, that's rude.
No, that's for chat.
Okay.
I'm
but even then, I'm not saying
Everyone
towards me.
knows
I'm
you.
looking
You're a
out.
Viking.
I'm looking out for the chat out there. They're all goated on the sticks, but more importantly,
Sundown
the NA West matches are ready. We're almost done. About 7 minutes left in the queue time. So players getting into the final matches. We'll have 1 more block. Then we'll see who the last 2 players joining the other 19 we've seen qualify today, and then 19 from week 1 to give us an even 40 from the first 2 weeks.
Player we watched a number of times over the course of the last 2 days, as well as, if I recall, duos and solos. I've been making quite a show. Tig, however, okay. I was getting ready to say nice things, and Epic Whale decided to take that elimination. So the Caster Curse, absolutely real. Gold pump there, the uncommon AR, and a whole plethora of healing, a handful of traps, but only the redeploy for the movement mechanics. Which honestly, on Polar Peak, depending on where the rotation goes for this storm, could be extremely important or maybe a vulnerability. We'll see.
Yep, the glider redeploy, fantastic for top-down rotation, but if you go down and then back up, you end up, a little out of luck, a little out of resources, but you see Whale there not slowing down, able to phase his way into the box, pick up an elim, and now we're in 39 players left, and if you're just joining us, welcome everybody. This is week 3 of the Fortnite Online Open World Cup qualifiers coming through. We've seen every other region battle it out, and we have punched tickets to that New York City Fortnite World Cup final. 2 more players from NA West will join them, Dr. Lupo, and it's been a battle for those top 2 spots.
NA West showing that they indeed have what it takes to be an extremely competitive region. A number of players showing up big repeatedly over the course of the day. Curious to see how these last set of games play out. Keep in mind too, the games remaining on the leaderboard we looked at just moments ago. There's such a large shift between 1 and 5 matches still left to be played, depending on what position the players were in. That's kind of a crazy difference. It shows that sometimes even the highest skilled players end up with games that maybe culminate a little faster than others. Actual getting caught off guard there. Jerry pushes into the box, gets that easy pump shot there.
Well, and additionally too, you're not required to play all 10 matches, right?
Exactly.
A part of the kind of reasoning for having the 10 matches there is to give you a little bit of a buffer if you do drop and get knocked off early. I mean, we can talk about Tfue, prime example of it, had 4 points his first 2 matches, right? If the cap is a little lower and ends up being 6, there's no way he ends up making a qualifying run. So not required to play out those games, but it's less punishing than if you do end up having 1 bad drop or 2 now on board with TSM's Myth, 40 points currently sitting on 2 elims and in a great spot. Now the rotation back over towards the southwest side of Polar Peak, which is really the one forgiving side of this mountain. So hopefully won't be too difficult, but Myth really wants to capitalize on this elim here.
Got a number of players around him, one directly underneath him to his front right. Keeping an eye on that pyramid above. It is FN Tyler in the box there. We just watched not long ago. Myth trying to navigate his way around up top, keep track of his opponent who he may not even realize backed all the way down. Now he's trying to look for that angle. He does know now that he's alone at the top of this structure, which can be pretty important. We'll see if he has a launch pad or if he's going to have to waterfall his way down. Right now, the very edge, he's going to push his way down. He's looking for one of those community rotation pieces. A lot of storm damage. Jarvis goes down, a quick pump, gets the HP back, looking for the follow through, and Tyler goes down as well. A little bit of fall damage, looking for the 3-piece potentially. Myth making a move here, the young architect trying to build his way back up, establish the high ground as we've seen him do so many times before. Shots behind the structure he was standing on, giving way, 27 HP, and it is a tough situation. Myth forced on rotation and backdraft season opportunity.
Yep,
Multiple players.
That would have been one of those circumstances where a glider redeploy would have been huge. Myth loving the rotation over to the early side. Epic Whale utilizing the zip line to then get some horizontal momentum, pops off and uses the glider redeploy to find his spot. Now just staying in the lobby into that top 25. So first round of placement points going down. That's +3 for him. And we're going back up the peak. So Whale opting to move early rather than late. Doesn't want to get pinned down there. Using the launch pad right away, and you hear all those ballers going off. So he's going to turn, try and find what targets he can. Denies the launch pad from anybody else looking to rotate to try and put himself in a position to pick up some elims here.
Very smart play, taking that launch pad out. And honestly, if it results in an elimination, Daniak, obviously, that's a direct result of removing the launch pad. Epic Whale setting himself up for an elim there.
And there's a reason why he's in first place. You need to do everything right. It's not about being good or being towards the top or being better than the person next to you. You have to be the best. You have to be doing everything correct in order to be one of the ones who qualifies, especially in a region where there's only those few number of spots. You have to be the very best of the best in Epic Whale, showing he can contend now into that top 15.
Gotta be the very best like no one ever was here. Epic with 3 eliminations, 64 points total. You see if you catch somebody directly underneath that those little corner edits on the floors. Those are crazy good because you have an angle on someone directly below, as well as those little half walls, those little sectional walls. So you have the opportunity to line of sight very quickly. Plus you can close up the gap. Oh my gosh, Cosmic Clown goes down the trap floor into a pump shot, an easy set of 200 damage there. Take Cosmic out and push himself up to 4 eliminations. 110, the Pyramid trying to line of sight the opponent inside, uses the Rift to get the heck out of there, but Epic Whale has an opportunity if he wants to push into that Rift. Doesn't go for it. So that player is on rotation now, and we're going south-southeast here for this final circle.
Yeah, he does have the glider redeploy, and we are going downhill, so probably going to rely mostly on that. The rifts and launch pad as this circle constricts become honestly more of a liability with that forced deploy time. You can't just keep diving down. You'll end up hanging in the air, and you might as well be bait on a line for these players. So Epic Whale instead using his mats right now, does eat a rocket, going to continue to wall himself off, but has to be careful as one of these players might be able to push into his box as he's been pushing into others. Looks for the edit, but that little half wall you talked about biting him there.
Not only does it block shots from opponents, but it can sometimes block your own. Didn't block that one. The follow through into the back-to-back as Epic Whale's cleaning up eliminations on this push.
And he's into top 5 now, so that was a 4-point swing for him there, jumping from 65 to 69 points, and he's now able to work top to bottom. Now you see we have Epic Whale in the top right, Javery in your bottom right, Meltzy on the ultimate high on the wide on the left. These are the last 3 players remaining. Meltzy looking to play some real billiards there, trying to get his angle down, but Epic Whale, Meltzy's melt, taken down. Now it's a 1v1. You have Javery on that low ground. Epic Whale on the high ground, does have the redeploy to work his way down. Gonna use that one box above. Javery now challenging. You can see on the wide, going out for the side, trying to work back towards the zone. But you take so much to do that. You have to find a shot. You're in the same spot you were just in, except on the high ground. And Epic Whale finds it by just outlasting. Javery tried to make the aggro move. Whale saying, I'm gonna play it safe. I'm gonna play it smart.
Honestly, the push was solid. The problem being Epic Whale was so dominant in terms of positioning and the amount of materials he was sitting on, just boxed himself up and waited out. A very intelligent play. Does not have to get the last elimination. You don't want to risk it because coming out on top of the Victory Royale is worth an additional 3 points. Right there, 10 placement points total is a big, big move.
Yep, all about efficiency. So sometimes it's not worth risking it for the biscuit there. Ends up instead playing it safe, gets the Victory Royale, takes the guaranteed 3 and pushing him up there. It's gonna be real hard to catch him. Honestly, like if a player is able to catch him, it's gonna be a monumental effort because as we said, those queues are closed. We will see those final matches, see if anybody is able to push in to that top 2.
I want to talk about efficiency super quick. So not only do you see players like when they're branching towards endgame, that kind of thing, not close off the backside that might be facing the storm because they know they don't have to, saving materials every chance they get. But you also see things like what Wheels just did. For anybody that didn't notice that, the ramp was blocking line of sight, and since he owned it, hit the headshot. Oh my gosh, so close. Wheels wants it so bad, he's squeaking his way up. Look for the peak shot.
The player sees him. No, he's not. He's looking the other way. What are you doing?
Unlocalize. Come on.
Oh, that's
Anyway.
so rough. I mean, you can see him up there. You know he's looking for it. And now Wheels is going to be the ultimate loot goblin. But Riverson sees him coming in. And nope, I thought Riverson was going to go aggro on him with the slow redeploy. But instead, it was like, nah, I'm going to bail. Now rotating over to the side. And a ton of variable vertical terrain here by Viking Village. Fright trying to cause a fright on that player, but able to catch himself there. 36 players remaining, Lupo.
So I was saying, you'll sometimes see players edit the ramp, that kind of thing, if they're in a place where if it no longer connects, the material just breaks apart, and Inflated Duck, one of the higher ones on the leaderboard, goes down from Fright flying in. But clearing things out just by, instead of taking a couple pickaxe swings to knock it down, they just do an edit on it that basically that changes the angle, so if it's no longer connecting, it just disappears.
Yep, another common thing you'll see during build battles, particularly when you are in the creative, is people coning over themselves and then editing it so it pops off, just give you an extra second there, then continue going forward. But Riverson finding knives on the side of the circle, 31 players remaining as we move down towards Snobby, so has the redeploy, gonna try and get whatever horizontal movement speed he can, a little lower than he would have liked, but is inside the zone, so now going to turn and see what shots he can take off. 28 players remaining, 3 more need to go down for the first round of placement points. Again, it's +3 points for getting 2 top 25, +2 more for top 15, +2 for top 5, and then the Victor Royale gets 3 for 10 total placement points, and then each elim, of course, Lupo, worth a point.
Right here, the player just removed Inflated Duck from this game, looking to follow up with a 5th elimination. The attempt at Boogie Bomb out in front of him on a player that is, based on the silhouette, drinking what looks like minis. He does have multiple very close round, including a supply crate. If close enough and if completely unchallenged, he could potentially try and push up on that. Looks like he's trying to get an edit reset so he can pop up into the pyramid that is atop the build that he's in. Pretty advantageous position if he can do it. The heavy snipe shot, trying to drop that structure before it can connect, but it is not fast enough. That player does land safely in terms of line of sight from Fright, but there are multiple players. Okay, listen. You can't just do that. A back-to-back. Fright hits the headshot, the follow-through for the 2-piece. Sitting pretty in a 1x1. Doesn't even have to do a thing for that one. Free rotation there, the launch pad, and flying away. We're going to cut back across the opposite side of the field.
It also put him into the top 25, so that was a 5-point swing for him there. The headshot onto Madison, and then the double AR headshot onto Wolfie. I mean, huge for him. That's what it's going to take in order to push yourself up that leaderboard. Now on board here with Synergy Lucas.
Lucas 150 total HP there. 1 elim is 66 builds. The redeploy only has 3 charges. Like no other potential movement mechanics. Lucas trying to apply pressure on this player that is also fighting the storm. Well, the storm does not know when to stop, and neither does Lucas. Picks up that elimination. Kamikaze goes down right on the edge. There's yet another player behind as well. Bottom of your screen, tell me a player we saw yesterday moving about in the top 10 for NA West quite a bit. Also in this game, trying to make some moves. That baller was full HP. The last second before we cut away, the HP appeared to drop quite a bit. Slim here, though. See J-Lee getting Illusionist Goat in the feed in the top left. We're about to move into the top 15. June's more placement points coming up. Quite a bit of ammo in the pocket of Slim. Has the skeleton key of the heavy snipe, but takes quite a bit of damage from behind. Gonna have to move through and protect themselves from any more pressure and opportunity to pop a couple minis. Maybe even the medkit. We'll see here. Moving up top, sees a player rotating down below. Boxing up, remaining secure, and all these little movements, these little pushes forward are an effort to get closer to being right inside the zone so you are safe for the next rotation.
Yep, trying to find any space he can, but look now as the zone is revealed in 2-1 on the bottom right-hand side, not going back up the mountain. So since we're retreating over old builds, people are going to look for the edit peaks or quick little 1x1s just like that. Slim takes over the cone, and again, we talk about kind of key elims. That one pushes us into the top 15, so we're 3 points for Slim there. High Sky hopping in his baller and taking off. Doesn't want that to get taken down. You have Jaylee super low with Tyrone and Tome on either side of it. Tyrone does convert that one over, so picking up that elim. 13 players remaining as the rotation is moving towards Snobby. That 8th circle will close in 10 more seconds. It will be down to the last one. Tome, awkward situation. Edit fight does shoot first in both situations, cracks through the shields, but needs some space as the storm is closing in. Both players will be forced to move. He knows the players there, gets the edit. Tyrone gets destroyed.
Just deleted from the game. That is tough. Multiple players moving in that same box. Doesn't own that wall anymore. And the opportunity to rotate back away could place a couple layers behind. I sure hope he does, because otherwise if the player pushes into that, that's a free line of sight on Telme. Looks like Walla underneath is not going to make that move.
Yep, now trying to own whatever he can. Is working back over most of his own builds. Gets the edit on the side, trying to know that player has to rotate through that metal. He does. He knows he's in the box. Will be able to get the shot. Does 115. Can he clean up? Branchies cracks him back though. The Siphon keeping him just above 100 effective HP, sitting on 112 as we pop to the wide. So Fright on ultimate high, Walla on low, Fright in the top right. You have Tome down on that low ground with Walla in the bottom right. Everyone else on the tarp in between on the wide. So Fright putting down shots. Big Papa Saul ends up getting retake Slick. Next one to go down, misses on that final placement threshold, as that is Saul. Fright making it happen. 7 elims. All about the elims and the Victory Royale. Now, can he make a push for that top? If he's able to close this out, it could be enough to get him in contention. Like we said, these are the last matches now. Fright on high ground, Tome on the low, Forge and Slim directly next to each other. Forge is now taking out to the storm, Slim denying him access and taking him down. Gatekeeping to the most severe degree. Fright drops onto Slim and cleans that one, gets the Siphon, but loses the health advantage as Tome, patient, the low ground warrior he is. He finds his opportunity and he strikes. 5 elims, Victory Royale, 44 total points for Tome there. You know, not too bad, gonna be outside of the top 2, but decently in the money there.
Clean. It's the only word I can use to describe it. That last shot there, clean. A little jump pump shot, an easy pickup. Tome's got to feel good about a Victory Royale on the day. Meanwhile, the next game from NA West. Oh my pulse, 2 eliminations, 30 points, 44 remaining as the 5th circle is about to close here. 26 seconds and multiple shots coming from the backside. Pulse attempting to close off any opportunity for their opponent to take some shots here as they're beaming down from above. That green suppressed SMG, extremely good when it comes to spraying down. Giovanni finds out real quick that the green SMG is not the only thing in Pulse's arsenal. They are taking the L a little bit.
Quick little, probably saw that little spectator button pop up in the bottom left for a second. He's saying, hey, you can hold that one. Though in all honesty, it looks like he didn't cover his roof there, assuming that Pulse had kind of let up, and you know, that's a mistake. These players are relentless. Like we've said before, every point counts, which means every elimination counts. You can't afford to give it up. Now Gar has himself pinned right against one of those hillocks. Now this is another area with a lot of variable vertical terrain, so these overlapping circles could get awkward very quickly.
81 medium rounds, 21 shotty shells, and a dream of making it to the World Cup, clearly in the name. At this point, waiting, biding their time, looking for any shot that they could take right now, and actually potentially the best position for gatekeeping. If you look at the mini-map, if you're watching at home, trying to figure out where potentially you would want to go for a circle like this, he's on the south side of the next safe zone, still inside, and has the entire field of players basically right in front of him. Is pretty secure here, has double air above, so no potential pressure from the top down unless it's in the form of a stink, and even then can edit, Gar can edit their way down.
Look at that. This is just a shooting range like you were talking about. They have to come through there, that near side of the circle rotation.
Easy.
Mazuma going down there, Gar making short work of it, and good job with the target selection, picking the player he had most access to as it came to his right, was able to edit down, now denying the launch pad going through, so no community rotation coming out, and gonna try and find this player as somebody else has the same idea. This is what happens when you're the last late rotator. The whole lobby turns and says, hey, what's up? Even a player on the near side, or on the far side, excuse me, of the closing zone on the high ground was taking shots at this outline player in red, but it's the man who could. He makes it across no man's land, and now everyone switches their focus fire onto the other player below. But circle is closing in. You can see in the bottom right, most of the players have made it in. 40 left as we get to circle 6. But Skaklush does finally get taken down by Gar. Now there is the player who made the mad dash directly below Gar. That was Domo, and he is able to get resettled back up to 100, and man, they better hope it doesn't go back over that with the next zone.
Domo, a solid player, no surprise, he made his way through there. Kayun from Ghost, going to cut over now, 56 points, 1 elimination, a plethora of both movement and build options. An excellent loadout, has long range, the ability to shoot a long range. That suppressed AR, very, very good in the right hands. First shot accuracy, extremely important there. Has a slurp. It's the redeploy, Rift the go. No complaints here. Gonna set up shop up top and see what they can do. Skadoosh in the feed takes Tacos out as Skadoosh goes down to the accuracy of Kayun's suppressed AR. Another player just behind as he was taking shots gets eliminated by another opponent. Beating more shots into the hole on the outside. Players rotating up towards Kayun's build. Directly underneath on the edge of the hill.
Yeah,
he doesn't have to do a thing though.
No, great hold from that high ground. You talked about it before, the near side of the moving zone as the players are funneled into you. If you post up and you're covered, you just get to take free shots, and Kayun just whittled down a bunch of the lobby, only getting 2 elims there, but getting tons of shot and forcing those players down the low ground, which further secures his high ground advantage for him. So setting him up for later on in the game. Now Aspire looking down to try and take some of the rifle shots on that right-handed peek. Really like this wrap and skin combo as well. The black and white looking really, really, really nice, but will he be able to find the shot? He does, the champ going down there, and we're into the top 25. So 3 points for all the players left in the lobby as this rotation does start moving back over those builds. So players trying to edit out and find whatever picks they can. Still a number of ballers in play. Mr. Mustache, the resident from Alaska, still repping as well. Rux in the lobby, Aspire in the lobby, and every single one of these players is giving everything they have. Like we said, queues have closed. These are the last matches. Last chance to grab a qualifying spot. Last chance to improve your stake in that $1 million prize pool and get whatever you can.
Potentially the last chance for some of these players to get a New York deep dish pizza too. If you really think about it, World Cup, extremely important. Leno goes down there. Spire picking up his 3rd elimination, pushing through an opponent's build. Very crucial that it was wood or even brick instead of metal. Metal takes far too long at times, especially when you have the storm knocking at the back right there. Spire still pushing through. The speed that these players will tunnel on the edge of the storm, literally pressure right next to them. But no panic there. At this point, though, Aspire out of builds and has to apply pressure, pushes through and rotates around the ramp, catches chilling on the outside there.
He was just chilling, bro.
Just chilling, bro. No material pickup, though, and a little bit of fall damage. Aspire, honestly, right now, so exposed out in the open. If someone looks down...
Oh, he found builds. He found 5 builds.
5.
But it's enough to give himself some space and maybe make a play. Misses the first shot, finds the second onto C Morpheus, but he doubles back into the zone, and he gets ER Clorox as well. Now trying to get himself back into the zone. He needs to find the space. He sees the edge of the zone, but he can't make it. You talk about the fully built metal, and that's going to be his demise. And the variable verticality claims another toll. Old Man Mountain, he is patient. He is wise. He just sits there and waits for the zone to move across him. But Kayun, we talked about how it makes it easier for him to hold this high ground, and he still has it now working top to bottom with the redeploy, with the rift, but no 3 AR rounds. So it's all about his pump, and if he can hit the 1 or 2 hit fire shots, he will get afterward. Looking for 1 shots, or looking for shots. Glider redeploy down, takes the shot, and then he waits out the pump timer in between with the glider redeploy. Brilliant there. Picks up 6 to get himself into the 5. Top 3 now as Lil Ryan picks up DZ NC. This is Kayun's match to win. 16 builds on the high ground, 4 elims, 66 points total, and a dream to sit by his other Ghost teammate in New York, Bizzle, already qualifying last week. Kayun looking to join him as a part of that absolute glorious Ghost cohort. All of their players so talented, but he's trying to mark himself as one of the best. Waiting for an opportunity, whittling down into his builds. 2 players beneath him and still doesn't have anything to pressure. So waiting for them to expose themselves or to make a move. Here's the trap though. They both get pulled up into the sky, but there's nothing he can do about it. He doesn't know they're up there. He has 3 rifle rounds, so he puts the poison trap down, but it doesn't matter because they're up and he has a health advantage. The storm is closed, and that's it. Kayun found Mustache. Ryan got ticked out, gets 1 of the extra elims and the victory out, pushes him up to 70 points, and will it be enough? We talk about every point matter. Lil Ryan self-eliminating there could be the difference of Kayun taking a top 2 spot or not. That could be it. The victory out might not have been enough. We've seen how close it was at the top, and I mean,
There's so much pressure at the top of the board here in NA West. Only the top 2 qualify to go on to New York City from this week. There are more weeks coming up, don't get me wrong, but everyone that is stacked near the top of this board is holding out for the last second. Crodot finds the snipe shot. First elimination of this game, 38 points now. 10 rounds in the grenade launcher. GL at this point going to be pretty important depending on how the structures are built up of the opponents he's trying to push. Imagine a push forward here from the outside, very exposed, but if he can apply pressure with the grenade launcher beforehand, force an opponent to build up on themselves and maybe even draw attention from someone else like Falconer, who's up top peeking through this little triangle edit. It may be an opportunity for Crodot to rotate forward uncontested.
Yep, another player who is challenging towards the top of the leaderboard. We've mentioned it before, already qualified in the duos portion last week, wants a solo spot out of the West as well. One of the players from that Bloom, and I know some people probably think that's an org or it's a team. Nope, it's a group of friends. Group of friends got together, made a Discord, took their practice seriously, and I mean, that is what it's about. Surround yourself with like-minded people. Surround yourself with the people who want to do the same thing. A lot of people last week were confused about the IT 3-4 type of thing. That turns out IT or IT is a Discord friend group that's about 30 players in EU. They had, out of those, 3 of the 4 teams were in the top 4 and qualifying through. So, sometimes, the name on there is nice, all of that's good, it gives you a little security, but what really enables you to push off is surrounding yourself with the type of players who want to win, who want to take it seriously, who are down to practice, to give you criticism, to do those VOD reviews, to go through and take every one of those practices in creative mode seriously, because it pays off, as these guys are perfect examples. Falconer right now sitting on that 60 effective HP, but looking to pick up a siphon here, knows he has the pressure and a great angle loop on
This point can basically sit and wait, and that's exactly Cam can see to the future. Falconer takes the pump shot, Illusion goes down, and Falconer pushes in to claim his just rewards.
And
50 shield, 60 HP now, feeling pretty good about that.
And a ton more mats too as well, topping back off to just above 2/3 before he boxes up now exactly on 2/3. And now he's gonna start taking shots. That's what we talked about. If you wanna maximize your eliminations, you gotta be able to take those rifle shots when you're there. And I mean, Tiffy was a prime example of it.
Jaywick all the way up top has a top down on pretty much everyone at this point, unless there is someone just to the right, further up, but I kind of doubt it. Above 40 in Falconer here. Falconer looking to pick off anybody that he can. This is the moment where you kind of want to watch for rotations, especially if you're confident enough in your loadout. It's like Falconer might be confident, just barely confident enough. Peek up in this little pyramid. I love this edit. I love the fact that they could sit inside this little thing, hold the edit, look through, and just watch for rotation.
And just catch somebody right away. Mr. Savage does it all the time, particularly in solos and duos. Benji's picked up the habit of doing it as well. But you talk about if you want to be the best, got to do everything right. Redeploy now over to the edge of the storm. Will he be able to convert? He finds it. That's Alithi, the player for Osprey's going down. And he also upgrades the shotgun real quick. He's like, don't mind me. Nice little mats. Take the legendary shotgun. And look at the use of the glider redeploy. We weren't seeing any of this last week with the duos or any of this in the solos before. That's how much evolution these players go through, finding everything they can as we near that first placement threshold for +3 points. It's top 25, then top 15 for 2 more, top 5 for the additional 2, and the victory route is 3 for a cumulative total of 10. And then each elim being 1 point, Dr. Lupo, I mean, it drives a lot of players to have to do a lot of crazy things to try and get these qualifying spots.
The players at this level are going to adapt to the situation depending on what's going on, what's being favored, and what's been shown as the most effective way to play. Falconer, by the way, getting a quick edit pump shot right there and then closing the door. I also saw moments ago one of our top 10 from yesterday, Inflated Duck, in the feed, picking up an elimination. So this is a pretty hefty lobby we're looking at right now. Falconer, 3 eliminations and 60 points, well within range to reach for that top 1 and 2 position on the board. The ones that qualify to go to New York City to play for a lot of money.
Yep, $30 million on the line there for the Battle Royale portion of the competition. Now, Dordogne gets taken out by 7. We are in that top 25, 4 and B, picking up Astra. Falconer getting a little bit of room to pop his minis and then reset. Going to get back up. Nope, not in the cone. He's going to extend himself out because he's not quite into the safe zone there yet. You can see the bottom right-hand corner as all the trades come out. Zola picking up one. Jaeyoung gets inflated. Duck, it takes the wind out of his sails. Misfit going down there. Water Shoe also goes down. Jaeyoung taken out, but was inside the 15 threshold, so gets the +2 as kind of the sympathy points. But Falconer now the focus of a ton of attention. And it's too much. Take it down. 63 points. I mean, probably not gonna be enough. Hopefully he was able to get in one more, but as we said, those queues are done. Probably not gonna be able to challenge for the top 2 anymore, but now Gunna on that high ground sitting on 44, has the Boombo looking down, trying to wreak a little bit of havoc. All the players have talked about how strong this can be, and he's showing it now. Crodot gets picked up. That AOE kind of pinpoint accuracy. When you have the aim like these guys, it's very easy to make plays with this. Such an enabling weapon, Lupo.
Now, I don't know if you noticed, just before Gunna hit the Boombo shot on Crodot, that was actually the player he had boxed up inside on the high ground. Crodot knocked the bottom floor out, fell out, and still got picked on the move there. Limit Low must have been very low HP. The compact SMG from underneath. Gunna picks up the 4th elimination, up to 46 points. Looking down from above with a Boombo right now. An absolute advantage. The high ground explosive bow shots raining down. Gunna trying to seek out every single elimination that he can, connecting the branch all the way across here, dropping down this already established structure, and compact SMG spray again. Gunna in the top right corner of your screen. Nate ticking very low, 14 HP in the bottom right, and you see the entire spread here. 3 players remaining, 2 players remaining as Free G goes down. Nate boxing up 6 minis. Now's the time to use one, but you might not have enough time to get a second off. 14 HP is 2 ticks, and they're out.
Minigun.
And Gunna, there it is.
Instead, with that shot from the high ground, taking it out there. NAT trying to do his best from the low ground, but Gunna hits you with his favorite dance. That's a fossil and a half. That's gonna be it from the NA West matches. Kitty plays, take us on out.
Oh my land, what an insane day of Fortnite solo gameplay. We've seen everything today, Bala. We've seen the Boombo plays, we've seen the Flintlock plays, all excellent top level strategy today. Like, what do you got for us?
Yeah, we've got Epic Whale with an epic game. That was monstrous, and it might have put him in contention to qualify here. Started at 61 in this clip. Getting a lot of that's just nice. It's not too crazy, but we'll get a little crazier here as he does replace the floor. This player's trying to get through the box, but as soon as the trap goes down, he starts to panic a little bit, and then he's gonna break the stairs anyways. Cosmic Clown, unfortunate for you, you're going up against an Epic Whale. And then I really love this clip right here. Actually finds somebody right under him, edits the floor, but doesn't go all the way through, and then he does follow it up by going all the way through, catches that player by surprise. And then this was the end. Look at his patience and look at the maneuvers here. The fake makes one stare in one direction and then goes the opposite. Gets a little bit of a tag there, not a huge pump shotgun shot, but then edits him right in. That was perfect. And then finally, this last situation, I mean, this is the wide shot of all that, how that all unfolded, how it juked out Meltzy at the top. And then he comes down and it ends up in a little bit of a heel off as he does start to heel up top, but then he actually ends up down below. I don't know how this all unfolded, but then the campfire and he wins the game. And that is clutch. He ended up at 72 points after that. I think there was one more, and that's just a nice shot from Wales. We just had to replay that real quick for you guys. But that's also the importance of covering your top. But here's Fright onto Maddie's son.
Oh, Maddie.
And then the follow-up onto Haku. Just nice play from Fright here, and then Kayun and this was monstrous as well. This was so important for him, getting this shots all the way around. Nice find on the player who tried to rift, and then the other one that he followed up on. Beautiful play there from Kayun. We'll see if any of this is going to be what is the matter for the qualification. That's the important part. Only 2 spots, Kitty.
2 spots for all of NA West. I cannot wait to see who finished up. We're tallying up all the results, and we will have them back for you guys right after this break.
Jump on and drop in. It's time to kick off the Fortnite World Cup competition. From April 13th to June 16th, we'll be running Fortnite World Cup Online Opens, where you can qualify to compete for your chance at a piece of the $30 million prize pool. But how will these work, you ask? Each week will alternate back and forth between solos and duos competition, with players qualifying from each server region in Oceania, Asia, Europe, Brazil, NA East, and NA West. To find specifics for your server region, go to Fortnite.com/World Cup. To play in the online opens, you'll need to compete in the new Arena mode, an always-on form of competition where players can rank up tiers and leagues. It all starts in the Open League, and when players earn 125 points, they'll advance into Contenders League. After that, you'll need to build your way up to 300 points to unlock Champion League, where the Saturday online open players will be chosen. Then, we'll take the top 3,000 solo players or 1,500 duos from that Saturday's semifinals and advance them to the Sunday finals. Each Sunday, 20 players will rise to the top and qualify to join us in New York for the Fortnite World Cup Finals. Buckle up, because we're officially on the road to the Fortnite World Cup Finals. In just a few months, we'll see the greatest Fortnite players in the world go head-to-head to determine who will take the title of World Cup champion and become part of the global phenomenon that is Fortnite. Hundreds of players will compete on stage in New York City for their chance at Ultimate Battle Royale glory and their piece of $30 million. But let's look back at how we got here. The competition was hot at our first major live event at PAX West, where we held the Summer Skirmish finale. This open format pitted over 900 players against each other, and Morgassi was able to rise out of the masses and take home nearly $250,000.
A life-changing amount of money.
Fall Skirmish came next, where 500 players competed not only in Battle Royale competitions, but build-offs, challenges, bake-offs, and cosplay competitions to win prizes and value club points. This all came to an insane conclusion at TwitchCon, where Tfue and Cloaksy were able to fend off the competition and win it all.
It's Tfue and Cloaksy!
Finishing off the year, we dove into the Winter Royale when the first ever open online qualifier was hosted, featuring the top 200 players from North America and Europe. In the end, the Stream Skype dominated the European qualifier, semifinal, and final to come out on top. And on NA, Nolan beasted his way through the rounds, outperformed the Infinity Blade, and took home the crown. 2019 kicked off with the Secret Skirmish, where Ghost Saf and Rise Ronaldo took the top spot in duos, and the solos competition ended with an unbelievable performance from Ghost Bizzle, who took it all with the most clutch Fortnite finish in competitive history.
Around, shot comes in, a limb for Bizzle, turns on the player above. That's it! He deagled the floor! Bizzle with the victory!
But this unbelievable action isn't limited to offline events. We've watched competitors get themselves ready for the Fortnite World Cup through their participation in the online tournaments. Fully open qualifiers for all players 13 and up has definitely shaken up the standard. Starting with the Scallywag Cup, familiar players like Saf and Zayt are continuously flaunting their skills, and we also saw new faces like WBG's Rux and Pika. But the veterans and big names aren't backing down, with players new and old challenging each other non-stop for the top spot. Beehive was a prime example of this in the European Blackheart Cup, continuing his absurdly consistent streak of dominating open competitions, while the Argentinian Dzeko was able to show off his elimination skills in a dominant Brazil region victory. After that, we saw 2 duo competitions, the Lux Cup and the World Cup warm-up, with a fantastic mix of challengers and established veterans able to claw their way up the leaderboard. The newly formed duo of Perfect Tilt and Mastoris have shown that they are not to be messed with, while the newly eligible European youngsters like Mongro, Benji Fishy, Osmo, and Milan showing that they are as good as everyone believed. But let's not forget about Oceania and Asia, where we've seen the Chiefs duo of Sync and Skyla continually upsetting the standard and dominating the ladder. And Medicino, Top Fax Fox, and the Crazy Raccoon Boys have all had incredible performances over in the East. We've seen so many different players come to the fore, but nothing on the scale like this. Who will be the next Margassi? Will a Tfue or Cloak-like pair continue their domination? Will our winners be someone who qualifies early? Or will they have to sweat it out every weekend to make it onto the World Cup final stage? We could not be more excited to see this story unfold and to watch these players ascend to greatness. And who knows, one of them could be you.
is going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to the World Cup Online Open Week 3 solo format. I'm Zeke, and we've got the entire crew joining us here because it's time to wrap things up and give you guys a recap of how the entire day went. Now, first, let's go ahead and start things off. We saw Tfue qualify, which is a pretty big deal.
Number 1 spot. Too.
Number 1 spot.
And on no delay while streaming it to 200,000 people.
It's pretty impressive. So needless to say, there was some celebration to be had. They took to social media, so let's take a look at the wall and see how they decided to celebrate. Look at this, just all there you go. You guys, who wants to read one?
Plays,
Pick one.
I'll read this one because I'm in it.
Okay.
Kitty Plays said it well. Tfue made it look like a pub game.
There you go.
Hashtag Fortnite World Cup.
Bala.
This one. He was sick this morning. Dr. Lupo said it. He tweeted him back. He said,
T-flu.
hey, you're going to play like a beast. Week 2 fall skirmish. He threw up in the middle of one of his games. He went AFK for 10 minutes. He comes back and plays like a beast. He wins the game, and the rest is history. I mean, here, does it again.
There you go.
I think, honestly, no surprise to anybody. We've seen him perform multiple times over the past set of Fortnite events, and here we are. Yet another instance of Tfue showing why oftentimes he's at the top.
There you go. That's all we pretty much need to say about him. Tfue, congratulations. We'll see you at the finals. Now, kind of a milestone for us is we actually casted 116 games over the last 2 days. So congrats, team. Congrats to the production crew.
That's awesome.
It's a lot.
Hats off to the observers,
Wait.
by the way.
The 115 games. Remember, the last one yesterday was a duplicate.
Hey, it still counts even if it happens twice.
It still counts even if it happens
Different
twice.
perspective they got it through, but also huge shout out to the Observer team.
Yeah.
I know, working through all the end games, catching that chaotic action, the 3 boxes going through. Shout outs to you guys, great work.
There you go. Now let's go ahead and give you guys the recap, and we'll end on NA West. So we'll start with Oceania. We saw a little bit of their games, and they have already concluded there when we started. And no surprise, right at the top, Cat taking walls here. So Sundown, what should we expect from Cat?
So Cat was very aggressive, kind of got off to, again, a rocky start. Something we saw was kind of a theme going through because Tfue, again, had a little bit of that rocky start. Cat even tweeting out towards the start, he was like, you know what, this week's shot for me, we'll go next, I'll be okay. But instead, climbing up to the top, and like I said, I stayed up all night, was jumping in with the Oceania matches, 4 lead changes in the last game. Each one of the players thought they had a chance, but Cat ended up taking not only walls, but the solo qualifier spot in what was a really intense finish, and just the Live Spectre again helping out huge there, jumping right on into the matches. So really cool.
There you go. Speaking of jumping on in, let's hop over to Asia and give you guys a recap of who will be joining us coming out of that region. Bala, I want to lean on your shoulder for this one. Right there at the top, Banny, no surprise, and Takamuram as well will be joining us.
Yeah, Banny. I mean, we talked about his duo of Fox qualifying the first week, and then Banny here again. So this duo is super strong, and we saw a few of his clips and we saw a few of his games, dominant all the way through, taking walls, end game performances, awareness, everything. He's a full package. And then Takamura, the story that Sundown just said about Tfue, starting off a little slow early. He didn't think that he was going to make it through, but he did. So we'll see him in New York. Excellent performance from those two and everybody else as well. They're going to try again next time. I mean, it was a total of 10 weeks. You got to remember. So here we go.
There you have it. There you have it. Next on, we're moving into Europe. And Dr. Lupo, I'm going to lean on your shoulder this time. Lucky TJK right there in that number 1 spot. And I mean, it's an impressive listing. Let's be honest.
We had an opportunity to talk to Core Gaming and Lawboom today as well, but Europe kind of put us on a little bit of a mix over the course of the day. When we were watching the qualifiers, we saw multiple shifts in the leaderboard, and ultimately resulted in quite a few names that haven't often been seen in previous events, which honestly, in my opinion, is one of the best things about Fortnite. Is there's always up-and-comers climbing their way up the leaderboard, showing that they too have what it takes. It's not just the most popular players at the top. That being said, there's a reason that some of those players are so well known. I would not be surprised if over the next couple weeks of solos, we do see the names that we've been expecting at the top of the leaderboard to show up.
Do you want to drop any of them now?
I'm gonna to avoid a caster curse. Listen very closely. I appreciate you. There you go, that one. I appreciate you. I don't want to ruin it for you, okay? I'm not gonna say a name, but you know who you are, all right?
They know who
Talking
they are.
to all 3,000 of you.
There you go. Let's move on over to Brazil. Sundown. I believe you and Bala are probably the two that know the most about this. Lasers and Kurtz here coming through. They've punched their ticket and they will be joining us in the World Cup finals.
So I wish I could say I knew a lot about Lasers and Kurtz, but they haven't been on my radar a ton. Brazil, one of the regions where they're really pushing the pace in terms of the metagame there. It requires you with a limited amount of spots to be close to perfect in terms of your placements and eliminations. But on top of that, it means there's going to be new talent constantly challenging towards the top. So while there are names like Techno Viking up there, people like Zeko and Fa, who we've seen not only in the Cups, but also international tournaments, there's going to be the players who come through, and Lasers and Kurtz doing it right there with a solid performance.
Yeah, definitely. Can't wait to see more of them. And don't forget, they will be punching their ticket. They're joining us for the finals. Now we're going to move on to NA East. Kitty Plays, you were super excited to talk about this, and obviously we celebrated as well. Tifu right there at the top. We got 7 people joining us.
Talk about the climb today, and like something that everyone should know going into these games. Those first couple games, it's okay if you mess it up. Maybe it actually is better not to have that same level of pressure when you perform super well those first 2 games and then need to keep it up for the rest of the day. We see players like Tifu taking that top spot, Ziff taking that second spot, hailing from Canada. We got FaZe Funk in there, Psalm, who is one of the players you saw who actually flew out to LAN to participate on East. So it's so great to see him performing so well, and then also some new up-and-coming names. I mean, we've seen Dubs performing over and over again, and Unknown Army as well, but I don't know very much about Niddle, but really making a name for himself.
He's nasty.
Nasty Niddle.
Nasty Niddle indeed.
I don't know if I'd want that label, but yeah.
3rd place, also the first controller player to qualify.
Goated on the sticks.
Goated on the sticks.
Controller Army.
Yeah, so that's impressive too.
And also just to call out there, it looks like there was 7 spots for qualifying, and there's a little 1 next to the Dubs there. He qualified
Okay, that's what
in that
confused me.
first week. Yeah, it's okay. There was only 6 spots up for grabs.
7 people.
Of course he had to get that 7
It was on the
spot.
EU board as well with S2V, Diego, GB. So it's a little bit of confusing there. We'll clean that up for next week. But also, I just want to give a shout out. Clicks was so close. He was the first one to wrap up his 10 games and got pushed out by a single point. 64 was the cutoff. He had 63, and he was sitting there right as the clock turned over, just waiting for the matches to come out, and got passed at the last minute. So, but qualified for duos last week, so being just on the outside looking in for solos, got to be a little bit of a confidence booster. Shout outs to Destroy and Snood as well. So close, but not quite taking home the bacon.
He's got 3 more weeks.
Yep,
All these guys
right.
that are
True.
riding the cusp right now, there's plenty of opportunities for them to get into these top places.
That's right. Just like Kitty Plays said, we have 3 more weeks of all of this Fortnite action that all leads up to the Fortnite World Cup Finals in New York City. Now it is time to reveal the 2 players that will be joining us from NA West. This is a big moment for a lot of these players. I hope my voice is shaking a lot. Let's take a look at the wall and see which 2 will be joining us at the top.
Drum roll.
Oh, here we go. Take another drum roll. Another drum roll, and here it goes.
Boom! It is KNG's Epic, Whale, and Karhu, the 2 players that are punching their ticket and will be joining us for the finals in New York City. Dr. Lupo, what do you think about that?
We watched multiple plays from both of them, of course, today. Epic Whale, especially towards the end, we had an opportunity to, Sundown and I, cast some of that gameplay, and holy cow, the awareness. Absolutely earning the top spot there. I will say, too, over the course of previous events, Scented, another name I expected to be extremely high. And look, 3rd place, $3,000 in terms of prize money, but no ticket to NYC just yet for solos. That being said, like we've talked about multiple times, more weeks ahead. Ghosts on the board in multiple regions. I don't know if people caught that. 10th in NA East, Snood. And now, right now, 4th, Kayun in NA West.
And Bizzle's already qualified.
Bizzle's already qualified. Ghost, I still to this day will say they have one of the best rosters anybody.
They got some insane intuition.
But also, I want to give a shout out. As for predictions, right before NA West ended up coming through, and also at the start of the day, I know there's a number of you. I'll go through and I'll pick them out. Whoever predicted Epic Whale, him and his duo Steel Matt have been climbing up, but the fact that you were so adamantly able to state, like, yeah, he's gonna get a spot. He looked good yesterday. I mean, he looked better than good today. He looked like I don't know, maybe the best in the NA West region.
There you go.
That's what the
Statements
board
being
says.
made.
I can confirm that is what the board says.
Oh, it's up there. Okay, my bad.
Excellent observation from Sundown.
That is what that wall means. Now, guys, let's go ahead and get an entire look at everyone that has punched their ticket and add those last 2 names to the wall that is joining us here in the New York Finals. Right there in the bottom right, boom, KNG's Epic Whale and Step Bro Karhu will be joining us. These are the next set of players that are coming through. Massive congratulations to every single one of these players that have worked so hard, and it all comes to fruition right now.
I'm so excited for Worlds event.
We've had a lot of conversation over the last 2 days, including and the previous couple weeks, about how things have changed dramatically in terms of gameplay.
Right.
The first week we didn't see nearly as many redeploys. Now we've got players literally carrying one. It seems like almost every single loadout over and over again. Do you think there's a reason that even though there have not been nearly as many meta changes during that time, why are players adjusting so quickly with something like this?
So I would say the big change is players noticing that you need to have a balanced approach in order to take a qualifying spot. Originally, the perception was you had to stack elims. It was all about getting those 20 and 25 elim games and farming as much as you can early and then just riding it out. We haven't seen that be successful pretty much once for any of these qualifier guys. It's about a balanced approach going through, and the redeploy allows you to have that more balanced approach. You can be safer, you can rotate early, and you can get one of those qualifying spots.
I honestly, I wish we had an opportunity to talk to one of these players that's adapted to it directly. Like imagine if we had a chance to talk to one like right now.
Well, it turns out we actually have Karhu, Step Bro Karhu, who's standing by. Maybe he can give us some insight. Karhu, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, congratulations.
Oh, no,
Wait.
Epic Whale coming through.
Is this Karhu or Epic Whale?
KNG Epic Whale? Or is this Karhu?
This is Karhu.
Karhu.
Okay,
gotcha.
so tag on there incorrect. It's fine. Don't worry. We'll run it out with Karhu. So, first question I want to call out. What's that flag behind you there, buddy?
Oh, it's Finland's flag. I'm actually from Finland. I moved here for maybe 3 years ago. So yeah, it's been pretty nice.
Wow.
Okay. All right. Well, let's start with the very first basic question, Karhu. How does it feel to know that you've qualified?
It's actually crazy. I'm at a loss for words. Like, it's hard to even like talk because I don't know. Like, I had all these people congratulating me when I got to like the last 3 games, and it was like actually insane. I had like so much pressure on me. Like, being 14 years old and qualifying for World Cup is insane.
So just one thing I want to call out: decade apart between Psalm and Karhu right here. So you got the one spectrum. Karhu, like you said, man, I know we were talking a little bit earlier. You said it was a loss for words. When you finally refreshed and you knew it was all final and the spot was yours, what was the first thought that came in your head?
I couldn't even think straight. It was insane. Like, I just ran downstairs and like yelled at my parents like I qualified World Cup, and then we all started jumping and yelling at the same time. It was like crazy. Yeah, like we messaged all our relatives and stuff. Like, I couldn't think straight. It was so crazy.
So I got to assume then the parents are pretty supportive of you and your Fortnite chase here in the grind. I mean, how were they reacting? Did you just run downstairs, you started yelling? Did you guys all erupt in laughter and joy, or was there tears? What happened?
Yeah, we were just all enjoying. Thankfully, no tears were like dropped.
Hey, happy tears are good. It's okay to cry.
I'm tearing right now.
Oh, you really is. Can we get a close-up on Bala's eyes?
No, don't put him on the spot.
Very quickly, let's actually address the question Lupo had. And so, Karhu, we're seeing a lot of these players pick up the glider redeploy. This is kind of an item that's been in the game for a while, and now we're seeing a pretty big resurgence of the item. What are your thoughts on it? Why do you think people are picking it up?
Well, I think because it like gives people free mobility. Like, the game's RNG is kind of tough because there's like a small chance you'll get a launch pad or a rift to go. But with the glide redeploy, you can always have like 10 mobility to use, so you can just like ramp up really quick and then like glide down to the next zone. And usually you don't get beamed for too much, so you can usually, if you have shields with you, you can like shield up and then you'll be back to normal with like an easy mobility rotation done. So that's why.
Awesome. There you go. Thank you so much. You guys have anything else you want to ask Karhu before we let him go?
So before we let you go, anybody you would like to say thank you to, any shout-outs, any plugs, just anything you want to say, the stage is yours. Go ahead, man.
Okay, I want to thank my friend Alexi from Finland. He's been really supportive since season 1. We always played together at Paying Difference from EU to NA West. It's been awesome. He's been really supportive. He's like me that I'm gonna qualify and stuff. And then also Perp. I want to give a shout out to Perp because he's a good friend of mine. He helped me get a lot better. We did a lot of 1v1s and he taught me like almost everything about scrims. So that's about it. Those 2 people. And then also my parents. Also my parents for being really supportive.
Are they watching right now, do you think?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're watching right now.
Yeah, that's
well,
awesome.
I was about to say, wave hi to mom. Tell her she should be proud because you will be joining all of those other competitors in New York City. I'll steal Golden Boys line. We'll go out. We'll buy some of that pizza.
Some of that pizza. Karhu, again, massive congratulations to you. We'll be seeing you at the World Cup Finals, so take it easy and we'll see you soon.
Yeah, you too.
Bye.
See ya.
Congratulations, man.
Whew. Well, guys, I believe that about wraps up week 4 for us, or week 3 rather. We're gearing up for week 4, which means we're going to go back to duos next week. You guys want to give us some final thoughts? Lupo, starting with you.
The changes in gameplay, literally from week 1 to week 3, make me excited to see what's next going into week 4. And we're not even close. We're not even halfway yet, dude. 10 weeks. Things are going to get crazy.
For me, the changes in standings every single time, every single region has been explosive. Every time it's come down to the wire. Maybe the top spot has been the one that has been so far ahead, but every other spot is up for grabs, and it's just exciting. I can't wait for the rest of the 7 weeks left, right?
There you go, Kitty.
Oh, I'm excited for the duos. As much as I love competitive gameplay in the solos, I just love knowing that these teammates are having to interact together and be able to create great strategy between 2 people, not just as a solo, and build each other up and provide, reassurance, but also guidance. And my favorite weekends are the duo weekends. So heading into next weekend, I cannot wait to see what the world pulls out.
Sundown.
Well, I would just like to say I did hold that quick L in terms of my predictions. Went a nice solid 0 for 6 going in there. So maybe I should take a little hit. First of all, they were all challenging in towards that top 10. Everyone was close. We had everyone on the front page going through. With that being said, maybe might take a hint and stick towards players to watch instead of hard predictions. No, I'll still put myself out there. Even if I'm wrong, want to give you guys the insight in who I think in. Duos is going to be fun, man.
There you go. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's it. We are done. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. If you've stuck it out this entire time, we appreciate you. Again, massive congratulations to the 21 that will be joining us for this week. But don't forget, next week, week 4, we're going back to duos. We will end on a rollout of everyone from week 1 and 3 that have been joining us. So take it easy. Don't forget to thank your bus driver, and we'll see you guys for week 4.